like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
September 3rd and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. Most of what I wanna know is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere, so meet me. I know I can't ask. And no things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth and lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in. So I'll never stop loving, because I am a man
made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art. So show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms. So you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat so much faster for you?
I stand stressed and looking at a mess from the corner by my bedroom door. I never want to see her anymore. I now know nothing could ever be what I thought it could be before. But my eyes keep slipping towards the door. You slip away and out from under my soul implore. 'Cause I have run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd plan to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. I think less than I should about the mess that I left on my bedroom floor. But after all, she had to be ignored. You slip away and out from under my soul time. And I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. And I want to see her ever again no more. Yeah, yeah. And I won't see her ever again no more. It's my pleasure, but baby, no more. Oh, because I've run out of you time. And I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. Yeah, the river of our love has run dry. It's dark and cold and empty as you're right. And as I arrive outside your lonely door, you realize the time ain't on our side no more. It's just about time. Oh, 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 oh. You feel it a bit unfair. There's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after him. Yeah, the devil's always after him. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, west coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. We should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave home. The neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? It's closing time. I leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time. I wonder why you walked on by. Could it be so hard to smile? I think I'll follow you at least another mile and hold it down, but won't you all the while? All the while. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible that you help me find God. I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my
I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all that I want for my life. To have love is all that I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. What's going on, guys? Alright, let me shut me up real quick. Oh, that took way longer than I was expecting. I don't know if any of y'all live in the South, but every once in a while, in the middle of the night, you'll get a fucking blast of what me and the girlfriend think must be like airborne termites. But these motherfuckers, I swear, I just got the high score of the year so far. I suck them up in the little fucking, in the vacuum hose. Because they get all up in the lights and shit. And, yeah. I just hope they die a slow, painful death in the little cyclone tube of the goddamn vacuum. Because, it's only what they deserve. Oh, motherfucker, really? It makes you so paranoid. Anyway, glad we're all here. Let's fucking go.
In mind, but yeah, that's pretty much all I had in terms of thoughts. It was a funny video, and yeah. Tell us what you guys think. What do you guys rate yourselves? Let's see if you're gonna be honest.
Yeah, where my sixes at? Where my six at? From the front to back.
Those Karen's gold rewards. Good morning. How cauldron.
Princess?
Interesting.
Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN.
How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm wearing purple funky pants.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
True
Do you feel
facts.
comfortable ranking people's attractiveness?
Forsooth, my young child.
Like my parents would say, I don't know what it's like to be shy. But that really helped me a lot with my modeling career.
Oh, you used to model.
I modeled for about 6 years, but now I'm a mother of 5, and hey, this is me now.
I love it. Okay, let's bring our first person in.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
You seem very confident.
I think I'm confident about the way I look.
The world, they will like you a little bit skinnier.
Okay, all right.
If your body shape matches your height, people would not see your weight. With your confidence and the way you look, I'll give you a 7.
Other than the weight, is there anything else that I can improve on?
When you walk,
Cause I'm not touching the weight. These double burgers, I'm eating. Them fries, large please.
You know what I think?
The Coke, extra large, thank you. Gummy bears all day. Popcorn with butter.
You know what I think is surprising to them? How candid she is and how like systematic. Like,
Yeah.
you're too fat. You're, like, there's no. I'm gonna ease you in. You know what I mean? It's like just no.
Damn,
right into
Abba,
that.
No,
you're
but
looking
she's
dusty
She
as
just fucking
fuck
popped it
in this
I respect it because this is the point of the
episode.
video.
Yeah.
But I think for people who are participating, they're just not ready for how.
Yeah.
Like-
Blunt she is. Because the thing that happened, I think, is because of two things.
God damn
Where
it,
she's
there's
from.
more of them too.
And
Sons of a bitches.
Because the modeling,
You
when
know,
you do
some of
modeling,
these
it's
fated
ruthless like that.
prophecies have
Exactly. We have no
Yeah.
potential.
No.
I shudder to think
No.
what might be on a list of
No.
major
This is not gonna
prophecies.
do. Can we get another one and they treat you like like they're talking about you like you're not there.
Yeah.
So
When you walk, your confidence, let it come out. When you walk like, oh, well, I don't know, people will see that.
That's great. Okay.
Thank you.
How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm wearing purple funky pants.
Yes.
These motherfuckers. These motherfuckers right here.
I'm wearing purple funky pants.
The moment he said that, I'm like, she's gonna tear his ass up.
I wear purple funky pants. Yes, about those. We're going right there. Yes.
This is one of those dudes that pretends like they're too cool for school, but if you said some shit, they're gonna be in their feelings.
I'm wearing purple funky pants.
Yes, they are funky, all right. It doesn't go together. Shows me that you're very comfortable, but stay comfortable in your house. Okay?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. It's exactly what you said. It's exactly what you said. When the chin went down, womp womp. That chin went. Nigga, that's just good.
And that definitely has to go. So, 5.
Wow. Damn, your insight is very good in some situations, but honestly, like, I don't give a flying fuck if this is just like my drip, and I still love myself. So,
You got hurt. It's what you said. It's exactly what the fuck you said.
Exactly.
I still love myself. So it was his way of telling her to fuck off without telling her to fuck
Yeah.
off. That's what happened right there.
Yeah.
but honestly, like,
Oh
I
my
don't
god,
give a
I'm gonna have to go
flying
get the
fuck.
vacuum
tell.
again.
I can tell.
Oh, the comeback was great. The comeback.
I still love myself.
No, it's not that. I don't give a fuck. I love myself. Yeah, I can tell. I could tell you don't give a. I could tell you don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It's what it is. That's the comeback. That's fucked up. She's perfect with the comeback.
I like this.
Cause see that.
I'm gonna support myself.
But that's my girl.
All existence
Hi,
beyond
hi.
fathomable
How are
past.
you?
Good. How
She's gonna demolish her. She's gonna. Oh, I don't want to see this. Wow.
I want to see this.
are you?
I am wonderful. You have a beautiful face.
Thank you.
And the smile really helps. But you should not dress like your mother.
Alright, give me a sec, y'all. God damn it.
Wait.
Hey,
No, go. Wait. No. Wait.
Bro, we're in Canada.
Yeah.
It's winter.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Yeah. So,
Did it not get a couple degrees warmer right there?
Yeah.
When you heard that, didn't you feel a little bit of
oh yeah.
a burn?
Yeah.
You know what I got in the kitchen?
What you got?
Pepto-Bismol.
Yo.
That shit hurt. I like it, man. She tells the truth.
I ain't mad at her.
Man, if she was doing the Coney 2012 documentary, she was like, we're never going to catch him, but I'll take your money. like, she don't lie. Like, I appreciate that.
I would give you a 6.
Okay.
Why am I giving you a 6, you may ask?
Yes, I would like to.
She did have was like, I'm giving you a 6. So you're asking why I'm giving you a 6? No. Yeah, you're asking. So I'm giving you a 6 because. Yo, that's great.
I like this.
You need to show your figure because you have a beautiful figure inside that big thing.
Thank you.
Okay? So take off the glasses.
Take
Let
them
me
off.
see. Perfect.
Better.
Oh my God, yes.
Okay.
You have a good figure, you have a good face, so enhance a little bit.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, hello there.
I'm Nathan. How you doing?
Oh, good. Wow, that is good. What are we here to do?
You are here to check this out.
Okay. So I can see that you take care of yourself. I would give you a 9.
And why would you give me 9? Thank you.
Because when you came out of that door, I knew that you have the sparks. That shows that you're very confident. It's good.
Aw, thank you.
All right? Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, because he's working hard.
Keep up the good work.
She's not shy to say the bad stuff, and she's not shy to say the good stuff. And then what ends up happening, this is really what ends up happening, is that when you don't lie and you're honest and forthcoming about your criticisms, it makes your compliments mean that much more.
Yeah, of course.
People that are always so blasé, like, oh my God, Cindy, you always look beautiful, blah, blah, blah. After a while, those words, they don't mean much.
It's like a girl that always says, I love you for everything.
It's like when
it's like she says, I love you, I love you, I love you. Oh my God, I love pumpkin spice latte. I love this. I love this. I love these boots. You love everything. So, but when your dad tells you I love you the first time, it fucks you up because it means so much more.
I was literally going there. I was be like, yo, nigga, let me in, tag me. And you like, nah, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
But
that's what it is.
It's just that.
It is what it is.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. You hear it every time.
I agree. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. A VPN is just an application or a web extension that you could use on your internet browser to mask your IP address, to change the location.
I guess I'm gonna be fucking up bugs all goddamn night, huh?
The block is hot. What happens when you want to watch a TV show and it says we don't offer it to people in your country? What you gonna do? Who you gonna call? Not Ghostbusters, right? I was trying to watch
what
a
you
TV
gonna
show
do?
in the UK.
Act
so
a
I was like,
fool.
hey man, let me in. And they said, no, nobody from Canada. So I changed my IP address using Surfshark VPN. All of a sudden, bruv, I'm from Brixton. Wagwan. And now, if you sign up with the promo code ABBA and Preach, you get 84% off for the next 4 months. Get our Surfshark VPN deal using the link in the description below.
I'm Joanna.
Joanna, you seem nervous. Are you shy?
I guess I'm a little bit reserved.
I can tell you feel intimidated. Unfortunately, we'll give you a 5.
Oh, okay.
First of all, you need to change that glasses. It doesn't look very good on you.
Should I take my glasses off? Do you want to see that?
You can take it off, yeah, let me
Would that
see.
make it better?
When you took out the glasses, I went to a 7.
Okay.
Looking at you, you're not very tall. How has that affected your life?
People either see me as a child, basically, or they don't give me like the respect that I think I should get.
You can be a firecracker. Bring out that personality that will make people not see your...
Yeah, and you know what? She doesn't put the glasses. And she's not lying. She's not lying. She took the glasses down. It's crazy because I know if I went to the comments, some people probably view this as mean. But she's, one, giving people what they came to ask for. And two, she's doing it from a place of like, this is to better you. It's not to hurt you. There's a difference between like, you look ugly and be like, hey man, if you switched up that thing, it matches your shoes a lot better. Or the shoes I saw you with last week. It doesn't hurt to hear that the choices that you made aren't that great. Kinda, but it's to make you better.
There's a difference between criticism and a roast. That's not a roast.
No, exactly.
Height, but see who you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
Perfect. Could you turn around a little bit? Okay. I like your dress. It looks very good on you. I can tell you have the eyelashes done. Doesn't really give you the 10. 8.
How would I get a 9?
You're a natural beauty person. You need to enhance what you have, but not add artificial to it. Do something about the nails.
I always have them super long. I can type with them. I can do hair with them.
Wow, okay. If it works for you, it works for you.
Thank you.
You know what this is?
Oh.
You know what this is?
What?
This is what Kevin Samuels should have done. If they happy, they happy.
But
they don't know the car that I came in with, right? I don't want it. That is good. Look at you.
Oh, no, look at it.
You look good.
Thank you.
So you take good care of yourself, I can tell. I like the hair. I like the way that you portray who you are. That is very attractive. 8.
Okay.
What you need to tone down.
Okay.
She made the same noise girls make.
Yes.
When they're like, how do you rate my BJs? And I'm like, 7 out of 10. And they go, okay, how do I get to a 9 or a 10?
I've been told that I was better than that.
Yeah.
Well, they were lying.
Yeah, they say okay, but it's really like not okay. Yeah, it's not.
But she's 8. She's good. 8 is good. Don't act like 8 is not good. 8 is good. She's
but
I could be a 9. They don't want to say a 10. You want to know why they want to say 10?
Yeah, because 10 makes you sound too conceited.
Exactly.
Too
9 is like,
conceited. 9 is like, I'm not perfect, but I'm like, it's perfect to me.
Exactly.
8,
That's a really good way
I'm
to put
below
it.
that.
What you would suggest, because what I need, I already do.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I have an online store with some cute accessories and thrifted finds.
Let's say somebody goes to your site and see what you do and want to meet with you. If you want to show that spunk of professionalism, you need to first try to take that out. Well, I'm telling you.
So I only keep jobs that let me keep my nose ring.
Well, then you're limiting yourself to who you are.
So I'm aligning myself with what is in alignment with me.
Okay. And the nails, beautiful, but they're too long.
She's like, yeah, you're limiting yourself. No, I'm aligning myself. Okay. The nails, she's like, I'm not.
It's not a discussion.
I said what I said. I'm not going to keep. We agree to disagree. Fine. Good. Whatever works with you. Now I'm moving on to something else. The nails. I like it.
To work with you.
Well, too long.
To work with you.
Not just me, dear.
People like you.
What happened?
I feel like she's arguing with what her mother's always said to her. And she's like,
Right.
no, bitch, you're not going to have it.
Yeah.
Because, nah.
If you say so.
Must be an
How was that?
incantation that can help.
It's me. I tell it the way it is. I try not to be too insulting. Most of the advice or what I tell people, if they twig it and make it work for them, they'll be very successful in life and also whatever they decide to do.
I love the listen. I
God
got
bless this woman.
I gotta apply. That's the first time that I learned and I get something from the cut. This woman, there's a lot of things of the way she is that I have to apply.
You know what it is? The biggest one is?
What?
Craig David.
Record keeper, please
Walking
have you
away.
here.
Yeah, but she lets other people walk away.
No, but she walks away from the point.
Yeah.
You know when they start, they're starting the.
Yeah.
I'm walking away from
Okay.
this.
Yeah. I don't need to. It's like I don't need to prove. The way she does it is like she doesn't need to prove anything.
God
from anybody.
bless her soul.
She doesn't need to prove anything. She's great. Okay, you this and that. No, it's not. Okay. So and this and that. No, it's not.
There was an administrative chamber in the
What?
underworld.
This is the first time that I really am gonna take something from the cut and apply it. This woman is amazing.
Some people were mad. We got a lot of dislikes, 2,000 dislikes. I mean, listen, it is what it is. I think, you know, the interesting thing about this is that she gave so many compliments as well. Take the girl with the glasses. She said, take off your glasses. Your face is naturally beautiful. Your figure is. You don't have to hide underneath that big shawl or whatever. It's like, she was saying nice things as well. Like I said, balance. You're an asshole if all you say is negative things to people, obviously.
Or negative things that are not. Sometimes things are negative, right? Yeah. But if you're just saying negative things out of spite, it's also that different. The thing that happened is that the way human beings and human brains is that we just often focus on the negative.
Yep.
Example, I was giving a show, I was opening for someone, and it's like, it's a theater, right? There's 1,500, 1,500 motherfuckers in the place. 1,500 people in the place. Everybody's laughing. There's one dude in front, his arms are crossed, and he's not laughing. I'm focusing on this dude.
Yeah.
When everybody else is laughing. Then I go backstage. The guy I'm opening for is like, yo, what's up? How was it? It's great. But there's that one dude that I'm opening for. He's 25 years in the business. And the first 45 minutes of his set, he was focusing on that dude too. Even after 25
Still
years,
focused on it.
he was still on the negative, right? And after that, he was able to get off that, like, you know what? Fuck this dude.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or play with it and stuff like that. But that's how the human brain works. Yeah. We focus often more on the negative than the positive.
Yeah, but you know, otherwise, I thought this video was great. I think she handles honest feedback and criticism the way I think I handle it within my relationships. My friends know not to come to me for empty compliments. They come to me for honest feedback. That's the relationship that we've built that we understand.
I'm so ugly. Yes, bitch, you are.
Yeah, and with strangers, if they come to me like, hey, what do you think about this? I'm like, I don't want to look at it. They're like, please, I really want you. I'm like, no, you don't want me to look at it. And like, all right, look at it. I'm like, all right, if you ask for it, it's trash. And sometimes, and if it's good, I promise you, I will give them the utmost respect and compliments. When people get compliments from me, like, damn, okay, I really, that means, I'm like, no problem. I have no problem saying nice things to people if I really feel it, but I just won't lie to people to placate them. And if I have nothing nice to say, I just won't say anything. But if you insist, I'll tell you the truth.
Oh, and I've seen it happen, and he's like that.
Yeah. And if I tell you the truth, don't be out there crying about it or being salty. It's just like, bruh, you're a grown-ass person. You asked for something. You asked twice. You asked a third time. Well, bitch, when you get your present from Santa, don't be sad when it's exactly what you put on
You
your
signed up for this. People that went there signed up for this. You understand? It's not like they didn't know what they were going into. You know, they signed up for it. So yeah, you signed up for someone to judge you. Be prepared. They might not see you how you see yourself.
Exactly. So that's pretty much it for today's video. We want to hear your thoughts. What do you guys think about this video? By all means, tell us. And let's do
Surely such efforts were rewarded handsomely. Best to keep track of each
Between
detail.
the two of us, who's more attractive?
Oh, definitely you.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
I would have said that too.
Today's topic, we're going to pop in Truth or Drink by The Cut. Since we reacted to Jubilee so much, we try to switch it up, go to another content. However, this is not going to be a cringe report because this, actually, we don't know what it's going to be.
Don't forget to subscribe to our Patreon. All right.
I'm TJ.
I'm Jasmine.
I'm Sethra.
Sethra. You from a Final Fantasy game? What was that? Sethra. She even got an anime-looking head.
She's whiter than the backdrop.
You know how anime characters all have the same faces, but they have different color hair to differentiate them? Yo, okay, Sethra.
I'm Sethra.
My name is Riley.
Sethra and Riley. You know when you get like a exotic ass name and then you get some ordinary shit? It's like sticking a mango beside oatmeal.
It's like if they were siblings, they really
Mango oatmeal's pretty good.
How long have you had a crush on me?
7-ish years?
What?
Yeah.
I just wish you would have told me earlier because I was super insecure in high school and you could have boosted my confidence.
Whoa! Not even to go out with him.
Whoa!
Hey, I would like you tell me before because you know I'd get more confidence.
Bro, this did not go where I thought it was gonna go. When she said,
I just wish you would have told me earlier
I'm like, oh, maybe she used to have a crush on him. Then she said,
because I was super insecure in high school.
I'm like, oh, because you think he would have had a better shot with you then. No. And you're like, no. Because to boost, even then I would have never given you a shot. No, this is so cool.
We started talking a couple months ago because I cast him for a photo shoot.
And now we're here.
Yes, we are.
She asked me if I want to go on a date, and I guess this is what it is.
How long have you had a crush on Jesse?
Oh, since the day I saw your Instagram.
I think what drew me to you was that like you weren't all in my face and like, hey, and I get that often. So like it was kind of cool that you played it cool. Cheers.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that you like played it cool and just like sat in the friend zone forever. So great. Cheers. We can like go drinking to you and I can just tell you about all the guys that I hook up with while you sit there and you just cry yourself to sleep later on at night. Yeah. Cheers. It reminds me of Hillary from Fresh Prince.
Yeah, but not without this.
Between the two of us, who's more attractive?
Oh, definitely you.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
I would have said that too.
I'm glad you said that. I would have said that too. That's not awkward at all, but it kind of is. But I ain't mad at her. That's self-awareness. If you know you look good, you look good. And it's a fact. She looks better than he does. So I ain't mad at it. It's rough. It's in your face, but I kind of like it like that.
Here's a problem.
What?
When you say that I know I'm good looking and you're not very charismatic, people are going to look at you like you're an ass. Even if it is true, that is how people will view you. Sure. I guarantee you, if I go to the comments, people are going to be mad at this girl.
Sure, but she's right.
I feel like I'm pretty attractive.
It's you.
Definitely you.
No.
Definitely you, yeah. You fine as hell. What you talking about? Come on, now look at you.
This looks like two people in a young couple. So I was like, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. You hang Shut the f up and hang up.
What is your favorite position and why?
Oh. She's looking at her like, tell me, but you're never gonna get to try it on me.
Never gonna get it, 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 never gonna get it. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Probably like the standing domino. Yeah, it's a good one.
Oh, if I was your slave, what's the first thing you'd ask me to do?
Free yourself. You don't deserve to be my slave, milady. I feel like he's a white knight like that.
Yeah.
I guarantee you she gets smashed by assholes.
Damn.
See? She's disappointed that he doesn't. What I tell you, she's disappointed that this guy doesn't know how he's gonna treat her as a slave. What am I watching? You don't know how you.
Yo, she got la deception. La deception.
Guaranteed.
I would definitely have you eat me out while I play video games.
I was attracted. Let's go.
The
That's
second
pretty-
one would definitely
pretty
have
great.
you jerk off on the train.
She jerk off on the train.
Okay, you a freak. You okay.
This is off the rails.
Yeah, I ain't mad at it.
It's a strong pass, but okay.
You know, public humiliation, I would be a lot of that.
Here's the thing, right? Like when you're a very nice dude and some broads like submissiveness, you never gonna have a chance. They like that assertiveness. That you gotta be assertive. I mean, I'm not that assertive. Yo.
Yeah, that's what you have. That's what they want.
Last night, headmistress,
I can't say
traversed
no.
a gate that led
I'm
into
not
the
sure.
depths of chaos. When I
damn.
met its
I need you to
host,
take a drink.
I've
That's
heard so
lame.
much from you of Nyx. Yet somehow
I know everyone's
never
gonna rag
expected
on
to
her
meet
because he's so
someone
like
than
shy and passive,
Of
and
all
she's being like
creation,
a
not
bit
just
like
her.
assertive. But that's what she likes. She likes assertive men, and this guy's being so passive. It's kind of pathetic, to be honest with you. I'm more mad at the dude for being so pathetic, and then to be into a girl who's nothing like him. Look, she told him take a drink, and like a little she did.
Cause
this guy's so deep in the friend zone, he's 6 feet under it.
He doesn't know he's in the friend zone.
No, bruh. He's in the basement, the simp zone.
Yeah.
I wish I knew the answer to that.
Me too.
So pathetic. Listen, being a nice and timid guy is not a problem, but understand that if that girl, you're not her type, don't waste your time.
Do you want kids?
Yeah, eventually I would like to have kids. I've got names picked out in my head. Whoever I'm with is going to have to accept that I'm going to name the boys, she can name the girls.
herself has not been seen
Okay.
since Kronos took the
Not
house of
work for
Hades.
me.
I'm
I want
surprised.
0 kids.
Really?
No
Fury
kids.
like that
I'm
of a
not a kid
parent
person.
I've never seen any Final Fantasy characters have kids in the game, so.
I ain't mad at her.
Yeah. She's got a journey to finish, you know what I mean? She got to save the world. So when you're busy doing others, you can't have time to have.
You know what? Shout out to you.
Yeah.
Because it's hard for women to say that they openly don't want kids.
Yeah. I would never date a girl who doesn't want kids.
the task to me.
What about you?
Definitely doggy. Or I'd say, would it be like a reverse cowgirl, like on the couch, though, like where they like have like a seat, right?
Not gonna lie, that's a pretty good one. Listen, that's a good one. Depends on the chemistry between it. But yo, I've had some good, and I was just like, oh, but this is the greatest thing ever. Oh, I've had some good one. Not gonna lie.
That's a good one.
Or I'd say,
Want kids.
Yeah, I would never date a girl who doesn't want kids.
What about you?
definitely doggy. Or I'd say, would it be like a reverse cowgirl, like on the couch, though, like where they like have like a seat,
That's
like,
a good one.
right?
Not gonna lie, that's a pretty good one. Listen, that's a good one. Depends on the chemistry between it. But yo, I've had some girls, and I was just like, oh, but this is the greatest thing ever. Because you know, there's certain positions that you think you're never gonna like because you initially try them out and you hate them, but then you encounter a certain broad and just the. And you're like, ooh, I didn't know I could be here. Yeah, it's great.
Well, you could, because you did.
Yes. And I gave her a high five. I was like, good job.
I'm changing mine. I like that one.
Oh, are you just trying to match mine now?
No, that happened once. Changed my life. Yeah, I'm changing mine.
Okay.
I didn't think I like that one either. There's certain positions I used to just do because a girl would want.
You have to say hi as well. YouTube's watching.
What's the kinkiest thing you've done in the bedroom?
I'm really into butt stuff.
Everything I said has been confirmed, but I need to word it because she went a little bit further.
What's the kinkiest thing you've done in the bedroom?
I'm really into butt stuff. So like plugs and I'm trying to reach a certain goal. Haven't gotten there yet, but I'm trying to do it.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, I like that.
So how about you? What's the kinkiest thing you've done?
After you heard that, just look her straight in the eye and say, butt stuff.
Right. Seriously, bro. You can't just be like...
She's getting mad.
You know what that face is?
No, I don't. Go ahead.
Contempt.
Right. No, you just gotta say...
You sound boring.
You gotta be like, yeah, I'll finger your butt.
But then again, hold on. What would it be if we switched the roles? Because when a girl says stuff like that, it's because she's liberated. When a guy would say like that, he's being repressive, or he's being a
sadist.
He's being about you don't do butt stuff. You're so boring. It wouldn't go so well if it was the opposite. The guy would get a whole lot more flack than she is, which is fine. Because when girls say shit like that, that's sexual liberation. But when men say shit like that, they're but whatever.
Here's the thing. I don't like. It's like when you crush after someone when you know you're not their type. It's like why are you wasting your time? I know some girls who like really classy, preppy dudes. I'm not gonna go after them because I dress like a bum. It is what it is, right? And if I know that's what they go for all the time, I'm not gonna be like, oh please, please. I'm not their type. Keep it moving, B. Why would you crush after? I don't get that. That's stupid to me.
I dare you to kiss me on the lips or take a shot.
Yes.
No hesitation.
Let's go.
No hesitation.
Going in.
That's how I like to see it.
Rainbow Six, we're going in.
Listen, the doors were closed to you. You were deep in that friend zone, and a little light was shown. And Moses parted the Red Sea, and out of the red zone, you began to see the light, and you took it, and you grabbed those lips, and you engaged in beautiful sin. Thank you. Yes, my nigga. I feel like Denzel up in this.
Our garden flourishes.
You'll flourish here.
If Moses parted the Red Sea for my nigga, Moses drowned him, okay?
Pharaoh came back and he got drowned.
My boy did not make it on Noah's Ark. He definitely drowned. God bless you.
Wow.
She drank that so fast to make a statement.
21 gun salute.
Ooh, pour out a little liquor.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good of a kisser am I?
See, you only gave me like a 5-second sample, but I'll...
My nigga said, hey, this ain't a trial run. I'm about to subscribe all year.
Yeah, this guy knows.
Yeah, where's the nearest train, nigga? Let's go.
Let's go.
Where's the nearest train, nigga? Where am I?
I was like a strong 8 for like just a little bit. I was like,
she better not be one of them annoying bros.
Yeah,
like, I'm not a 10.
Look, she was.
Oh, okay.
So only an 8? I'm offended.
Show me a 10?
I mean,
I thought it was an 8. So it was only 8.
Would you do all you broads think you 10s when you kiss?
It's just one girl. Calm down.
No. They all do this. They all do this. They all do this. Try to go up to a girl and she'd be like, so how was my dancing out there? You're like, a 7 out of 10. Well, what do I have to do to get to a 10? You think it's just her, my nigga? You think it's just her, my nigga? Just her? Just her? You think it's just her, my nigga? My nigga, you think it's just her? Her, H-E-R? Her? You think it's G-U-S-T? Her? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Niggas in the comments who dated, tell me what happens when you rate your girl on anything, and tell me if you're honest and modest. Tell me they don't be like, I'm not a 10.
I just wanted you to be.
I'm not a 10.
You're triggered in.
I'm not a 10. I'm not a 10.
You triggered in it.
If I asked a girl, yo, how good looking am I? She was like a 7. I'd be like, thank you, God bless you. Say that to a girl. Yeah, say that. Look how you smile. Yeah,
but I knew. I just wanted to get triggered.
Yeah, just her, my nigga.
That's what I wanted.
Just her.
Just her.
Just her.
It's just her.
Okay.
Damn you.
Come on, ride a train. O'Reilly. Come on, ride a train. O'Reilly. Choo-choo. Come on, ride a train. O'Reilly.
Were you guys more or less into each other after this?
I'd say more.
More.
I'd hang out with you again.
Yeah. Likewise.
I know.
Whoa! I'd hang out.
Okay, here's my advice to do. Stop seeing her, bro. You need to work on whatever you got going on or find someone else who's more up your alley. Bro, you are not her type.
You don't have
and she's
to
not
work-
interested in you.
You don't have to work on nothing. If that's who you are as a person, this girl is not for you. That's it.
No.
I don't think you have to work on anything because that would be disingenuous of who you are.
Right.
If that is who you are, move the f on.
That's right.
That is just not you.
Tell her.
That's it. Don't work on nothing.
She's still looking at him with contempt. Still. Do it.
You know why? Because they have a tendency to romanticize. So there's still that we can hang out, but
Because no, it's because she sees him as pathetic. And any woman that deems you pathetic will look at you with contempt. Especially if you try to hang around them all the time.
Go to
playtruthodrink.com
and buy the game and play it.
Yeah, and you can do this shit off camera so you can actually get wild with it.
Yet we know
You have
the
the
version
option
that
to,
you
but
bear.
that's fine.
you are not. The way she looked at it, she's like, the way she looked at him is like, nigga, you out of all people cannot talk about nothing being wild.
Listen, if you out here and you stuck in the friend zone, okay, you buying this girl stuff, you listen to her problems, you find out she other dudes, and you not getting something you desperately want something, you're in the simp zone, and it's pathetic. And I look down on you. Get the fuck out. I don't like that kind. And it makes me sad for you. I'm compassionate, but at the same time, like, it's pathetic. Pick yourself up and move on. To me, it's pathetic.
It is what it is.
So anyways, we want to hear your thoughts. What did you guys think? Shout out to my other boy who was in the friend zone and took advantage, and he went in.
He went in.
I respect that. Anyways, that's it for today's video. We want to hear your comments below.
And don't forget to subscribe to the Patreon if you want to. And we also have the podcast, I Button Preach Podcast. Check that out. Peace! You should do a or drink.
You one day? Yeah. Alright. But then we would have to include the viewers. Do like a live stream?
Live.
Yeah. Okay, I'm mad at that.
Yeah.
I'm setting that shit up.
Okay.
I don't drink.
Yeah, that's right. Hello?
On average, how many dates do you go on before you sleep with somebody?
2, 3, 2. One to get to know, and then one to
Get to know. I will have sex on the first date.
Quite certain that it's best to be up here. I heard your kind, that is to say, those of the underworld, that you're not fit to linger on the
Did
surface.
you hear what she said? She didn't say.
Don't overextend on our behalf.
I would have on the first date. No, she said I will have sex on the first date. That's gonna happen. It's just on you. That's bring that back. Bring it back.
I will have sex on the first date.
Me was the breath
in. He's about to eat that shit up. Let's go.
Yo, this girl took her own breath away.
Let's go.
No. What is it? 4 inches? What's that one? 4 inches? Al Pacino. Football. You don't know that one? Hold up. The difference between winning and losing is 4 inches. Sometimes you get there too slow, sometimes too quick. Huh? But I want you to look at everyone in this room.
Is it any given Sunday?
Look at 'em and understand that what we have right here means something. Something more than what they have out there. Four inches. That's all it is, guys. The difference between winning and losing. 4 inches. That's pretty much all I got. Pretty good, right? It wasn't 4 inches. I don't know what it was.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a couple inches, something like that.
Rate my attractiveness on a scale of 1 to 10.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Shivon.
I'm Mohammed.
My name is Sanaya, and I am here to share my secret crush.
Shout out to Sanaya.
Oh, you think she fine?
Yeah.
I was about to say the same thing. That's the first time we have the same taste.
So we thought a couple of women are fine.
Who?
Remember that teacher video you showed me? The one with the teacher who was fine?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We met in college. She dated one of my best friends for like a year and a half.
Does your best friend know?
Not really.
That's sus.
What do you mean?
He has a crush on a woman who dated his best friends for a long time?
Yeah.
That's sus. When you have a crush on somebody that your best friend dated for a long time, I'm not saying it's inherently sus, but sometimes you just look at that nigga and waiting.
Yeah, of course
Or
you
you
do,
fantasize about that.
You don't decide.
Huh?
If motherfucker look good.
Yeah.
You're gonna be with your friend and you're gonna be like, hey, motherfucker look good.
Nah, when you crush on somebody who dated your best friend and you like very like intimately romantic about it, generally you just been waiting for your shot. I don't know. To me, as a friend,
sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I look at somebody funny like that.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. I'm Vanessa.
I'm Uriah.
We have Truth or Drink Friends Edition.
How do you two know each other?
We weirdly met through my ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
Do you still talk to that boyfriend?
No. I just like a clean break.
Bro, the way she's fixated on art and she's trying to maintain eye contact with the camera.
I ain't mad at you for that.
I think you have a great smile. I think you have a good laugh. I really like the way that you like talk and tell stories. I think it's very engaging.
That's such a good compliment.
I don't know. I just love listening to you speak.
All right. I'm good. Carry on. I don't know why I cringe.
It's because you can feel how much he likes her and you can feel it's not reciprocated.
Yup.
If a woman really likes her compliment, she'll go like, oh, thanks.
She'll go, oh.
Nice. Thank you. Oh.
But we don't know. I mean, I don't know. But yeah.
Hey, if she reciprocates, nigga, I'll give you 100.
That's no, fuck 100. You give me 1,000.
Listen, we're not betting no racks.
Oh yeah,
we don't got money like that.
I owe you 1,000.
You do.
Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Look at all the colorful Monopoly money. People are confused. Americans are like, yo, why they got colored money? All right, let's go.
That's nice.
This is not planned. This is so stupid. Okay, let's just go.
What happened?
You guys didn't see the other video we bet and you lost. But anyways, yeah.
What are my toxic traits?
Not taking no as an answer.
That's fair.
I understand like the want to like keep your hopes up, but like sometimes like a no is just a no.
Yeah.
Ram pa pa pam, ram pa pa pam, ram pa pa pam. Man down, ram pa pa pam.
Oh. Okay, so this is much more different than what I thought it was. Revealing my feelings to my secret crush. Bitch, it ain't no secret.
No, it ain't no secret. But
She knows.
It's probably because the way he's been acting is so serious.
Bro, that's creepy, bro. Let me rephrase.
But don't.
I think it's obsessive. And it's like at one point, bro, just move the fuck on.
Creepy. Good. We all here creepy? Creepy.
I've been working on improving, but obviously, like, it's a...
I've been working on improving, but here we are.
How good are you in bed? Sell me on your skills.
I'm gonna say I'm a 10.
That is a known fact. That is a no. That's a no. That's.
Yeah, Sanaya, you said you were 10?
Okay.
I don't believe you.
So bad.
No, it's not even that. I don't believe anybody who says they're 10.
No, that's
Because anybody who's oversold beyond their skills has always been underperforming.
Really?
Yeah. You know what? If a girl comes at me, she says, I'm a 6, I'm like, oh, this gonna be good. Because, bitch, we can only go up from here, nigga. Unless you sewed up your pussy, that shit don't work, nigga, we going up. Because we on the bottom floor. How can you fuck up a 6 out of 10?
God damn, if you fuck that shit up.
Yeah, you must like just without asking, stick a finger in the nigga's ass to fuck that shit up. Then we go into the basement, literally. We go to the dark places. That's the only way you fuck it up.
That's the only.
A 6 out of 10?
Yeah.
That's humble. And in the bedroom, you should be humble.
Yeah.
Most people suck.
Yup. That's most people.
What is your best position then, if you don't want to answer that question?
I would say like the reverse doggy.
No. Motherfucker underrate they oh my god.
Wait.
They try to be special with it.
Wait, what the fuck is a reverse dog?
Is you're on your head.
Hold on. Think about it.
Because reverse doggy, you
If
push
you get
it.
ahead, there's two options, okay? You're hitting it from the back. Reverse doggy means you either flip it upside down, which is missionary. Or reverse doggy means you flip her around and then she eating, which is you getting head.
And then, you know, because I like the hair pull, you get a nice little like a kind of handle grip. That way, you know, no slips.
Okay.
I don't know if this girl's just got a really good poker face or she's just not used to being on camera.
Yeah.
But she ain't giving me much.
No.
What are your turn-ons?
I like a person that's very sure of themselves and their direction in life.
Ambition, family-oriented, being a supporter. Like, I have big goals, so if you can't, you know, like see the big picture with me, then, you know, it ain't gonna work, so.
She's not listening to him. She's like, have my baby. She's not listening to him at all, my dude. She nodded, but it went in her head, it went, ooh. And then he saw both of them running through like poppy fields and babies like that. She's like,
If he's single, he don't. That's clear.
Something about shoulders, especially, and like a strong back.
He's like, not me.
He went, how about some titties? Oh, I feel for this guy. This guy's getting roasted by the internet for sure.
Rate my attractiveness on a scale of 1 to 10.
1 to 10, 100.
That's the sound of a pussy pop. That's what you heard? It went like this. It went like, ooh.
That's a good sound.
That's a good sound.
I love tattoos and like piercings and curly hair. I'll give you a 9.
A 9? Oh, let's go.
A 10, because the personality just adds so much to it. I'm like a sapiosexual. I love mindsets. I'm attracted to that.
Triggered.
Ali, yeah, khara. If there's one thing that fucking online dating made me fucking hate is the term
sapiosexual.
Why you don't like mine?
Oh, you know I'm attracted to like people
don't like
with
mine?
you know intelligence. We think some out here. I love dumb motherfuckers. Man, the dumber the bitch, the dumber the. I like that shit. I like the dumb man. And you know what I noticed too? It's always the driest, lamest ass people who say shit like they sapiosexual.
Yeah.
Like they trying to compensate for their lack of brains, like going through their apartment. Jesus.
Goddamn, you went here.
Why we create a sexuality for everything? We call them gold diggers. We don't call them like currency sexual.
I like that.
What are you talking about?
I like that.
What are you talking about?
I like that. I like that. That makes sense. That's
so lame. Hey, you know what? I'm a phallosexual.
You like dick. Okay? Stop. You like dick.
What are we talking about?
Hey, listen. I'm gluteus maximus sexual. You
No,
understand?
bro.
I like Buddha.
Rate my attractiveness on a scale of 1 to 10.
Ram pa pa pam, ram pa pa pam, ram pa pa pam.
Let me say this.
Man down. God damn.
Let me say this. Ordinarily, I'd feel really bad for you. Ordinarily.
You're so clingy.
But she done said no to you multiple times.
And you still here.
So she can't afford to tell you look good. She can't even lie to you. Because that'll lead you on. So at some point, it's like, if you ain't taking a fucking clue, hey man, get what you get. God dang, so y'all need to move on.
Attractiveness is subjective.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop.
I mean, it's awkward.
Have
for her.
your shot.
It's awkward for her. I get it.
Oh, yeah.
She's trying to break the tension.
Yeah.
If we were to have sex, what would you do to me?
Oh Lord. If you get lucky, maybe one day.
Inviting her secret crush and talking about if you get lucky. Hey, listen, Sanai.
He's here.
Hey, listen, Sanai. I get it.
He's here.
You know what I mean? You have a crush, you invite him on the show, but you're still trying to be a lady.
He's
but
here.
at the same time,
He's here.
just answer the question. Just say straight up, hey, man, I'll dream with balls. Yeah, say that shit.
Big pause.
I'm pretending to be her.
They don't. Still pause.
If we were to have sex, what would you do to me?
It really kind of depends on what lead up to it, like what's the energy beforehand, and that really.
The energy's great. The experience is great. You're at the house.
He just wants to
Damn,
know.
y'all want me to-
I'm out here with this anticipation. Like,
See,
what's
but that's the
going on?
thing. A lot of times people be trying to just rush and go. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to build up to it. You know what I mean?
You're not getting nowhere to the detail of.
That's fine. How about this? I'll just show you.
What?
I don't even want to talk. I don't talk about it anyway.
Yeah, I'll just show you. She like, what?
No, because you went. No, because she said I like people that know and are assertive in life and know where they're going. Bitch, we go.
What's the sound?
Enough.
Oh. What happened? He said, I'll just show you. Ooh. That's what happened. That's what happened.
All the sphincters went, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This says for me to tell you that I have a crush on you.
I do have a crush on you, but I feel like I have feelings for you. I've been attracted to you since I think before you met Adam. But
Before?
She's like, where? We didn't know each other.
No.
You a whole stalker.
yeah, like you were on my periphery. I was interested in you.
Huh.
Yeah.
The real reason why I brought you here was not for Truth or Drink friends. It was Truth or Drink my secret crush because I've low-key like been crushing on you since we met.
Yeah.
But I've never like wanted to say anything just because I'm a little shy.
That's actually hilarious.
Hey, you know what? Shout outs to her. Shout out to anybody who wants to go out of their way. I think this is a crazy way to do it. Like, I mean, if you're a shy person going through this whole big thing, but maybe doing something big and extravagant is your way to overcome your shyness. So I think that's a cool thing, you know, irrespective of who's doing it and how it goes. So that's good. Because best believe I'll take an L. But I ain't trying to take an L on national television or any internet web for millions of people to see and be immortalized. That's a lot of, that's a lot of reminders of my L.
Are these feelings mutual? Why or why not?
Or not.
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm very flattered. But it's like it's definitely extra weird because like, we met through an ex-boyfriend and I'm like clean break and then like we come here
Surprise.
and I'm like, hey.
No, I get it.
Why not?
Y'all wanna know something funny? I actually had a day plan for us after this.
I'm fucking you tonight. You know damn well that's going on.
Hey.
Yo, you knew. Hey. I'm just rooting for my man right there.
Yeah. She probably watching this video right now and be like, I'm training this nigga's balls. Pause.
Are these feelings mutual?
I would say they're not mutual. Just because when I work with somebody, I try to keep it, what it is. Like, if we work together, I keep it cordial. I don't like to mix business with pleasure.
Technically, we never did any business together.
That's what I'm saying. So, for me, it's kind of like out of the question to even like try and develop feelings. But there's a reason I'm just.
There's a reason why we're not doing this, and it's because I'm fucking somebody. She getting dick somewhere. Don't worry,
she is being professional.
Yeah.
Could you see yourself falling in love with me?
Fall in love. I ain't gonna lie, when I like somebody, I'm a simp. So maybe.
That's a yes or no.
I'm open to it.
So it's a yes or no.
You just want to hear one word, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what? Remember when I said this girl can't be intense, she lied? Maybe I was wrong. I mean, that was intense. So which one, yes or no? Listen, for a relationship, probably not for me. But in the bedroom, hey, do you want to put your dick?
Did you just want to put your dick?
Listen, that's why I did this. Because even though imagining that, listen, shut the fuck up.
I didn't say shit.
No, don't say that. You did. What did? What is this?
Matthew, what you said, bro?
I didn't say anything. I didn't say that.
We heard it.
Nah.
Roll this shit back.
Do you want to put your dick? I said, do you want to put your Stop.
No, that's not how you said it, nigga.
The bars came out.
Nah, that's not how you said it. That's not, you want to put your dick. That's what you said. Play it back in slow motion, please.
Hey, man. Put your dick.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, I didn't finish that sentence. You don't know where I said put the dick. It could go in the right places. Pause. What? Hey, yo!
Hey, yo!
No.
Hey, yo!
That shit was fine. Good for the people who got it right. Good for the other people. It was a little bit weird. For the dude who's just obsessing, like, just move the fuck on. Just stop.
Get the clue.
All right. Go date. Go see other people.
Jesus Christ.
She's not into you. What she describes she's into, it's not you. You obsessing over her stops you from seeing other people. And also, it's creepy. It's weird.
Don't do it.
So, that's pretty much it for me. Anything else?
No.
Let us know what you guys think. So if you aren't aware, Gideon went to some town in Arkansas, which is considered the most racist town in the USA, and basically interviewed a bunch of people. Hassan played the video without 2 seconds in, basically said a bunch of stuff, and so Gideon, hearing what he said, felt some type of way, and here are his comments.
That's basically Hassan and Nabi, right? The reason why I want to react to this video with you guys is because I felt very, 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 very patronized watching his video and then also reading the comments. Baffled, like, how are you gonna tell me I've been a black man, I've been a black kid, and now I'm becoming a black man, bro? How are you gonna tell me in my 21 years of life I don't know what is? Because I felt, bro, when I tell you I've not felt like this in my life, like, it's crazy, bro. Like, basically, I felt like they were telling me how I should feel.
Yeah, get used to that. Now that you're in the art sphere, you're content creating, you're going to be around a lot of left-leaning people. You're going to be around a lot of people who think they know better than you. Even if they're white, they're going to tell you, no, as a black man, this is what you should feel. As somebody who's been in the arts for the last 12 years, I've heard it all, which is why I'm, like, really turned off by these people. That's how they operate.
I don't think Vosh is like an idiot. One of the reasons why I hold him to a higher standard is I think he's like fairly intelligent. He just does it for optics sometimes or whatever. But this man, this brave warrior, decided that he was gonna go headstrong, blinder.
So if you aren't aware, Gideon went to some town in Arkansas, which is considered the most racist town in the USA.
Let's talk about what we're doing to white people. There's been something going on for a while now that we're being told not to notice. More to the point, that we're asking white people not only to ignore, but to accept. The rising tide of racial hatred against white people. In the past decade, there has been a noticeable cultural shift in what constitutes acceptable speech as it relates to white people. Back when I was a kid, in the early 2000s, the mainstream American culture preached about respecting each other's differences and not seeing color. Nowadays, we say that not seeing color is racism, that you must see color. But the more I see how things are unfolding, the more I'm convinced that this is wrong. Back then, saying something offhanded about white people were seen as not appropriate, just as it would be to say something offhanded about people of any other race. But that soon gave way to our current times, in which there exists virtually no limit to what racial minorities can and do say about white people. I believe this is the natural outgrowth of a perverse ideology that teaches us that every societal ill is the fault of white people, and that whatever prejudice acts we may inflict upon them does not constitute discrimination because we don't have the power to discriminate. And alarmingly, this is particularly pronounced in the younger generation. But is it true? Do we not have the power to discriminate? Well, let's see.
This is not where I thought this video was going to go.
Where did you thought? Where did you think it was going?
What are we doing to white people? And I was going to say erasing them, which I agree. With every interracial relationship, white people are immigrating, they're not having babies, they're racist. I thought that's what
we're not racist.
I thought the Chinese guy was going to be like, hey man, you know what we doing? We bringing our people, we taking over, right? And I was going to celebrate it.
You was about to celebrate.
Yeah, the future.
Path of stars.
Sorry. I love y'all, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, it is, you know, like y'all don't have kids, it is what it is. Like, what do you want me to say, right? Okay. And then he went to where he went, and I don't disagree because I feel like this is stuff I've already said before. I personally think it's super cringe when some minorities get up on these platforms and say,
everything is white supremacy. Everything is white people's fault, and black people can't be racist or can't discriminate, or even when they're doing hate crimes and punching Asian dudes in the face and saying I hate y'all. No, it's not. Or it's not racism. It's prejudice. I'm like, bro, that distinction is like, no, it wasn't rape. It was sexual. I'm like, okay, thanks, stupid.
But it is white people's fault.
What is?
Everything.
Okay, go for it. Hit him with your punchline.
Well, I got nothing. It's just that it feels good to say that. You know, taking all your problems and be like, yeah, there you go. Yeah. You wear that coat now. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is the first time I've worn this coat.
It's cool.
It's
no,
nice.
put it for real. Put it on for real.
No.
Side project.
I'm too poor for that.
Oh, shut your ass up.
No.
Put it. They gonna put you in.
You know why I can't do it?
Why?
Because if I start, I can't stop.
Put that shit on. Nigga, put that shit on. Put that shit on. Put that.
I feel like my mom gives me the prom dress. Sorry. Hey. Hold on. We have made a decision. They have replaced Abba with Daba Zulu III, the king of Ethiopia. We have come here today to celebrate the crowning of a true king, a man who has come here, killed a lion, and won it afterwards.
There you go.
I've come to these lands to conquer the white women, the women from the Caucasus Mountains, to inform them about what we are doing to white people.
What are we doing to white people?
We are giving them the daba. They are going to enjoy it. It is not a sickness, it is a cure. Hey, yo, how much you pay for this?
And it was 2,400. But we meet me up.
What? What you just say? What you just say? I thought I was about to pay a few hundred.
No,
you said how much?
It's a few hundred. It's not. I didn't pay for it. I didn't pay that much.
Okay.
I paid 1.8.
I just want you guys to appreciate. He said that.
I felt something.
And I can appreciate. I respect that's preach. In my head, all I kept thinking was like, bro, I don't think I've ever spent over 100. And everything always got to be on sale. This is my brain. But I respect it, because this is what I say. You spent 1.8,
but it was on sale.
But you spent 1.8, but that shit fly.
That shit fly.
That shit work.
First, let's take a look at the racial hatred at the interpersonal level. In today's society, it has become somewhat fashionable to think things and say things about and to white people that would not be acceptable if it was said about any other race. And we're being taught that the double standard is not wrong, that it is rather a form of empowerment. They'll attribute negative experiences that they've had with white people to their whiteness. You had an argument in line at the grocery store with a white person, they were actually entitled because they were white. A white driver cut you off when you were driving, they need to protect their white privilege. Your actions, your conduct, and your existence, in other words, boil down to your whiteness. And ashamedly, at one point in time, this was how I used to think as well.
Great Aphrodite.
And beyond the people in my circle, I noticed that many people of color have this sort of blasé attitude. An attitude most particularly pronounced when there are no other white people around. Things are being said not just behind closed doors, but out in the open. Not just between close friends, but between complete strangers. So here's the thing. This is something that I've experienced countless times, so I know that there are other people who are experiencing it too. I know it must resonate with at least some of you. The difficulty here is that no matter how many anecdotes I share, they are just that, anecdotes. And people who refuse to believe that this is happening will just chalk it up to my experiences being a fluke. Or worse yet, they'll say I'm lying. So I've compiled some TikTok videos. I want you to take a look at the things that are being said about white people, especially by the younger generation, the kind of statements people wouldn't dare say about people of any other race. Take a look at what is stunningly in vogue in today's society, and ask yourselves, where does this lead to years down the line?
You have a token white, and you're hanging out with your friend group of color. You need to ask permission from everybody in the group to bring your white friend.
Count right now.
What? Okay.
Like, don't just bring them. I might not be in the mood to deal with white shenanigans that day. That's all I'm saying. And another thing, it feeds into their ego. Like, don't let them think they're a good white person.
Hypothesis asks, how can they support Black and Indigenous people of color? And sometimes I really don't know what to say, but here's one easy way. Just don't have babies.
Can single-handedly cause the white genocide that they are so afraid of. With 2.25 billion Asian women and 500 million white men, crazy. It'll only take 2 generations. In 2 generations, there will no longer be any blonde-haired.
There's some things I noticed about white American culture. Being grounded is a punishment to them. That's what they call punishment. The least grounded, least balanced, most destructive race considers being grounded a punishment? Yeah.
TikTok really is a breeding ground for cringe.
And the problem with that is that algorithm. The more you watch it, the more you get proposed that shit.
Well, yeah. You see a bunch of people saying dumb stuff and spouting off out the side of their mouth and getting millions of views on TikTok and encourages everybody else to do the same. And the algorithm really does keep you right.
Yeah.
Like you thought content creators on YouTube were lazy. TikTok got the laziest content creators I've ever seen blowing up on nothing. Women staring at the camera going, watch some shitty ass song and play in the background, getting millions. Girl going like, if he got a small dick and getting millions. I'm like, what? But I guess that's what people watch. So.
What is with Caucasian people and like their inability to like read a fucking room? Like y'all act like you don't understand shit because y'all be the first ones during a conversation about the Holocaust to get so mad when black people be like, you do realize that the original Jewish people were black, right? White people do not need to explain to anybody about us all bleeding red because baby, you all are the people that need to learn that lesson. Clearly, history shows that you all are the people that like to pillage and eradicate, enslave and oppress, attempt to suppress greatness because you all simply don't.
You went all the way to Africa to physically take black people from their homes, shove them in on boats where a lot of them got diseases and died, told them where they could sit on a bus, told them which schools they could go to, which water fountains they could use, which bathrooms they could use, and that's sugarcoating it. Those are just terms. I'm not even describing all the disgusting things that happened. And they don't even want revenge. They are letting you guys skate by asking for equal rights. That's it? And you're still saying no? They are not as angry as they should be. Y'all are getting off easy, and you're still saying no?
Fuck you. Some people look at that and chalk it up to the grumblings of the powerless. That's the idea that when you have a power disparity, the less powerful sort of has this general society given leeway to complain about the more powerful. The villagers complaining about their king doesn't have the same ring as the king making snide and crude comments about the villagers. But that's not what's going on here. Because although certain segments of our society refuse to believe this, even as evidence mount before our very eyes, in one side of the political aisle, people of color actually have greater power than white people. That is the truth that is not being acknowledged by the people that need to hear it, because this gets in the way of them wielding that power in the way they want. Malignantly. I've heard from somewhere that politics is downstream of culture, and I think that is certainly correct. We have a mainstream culture that tells us it's okay to hold prejudice and hateful view of white people, and our politics is then infused with this energy, and we see active, overt, and on the books racial discrimination of white people that those who are perpetuating this hatred is refusing to see as discrimination. They'll say, no, this is remediation. These are the same people who are making tenuous arguments that some of our race-neutral laws discriminate against people of color. And this is certainly evidence that in one side of the political aisle, people of color have more power than white people. Because if we didn't have the power, we wouldn't be able to put into place practices and policies that does this. That's what power is. Things like Minneapolis local government agreeing to a contract with teachers' unions that says white teachers must be fired first. New York City's government enacting a policy of having white seniors go to the back of the line on life-saving COVID treatment. A college professor that says white people should be killed and facing no repercussions. Cornell University banning white people from rock climbing lessons. One of many instances of liberal colleges doing the utmost to exclude and ostracize white students. BIPOC only events equal no.
Bro, you can stop looking at me every time somebody says motherfucking BIPOC.
I won't stop.
But yes.
I won't stop. I'm gonna look at you every time.
Too cringe.
Someone's gonna say "poc" or "ba." I'm gonna look at you.
Yeah. Listen, I think when it comes to the whole idea of some of these laws, I think you have a very strong argument there. As far as like people making comments and saying all this stuff about white folks that wouldn't be acceptable, I agree, which is why I think everybody should be able to say everything about everybody. That's why people say like, white people can't talk about black people. Yes, they can.
This will be over soon.
Go ahead. I know in society you won't get green dry. Me personally, I ain't mad. What are we doing?
I don't know, taking the skin and wearing it. Yeah, I'm just kidding. But what are we doing is, you know what? I hate this new thing. It links to a lot of things, right? So I don't even know where to start. And maybe this is gonna be like usual when I talk. It's a bit all over the place. But there's a lot of things to unpack. Okay? What are we doing to white people? What are we doing? It's not so much what we're doing to white people. It's just that I'm just gonna go for the first point of what he said. First, back then, it was all about I don't see color, I don't see color. And it's just like the Matrix. Animatrix, remember that shit? At first, it was okay. I don't see color. That meant that. But what happened is people started denying the struggle that came with the color. Like, I know I don't see color, but I also don't see the struggle and the difficulties that you can go through. Yeah, I like you, but yeah, you don't make the extra effort to. So one solution was kind of not enough. And the problem with that is, where the problem is from, is whenever they dealt with racism back then in the 90s and 80s, whatever, they always try to do it in some kind of advertisement way, with a slogan, with a catchphrase. Yeah, I don't see color. The problem with that is you're trying to emulate a whole ass problem with just one catchphrase. And that never, and people grab onto that, and it never solved the problem. So whenever you see, there's differences, you have to respect everybody. Back then they were saying, you don't see color, or don't look at color. It's really just a catchphrase. But it creates other problems, because it's a problem that is so complex. It comes from different things in different places, that just solving it with a catchphrase creates other shit. People back in the 80s and 90s, the early 90s, they went on this bandwagon. I don't see color. I don't see color. Sometimes when you talk to old school people, they still have that. Hey, but I don't see color. Yeah, well, and then you meet new people like, young ones like, no, there's a problem with that. I got a struggle. We have differences, and I just want to be respected as a human being, which cause other problems. So that's where that is from, and that's the slogan thing. And never solve the problem. It's a shortcut to a bigger issue.
I like seeing I don't mind it. I understand sentiment from individuals that I don't know. I'm gonna treat you as an individual, which I think is wonderful, and that's great. Unfortunately, sometimes there's unconscious biases that people are operating that you might need to actually pay attention to within yourself or maybe in other people, and that's where seeing color may be important. On the flip side, there's people who see color all day long, and that's all they see. They don't see shapes, they don't see sizes, they don't see nothing, they just see color. That's like, bitch, we know you see every spectrum of, okay, can you see anything else? Because that's not all people are. They're not just their skin tone. So there's a balance of those two things, which might sound like a boring answer, but it is the truth. I don't walk through life and say, I don't see gender, stupid. I go to the bathroom, I see gender. When a woman can't do certain things a man can't do, I see gender. When I'm fucking, I see gender. It is what it is. When I'm watching sports, I see gender.
Return to Shadow now.
I understand the concept of wanting to see the individual for the individual, and I think that's a wonderful idea. I think the way sometimes this slogan is employed, like Preach said, is it's almost to like disregard everything, which I think you can find a good balance in between. But like I said, the whole like white people are to blame for everything, I personally think it's corny. Everyone who's just like, you have certain people just everything, white supremacy, patriarchy. Well, and the reason why I find this kind of messaging unappealing, and I think why this messaging is losing out in public discourse, is it removes personal agency. It removes personal accountability. It removes people's ability to feel like they can influence any kind of change in their own personal life. And I'm just not interested in messaging that goes that far.
Thank you for waiting.
It really feels sometimes like sometimes they just throw that out there. And
how can you be so certain that
it's
there
like
are
they
no
don't
more weavings taking place?
Pick themselves up.
Rather than the fates set in the course of our lives.
Yeah, well, how about you go for grants? Well, you know how it is, the way the system works. Nah, but you didn't try. Yeah, but the way the system works. Bro, just try to do it like that. We'll go through. Yeah, but no, it's not worth it.
Yeah, you can have two niggas shooting each other. White supremacy. I'm like, bruh, at which point are any of you motherfuckers gonna take any accountability for anything?
At which point did you become an adult taking decisions for yourself?
No. There's like no balance between the messaging. It's why you see leftists being always about like this fat acceptance thing, and you have right-wing conservative people who are just like, well, there's nothing society that makes people more likely to be fat. It's like, no, nothing in the food, nothing in the programming at school, nothing in the education, nothing in the lack of access to good foods in some areas. No, it's like you can't have a balance for none of these people. I that's what I hate about this discourse. But anyways, I feel like we haven't even played this guy's video, so I just want to at least give him a chance. So that's my thoughts. But yeah, if you guys want, go check out the rest of his video. It seems pretty well thought out, whether you agree or not. So you guys can go check that out.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just want to cover that. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
I'm not obligated to, and I can't afford to.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
Doesn't matter.
You can't just tell me I have 2 weeks to find somewhere.
You've had over a month, and
no, I haven't.
Look, you have done nothing but dig your heels in and try and make me feel bad about your.
No, I haven't. I've been trying to educate you.
No, your education is brainwashing.
No, it's not. You just won't listen to me.
No, I'm not going to listen to.
You've known
this
Headmistress
crap.
quite a while.
Now you
haven't
talk.
you?
I have schizophrenia.
Where did you meet? I always wanted to
care
ask.
what you have. I don't. It doesn't mean we live in squalor. And it doesn't mean you're a bully.
I'm not even a bully. You literally dead name me, misgender me, and tell me that.
Apparently it's not clear to people that I am mentally and physically disabled. I can't just go out and get a fucking job. Apparently I have to remind people that we're in the middle of people have been asking for updates, and I'm going to update and also clear some things up. Apparently it's not clear to people that I am mentally and physically disabled.
If you're in the age of being able to live alone, and you live with your parents, and you nag them, and you nag them, and you nag them, it's a possibility that eventually they will kick you out. That being said, it's not because you are mentally ill, it excuses you from everything. It doesn't. Your illness is not an excuse for everything. I cannot be a jackass to this man, and after that, claiming on, hey, you know what, I'm mentally ill.
Alone.
At some point, I'm gonna have to do something about it. At some point, I'm gonna have to do something about it, and
figurative. Were you already?
I was.
Not to be a problem to people, or not to be a burden to people. You understand what I'm saying?
Needed a tactician.
Third thing that I'm gonna say, the mom said, "Oh, you're not allowed to be a bully and everything and stuff like that." That's what I've been finding every community that's been ostracized being. They eventually become a bully. They eventually become a bully. We could name the community, it's going to be that. Whether it's women with feminism, at first needed, then become a bully. Whether it's become the community,
fishing trip with
first
Nemesis.
needed, then you become a bully. That's why your mama kicked your ass out.
To be plucked out by you.
On the point of
What
this
did they do
topic.
to deserve this?
Okay, I'm gonna give you the spicy thing. This is the spicy thing. Go ahead. I don't even think she got schizophrenia. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Just listening to her talk and her go through that whole thing, I think some people just love the whole mental health label.
I didn't want to go there.
I'll go there. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, new year, new me.
How can life possibly be fair, knowing there are creatures of all sorts, such as those dwelling in these waters?
I don't think she got it. That's you! I don't care. That's you! I think people like all kinds of layers. I've seen people fucking claim the autism thing with zero diagnosis because it's cool to be autistic. Okay, listen, I'm not joking. There is something very bizarre with people wanting to claim illnesses and issues that they don't have. It's like the Rachel Dolezal thing.
Yes.
You need to be like, yeah, that thing.
Yes.
Forget transracial. Transdiagnosis.
Yes. It's been going like that for years. Remember? I remember when I was.
She said you dead named me, you misgendered me, you won't acknowledge. Like, oh my gosh, like how many layers of pressure you going on in this household? Really? I'm just saying. I could be wrong.
No.
Could come out that.
I don't think you are.
But, you know, just hearing her talk and be like, I don't think people realize this, but I have mental health. Like, I don't know. There's something about it just didn't smell right. And it's like, oh, you can't find a job? You probably can't with those piercings in your nose. You probably can't with that hair color and that unscruffed look. Listen, she just looks like a giant brat who doesn't want to assume responsibilities and is trying to be interesting by looking crazy. That's what it appears on the outside looking in. For the parent who's being patient, it's like, yo, listen, you of age, it's time for you to be an adult. She didn't want to kick her out. She said, pay your part of the rent. pay your part of the rent. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to ask. I don't think that's and if she's saying that, you know why that probably is? It's probably because this kid's not going to school. They're not doing much with their life. They don't have a job either. So it's just like you're being a fucking deadbeat and you're hiding behind this mental illness and this kind of bullying to try to emotionally manipulate me into doing what you want. It's probably because this kid's not going to school. They're not doing much with their life. They don't have a job either. So it's just like you're being a fucking deadbeat and you're hiding behind this mental illness and this kind of bullying to try to emotionally manipulate me into doing what you want. That's what it appears like on the outside. Now, there's a lot of details that can make you change my mind.
Why does it fall solely to
but
me?
Just using the few words that the mom used. And also what's interesting is the girl filmed it and put this online. You know how delusional you have to be to put that shit up and think you're going to be the one who's going to get sympathy?
Surpasses mine, and she's trained at least as hard. I've seen it.
You filmed that interaction with your mom, not your mom. If your mom would have put up that video, I would have felt different. But it was you who decided to film that interaction and upload it. That's you trying to garner sympathy from people and manipulating them. That's you.
Together we shine.
I'm just saying.
What's a day in Preach life look like? I wake up in the morning like everybody else. Then, well, I take care of my wife's pussy. Yeah, I pet it. Well, I mean, you know, everybody knows my wife's pussy. Then I head downstairs to train. I train a bit, do my little boxing. Then after that, I wash myself. And after that, I dress up and I put on some perfume. There's one thing about looking good, but smelling good, there's the whole difference. In order to do that, you have to find the right combination. And sometimes the perfume, they're expensive. I'm a perfume aficionado. I got a lot of perfume in my cupboard. But to get to that, I gotta try on a lot of them. And to do that, well, it costs a lot of money. But I got the thing for you, Scentbird. Yeah, look at this. He sends you samples like a month's supply. Usually, a supply of perfume, when we talk about a sample, it looks like this. Look at that. Now, let me take that out and show you. For a fraction of the price of the real perfume. Yeah. And then you're able to test different perfume. Like you see here in the package that I receive Wildfire by Raw Spirit, I receive Stag by The Maker, and I receive some Dolce & Gabbana, Light Bleu ou Intense pour homme. Yeah. Wow.
Come, little one, let's go.
That feline is to be trusted then?
I have some thoughts on this as a mentally and physically disabled person. This person uploaded a video screaming at their parent because they wanted 4 weeks notice when they are not obligated to get that because they are not paying rent to live there. They use the excuse of being mentally and physically disabled to not be able to get a job. Let's talk about that. I myself am physically and mentally disabled. I've gotten 4 jobs during the pandemic. And before anyone says it's because I live in a big city, I got 2 of those jobs in a very tiny city with under 3,000 people. Yes, disabilities can be debilitating, and that's what they are, disabilities. Which sometimes mean you can't always work, and that's fine. But from what she said, I know personally tons of people that work with the disabilities that they have. Using disabilities to be completely rude to random people or your parents or family is not okay. And it's definitely not okay to use your disability as an excuse to not pay rent wherever you're living.
It's been going on for ages because I remember when I was in elementary school, there's some people that faked having an eye problem because they wanted to have glasses because the glasses were cool.
Yep.
It's been going since then. Yeah. Then after that, after it was glasses, then after that it was contacts, right? After contacts, before contacts was braces. Some people were getting braces, wanted to get braces. Some people that you know just wanted braces because they like the attention. There's some people always like whenever when we hit high school and there was like this store that you could buy some stuff. They would buy the bandages like, oh, I hurt myself, just to look like they hurt yourself because they like the attention. Oh, what happened to some people really just want to be asked, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, what happened to you? They just want to be asked that. Like, hi, how are you? How was your day? Is none enough for some motherfuckers, and they want to re-up on stuff. And now, a couple of years back, was ADD. Now motherfuckers are on the spectrum. You know what I mean? They're Asperger. We can't say that no more. They're on the spectrum. And now, it's all this rest of shit. So yes, I think you are absolutely right. It's not new. It's been going on for ages. Yeah. And every 5 years, it's some new shit.
You said they're on the spectrum, and I kept thinking like, yes, asparagus. Every time I hear Asperger's,
for 20
Asperger's,
for
Asperger's, asparagus,
Asperger's. You get the word for motherfuckers that do not give a shit.
Hey, listen, Asperger's. Listen, I got Asperger's too.
At least when I say
buns and things. Listen.
When I say parameters, I acknowledge the fact that I say that shit wrong. You don't give a fuck.
Because Asperger's sounds fire. Hey, we ain't want Asperger's.
Asperger's, and you put an S, and you put it between two men.
No. You put a bitch on the side, squeeze them cheeks together. Asperger. If you have a child who has autism or some severe mental disability, generally speaking, the state has programs in place to give you money. That's why I also don't believe this girl and what she's saying.
That mom probably don't believe that shit.
Yeah, she said, "Give me my check, stupid."
You ain't got no mental nothing. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so that's
get up out my house.
But let's say,
Grant me the aspect of care on me.
you are telling the truth. You're trans and all these things, and she's misgendering you and all this other stuff.
I'm honored as your bearer.
This is gonna be the fucked up part. Ooh. Your parent in an ideal world is very supportive and wants to be by your side and help. But sometimes they don't. And once you're a grown-ass person, you gotta have to realize, like, that might not be the place you want to be at. You trying to sit there and be like, is she like some kind of fundamental Christian? She don't believe in anything more than two genders and whatever else? Hey, it's her home. If you don't like that, you can't just spend that whole time trying to change her mind. Right? My mom wanted to run a Muslim household. All the power to her. I bounced. I had to.
Real quick.
Yes.
Nigga, you
can't bring back Sandra when it's haram. You know what I'm saying? The Sandra won't put out no fucking hijab. You get what I'm trying to say? It is what it is. You gotta book it. That's you want to do it your way. You want to live your life with your values and your ideas and your identity. That's fine.
New assignments.
Not under her roof.
It's like
you want to not be religious. That's okay. Not under her roof. That's the way it works. When you're a child, they have a responsibility towards you while you're dependent. And you have to be. After that point passes, you got to understand, if you want to have independent thought, you want to have an independent identity and do whatever you want, they're by no means obligated to keep you in their home. That's why I always tell people, you don't got to say. If they want to give you one, yes. But they don't have to. Wonder why? They pay the bills.
Please make your choice.
The moment I had a choice in what happens in my mom's household or any household is when I paid the bills. And now my mom got to consult me. Because I pay the stuff. She want to come in here with that Muslim sound. It's haram today, okay? Take out that. No, don't do that. Don't worry. I don't do that. I won't do that. I let my mom pray. She can do whatever she wants. You know? She just can't get mad at me. She just can't get mad at me if I don't say Bismillah. You know, I'm like, hey, it is what it is.
It's just a different shit. Like, listen, mom.
I bring pork every now and then, but I hide it. We do things differently.
But you're respectful enough to hide it. So good on you.
Yeah, but when I cook the bacon, I make it extra loud. She can hear the sizzling.
This nigga add extra oil.
Yeah.
He deep fries bacon.
Yeah. Hey, listen, my own little pot, because we can't use the same thing. Shut up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I didn't understand what you said, but I understood what you said.
Yeah, there's a different pan.
Yeah.
You don't mix.
It's fine. But listen, it is what it is. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you're not paying the bills.
Yeah.
You're paying none of it.
There you go.
Come on now, you're not paying none of the bills. Whose house? Her house. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? And I bet you are a lonely child. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think she's faking most of it. That's just personal.
I've got the same sentiment.
Let's see what you guys think in the comments.
I think you're lying.
The night of the moon.
Excuse me. I was wondering if I could do a portrait for you just as you are, right there.
Sure. I'm gonna ask you a question now. Ask the question.
How much do you think an engagement ring should be?
So I said no more than $4K. She said 10. 10K is a lot.
I mean, listen, if she's special, it's worth every dime, no?
The fact that I'm making the steps to commit to you, like, it's a meaning behind the ring. I'm not saying it'd be some cheap something, but you could get a nice ring for $4,000. And it's $4,000 on your finger.
Well, it could be 10 though.
It could.
I mean, it could.
I have to ask, hypothetically, if someone was showing you that they loved you every day with devotion, they care, they ask questions, they tend to your emotional needs, they help you with labor, they do all this stuff, but they just get you a reasonable ring, you think that somehow their love is a lie?
No, but
Really?
I can't. But bro, I can't.
But if they did the opposite and they got you a ring, would you think that their love is real at that moment because of some small little symbol like that?
That's exactly like the motherfucker that's like, yeah, but you like you never say I love you. No, you don't see whenever I take out the trash. You never see whenever I make your coffee your coffee in the morning. You don't see when I cook for you. You don't see when I take you out. You don't see when you see none of that. But the motherfucker that's gonna beat you, he comes back and he says, yeah, but I love you. You're gonna take him back because he said I love you. Then I'm sorry, you're stupid.
You know what's so funny? You said all that, you're talking about coffee and things like that. And the last girl I was in love, we're having this conversation. She's like, what are some things that you liked about it? And this is gonna sound fucked up. I remember one time I was just working, and like, this girl came out of nowhere. She just brought like a charcuterie for like drinking. So come to go 15 minutes. So I'm out here eating cheeses I never heard of, with like fruits and veggies. And I never heard of it. And she's like, this is not a big thing. Like,
It don't have to be.
that's not what it is, though.
What it is.
You want to know another thing? And this might be the dumbest thing, but this is real.
Remember that.
I have my CPAP machine, and I had a little. I use that to sleep, right? And it has an adapter. And she's like, yo, can I use the adapter on the CPAP machine? So, oh yeah, go ahead, go use it. So a day goes by, I go to sleep, and I'm like, oh, I gotta go find the adapter. I look, it's already been plugged back in, it's been put back in place. Now again, doesn't mean anything.
It means everything. What the fuck you mean?
Yes! It really does, though.
What the fuck you mean?
Right?
It doesn't mean anything.
And she's like, it really that? But I'm like, to me, when you're thoughtful about little things when I'm not even looking, I think that's everything.
What the fuck you mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Okay, I'm not crazy.
Everything. Okay. You go put
back in place. Now again, and the last girl I was in love with, we were having this conversation.
You see none of that. But the motherfucker that's gonna beat you, he comes back and he says, yeah, but I love you. You're gonna take him back because he said I love you? Then I'm sorry, you're stupid.
The might of the
You know
heavens.
what's so fucked up? You said all that, you're talking about coffee and things like that. And the last girl I was in love with, we were having this conversation. She's like, what are some of the things that you liked about it? And this is gonna sound fucked up. I remember one time I was just working, and like, this girl came out of nowhere. She just brought like a charcuterie drink. So come take a 15-minute break. So I'm out here eating cheeses I never heard of, with like fruits in it, and I never heard of it.
The path of stars.
And she's like, well, this is not a big thing. I'm like,
It don't have to be.
that's not what it is, though.
not what it is.
You want to know another thing? And this might be the dumbest thing, but this is real. I have my CPAP machine, and I had a little, I use that to sleep, right? And it has an adapter. And she's like, yo, can I use the adapter on the CPAP machine to, oh yeah, go ahead, go use it. So a day goes by, I go to sleep, and I'm like, oh, I gotta go find the adapter. I look, it's already been plugged back in, it's been put back in place. Now again, doesn't mean anything.
It means everything. What the fuck you mean?
Yes! It really does, though.
What the fuck you mean?
Right?
It doesn't mean anything.
And she's like, it really that? But I'm like, to me, when you're thoughtful about little things when I'm not even looking, I think that's everything.
What the fuck you mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Okay, I'm not crazy.
Everything. You go put your shit is back in. Nigga, hold on. You didn't put it back in. You cleaned it. You put it back in. You stored it. Bitch, if you don't get the fuck right over here, let me give you a hug and a smooch on your forehead. Goddamn, if you go to the kitchen and you make me a sandwich, I didn't even ask.
Yeah.
Nigga, I was not even that hungry, but goddamn, I'ma eat it out of love.
It's the little thing.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yo, fuck a $10,000 ring. Those things, yo.
I tell you, I remember that for the rest of my life.
Fuck
There's little things like that I'm like, oh, that's real. That's real. You weren't trying to do what you thought would make me happy. I never told you. I didn't even know I like charcuterie anyways.
My girl's like, I folded your socks. I put it back in their place. You beautiful bitch. You did what?
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
You did what? I looked at her like I looked at her like she was a Pagani BS. You beautiful bitch.
2.5 million, all of you. In my ideal world. Yeah. So I'm just letting you guys know. When I think of it, I think of those little things. So just hearing this, I don't know. I just sometimes I find it a bit disappointing. But again, everyone's entitled to these shit.
You beautiful bitch.
In this cold winter season, you need to come back inside and warm yourself up. The problem is, the heat and the cold both damage your skin, and you do want to have flawless skin, and for that you need to take care of it.
I use TH Hanley. If you don't know what to do and it's a bit overwhelming, I understand that. I would suggest you to buy the level 1 box,
which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash, which gets rid of all the dirt and grime on your face. Then got a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of all the dead skin cells, and an AM moisturizer with SPF 20. Because we all need to make sure that our skin is protected from the sun.
And they're going to be able to give you all the instruction in order for you to have a good skincare, for you to be looking all flawless. Yeah, because that's your money maker. That's the first thing that people see when they see you, your face. That's right, and you got to take care of it. If you click on the link below, you will not only save 30% off your first box, but you will also receive a gift. Get it. It's uncomplicated skincare routine for men. That's what I use. Look at this. Flawless. That shit's nice. Compared to this morning, you can do it before and after.
What did you think about the whole topic, considering that, you know, you got to buy a ring and all that good stuff?
The ring that I bought was not expensive. The ring that I bought was within my means.
Okay.
Very much within my means. It was what I could buy.
Oh, boring. That's hot. Boring. All the ladies in the chat want to know. Tell us, how much was it? That's
like 300.
300K?
No, of course I couldn't afford that. It was like three to four.
Stop it!
300 to 400.
300 what? Say it.
Dollars. $300 to $400. Yeah, nice cute diamond rings with black onyx on it, and yeah, 300 to 400. Yeah,
that's acceptable.
Oh yeah, I think it is.
3 months of internet bills. You couldn't save more than that.
No, I couldn't.
Were you homeless within your means?
No, but I had bills. I don't want to I don't want to put myself outside in the street. Like it was.
What year is this? 1999? Like what year?
It was 2014.
Oh, that's not even. That's like 9 years ago. With inflation, that's like $500.
Yeah.
You think that's acceptable?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, I think it's perfectly acceptable. And actually, you motherfuckers might comment on that, and I don't give a fuck. Because judging by her face when she saw the ring, it was all that was needed. And actually, I'm gonna tell you more than that. We were supposed to get married. We couldn't get married because my dad was supposed to celebrate this. My dad got cancer, right? So we canceled the marriage, right? When I had to break her the news, and I was like, shit, I think we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to cancel it because it's not gonna happen because my dad is not doing too well. And she said, "You're the one I wanted to get married, not me."
What do we have in here?
I got the ring, I'm good. And I was like, yeah, shit, you're right. Yeah. And I didn't want to get married that much. You know what I mean? It was just the pressure and shit like that. And even the big wedding, shit, I don't want a big wedding. Why do you do a big wedding for? Why do you do a big wedding? You do a big wedding for other people. You really do. You really do, because there's 300, 400 people that you really care about. No, it's 300 people that you care about, that your parents care about, that your grandma care about, that her grandma care about, that her grandfather care about, that her parents care about. That's what it is. But it's really about you. It's about you, and you do you, and you got the pressure that you got to do in your family. But the ring thing and everything and stuff, it's like it's a bit much. The 10,000. If you can afford it, go ham. If I was to propose her today, it would have been a little bit different. I would have increased the what?
Let's stop right there. All right, sisters. If you can afford it. Let me tell you this. Most of the people I know buying rings are going into
Absolutely.
He said if you can't afford it, and I agree.
But these motherfuckers, a lot of them, can't afford it.
That's not about.
Because of the pressure that
I understand, but that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. If you can afford it,
bad bitch.
Yeah, bad bitch. Go bad bitch. Saucy Abba. That's the thing. It's like if you can afford it, like if I was to propose her today, that would have been a whole other thing. Like I would have dropped a little bit more on it because I can. Because it's a peep game, okay? That's the kind of, okay, I have a girl that's very sensible and everything and stuff. And
what does that mean? What does that mean when you say sensible?
What I mean by that is that a couple of time ago, I said, I'm buy you a car. I'm buy you a Porsche. And she said, buy a motherfucking house. Are you stupid? And I'm like, that's the kind of motherfucker you want in your life. You understand what I'm saying? And I went and bought a house.
Right. So basically for you guys, and for her specifically, more important to strategize, think about the future than to do like more.
Because the thing that happened is if like she knew what my situation was back then, and if I would have come to her with a ring of $10,000, she'd be like, she wouldn't even be comfortable wearing that shit.
Right.
It's like, well, what did you do
to get the money?
What did you do? Yeah. Where is that from? You don't have it.
True.
I mean, if you want a $14,000 wedding robe, a wedding gown, and if you can't afford it, that's you. I wouldn't set an amount on a ring or what a ring could be. Go within your means. You wanted to get, like, you wanted me to ask your hand so much, but even that, you wanted me to go on one knee. Huh? You wanted me to be like, hey, I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with you. I'm gonna go on one knee and ask you if you wanna, but that's not enough. I gotta give you 10 bands in the form of a band? Nah, B. That's crazy. It's not enough. Yo, it's never enough. It's like motherfuckers cannot win. So I wouldn't put a price on what a ring should cost. Go with your fucking means. Okay? That's it. And if no lie, and if she says, you present her the ring and she says, that's it, take the ring, go back, take your money, run. Or do like one of my mans that her girl said no. Her girl said no, and he's wearing the ring on his pinky, and he's like, I'm wearing my own shit. I'm wearing my own shit. Fuck gangster. That. He said no, because of the side of the ring, that's a red flag to me.
I think if my girl told me like the ring thing was really important and she explained why in a way that was more than just ooh whoa, right? If she did more whoa, why do you want to ring? I want a ring. If she did more than that, I promise you I would take a strong consideration and like adjust it. Still wouldn't go above my means because it's just not my value system. And if her values dictate to me that I need to spend something on something frivolously, I just wouldn't be able to. If it was really important, like if it was a cultural thing and it made sense, fine. You know, like back in the day, when it came to marriage and all things, like the things had some merit. So, for example, when they talk about things like a dowry, I understood why, right? And that was something that the bride's parents did. They did so that she would be taken care of. That shows their financial investment as the families locked together. Even marriage, you're like, yeah, it's about. Absolutely, you're right. It's not about the two people there, even though they make it about themselves in a lot of ways. It's about the joining of families, right? When you used to think of weddings and you see them always portrayed, you see like the head of this family, the head of this family sitting at their tables and meeting together and embracing because the father's acknowledging the unions of these families, right? That's why even marriage used to be political. They used to marry off daughters to other kingdoms. Why? So that these people could join alliances. Marriages was really more so like a political thing and a family thing than it was about two individuals. So you're absolutely
I cannot go to war with them and my son fucks their daughter.
That's real. That's really stuff that happens. So when I look at a lot of stuff today and even the way people talk about things, everything becomes about me or it becomes about like, oh, whoa, like magic. You know, and I think that's partially mostly Disney's fault. I think Disney has like sold people on like a princess experience where they wear a white dress and they walk. And if you want to have that, you're entitled to that. I personally don't find it appealing, and I don't think that's really meaningful. But if it's meaningful to me, that's great. It's just not my core values. So if I'm meeting a girl and she says 10K and she can't give me a strong justification for why it needs to be 10K, I would walk away. Not because I can't afford it, because I'm looking at you like, why don't we take this money and put it in the savings for our kids? Why don't we take this money to spend it into a great honeymoon? Why don't we take this money to spend it into investments for the future? Like, why aren't we focusing that kind of cash flow that is substantial on that instead of this one little symbolic thing?
You're the only one.
I'm not saying you can't have money to have fun. You can't have money for a little bit smaller, frivolous things.
It isn't much, but I've been
But be
holding on
reasonable.
to it in case
I like video games. If I was spending 10, 30K a year on video games, I hope my wife would look at me like I'm a little crazy.
Thanks.
I hope. Whether it's the Bugattis or whatever it might be, just people always talking about material goods when it comes to their relationship just make me cringe a little bit. It just makes me wince because I'm like, we've normalized this. Not only have we normalized it, we actually make people feel guilty for not engaging in it. Oh, you're cheap. As if it's a reflection of the person's character to be a little bit conservative with their financial spending.
Come on.
We've normalized materialism to the point where if you ain't got name brand shoes, people make fun of you for not having the right brand on your feet. You get what I'm trying to say? Oh, what are these? What are those? Right? We do a lot of that. That's a weird thing to do in the middle of a serious speech. What are those? But you know.
But
that's really what it is. We're making fun of folks all the time for these things. Oh, this is not right. It's like, bro, why are we so focused on everything superfluous?
Huh?
It was a little scary, but yeah, go ahead.
What's scary about that? I'm confused by your reaction. You don't want people to care for you?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I'm not.
Excuse me. I was wondering if I could do a portrait for you just as you are, right there.
Students at one New Jersey school say that officials are dropping the ball on a serious issue, bullying. The father of a 14-year-old says bullying drove his daughter to suicide. Today, students staged a walkout at Central Regional High School to draw attention to a pattern of bullying that they say the district is ignoring. News host Brian Thompson is in Berkeley Township and has those details.
Students at Central Regional High School in the Bayville section of Berkeley Township angry, fearful over the suicide death of one of their own after this video was posted to social media last week of several students attacking 14-year-old Adriana Kush walking with her boyfriend in the hallway for no reason yet disclosed. 2 days later, she took her life at home. Her father outraged police weren't called.
A kid is assaulted with a weapon and it's not their policy to call the police or to file a report?
Michael Kush tells me his daughter was taken to a nurse, not the hospital, even though she blacked out and had bruising over much of her body. His outrage reflected in the 200 or so students who protested throughout the school day, skipping class, demanding action.
I would like them to actually teach the people who bully what they're actually doing and how it affects them.
That person is getting bullied.
Why do you say that?
He fits everything that he's being bullied.
Yeah, you feel like he's speaking from pain?
That person's getting bullied. That's for sure.
One neighbor here even sharing this video that shows her daughter drowning in her backyard pool and Adriana jumping in to save her life.
She was like a daughter to me. She was at my house almost every day.
This demonstration didn't end until the school day did. Pizzeria owner Tony Favola bringing pies with a strong message of support inside. Of course it didn't until the school day did. The police wouldn't let him
Why do you
cross
think?
To the kids across the street. The support appreciated by Adriana's father, who thinks he knows the cause.
I do know why it happened. It happened because these two haven't liked each other for a couple years, and she had been threatening my daughter online.
The school is not commenting at this point, only sending home a letter alerting parents to Adriana's death. Michael Kush wants justice.
It was a felony assault. They don't file a report. That's obstruction of justice. They're absolutely refusing to protect our children. I mean, why would anybody want to send their kids there?
We went by the superintendent's office but have not heard back. The prosecutor is having no comment, but Kush says he's been told by the prosecutor that criminal charges will be filed against at least 3 of the 4 girls who were involved in the attack on his daughter.
I tried so hard to just talk, to just try for you guys to listen to me, for everybody here to try and listen to us.
An outpouring of hurt and anger finally ripped the cover off a bullying crisis at Central Regional High School as speakers, many of them students, told raw personal stories of getting tormented over and over again. Senior Danielle Ledesma accused the school board of ignoring their pain.
You are here to protect the students, but the students do not feel protected. I was in the darkest point of my life and you completely abandoned me.
Student Echo McNichols described her terror at threats from bullies in class.
They told me that I was ugly and fat and that I should kill myself. They sent us pictures of guns and told us that they knew where we lived and they were going to send people to our house to come rape us. And the school solution was to tell me to switch classes, to turn my schedule upside down in the middle of the year to get away from these kids, or to just suck it up.
They told her to switch classes and to move her schedule around to get away from them.
Yeah.
We're scared to walk in the hallways of Central. We're terrified we're gonna get picked on and bullied and jumped because that's all that's been happening these last few weeks. I had pictures taken of me. I had them post on Instagram, Snapchat, every single social media platform. I've had people try to jump me because I'm gay in this school, and I've been suicidal and I have self-harmed in the past because of things that have happened to me in this school. I've just been told to ignore it, to be the bigger person, walk away.
The crowd, bristling with pent-up fury, vented their frustration for hours at the grim-faced board. Parents who've tried to get help for bullied teens to no avail said they're deeply alarmed.
Because you monsters are going to be who's protecting her. And I'm scared. You guys should all—
Damn, that Vegeta hairline.
Okay, every single one of you.
The thing I've been hearing all night long, and I totally agree, we have to do better. Bullying has no place in our school.
The board promised change, but earlier at a news conference, Acting Superintendent Doug Corbett said he hadn't observed a climate of violence in school here.
I see a lot of good kids doing a lot of good things. There's not a culture of violence. Do these things occur? Obviously, we know that throughout the country in every school. We work everything in our power to prevent that.
I haven't observed any violence. It's like a white person saying, I'm not getting stopped by the cops. Like, yeah, you don't observe it, but it happens. They're not going to do it in front of you, dum-dum. It's like you're the superintendent. They're not going to do it in front of you. They're going to do it in the classrooms. They're going to do it online. Are you online and have your account? No. Because you're a superintendent, you probably have other things to do than chill with kids. Good on you, because that's just weird. But, of course you don't see that. Of course you haven't observed it. It's just... It's funny. It's always funny for me, like, whenever people talk about, I haven't observed that, when they're not the one targeted. They're not the one. They're not the one that this shit is about, and they're like, I haven't seen that. You're a whole ass adult, and people don't always report to you. They report to people under you, and the people under those people, and the message doesn't go up to you. That's what you have to ask yourself. You're the superintendent. You're high up there. People don't go directly to you. You don't observe it. Like, clearly there is a problem, my guy. If all these people are saying that, and let me tell you, bullying is not like what the movies show, where there's a club that does the bullying and the club that are the nerds and this. And sometimes these cliques are a little bit of everything. I've seen some jocks that are actually nerds. I've seen some people doing a little bit of the bullying as well, in retaliation or for XYZ reasons. So it's not as clear as you can think it is. But you being a superintendent and being like, I haven't observed it, it's not for you to observe, bruh. A chief of police doesn't really necessarily know exactly what goes on in the street until it gets reported to him by the people under him. And the people that are in contact with the streets. I haven't seen none of my officers do. Shut up. And even if you ride with your officers and you're not gonna know because they're gonna act accordingly when this shit happens. So whenever you're around, they know you're the superintendent, so people are gonna act a certain way. Come on now, B. Just me saying that and having to say that because you're like, man, it's just stupid to me. You're not targeted. This is not about you. And you're not in a position for you to witness that. And you're like, I haven't seen that. It's weird to me, but whatever.
What are your thoughts about this whole topic?
Teenagers are ruthless, man. I don't know what happens between the first year that you get inside high school and the second year, but you go from Pokemon cards to let's go all rally in the...
Sorry. You went from Pokemon cards, you poke that bitch in the pussy, man.
That too. That too. But you go from one like from elementary school to another to a whole other extreme. Like I remember, like I was in first year of high school. For us, it's secondary one. Whatever. It's different systems. Anyways, I'm about 11, 12. All right, go to school. I'm done with elementary school. I go to that school, and we go from elementary school to. I remember that the next summer, so I was still in the first year. We all met up in the park to fight and to watch a fight. Like 2 groups was about to fight, and we're like, yeah, we're about to go see what's going. And we become the
animals.
You know what I mean, though?
You know what I think it is, though?
A lot of things, but what do you think it is?
I really just think most of it's just puberty.
Yeah!
You feel everything. You hate your body, you hate your looks, you see yourself evolving, you get braces, your face looking different.
Your body change, your voice change.
The way people look at you.
The way people look at you.
Adults start looking at you different.
Yeah, I remember that year when I went from that like elementary school to that other school was the year I stopped being a cute. I moved from cute to being a threat. People started to be scared of me. Some people, you know what I mean? I always started to look like a man, broad shoulders and stuff like that. That didn't like get people to stop bullying me, but still, you know what I mean? It's a whole lot of things happening in your mind and happening in your body and stuff like that. And then you have other people and other influences around you as well. You know, you're not alone.
Media changes, everything.
Exactly. So there's a whole lot of things, and it's weird. And people are very, 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 very cruel. Like, we were cruel in elementary school, but the other step is something else. So I can understand that these things happen. As a matter of fact, when I was in high school, there was something like that happened in another high school called Jacques Rousseau. There was a dude that was bullying a kid, and that kid committed and stuff like that. And that kid was living around my way, right? So it was a big thing in the news and stuff like that. That happened where kids get so much into bullying and then that they commit, they self-delete. So it's something that I've experienced from afar because it was not in my school. I remember it was a pretty dramatic thing. And then everybody was talking about it and it was in the news. And then 2 weeks later, nothing, and people went right back to bullying. People went right back to whatever the hell they were doing. The bullying, the calling people names. Oh man, my days. I was not black enough. Yeah, there's this dude bullying me, always passing comments. He's just slang. You know, man looked like a monkey. Anyways, him and his clique. It's been happening. I think it's never really gonna stop. The only difference is that when I was a kid, once I got home, that shit stopped. There was no such thing as social media, or the social media was very in their beginning and stuff like that. There was no Facebook, no nothing. If I went home, I went home. That thing followed. You know, when we live in an era where there's likes and there's comments, so when that shit got posted of her being assaulted, imagine you see yourself being assaulted and all the comments of the likes, all the comments, you see that, and people feed into that, and there's that culture of you watching that, and it the same way that I don't think, and you said that as well, you don't think that grown adults are not every grown adult is meant to be online and do commentary and put themselves out there and see how people react and stuff like that. And imagine a kid. A grown-ass adult that has the capacity to be like, you know what, let me turn that shit off because it's too much. Are not made, most of the adults are not made to be online and project their ideas and being critiqued by everyone. Imagine a kid that's growing up. And so that's what happened. I think it's a bit extreme, but I can understand where it's from. It's close to me, man. Like, I've been bullied, you know what I mean? I've been bullied. When I was a kid and I was in elementary school, I wanted to commit suicide because of a lot of things that happened. You know what I mean? You don't see your worth. You don't see you see it's a whole fucking spiral and shit like that. So I understand and I sympathize. It's a bit fucked up, you know. You know, we had numerous conversations about that shit and stuff. So
sure.
So yeah, there's a lot, cause it's a lot, bro. And then all these memories and shit like that. Yeah, and those memories made the man that I am today. But yo, when this shit is happening,
and you're searching for yourself. Like, you don't even like yourself, bruh. You don't like your own self. You wake up in the morning, you look at yourself in the mirror, you look like what you feel. And then you go to school and you get reminded. And then teachers don't do shit. Schools don't do shit. And then you think you feel a little bit more powerful when you're 2, you know what I mean? You still get jumped. Nobody said shit. And the comments, and people sit around and nobody said shit. It's fucked up, bro. It's one thing that you put yourself out there and you have a channel called Abba and Preach, and you subject yourself to all these comments that people say. That was my choice. I did that. You decided to put the video. We understand that shit.
Infinite possibility.
But she didn't ask for none of that shit. Someone filming you getting assaulted, you get that. There's a whole plot there. You feel like it's a whole conspiracy. There's a lot, bro.
Thunderous power.
Yeah, we've already seen grown-ass adults cry over criticism online. What he said about a young child or a teenager having to hear that kind of criticism about themselves, that's already crazy. Now imagine it's you getting beat up, the amount of shame that you feel, how terrified you are to go to school, how many people are probably in the comments of that video saying, do it to her again, she deserves it, all of this stuff. So you find out even more people want to harm her. And like I said, most teenagers already tackle so much self-worth issues. For kids of this generation, even much more so. They're on TikTok, the amount of body dysmorphia and people who don't like the way that they look and how they feel about themselves, like that's even heightened due to social media, right? And so they're already in this like very, very vulnerable state in a weird way. You know, like handing a kid a cell phone is not just handing a kid a cell phone. It's handing them years of body issues. It's handing them potential access to predators. It's handing them access to all kinds of harmful messages. It's handing them a tool that honestly, I don't even think most kids are ready for. Okay? That's why parents got to put fucking locks on everything and monitor their history and everything else, because you're like, I gave them, but I got to look because I don't know what the fuck they're looking, because who knows what's looking back at them. You know that whole quote about peer long enough into the abyss and the abyss stares back at you? That's your cell phone.
Say that shit.
That's your cell phone.
Say that shit.
Onto the whole topic of the school, I don't know how you can say there's not a culture of violence, and at the same time, when violence gets done on your grounds, filmed, uploaded, reported, and you do nothing about it, that is a culture of violence. You don't necessarily have to see people getting beat up. If when it's reported to you, you don't take action, that's a culture of violence.
Why not?
Right? Right? You don't take her to the nurse, you don't take her to the hospital, you take her to the nurse, you don't escalate it when someone's assaulted with a weapon. That's a culture of violence. That's you. Think about how fucked up that is. This is not a crime where there was no evidence. This is not it's on camera, uploaded by the people who done fucking did it, and they all visible.
And you did nothing.
They have the crime on camera.
Yo.
But schools have this way of thinking like, yo, we don't want that kind of attention. We don't want that police presence. We don't want the headache of dealing with angry parents. So we gonna be hands off. But it's your job to protect these kids. I could be sympathetic if this happened off school grounds with no cameras involved. He said, I could understand that. On school ground, you see her get decked in the face in front of the cameras and you see who did it. That's your failure. When a student comes to you and shows you messages of what people are sending them in terms of, I hope you get raped, we're gonna be coming for you, and they're threatening and they're saying all these foul things to the student, even if it's on front, if it's said online through their own accounts, you have to take that in consideration. If your response to that child hearing that kind of message is, change your classes, ooh, that's a culture of violence and intimidation. Okay, forget school. Guys, tell me what workplace you guys could ever work at. He said out loud, tell me what place you guys could ever work at where someone can come and dick you in the face, on camera, record it, upload it, and nothing happens. Bro, not even in the military could that pass.
And HR,
the military would actually come down on you hard if you were caught assaulting people on camera like that.
And HR is like, change shifts.
Like that kind of stuff is fringe story. But this happens at all kinds of schools throughout the world. Because we tell ourselves that violence amongst children is no, it's not the truth. That's some of their most formative years. That's when they're most at risk. That's when they're most vulnerable and most malnourished. That's when we have to be the most attentive.
and instead we do the opposite. You know? I think that's what's unfortunate when I watch this story. It's, even though this life has been lost, you would think there would be a strong response. If anything, all they're doing, it looks like they're trying to cover their own ass. So, it's a very sad story. The father, you know, shout outs to him. Even though he lost his daughter only 10 days ago, he's in front of the cameras trying to get justice for her. And, you know, maybe being a veteran, a soldier is what helps him keep his composure. But I don't know if I could ever do that. Like 10 days after, I would be. But who knows? Maybe he's doing all this mourning off camera any chance he gets. But like that's so intense of an experience, you know. So seeing him that composed to make that case so strongly and eloquently was really, I thought that was pretty powerful on his part. But it's just really sad. It's a really sad thing to hear. I don't personally have any experience with being bullied. I think one person tried one time, and then I beat that person up, and then nobody ever messed with me in high school. I was too weird or crazy looking. That's behavior I never liked. I never liked witnessing it. I never liked seeing it. I never liked hearing about it. It's just, to me, it's just so corny. It's never something I'd want to participate in. Like, niggas getting together on a group chat to gossip about somebody, call them all this other stuff. Like, no. That's not me. And I would hope that any young viewers who are watching this, who are in school, I would hope that you guys will not engage in this because beyond it becoming unbecoming for yourself, I just think it's you might be causing far more harm long term to other people than you could ever imagine.
I'm not gonna be the one that's gonna be like, hey, I was bullied, and fuck that shit. I also bullied. Oh yeah. I also bullied. Cause at some point, there's no reason to bully. There's no good reason to bully. But at some point, you want to take the shine off you. And I gotta choose, man. I gotta choose me. And I gotta, so I did the bullying. I'm not gonna stand there and tell you guys I haven't. And I'm all clean. I was just that. Nope. No, at some point, I put on my bullying shoes and I went on. Cause I had to. Oh man. Yeah, I did the bullying.
Not now.
That's why I'm saying that it's not always that clear cut.
Isn't that me? The bully is just a kid at home who gets beat every day by his alcoholic dad. I mean, in response to difficult situations and violence, I'm like, bitch, where'd you learn that from?
That's not so far off from the truth. That's a cry of hell. People bullying and doing all this extra stuff. That's either a lack of a lot of insecurities coming up and stuff like that. Or sometimes you just want to erase yourself. I gotta indulge in that. You don't want to do it, you gotta do it. So it's very, yeah. Even the people I bully, even the people keep going. Go ahead.
No, I'm not
gonna finish. Even the people I bullied, I'm like, sometimes I think about them. I'm like, shit, I wish I could talk to them and apologize. I wish I could. It was one of them. I was at a show, hosting for a show, and this guy taps me on the shoulder. I turn around, and he was one of my high school bullies. I'm like, oh shit! I don't know what was about to go down. Imagine how fucked up it is. Grown ass man.
How many years ago was it?
30. After all those years, motherfucker taps me on my shoulder. I turn around, I see his face, I recognize him. My fist clenched. I was like, I didn't even know. And he said, hey, I don't know if you remember me. I was like, and he's like, yeah, I just want to say sorry for that. We're kids, we're stupid. There's no really a good reason. Like, his apology was the apology that you wish everybody online knew. Yeah. He's like, I fucked up. I was a stupid kid. We were all stupid kids, and I shouldn't have acted the way I acted, and I'm sorry about that. And then I kicked him in the nuts. No, I'm just kidding.
Kick that. How dare you do that to Mike?
That didn't happen. But he told me, I'm sorry. And he's like, I'm a fan of what you do. And I really like what you do when you meet people like you. And I was all that was like all gone. But still, I wish I could like meet some of the people I bullied, and I'd be like, yo.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, were you a fan? Word. Tickets are $30. He's like, but the sign said $20. Stupid. That's called a bullying tag. Fuck you and fuck the past. Yay, give me my money.
And then kick him in the nuts.
Yeah. You probably watching right now like, yeah, I ain't never going to one of these niggas shows. Yay! You ain't. And if I catch on these shows, $30.
You paying. So yeah. So that's pretty much it. So shout outs to you. But
What's up, man?
Yeah, man.
Well, that is it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from everyone on this topic. So let us know.
I fear not his famous.
A Boeing whistleblower who alleged Spirit leadership had ignored manufacturing.
Students at one New Jersey school say that officials are dropping the ball on a serious issue.
The whole time I was seeing him, I was kind of just using it as a psychology experiment, and I didn't really like the guy. I more just wanted to see if I could break his heart, and it was fun.
So did you break his heart then?
Just a wee bit. I hope I did a little damage.
Get fucked.
Turn to mom. Bon, c'est
Don't she look so sad?
No, but yo,
you know what I mean. You know when you look at somebody and they just look broken,
bro. Yeah, no, she's.
I'm looking at what
broken.
she's saying, her weird looking smile, her whole outfit, her whole look, and I'm just like,
uber broken.
Oh, I don't know what happened to you, but you are busted.
Yeah,
like, something really broken on the inside of you, and you know what they say, right? The old adage, hurt people hurt people. This is a prime example of this bullshit.
But this bitch gonna be it's gonna. She's not done getting broken.
Yeah,
some shit's gonna happen.
She got a lot further down to go.
Some shit's gonna happen to her.
But yeah, just try to sit in, be the fly on the wall for her therapy session. Find yourself a whole ass movie script, because this girl is broke.
But she's about to get she's gonna get done up. Watch it, bro. Done up.
Wow. Okay. Why do you hope that you did a little damage?
Just, I like humbling men.
You see that whole response? The reason why she says she like humbling men is because someone treated her like trash. Someone out there treated her as disposable, and she got butthurt by it, and so now she comes back like, I'm gonna humble you to show you I'm a person. The only guys who like to say, I like humbling women, are people who've had to deal with their whatever, right? They felt mistreated or like poorly done.
Come on out.
So that's why you come back and you try to do the same thing. You're looking at a broken person. That doesn't mean you have to sit here and be like sympathizing, like,
Down we go.
You don't have to do all that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying understand where it comes from, so you can just know how to adjust. You get me? She said she like humbling men. Okay.
You like humbling men?
Yeah, it's like my pastime.
Your pastime is humbling men. You do work at a strip club, so do you humble men there?
No, I take their money.
Hey, listen, I don't know if this is a big old stereotype, but like the whole idea of like strippers being broken. Is that a stereotype? Because the strippers I know who left the game will tell me like most of the girls in there are broken, drugged out, or strung out on something. If it ain't cash, it's the...
Bro, most of them are. Most of them are. Yeah, you're gonna find a couple of them that are not. They're doing this for whatever reason, this and that. They're not broken. That's not the majority.
To be a law student, pay off their.
That's not what I said.
to pay off their
med school. Yeah.
Ain't that the script of a couple of movies? I'm a stripper, yeah, just to pay off med school.
That's a bunch. That's a minority. That is a minority. Okay. A lot of them are broken, and it's fine. That's fine. Yes, it's not all of them, of course. There's a couple. I tell you, there's a few gems and a few people like that, but there's a lot, boy.
Now she's upset.
I mean, let's keep it a step. The environment itself is an environment where there's a lot of pressures to do certain things, to do extra with people that probably wasn't on the face of the whole employment contract when you started. There is an actual employment contract, but you get what I'm trying to say. And backstage, yeah, you know, doing all this stuff and having to mentally cope with it, people got to do a little extra to be able to mentally accept some things. You don't do that unless you're a little bit busted on the inside.
You know, when I see this, people get mad like, oh my gosh, she's hurting people. And absolutely, there's probably like a trail of devastation she leaves behind when she hurts these people that she has fallen in love with her, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But you remember we talked about the dudes who catcall?
Yes.
Right? And the reason why a lot of men end up catcalling, right? Especially, oh, well, fuck you then, bitch, right? Is because they're so used to rejection. This is the only way that they know how to cope.
I'm just gonna make it myself. That's the reason why you rejected me. I'm gonna make it a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than being earnest and coming at you like who I really am, I'm gonna be this like weirdo who's like, hey, what's up, ma? Like, you don't normally talk like that, but in front of the ladies, you're gonna act all gross and big or whatever it might be because you are like that uncomfortable with yourself and don't want to be rejected for who you really are. You act outside. When she says no, I'm like, fuck, I didn't even want you anyway.
And most of you guys don't even know that.
Right. It's a self-defense mechanism. Because if you're comfortable with yourself and you're good with yourself, you're not doing this.
No.
Especially if you try to talk to a girl, you're trying to mac on her, you don't just come up with her, offer it like, this is what I am. This is what it is, right?
Yeah.
This is another form of self-defense mechanism where you sabotage any type of relationship by saying, I'm going to pick you up before you can even pick me up. Because men have always picked me up, so I'm going to, you know what I mean? So I watch this, I just think it's sad. It's sad for the people that she's going to hurt. It's sad for her. You know what I mean? She's going to look back on this years from now and realize how sad it is. Or maybe not. Maybe she'll turn to some drug addict and who knows what's going to happen. But, yeah, this is just a young person who's not coping well with whatever's happened to them and decides to inflict pain on other people. But that's what it is. And guess what? There's a lot of us are out there doing it. Some knowingly, some unknowingly. That's the truth. A lot of people are perpetually going out there in their dating experiences and hurting other people.
Oh, sociopath.
Sometimes it's not that. Oh, sorry. Explain?
No, that's not what I said. So, I'm not gonna label her that, but I'm gonna say the tendencies are there. There's a lot of sociopathic tendencies in that shit. Not doesn't mean that she is absolutely that, but it's a disregard. Whether you do this for self-defense or for other reason, the end result is the same. Like you're total disregard for people's feelings, right? You don't care. You don't care. Whether it is for I don't have to care, or I can't care, but at the end of the day, it becomes the same. I don't know. Maybe not.
But do you not think there's a difference between those two things? Here, let me explain. There's a difference between I'm unable to feel empathy and I've been hurt so hard it's now difficult for me. There's some people who are broken on the inside due to past trauma where they can no longer be affectionate or open or emotional with people. That doesn't mean that they're sociopathic, they no longer have any emotions. I think it just means that due to their experiences they've built up defense or
I understand what you're saying. I agree. But I think that the end result is the same. See, what you're saying changes the intention, right? Sometimes it's just some people, it's how they're born. They're unable to do that. They unable to show empathy or whatever. They don't give a shit. And there's some people out of some fucked up shit that happened, or because out of anger, because of what it is, they go into those behaviors. At the end result, that people are getting hurt, and you have a disregard for people's feelings over yours. Whether it's because you cannot have those feelings, or because you put yourself in a position that I'm not supposed to have those feelings, and you cut those off. The intention is different. Absolutely, you're right. But the end result is the same.
What do you mean when you say the end result? You mean like the person being hurt, or the people being hurt?
The person being hurt, and also the what you are engaging in. The things that you're engaging in are the same. The intentions are not the same. The reason why you're engaging in those actions are not the same. But the end result is you are engaging in that, right?
Right.
Like,
right.
If I call you like a murderer, the reason why you murdered are going to be, the intentions are going to be different, right? You're still going to be labeled a murderer if you murder out of self-defense, or you murder out just go. Let me rephrase that. The action is going to be the same.
Right.
You murdered
the
someone.
label's different.
The label is different.
And then it matters because the label doesn't just infer intent, but also infers treatment.
That's
so for example, I agree with everything that you just said in regards to what the actions and the outcomes are, but I think separating the labels is extremely important. Not associating them is also extremely important because we treat them differently. If someone is sociopathic, then you want to give them a completely different treatment method than if someone has just had some bad experiences and just needs some therapy or some good experiences to turn it around, right? There's a difference between somebody who's fundamentally not born with certain circuits and someone who's been broken.
And I'm going to go back to what I said. What I said was, and we could go back on the tape for that, I said there's some sociopathic behaviors. right? It doesn't mean that it's the same, and there's some difference between a sociopath and that. And what is the same is the actions, not the intention. And oftentimes the intention's gonna, go ahead.
I want to ask you, what's your intention when you're aligning with you? I'm actually curious. What is the reason why you are saying like these are simple?
They're similar because of the actions that are taken in order to do that. The disregard for people's feeling and the lack of empathy for other people is going to be the same. Now, the intention is going to be very different, and that's what's going to differ. That's going to what's going to differ into the labeling.
I think you misunderstand my question. The question is not like what is similar. Like, why are you making that similarity? Why are you, when we're looking at this behavior and saying this is bad, this person's mistreating other people, why are you drawing the parallel to sociopathy? That's what
because whenever you have a label like that, a disorder like that, you need to scratch off many labels in order to categorize someone as a sociopath, right? And you can have certain tendencies without being a sociopath, but you have sociopathic tendencies. Her, she does, but I wouldn't necessarily label her that because I'm not a professional and I haven't done the proper set to label that. So I could say that it's the same direction, but it's not necessarily the same thing. That's why I'm saying that what she's doing is as that, but not necessarily that. Let's say you have schizophrenic tendencies. It doesn't mean that you are that. No. You're gonna do some things that are very similar to, but you cannot be labeled that. You're gonna be something else. If we do more tests and everything and stuff, you're gonna be labeled something else, right? So there's something. Whenever we talk about someone that is, what's the word? You know, someone that's self-absorbed and everything and stuff.
Narcissist.
Yeah, narcissist. Some people are gonna have narcissistic tendencies, right? They're not. Being a narcissist is actually a thing. It's a mental thing, right? That you have to have labels and stuff like that. And there's some.
I was with you until you brought up narcissism. That I'm like, oh, I think I'm against you again. I was with you, and like you completely changed my mind. And then once you brought up, I actually fucking hate it when people say this person has narcissistic tendencies. And the only reason I hate it is because I think it's created a culture in our society where people start attributing mental health things, even though it's not what the original person intended. People now start just saying narcissist. And I agree. I actually agree with you with what you're saying. I just think as a result of using that kind of language, everybody just throws mental health everywhere. And so now I'm super careful to ever say it or to actually give that.
And I agree with you because people took that shit and heard it somewhere and they throw it like cheese at a fucking pizza factory. You understand what I'm saying? And they just throw. He's a narcissist. He's narcissistic, but they don't really comprehend what it is to actually be narcissist. And that's what I was trying to say. Is to actually be that. It's an actual mental disorder, and you have to check a lot of fucking lists before you're actually labeled that. And not all my exes are narcissistic. Only 3% of the world is. So you can't always be that, and you cannot be, but you can have tendencies. It's just that people, the tendencies thing, and the reason why you're triggered is people just fucking use that and they fling it like kale in California.
Like somebody's showing you like postpartum, oh the bitch is bipolar. No, people are going through like a severe amount of depression and it's fucking up her hormones. Like sometimes you have a hormonal imbalance, you're not actually bipolar. People throw these words around so casually that they start to mean nothing and they turn into fucking word soup. And what is bad about it is that when you deal with somebody who is actually suffering from these diagnoses, you have a hard time acknowledging or accepting their reality and how severe it is. Because most people who are diagnosed and are actually like treating it are very measured in their behavior, but they want to find good strategies to be able to make and cope with people. But we're not creating a culture where people are like walking away from mental health or like shitting on the labels. And I understand why they're shitting on it, because everyone's just
throwing that shit
all like cheese.
But then again, that is another discussion and not the discussion we're having. Now you're saying that I'm not right. You said that I lost you because I used that. That's another discussion because people are using it. What I was wanting to say is that people are gonna have. I'm talking about if we're talking about medical terms.
I agree.
In medical terms, but I do agree that people just.
I think we just have to stop using those words unless it's actually.
You know why? You know what? Motherfuckers want to know that they know what it is. Oh, this is that. It's that. They want to be able to pinpoint what things are.
I agree with everything you said. I just disagree with you using it. That's all. I actually agree. Everything you said made perfect sense.
And you know what the thing is?
I don't even disagree with you using it. I think you used it correctly.
Yeah, I'm not the one that's wrong. It's not me. Yeah. It's the bitches that hurt you.
Huh?
What the fuck? What's happening there?
It's not. It's the bitches that call you narcissistic. It's not me. It's not me. Don't put this shit on me. You're tricking me.
Hey, nigga, you know what? You nailed that shit. You nailed that shit. Hey, nigga, you get that. Hurt people. I've been hurt.
It's not me. It's the bitches that called you that. Without a reason.
You know how crazy it is?
Fucking drunk.
No, I'm traumatized. Don't talk about that, okay? Because it hurt me, okay? And this is always one of my biggest pet peeves. You know, you go through life and you try to be a good motherfucking person. You try to do right by people. Tell me how to take this girl out. I said, listen, I'll make a meal. Just a meal. You know, I said, let me cook for you. First date. Have a good conversation.
What happened, Abba?
All right, I made her a nice meal. You know,
What was
cooked
the
up
meal?
some fish. Had some horseradish. Had some good side dishes.
Horseradish.
Okay, it was nice. I like cooking for others. It's fun for me. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
She hit me up right last minute. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm cooking that. Why don't you come by me? We have a good conversation. She leaves. We don't sit together. We don't make out. Nothing. It was just a cool conversation.
Ooh, I made it out with
Afterwards, I texted her,
one
I'm like, hey,
health.
it was cool.
Let's
Like,
go.
you know, this is a couple days after I texted her. I'm like, hey, it was cool, but I don't think like romantically I want to be involved.
And what happened?
This girl called me a fuckboy, a narcissist, or whatever. And I'm like, why? It's like, because you made me fish dinner. I was like, yeah, who would do that and then just walk away like that?
A narcissist, Abba.
It's like, yo, I would understand if I like smashed and just threw her to the curb or something, or that's it? You didn't get your way, so I'm like, I'm mentally deficient? Anyways, all this to say, I said, hey, you know what? Have a good day. Sorry it didn't work out, and I left it at that. We haven't spoken. It's cool, but it's just, it peeved me that we couldn't just leave things amicably. Because nothing really happened that warranted that. But I think for her, she just got her hopes up off of one date. And I'm like, bro, you need to chill. Just because I was like kind to you and I did the bare minimum. Just because in your past, dudes may have treated you like nothing. That ain't my responsibility. You know what I'm saying?
God damn.
No, I'm just be honest. Anyways.
Triggered Abba does exist. All right.
Oh yeah, every now and then, Those little things I'm like, really? You said that? For that? You did all this for that? I just said I didn't like your shoes. Why are you cursing my mom? I didn't like your shoes. All this is it.
All this to say what?
Moving past this.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, when I watched this video of her, it's just I just think it's sad. That's all it really comes down to. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of people like that out there. Just try to be mindful and try not to date strippers.
One step at a time.
I mean, listen. You gotta be a different kind of brother to date a sister. You gotta be a different kind of brother to date a sister. To date a sister. Sorry. A stripper.
Fresh, is that you?
Is that you? I love You know what I'm saying? Listen.
God damn, bro.
Hey, listen, they gonna play this clip and they ever catch me with a white.
They gonna think that shit all out of context and fucking flame your ass with that shit.
Let's know what you guys think of the comments below. It started with you in the hot seat, and then by the end of it, I was cooking.
Yo, you were cooking. You're the one burning.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Michelle McDaniel. After Dark. Ladies, I'm sure you have heard because there's an epidemic going around. Men are no longer approaching us women. Apparently, men are sick of it. Men are sick of the whole Instagram girls taking videos of them in gyms or any other time that they glance at them, and they are done talking to us. So this is a follow-up of a few
I gotta
things
pee,
that I
I'll be
noticed
right
from
back.
my last video of the woman that was in the gym talking to herself, set up a whole tripod, has a microphone and everything, and a man glanced at her for 3 seconds, and she flipped her. Few comments that I got, and I always get this whenever we talk about, you know, IG girls freaking out about a man staring at them. I get some of you men, and I love you guys, but you guys are always like,
well, this is why us men don't go up to women anymore. This is why. All of you guys just judge us. We can't even open doors for you anymore because of women like that. So we're done.
You guys are probably wondering why I have ABBA and Preach in the thumbnail. That's because when I looked at their video, that's something that ABBA or Preach said. I still don't know their names or which name goes with who when I watch them.
I'm Preach. He's ABBA. Yeah. Sorry. If you're unaware, the black one's Preach and the blacker one's ABBA. The one who gets bitches, Preach. The one who gets more bitches, ABBA. But you guys know, right? Preach, Abba, all right? Everything's clear? All right. It's literally Abba and Preach. It goes left to right. Abba, Preach. That's why we literally stand here, because it's just easier.
Not because of... Oh, wait, that's the same. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, Abba, Preach. It's literally in the photo. Abba and Preach. If it was the other way around, I would have said Preach and Abba. You get me? A lot of people don't like this. This whole approaching thing, throw that shit out the window. I'm going to say it now. Take it and throw it in the trash.
Shuck it.
Women will complain. Hey, the men don't approve. I don't give a fuck.
And I got a lot of that in my comment section from you adorable men. Men should stop looking at them, stop talking to them, and ignore these bitches. Treat them like they are not there. See how they like it. And you know me, I always have to say my opinion about little things that catch my eye. And I have to say, what are you men talking about? As a female, born female, got the goods down here, I have not noticed a decrease in the men coming up to Michelle section of my life. In fact, I've noticed an increase. And I personally would think that it would be decreased with the amount of men saying, we're just not going up to women anymore.
Okay, this is like people saying it's snowing where I am because it's snowing where I am, global warming doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Just because you don't see it as an hyper attractive woman,
you kind of look good.
Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not actually happening. You have to think, what are the stats out right now? How many people are actually checking out of dating? If you look at all the studies, men as a whole have been checking out of dating in large numbers. In fact, this has been one of the most recent findings. What is it? 69% of men report being single, where only 34% of women report being single. It was like 51% of men say they lost all interest in dating altogether, in large part because it feels unwelcoming, because they feel like, so it doesn't matter what your personal experience is, even if you want to go off of that. What the numbers show is that men as a whole have been approaching a lot less. And the very few times that they do choose to do so, they just do it on online dating.
You know, like it sounds like you guys are trying to start a movement. You guys just don't want to talk to women anymore. Fine with me. When I'm out of the house, I want to get out and get right back in. But as a woman, I haven't noticed a decrease. I don't want to like sound like I have a very big head, but when I go out, I usually get talked to. So I'm just trying to figure out who are you talking about? Like what men don't go up to women anymore? Because I have not had an issue. In fact, I don't think any of my friends or women in the
forehead on this woman is wild.
This video have noticed a decline. Ladies, speak up. Have you noticed a decline of men not talking to you? Stop right there. Some of you women are like, Michelle, I never get talked to. It's okay. I would talk to you.
I thought you said it's okay. You're ugly. I thought she about to rip her audience.
That was about to be grand, though.
But at least the women who, you know, people tend to come up to you and compliment your appearance. Have you noticed like a decline? I have not, and I've been talking to an array of women. My mom just called the other day. She's 60 years old, and young men, older men will come up and talk to her. I've talked to a lot of my older clients. Like Michelle, this 30-something-year-old talked to me yesterday. This older man talked to me the other day. There's no decline. I don't know what. I think you guys are just saying certain things to make you feel better, or maybe like frighten us women. Like, oh no.
Okay, I want you to think about this. The ones who are harassing you probably don't care about being labeled thus much as a harasser. The ones that I'm talking to are the dudes who are actually half decent but don't know how to progress or don't know how to move forward. The ones who are very nervous about the prospect and try once and never want to try again. I'm not talking to the average dude who's sitting on a construction site going, hey baby, you can't talk to those fucking losers. I'm talking about the average man who doesn't do this. You have to imagine the guy who went up to you and felt that comfortable. That's not the average man. The average man does not approach women. I know this because I see all these nerds like, I don't even know how to say hi to a girl. I don't even know how to say anything to girls. So the ones that you're talking about are the hyper, either like socially retarded, who don't give a fuck about any social cues, or the guys who want to make you uncomfortable. They don't give a shit. They're going to call it irresponsible. Those are not the people I'm talking to.
Usually in public, I don't really have time to have a conversation. I go to the grocery store and the gym, two places I don't normally stop and have a full conversation with people. Here's the thing, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying you men that say, you know, this, I'm just not gonna talk to women anymore. I'm just done. I don't believe it. Especially if there's someone that's very attractive, put together. I feel like a lot of guys will just be kind of drawn in that direction, or at least, you know.
Okay, guys who are watching right now, okay? There's a small portion of you that see an attractive woman and have the courage enough. The vast majority, be honest, do you guys have the balls to go up to a woman you think is very hot and say hi to her or to say anything to her? I get DMs every single day from guys being, I have no idea how to talk to her. I'm too scared. I think I'm going to look stupid. That's most men. And that's how I think women don't understand the experience of men. They see themselves being bombarded with attention and think all men are constantly after them, not realizing of the men who approached them, there's maybe 100 other who noticed her and didn't say a word or didn't have the courage to come up to them. You know, like when a hot woman's in a club, she'll have like guys coming up to her throughout the night. You guys believe there's a whole slew of other men who didn't have the balls to go up to them, and that's most men.
And they got noticed. If you were visited by 4 guys in one night, most guys saw you.
Yep.
Most guys in that club saw you. But you got 4 guys that came up to you. That means that if everybody that noticed you and thought you were attractive actually went to you, it would have been a lineup.
It would have been a lineup.
It would have been a whole ass lineup. You would have been you'd have to change your face with the bathroom side.
How about I tell you this? The first guy went down, up to you, got shot down. The other one went, that's not gonna be me.
Yeah, other people noticed.
I want to maintain my self-esteem and not kill myself tonight.
Mm-hmm. When one guy approaches a girl, you have to understand that we act like we don't know this. We know this. And we try to see where this shit is going. And I could tell you, there's some people, okay? There's half of the guys that are gonna be like, God damn it, it works. And other guys that are not able to approach are gonna be like, yeah, you get that, boy. Good for me. Have one stroke for me, bro.
You know,
have one stroke for me,
you know
bro.
What? You know what? My roommate, he's a performer, and he's worked as a bouncer. Let me go there. Yo, Bradley. Yo, can you put on a shirt and come here real quick? Just answer the question, okay? This guy just woke up, so he doesn't know what we're talking about. Okay? Okay, let me ask you real quick. You've worked at nightclubs.
Yeah.
You've been a performer.
Yeah.
You watch people in the nightclubs approaching women all the time?
Yeah.
Tell me, when you're in the club, do most guys have the courage to go up to women?
No. No, they do.
La majorité des gars, tu les vois, ils font juste rester là, ils dansent entre eux. Yeah? They don't actually do any approaching, right?
No.
Parce qu'il y a une femme qui dit, oh, j'ai pas l'impression que les hommes, ils ont peur d'approcher. I don't see that. I don't see men are afraid. But, tu sais, there's a certain kind of guy generally who goes up and approaches women. Yeah. You see it in the club. You can tell the difference, right?
Yeah.
And you also see, okay, when you're in the club and you see a woman reject a guy, do you think you see how... Why do you think most of the guys don't approach the women?
Rejection. They feel the rejection.
Yeah.
So they don't go.
And
that's it.
Then answer your question that you said. Once you see one nigga get rejected.
What? Me?
That's you.
I mean, pause.
Because that's your. You're 7'9".
Yeah. Anyways, my roommate, he's a dancer. I'll put up his Instagram below if you want to go follow him. Yeah, you're not allowed to come over though. I don't invite any of the ladies.
But the thing is, yeah, once one guy get rejected, there's some guys that are gonna be like, yeah, let me go in. It's my turn. I'm gonna use something else.
So when she says this, and like, I don't believe that men wouldn't approach a beautiful woman, it's because you don't understand the male experience. And this is not me coming at you to try to chew off your head. I think most women don't understand the male experience. The same way I think a lot of men don't empathize with the fact that for women, the reason why they're so defensive in a nightclub when 10 dudes come up to them is because those women are tired of being approached. Sometimes they just want to be with their girls. Sometimes they're just tired of being looked at as a sexual object. So when 30, 40, 50 dudes approach them, after the 50th one's like, yo, get the fuck away from me. And it's understandable. We're having a thing where we're not understanding the other's experience, and then we're arguing against the caricature of what we perceive them as, rather than the reality, which is most men are lonely and lack the courage to approach a woman.
And you have to understand that for a woman, that's what I understand. You know what I mean? What I have to look out for.
Yeah. Because you worked at a club.
Yeah.
Okay, as a bouncer.
Yeah. The thing that you have to understand is that the club experience for women it's men and women, but women is very different, right? It's aggressive.
Yeah.
A club is aggressive. Mm-hmm. Loud music, you don't know what, because of the loud music, you don't know what's gonna, like your sense or a big disturb, right? So someone rub up on you, touches you, it's very aggressive. Like, especially if you don't like, you know you don't necessarily have the power to, there's a little bit of fear in there, whatever and whatnot. So on top of that, you got people approaching you like, hey, what's up? It could be it could be a lot. So that's where the rejection also comes from. It can come from because the experience can be very aggressive.
Have you walked around Walmart? I have. not many people looking put together. It's one of my comfort areas of, oh, I can look like shit because everyone else is, so I'll blend in. But honey, when I don't blend in at Walmart and I actually get all like this little 18-year-old man, I guess I'll call him a man. I feel like he's a boy still, but what's chatting me up? Men will run to open doors for me. Like I said, I don't want to sound like, oh, look at me. So many people doing my bidding, but it's just something that I wanted to talk about because I see all these men in my comment section, Evan, Preach, a lot of guys that talk about, you know, the girls in the gym, you know, upset that a man is talking to them, saying,
I'm never gonna talk to women. This is why we don't open doors anymore. And you women want to say chivalry is dead. It's your fault.
I haven't noticed that chivalry has been dead. I've noticed an increase of freaks.
I feel like I should just do a compilation of TikToks of women complaining that men don't approach them anymore.
Can we talk about how good men will sometimes not approach a woman that he's interested in simply because he's trying to be respectful, and he definitely does not want to be seen as a creep.
In the name of Hades.
Why do pretty girls sometimes never get approached by guys?
They're terrified. They're terrified. Every time I'm put together, every time I feel confident, tell me why no guy would approach me.
And what they mean when they say men don't approach them anymore is not that no men approach them anymore. It's that men that they actually find endearing. Because much like you said, the people who approach you when you go to Walmart or when you're out in public are generally ugly, unappealing dudes. So when people say men don't approach me, it's the people who actually have things going on in their life. It's mostly going to be degenerates who are going to come up to you. Why? Because men who have their shit together understand, one, it's generally not worth the risk to go up to women. Whether you like it or not, if I actually have something to lose, I'm not going to spend most of my day trying to approach ladies and going up to them or chatting them up. Why? Because I can go on Tinder and probably get much better results at a safer pace. So when we say men don't approach women, we're not talking to degenerate losers who spend all day at home doing nothing. We're talking to people who have something to actually lose by fear of women rejecting them loudly or being really aggressive or calling them a creep. Those are the actual men that we're scaring off.
I'm gonna talk for me. I didn't say that people are not going out more. I said that you shouldn't. You shouldn't. I was agreeing with, you know what? Stop going. Stop doing that. Stop going out there and be like, yeah, I'm gonna try to hit you up at the gym. Don't do that. Go train at the gym. Don't do that. Oh, I'm gonna try to hit you up at the Don't do the approaching. Get your shit together, work out, do your thing, better yourself, and people around you will come up.
Yo, fam.
But the going out thing, don't do it.
But other than that, that's it from us.
You think it's right?
Fuck.
Hi, I'm Sam, and I'm Asian. Now, if you're Asian like me, you might have heard of spam. No, not that spam, you idiot. I'm talking about shy, passive Asian males. No one really ever told me I was attractive, and all the people that I thought looked super attractive on television, they look nothing like me. So I basically grew up never talking to girls.
Sorry, this is funny.
They look nothing like me. Yeah, you're a dude.
That threw me off.
I know what you mean.
Now that was normal in middle school and that was tolerated in high school, but now I'm a grown college student and I've never been on a date in my life.
In order to ask out 100 girls, I need to find 100 girls. Beggars can't be choosers, so I don't care what they're like as long as they're 18 and up. So what's a good place to find girls 18 and up? A college. We're going back to college.
I like that attitude. Beggars can't be choosers. Absolutely. A lot of you motherfuckers watching at home got some stupid ass standards. Lower than bitches. Cause you're ugly and you're not getting no pussy, and it's probably because you as a dude oftentimes got too high of a standard. So shout outs to him. He's starting off on the right foot.
Would you go on a date with me?
No.
Why?
I'm a lesbian.
Let's try that again. Would you go on a date with me?
We're kind of, yeah.
They were together, so that fucks up.
Hey, listen, whatever you guys say to get out of rejecting somebody, I guess.
I don't know you, so no.
I can't just be like, all right, let's like, go.
No. Is there anything I could do to convince you otherwise?
If you can show me in my dimension you're a strong person.
Let's go find number 6.
Realistically, no, because I'm interested in someone else.
Is there anything I can do to convince you otherwise?
Maybe like give me like $1 million.
Would you go on a date with me?
Fuck.
Yeah. I mean,
You seem very straightforward, and I'd be down to go on a date with you if ever.
And to make things worse, he could have just walked away. But you know what he did? He immediately asked out the girl sitting right next to her. This guy's an idiot.
Would you go on a date with me?
Yes, I like how you approached me.
Wow, I feel.
This motherfucker went, would you like to go on a date with me? Yes. Good. Would you like to go on a date with me?
And she went, oh, I like that approach. The one where you asked my friend out first before me, because you thought, I guess, maybe she was cuter. Yeah, I like that.
Whatever works, worked, I guess.
Hey. But I'll talk about that later.
Can I double date y'all?
You guys are too kind. You guys are too kind today. You guys are way too...
Confidence.
Would you go on a date with me?
Yes.
Here's your chance, Sam. You've learned from your mistakes with girls 8 and 9. Now's your chance to schedule a real date. Wait, what?
If I didn't have a boyfriend, I'd go on a date with you.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna let this play.
Today it's a no. I'm not in a mental state right now.
I feel like if we talked first and I liked what we were talking about, then yeah.
What do you want to talk about right now?
I have a girlfriend.
Would you go on a date with me?
What about somewhere in UCSD?
Would you say yes if I said somewhere in UCSD?
Sure, why not?
I usually like to talk to people before I go on a date with them.
You're talking to me now. Is this a yes or a no?
No.
Well, your mom is my boyfriend, so...
Would you go on a date with me?
Sure, yeah, why not?
No. No, I don't really know you.
Depends on what kind of date it is.
What kind of date would you want to go on?
To get food, maybe?
Okay, I'm down.
Okay. I don't trust people, guys who approach girls. I feel like that's a red flag. I've had a red flag with any guy who's ever done that.
You don't know shit about fuck, my girl. You do not know. She said guys who approach girls is a red flag.
I mean, in her defense.
Out of my way.
In her defense. If she looking for a relationship, I can see why. Because the only dudes you approach right now are niggas who do a lot of approaching. And dudes who do a lot of approaching ain't probably gonna settle down anytime soon.
So she the one that's gonna do the approaching?
That's not the point. The point is the dudes who are approaching her right now are probably the dudes who's gonna fuck around. It's not like they're doing this and they go like, let me get in a relationship. No, they gonna go through some pussy.
Oh, God.
Every dude I know who did the pickup stuff ain't exactly relationship material off the top.
Like you can approach, but not out of the blue. It's more like you're waiting in line. Oh, have you tried this?
Oh. Well, have you tried this? Would you go on a date with me?
I have a girlfriend.
I'm talking to someone.
I'm pretty busy. I don't have a boyfriend.
This guy's actually my boyfriend, so...
If I was single, I might be tempted, but...
Maybe if you pay me enough, it's possible. Boyfriend. I don't know you at all. I'm too emotionally attached to fictional characters right now.
Would you go on a date with me?
I don't really say no to that question. I don't have the best sense of personal safety, which probably isn't something I should be saying on the internet. I have a boyfriend. I'm kind of talking to someone right now.
I'm not interested in dating right now.
Would you go on a date with me?
Yes.
Why do I don't believe that? Yes.
We'll talk about that afterwards.
Okay.
We can talk all about it.
Boyfriend. No, because I also have a boyfriend.
He can also come.
I mean, he might. He's pretty social.
Can't, because I don't live here. Maybe we could, hang out a little before, going on a date.
Also, would you want to hang out?
Yeah, sure, but, the thing is, I have a boyfriend.
Well, would you look at that? We've reached the halfway point.
You remember that study that said, most people under the age of 25 never had a relationship?
Mm-hmm.
Then you see this video and all of a sudden,
everybody
these motherfuckers got boyfriends. Funny how that works, ain't it? What y'all think? You think the studies lied? Or you think they lied? I'm not mad at them. I understand why women say they got boyfriends. It's just the easiest way to reject somebody. Yeah. Dudes tend to walk away when they hear that, right? Because if a woman just flat out says no, dudes tend to be like, how can I change your mind, right? But if you have boyfriend, dudes tend to walk away. I understand why. I don't know about you guys, but wallets have always been an issue for me. And that's where today's sponsor, Ekster, comes into play. What I love about this wallet, the design, the fact that it's efficient. I stick all the cards that I need inside here, and then if at any point I want to pull them out, I don't even need to sift through my thing. I just, like this, boop. And then I know which card it is. I just pull out the card real sleek, push it back in, boom.
simple, and it doesn't fall out, as you can see right here. Doesn't matter how much I shake. Honestly, it feels like one of the Batman toys. Is that cool? X also has some cool accessories that involve using an app on your phone. You can activate this tracker, and the tracker stays with it. So when you're traveling, this could be a godsend. And there's many times this kind of technology would have saved my ass. So, amazing design, amazing functionality, at amazing prices. And what's more, if you follow the link in the description below, right now they got a good old Christmas sale going. So you can get up to 40% off. That's right. You can save some money, you feel me? Get yourself one of these and treat yourself. There's no reason why you need to go with these big bulky wallets with, or maybe if it's not for you, maybe there's a special man, you know, in your life. Ladies, if you guys are thinking of what to get your man, you know what I mean, for this holiday season, this is it. Every dude I've shown it to so far is like, I gotta get me one of those. So, don't hesitate, guys. Use the link in the description below and get yourself one too. Would you go on a date with me?
I've seen you asking like other people earlier, so I said I don't want a guy who's for the streets.
I have a boyfriend. Yeah, probably. A date is just a date, and I think a coffee is like something you have to say yes to anyone to. Yeah, I mean, you seem fine.
Dang, girl, I think you fine too. That sounded so immigrant-y. But that's actually a pretty good comeback. Yeah. I think that's probably the funniest thing you said this whole time. Yeah.
Dang, girl, I think you fine too.
Yeah. It was a little bit ratchet, but I like that. That was good, bro.
I mean, I feel like I'd have to get to know you first. Yeah. I don't know. You seem like a nice person, and you have a cool personality. You just approached me, and then.
This girl gives me Adam Family's vibes.
Yes.
Who am I thinking of?
That's Tuesday evening. Not quite Wednesday.
I would go on one date. Sure.
One day? What's the point of going on one date if I'm not gonna get the second one?
Do you want me to be really honest?
Yeah, go for it.
You're not my type.
What is your type?
Prep. Tall,
Am I not tall? I'm 6'1".
You cut her out. She's about to say tall, dark, and handsome. Can you guess which of those she doesn't think you are? Good. We're all in agreement.
You're 6'1". Okay, maybe. I can give you like half a date.
What the hell?
I gave up men for Lent, so unfortunately no.
What the heaven?
I'm in a long distance relationship. Just got into a breakup. If you cracked a good line, I would definitely consider.
1 to 10, I think you're a 9, and I'm the one you need.
Oh, that's good. See, yeah, I would.
Man.
If it works,
I mean, at that age,
it works.
At that age, that could work.
I would definitely be like, sure, yeah.
All right, where are we going?
I'm so sorry. I got a shotty on the side, but yeah.
What? Yeah, what campus is that? Because it's got the most amount of lesbians I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
Bro, this look like a whole ass pride parade the way these girls are always into other women. God damn.
I'm engaged.
Where's the ring? Where's the ring? Oh, okay, you actually have a ring. Is there anything I could do to change your mind?
No!
I prefer being single.
I don't really have time for boys right now.
I have never been on a date before.
You don't want me to be the first one?
I have a boyfriend. Just got out of a relationship.
I have a boyfriend.
Right here. Right there.
Would you go on a date with me?
Are you gonna pay for my food?
Oh.
Sure. Sure. Okay, so I'm actually running out of time, so let's breeze through the rest of these. There were a couple more no's.
I am into women.
I'm also into women.
God damn. I don't know what it's about parks, but if you find a woman in a park, the odds of her being a lesbian just go up by
It's a
30.
campus.
That's a park to me.
On the campus.
Yeah, there's grass. That's a park. That's how it works. And if you see them on the grass, they might be lesbian. Why do you think these lesbians like picnics so much? Because they get to eat out.
Yes. 30-second conversation we had before this. You're funny, and you can like actually hold a conversation.
A lot more no's.
I have a boyfriend. No. I just got my heart broken. No. After getting to know you, maybe. I have a boyfriend.
I'm not mentally stable enough.
If a motherfucker tells you they're not mentally stable enough to go on a date with you, trust them.
No.
And we ended on a hot streak.
Yeah. Depends on what car you drive.
I drive a Lexus.
Okay, we can work with that.
Where are we going?
I'll see where you want to go.
McDonald's.
All right. Are you paying?
I can pay for McDonald's.
Okay, bet.
You require a Lexus car, but you want McDonald's.
Yeah, I mean, at least as long as you're paying for something now. I like going on dates with random people.
You do this often?
No, like if they come up to me and ask me, like of course I'm gonna say yes. Like if they had the audacity to come up and ask me. And you look like my dad, kind of.
Okay. Hey, you know what? Yeah.
Well,
Some dudes want to get called daddy. That's the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're confident.
Should we all just go on a date together?
Sure, thruple. Wait, quadruple.
Oh, minus number 97.
If you were single, would you go on a date with me? That leaves us with a 19% acceptance rate. That's it? Are you serious? Oh my. I knew I shouldn't have made this video. I knew I'd be too unlovable and no one would love me like that. I knew girls are too good for me.
No, Sam, that's not true. And I'm not just saying that because I'm you. If you look at that number, you're right. 19% is pretty bad. But you have to remember that 63% said they weren't interested in dating anyone right now, not just you. That means you actually got 19 out of 37 interested women to say yes. That's over 50%. And these people, they don't even know who you are.
Okay. Buddy, I don't know if you're watching right now. If you are, I can assure you that most of those women do not have boyfriends. They were not in relationships. They just said that because they wanted to get out of it. And I can also show you that 19 out of 100 is not a bad rate. In terms of acceptance, it's actually fantastic. That's really good. You got 19 out of the 100 people you ask out? That's amazing, okay? What do I think when I watch? A couple things. One, I think it's cool to go out and put yourself out there. Two, for people watching, you have to understand the people. One, there's a camera involved. People who are on the receiving end of that are gonna act different, right? A lot of those interactions would have gone south if it wasn't for this camera project gimmick thing going on. Secondly, just because you get a number doesn't mean she's going on a date. One of the second most difficult things is the translation from getting the number to getting the girl on a date. And why that's the most difficult part is that if you didn't create any intrigue off the top, they're not even going to respond to your number when you text them. Plenty of women will give you a fake number or give you their number but never respond because nothing was really there. It's kind of like when you're on online dating, you talking to a girl and then that shit dies out even though y'all matched. The reason why it died out is because you didn't create any intrigue. Or even if you do grab her number from Tinder, if you don't get it excited or interested, she may never respond to your texts. That happens all the time. So this 19 number that he has is probably like 2 or 3. Because most of these women were not intrigued or interested. They were not enthusiastic about going on a date with them. They didn't even care. Like, yeah, maybe, I guess, fine. When you get an answer like that, that's not a good thing. Like, sure, it's a good thing that they accepted and you put yourself out there. But it doesn't mean you've translated them to an actual date. You know what I'm trying to say? So for anyone watching, I'm just like breaking it down a little bit for your people. Because you were asking me earlier, I think you asked me, is that a good thing or whatever? So one of the, like, no. That's why when you get the girl's number, you gotta do it in a way that's a little bit of pizzazz that actually piques her, right? So that when you get her number, you know, like, oh, she's definitely likely to respond. But if you just come up to her, hey, can I get your number? And she says yes, I guarantee you 95% of the time, they never gonna respond. Because they're like, he's this fucking dude. Why would I be interested in him? You have demonstrated zero value. So, that's just some of the more finer primers. But I encourage people to go do stuff, try their shot, shoot their shot, go up to these people, approach them, go for it. And it's cool to see folks doing that. I just wanted to give a bit more of a realistic view of what it's actually supposed to look like. What?
If you want to have better chances of getting a date, you could go on T.H. Henley. T.H. Henley has the stuff for you. You can have a clear skin. Not like my buddy right there. You can have a clear skin.
Why are you violating?
I'm not violating. It is what it is, bro. You got to get a clear skin. The clear skin is what the first thing that your motherfuckers is going to see when they're going to see you. You see hello, and they see pizza face. I'm just saying, bruv. No, all I'm saying is I can help you. You just click on the link below, go on Abba and Preach, right? And then right Abba and Preach, and then you're going to be able to have, just get the pack number, like level 1. Level 1, there's a scrub to get all the nooks and crannies, you know, that's why you get,
Anything else you want to have a video or anything?
You pretty much sum it up pretty good.
there needs to be a background, something like when you do a cold call like that. There's nothing. There's no substance. Yeah. There's nothing. Even sometimes when there's substance, people are not gonna call you back because. But from the time that they say yes to the time that you call them back, there's that lingering time where your girlfriends talk to you, whatever, whatnot. You know, they ponder about how they feel. I don't know how I felt. I don't know how that guy made me feel. I don't know this and that, and that fucking decreases your chances. Your chances doesn't increase with time; they decrease. Because they get anxiety, they start asking a bunch of questions, they start, so either you have to act quick or you have to add substance to it. Because it's going to decrease with time. That's what I believe. But yeah, other than that, at least you went out there. At least you went out there and your ass. Like you went out there. Most motherfuckers that talk to you, I got a problem with relationship. Yeah, and you ask, what's your problem with relationships? Well, I can't get any relationship. You know, I can get any girls to go out with. Cool. Did you ask? No. At least he went out there and asked, so I gotta give him that.
Today's topic.
Hey, what's up, guys? Justin Wayne here.
This is Justin Wayne, one of the most popular so-called seduction artists on YouTube. His videos have scored millions of views, and his channel has 127,000 subscribers. Wayne tries to prove that his tips work by posting what he calls in-field videos, or lay reports.
Is he posting footage of himself making out the girl in his bedroom?
Hidden camera footage of him picking up seemingly unsuspecting women.
I don't want to watch this anymore.
That's gross, bro. Listen, I'm gonna say this about it, okay? There's a lot of goobers in these pickup artists industry. There's a lot of guys who are not only fake, but very creepy. And posting videos of you smashing prop people, even if it's censored, like, I don't know. If they're not consenting, especially, like.
Wayne sometimes partially masks the identity of the women in his videos, suggesting that they did not consent to be filmed. Wayne claims he gets permission for the videos that he posts online, but he didn't blur their faces because of any enforced standards from YouTube. We've added additional blurring to protect their identities. Wayne isn't the only questionable character who operates with impunity on the site. He's just the one who invited us to watch how he does it.
So thanks for coming out. This is going to be a very, very simple talk. It's really just about helping you guys out where you guys are right now. I don't want to go into too much like random theory. I want to hit the jugular. Most of the time, you're just not probably trying to touch the girls early enough. That's number one. And by not touching her or trying to touch her, it's easy to get friend zoned at that point.
Okay, I don't know if it's the editing. I highly doubt he just started the seminar with touching her and like starting, you know, a bit of Kino or whatever. But
even if he doesn't,
okay.
It's cringe.
All right, I'm gonna say this. There's a certain energy you exude when you're really comfortable with yourself and you're good with ladies. All right. And what I've noticed watching a couple of dudes from the pickup artist community or even the Red Pill community is that some of them basically fake the funk. When I'm seeing them, I'm like, you're not really about this stuff. And when I look at this dude, I'm getting that exact same thing. I do.
Wayne's weekend boot camps cost $999. He brought along a Russian woman named Jenny. She also appears in Wayne's YouTube videos, initially as one of his targets, but now he claims she's one of his girlfriends, proof that his methods work.
You know, you want it to be touchy-feely right away, in the right way. And we have something called the orders of touch, okay? I might want to borrow you, okay? Just come here, right? So the order of touch is basically, look, you can start with, for example, like high fives, hand stuff, and you can go here, right? The elbow, this way.
She's trying so hard not to laugh, but let's just keep watching.
Yo, what?
Then you can go shoulder, and at this point is when you can probably go closer.
He's not
then
supposed
you can
to
do like probably
change
nose
directions
to nose,
that quick.
mouth to mouth, boobs, and it goes down, right? In general, what do you want in the end?
Nice.
This is what happens when people just read stuff and then start regurgitating. This shit's weird, bro.
Yeah, I read a book like that, and a couple of years ago. There's a lot of some things that I took from that book was a lot of things I threw away, like the Bible. Like I'm not doing that shit.
For me, I kind of just want to be able to meet like the girls that I'm attracted to. You know what I mean? You know, kind of like what you have going. Okay, from what I've seen, yeah.
But are you teaching them to be assholes?
Oh no, definitely not. I'm not saying I haven't used any asshole tactics yet with them. I'm teaching them how to be men.
Are you teaching them how to be assholes? No, definitely not. I haven't been teaching them how to be assholes yet. I don't know. It's just funny how he said yet, as if he's gonna teach them how to be assholes later. Everything about this dude screams fraud. The real victims and all this are the guys who pay the brand. I'm gonna say that much.
And you tell guys when a girl says no to respect that.
Of course. I mean, actually, that's why we have, these programs. We teach them how to gauge the levels of touch. It's not even just about. It's not about them getting getting in trouble in court. It's just about them getting the girl. Like if he overdoes it and the girl feels uncomfortable, it lowers the chances. It's all about paying attention to where she is, and that's been very successful myself and for a lot of my students. Have you guys ever gamed the beach before? We're gonna have to start making moves, okay? So there are some girls over there, but they're looking at us with the camera. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I want you guys to do now, make it easier for me. Look around for like maybe 2 girls or something like that, or 1 girl laying down.
See that woman standing next to him? That's another one of Wayne's supposed girlfriends, introduced to us as Kelly from Finland. Before leaving for the beach, we'd put a mic on Wayne, and we're rolling.
God, that was so close. Fuck.
He threatened not to pay her if she did not cooperate. Underneath one kind of apparent exploitation, we found another.
Let's just get this shit over with, because I'm only here for the money.
I'm not gonna want to pay if you embarrass me on camera. I can do anything I want. Like, you have to remember, I'm always gonna have more weapons and stuff like that. Okay? Just don't fuck with me, please. Okay? I'm going to lose it all. I'm crazy like that. I've always been crazy. That's why I put girls online and they for years, and no one does anything to me. Listen to me. If you don't trust me, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm telling you in your life.
Yeah, I expected. Not surprised. That's what you said. You called it. I ain't got nothing else to say.
I didn't expect it to be flagrant though. This is weird. That dude clearly threatened her. I've got more weapons. I'm willing to risk it all. I'm crazy like that. That's why I posted girls online and shit like that. What?
And no one has done anything to me?
Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. So VPN is basically an application or a web extension that you could use on your web browser or on your internet to mask your IP address, basically hiding your location from whatever website you're interacting with. Now, you might think, why would I want to hide where I'm at? It doesn't matter. Well, unfortunately, there are places that block you based off of your IP address. And so if you're trying to view online content, let's bypass that so I can take advantage of the deal. Watch what you want to watch and don't be restricted by anyone's barriers. You deserve to go wherever you'd like to go. Like I said, just because you see a dude with a lot of girls does not mean that this man knows what he's doing or that you should take his advice. All right, I've had people approach me, Abba, can you give me coaching? I'm not a coach. Just because I've had some measure of success in my life with my dating prospect does not mean I'm fit to go and teach you how to be able to do. That's not what that means. Okay? A lot of these guys will come in and just repeat what they read in books or saw from other people, even though they haven't done any of the work, and then they'll teach it to you awkwardly. No. And look, there's plenty of seduction coaches online that are perfectly fine, right? Shan Boudram's a good example, right? She helps ladies with stuff and stuff like that. And there's other people on the male side who are also fine. But then you got dudes like this who, no, that's a no. And
how you made a difference?
That's tough. That's tough because you see these guys and they pay for women, right? So the markers of success that you would normally see, they're paying for them. He's paying for ladies to show up.
It's just a magician that has an assistant. She's in on the tricks. She's paid. You can't rely on her. She's like, oh my God, what I'm doing here? Oh, what? A brand new dress. Oh shit. It's paid.
Right. But then there are some illusionists who don't necessarily hire random people to do what they need to do, but they actually do really proper illusions, right? They don't fake their interactions with the people there. So it's hard to know which one's which. And so I have no easy answers for you. I have no easy answers. I'm not going to lie. But I would tell you that there's a lot of them who fake it. There's a lot of them who pay for people to come around them. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would tell you.
After this, Wayne insisted we interview her. Are you and Justin in a relationship? Yes.
How are you going to ask to interview her and you're standing behind her like, yeah, go ahead, answer. I got you.
I got to take you seriously.
How long? 4 years. Oh, okay. And do you have a tattoo? Yeah. What is it? His name. His name? Why'd you get his name tattooed? I love him. Oh, okay.
This is one of the few times where people, if you guys thought that was sus, I want you to get in the comments and be like, hey sis, blink twice if you need help. This is those times. This is one of those times where it's very legitimate.
Yeah.
I want you guys to also comment on a scale of 1 to 10. How creeped are you by this whole thing?
Wayne scolded Kelly for her performance afterward. We repeatedly tried to talk to Kelly alone, but she refused, or Wayne intervened.
Do you get their permission to put them online?
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, a lot of times, it's like Jenny, for example. I told her, and she was like, okay. And if they don't want to, I just not show anything. You know, simple.
She said the video was up for a month before you told her about it.
No, she knew that the video would be posted. She just didn't ask me like when it was posted. So that's a clarification.
That's not what she told me. And so is everything that happens in the video real?
Yes.
Did you pay Jenny or Kelly?
No.
Did you pay them to be on camera while we were here?
No.
You didn't pay either of them?
Nope. She would do it for me because I'm good to her as a boyfriend.
I heard you say that you wouldn't pay her if she didn't do the interview and make you look good.
Oh yeah, I told her to do the interview well, or else I'm not going to be there for her in general. Not pay her. That's not what it meant.
Did you threaten her?
Basically, I was just like, yo, come on, you can do this. She's like, I know, I'm scared. She's like, come on, don't do this. You're making me upset. I was like upset because and she also seemed upset about the camera. Like, I don't know if I really want to do this. Like I've done a lot for you.
I noticed that like a lot of the girls in your videos are foreign. Why is that?
So, there's American girls also, but a lot of them are foreign because, in New York and Miami, there's a lot of foreign girls. Hold on.
It's just coincidence?
Yeah, can I get some water? This is not like, something that, just to let you guys know. Excuse me?
I'm listening.
I prefer just to talk to you about like my teachings.
Yeah,
I don't want to create anything where it's like too much about like fishiness about me, like really mistreating people.
4 days after our interview, Wayne took down all his YouTube videos. A day later, he released this cryptic message announcing his retirement, kind of.
For now, I'm just kind of like relaxing. Sometimes everyone needs a break.
But less than a week after that, he put a few of the old videos back online. We asked YouTube if the sorts of videos that Wayne and others post violate the platform's terms of service. We also asked if the site ran ads on them, and what mechanisms YouTube has in place to prevent such content from existing on the site in the first place. In response, a YouTube spokesperson provided a short statement about their privacy complaint process. Even if Justin Wayne ends up quitting the internet, there will be plenty of other pickup artists to take his place, as well as creators of every other shade of questionable, disturbing, or potentially illegal content. And for now, YouTube will be there to take a cut.
That's the beautiful thing about this stuff. It's just such a, elegant work of art. It's a beautiful science, art, everything in one.
God damn. Hard to watch.
I mean, it's more than hard to watch. If he did film them without their consent, then yeah, that's illegal, and that's criminal, for one. But two,
all grown up.
This stuff was online.
YouTube run ads on them?
I mean, listen. YouTube counts on the creator to say that they got the right to all those videos. And so it's not on YouTube to do that. If there's a privacy concern, someone's privacy was violated, the person can file. YouTube can't guarantee that everyone in your videos is there and wants to be there. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
So I can't hold YouTube accountable for that. But yeah, I mean, if that's what he did, then that's a crime. Especially like filming them. If he didn't get consent for that stuff, that's creepy.
Bucking? That's crazy.
No.
That's crazy.
I don't know. It's tough. People try to pay for a lot of this coaching stuff, and oftentimes I don't know how I feel about it always, because again, a lot of these teachers are fake. It's not a regulated industry, right? So you get a lot of snake oil salesmen who will just repeat what other people have said just to be able to take your money. So just be careful when you guys are out there and seeking out that advice, and you're paying for it. All right, so just be mindful of that. Yeah, I've had girls hit me up and be like, "Man, dude, could you coach me?" I'm like, "Coach you? Like, what made you think I was a professional?"
Coach you for what?
I don't know. One girl's like, "Matthew Hussey's a fake. I need your help. I'll pay you." Like, it was pretty good money too. I wasn't gonna lie. Part of me wanted to take the money just so I could be like, "Have you learned your lesson now?" But
know your witches.
But you know,
like, yeah,
I
see,
think you're being
nothing.
accusatory and abrasive.
Yeah. I know you've heard about
I said that
Nigerian
to your
princesses.
face.
What about Ethiopian
Odysseus
princesses?
tried
What's up,
giving
girl?
me one of his talks.
And she'd be like, "What about them?"
Complaining to him. He was concerned with
Yeah,
how we're
it's
getting
just, you know,
on.
be careful out there.
You're not exactly
Yeah,
being
don't
subtle,
take a
and
lot of
he's
this
quite
advice.
perceptive
Don't
in
do
case
it.
you hadn't noticed.
For the people that are watching and they're wondering, oftentimes it's really just common sense. Okay, the advice that it is common sense. Better yourself. How do I build confidence? Better yourself. Know your worth. Work on yourself. Go to the gym. Wash yourself. Okay, lavez-vous dehors. Okay, ou senti trop. Ou senti, mon cher. Lavez-vous dehors. Lavez bouchou. Brossez dents. Il faut brosser les dents tout en deux. Hein? Après ça, bouton pour lever dans Jolou pour dire c'est la fièvre. Non, Jolou qui t'est senti comme ça. J'adore frère Renel. All that to say, better yourself. Learn some shit. Read a book. Go to the gym. Wash yourself. Learn skills. Learn how to cook. Learn how to dance. Know your worth. That's what it is by knowing your worth. Add some skills. Learn a new language. Something to talk about. Some people, they don't have nothing to talk about. And that's mostly that. I'm 18 and I don't know. I've been failing at dating. Well, that's because you're 18 and you don't learn a new skill. Have something to talk about, to show for. That's what it is. Better yourself and know your worth. That's what I would say. Other than that, the rest is just extra. But really, at the base of things, that's what it is.
So I'll probably tell you guys two things. One, just seek out a lot of adversity. I think as a man especially, you guys have to build character, all right? And seeking out adversity means doing things that are difficult, all right? A lot of what Preach said, that applies. But also that also means talking to ladies, right? Even when it's 3 girls in front of you, you want to go up. Seek that adversity out, you know? As you get more comfortable in those environments, you do it more often. The second thing is you need to reflect. It's not enough to just go bang your head against the wall. If you're not getting able to get through because it's concrete, maybe find some different solutions to your problem. You have to reflect on whatever failures you have and see how you can get better at it. So put in the work, put in the effort, and then the second thing is reflect. If you don't learn from whatever mistakes that you make, or if you don't try things differently, then you're not going to have any measure of success in that regards. So that's what it really comes down to. And that's probably like the 2 most basic advices I could give you guys. But most people fail at number 1. They don't even show up. So they're too afraid to even do the approaching.
That's really that. I suck at dating. What have you done? Nothing.
I mean, you know, also at the same time, in this day and age, a lot of people are like, I don't want to approach, you know, I'm too afraid, and I get that too. Even though it partially feels like an excuse, I do understand it to some degree. There's no easy solutions, guys.
No, but you gotta do it.
There's no easy solutions. All right, well, that's it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Today's video, we're going to be covering a video that Preach suggested we watch. So, all right, here we go.
Do you guys remember our friend Miguel? The guy with the horrible rejection story?
And then she dropped it. She goes, "You have got to be the ugliest guy in the..." No, dude, I know you probably don't believe me, but...
No way she responded
yeah,
like that.
it's...
Who responds like that? Well, after further examination, I found out that my man has had zero sexy sex.
Did he call it sexy sex?
He said sexy sex.
Yo, y'all imagine y'all going to sex therapist? You're like, man, I'm bored, man. Can't get laid. Wonderful. Glad you could sign up, Jonathan. Here at Prime Relay, we're going to help you get some sexy sex. If you don't take your money back and walk out that door immediately, all right, let's just listen to this guy do his best impersonation of Tony Robbins.
Well, hold on.
So who better to help him out than the virgin converter himself? I did it 2 years ago with a 21-year-old. I'm gonna do it again with this 35-year-old, but this time we need to see where he's at. So we brought 7 girls to speed date our friend Miguel. Hop in.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name's Eva. What's your name?
Miguel. Miguel, very nice to meet you. I have to do this because my mom said it was essential. I have to have gum so my breath smells like kind of nice.
Okay.
So
Are you close with your mom?
I'm very close with my mom. She's kind of like my best friend right now.
No. I refuse to believe that a virgin goes off like that. I gotta take gum. My mom told me that I have to put gum. He would put gum. He would take gum before.
But then people were like, "What about Skippy? Skippy's a different breed. Skippy has like evidence of authenticity. I don't know. Something about this just seems fake." But that's
Skippy has evidence of yes.
Yeah,
I tend to yes.
I don't watch a Skippy video and think, "Oh my god, this is fake." But that's just me personally.
And staged. No,
that's not what I think at all when I watch a Skippy video.
So family's very important to you?
Yeah, just my mom right now. My dad's not really in the picture.
Okay.
You watch video games?
I play some video games. I haven't in a while. No, it's okay.
Very nervous, and you can tell.
You look a little nervous, but that's okay.
But do you like video games?
I used to play a lot more, but lately I haven't played.
Yeah. Do you like video games? Do you like video games? I'm feeling really nervous. Well, it's okay to be video games. Yeah, do you like video games? 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 Do you like video?
Silver spade shines even brighter now.
I feel like there's a producer in his ear being like, "Ask her if she likes video games again. Ask her again. Ask her again."
We didn't get a clear answer. Ask again. Roger that.
But I do watch Naruto, so I watch some anime, but I haven't played too many video games lately.
I love anime.
Yeah, what's your favorite anime?
Dragon Ball Z.
Saying you love, you rock with anime because you watch Naruto is like saying you love food because you eat McDonald's, It's like, yeah, but not really. You know what I mean?
But if you're like, I don't know.
What? Go ahead.
If someone, everybody that told me that they were a fan of anime, and you ask them, what do you watch? And they go to Dragon Ball Z, is not a fan of anime.
Yeah.
Pretty good. You look really pretty.
Thank you.
Wow. Oh my god.
How are you?
Pretty good.
What's your name?
My name is Miguel. What is your name?
Nice to meet you. My name's Ashley.
Ashley. Wow, you have a really pretty name and you're really pretty too.
Thank you.
Do you like video games? I love video games.
I don't really play video games.
You don't play video games?
Not a lot, no.
There's this character in my game that I'm playing right now, Civilization.
Okay.
That looks just like you, and it just reminded me of it, and I thought to myself, like, oh my god, maybe she is the queen of this country. I don't know. This is so funny. Do you mind if I give you like a hug? Just like a hug goodbye?
I would say so. Okay.
I got you
This
something.
thing is so disconjointed, it's random.
Yes.
You look like this girl from my video game. Awesome, yeah. I don't know.
Go ahead, do it. Everybody want to hear the yuck yuck.
Could I get a hug? Hey, producer, was that good enough? All right.
Your breathing character.
Hi.
You
I like civilizations. What about you? I'm the Aztecs. You want to be Canada? Because I'll conquer you.
Is that alright? Is that okay, guys? Right.
That was hard to watch. My stomach is churning right now. I don't know how hard it was for you to sit through that.
The only thing that's making me more uncomfortable than this guy is this dude over here who just seems like he's coming in. Well, right back at you with 93.5 Radio Voice.
And that's
my
fashion.
stomach is churning. How are you guys feeling at home right now? Welcome to Vice City. Everything feels weird about this.
It was okay at first,
Okay.
like he was respectful, nice, complimented me, sweet. I wouldn't go out with him again though.
Yo, at which point in your life would you think to yourself, the most authentic part of these dating videos is the IG models?
Touche, bro. Touche.
Do you know how fake and inauthentic you have to be to make me forget that these are IG models?
I thought it was nice that he asked before he hugged me and approached me, but also he smelled so bad. Just like cheap cologne, not fresh.
Say no more.
Yeah.
We'll go fix this guy up. My man, what's going on here?
There's so many pretty girls.
Look, I saw your advance on the last girl. I respect how respectful you were. She said something interesting. What are you wearing? I'm just curious.
Ripped Abs by Bod.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I really am.
What are you wearing? And the man goes straight to cologne? Is that normal? Wouldn't you think he's talking about clothes?
Yeah.
If someone said, yo, nigga, what are you wearing? I'd be looking at my fit.
Straight up.
That's why I'm saying this whole thing seems very, nigga, look at the screen.
Check out our line of fragrances.
This is a commercial.
This is an infomercial.
It's. I found it at the corner store.
Give me one
It's really
second.
nice.
He found it at the corner store. I don't know who this guy's name is. Okay. Teaching. Listen, if you're going to fake this stuff, at least make it more authentic. Get some better actors. Have somebody write your dialogue. Because this is so clearly set up, it's cringy. And I think the one thing I take issue with is how people go out of their way to paint these virgins as like always the most awkward and the worst of the worst. And he played heavily into that stereotype to make this fake commercial and to then sell them a product. So my assumption is he's going to bring out this thing, spray it on the man, and he's going to get some success afterwards.
This is gonna be the start of our transformation today. This right here is Santa Lucia. It's a parfum made in France. I live my own, so I'm a little bit biased, but we curated it for one reason alone. When you're in dates, you smell like a man. You smell like a man that's magnetic. Come closer. Spray it on.
You can't spray it on. No. You can't spray it on. You cannot spray. I know. I got cologne. You cannot spray new perfume on old fragrances. You didn't wash. Your body's gonna ask. No. You can't. That's a no.
Hold up. Explain.
No. Well, the thing that happened is that even then, okay, when you spray a cologne and you're not even supposed to spray it here. You know, oftentimes whenever you spray a cologne, they tell you to spray it here and everything and stuff. You can't do that. You actually cannot do that whenever you try in the store. That's why in the stores that actually know what they're talking about in colognes, they spray it on a piece of paper, a piece of fabric, and you spray it in the air. Then you have the neutral cologne. Then that cologne, okay, that you're gonna spray on you after you wash, and you don't put heavy scented soap after you wash, and you put that cologne is gonna interact with your sweat. That's why every cologne is not for everybody. Sometimes the pH of your skin and of your sweat and the bacteria that's on your skin are gonna interact and are gonna turn the colognes. And sometimes some people, we could be two guys wearing the same cologne. On me it's gonna work, on you it's not gonna work. Okay? So because we don't have the same pH. Now, you cannot spray, you already have something on it that smells bad. You're adding on top of that, it's just gonna turn. Even if you have a great cologne, it already doesn't smell good, it's gonna be tainted. It's not good. That's a big, huge perfume no-no.
Well, you guys heard it here first.
If you teaching man fashion, that's the first thing you should tell them. You should tell the dude, go take a shower. All right, go take a shower because you have that other cologne on you. It's gonna turn. Other thing, I can't just be like, yeah, here's your cologne. That thing is good for you or anybody. That's not how cologne works. Everybody got a different kind of cologne. My shit is my shit. I got a couple of, like, I wear Thierry Mugler, if you will. A couple of brands of him, and I wear Burberry Touch. That's my scent, right? That's what I wear. But those perfume, I cannot go to anybody and be like, wear this. No, because there's going to be some spices. There's going to be some There's going to be leather smelled in there. There's going to be bergamot. There's going to be different kind of smells that are going to interact with who you are and going to interact with your musk. You can't just propose a musk to someone. It doesn't work like that. None of this is real.
Next time a chick asks you, what are you wearing? Next time she asks you, what are you wearing? You know what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Come closer. That's what you're going to say, my man. I don't think you got it. Did you get the pun? You didn't get the pun. I'm trying to help you out here. See, I'm making you smell good, and I'm giving you the one-liner.
I'm gonna say that.
Okay, I got 7 more girls coming. All right, kill it.
Okay. Hi. Come closer.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
smell it? Yeah. Do you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Listen, my man thought he was Neo just over there. Come closer. No,
Oh my god, this is so cringe.
Hey, come closer. You like that smell? Yeah, you like that? You like that? My old one wasn't good, but this new one's good, huh? Yeah, you like it?
Come closer. Do you smell it?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad's not really like in the picture, but yeah, she's like my best friend.
It's good to have a close mom.
Yeah. Are you close to your mom?
Yeah, really close.
Yeah. Is she like your best friend too, or?
I wouldn't say my best friend.
Yeah.
We're really close, yeah.
Okay. Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Do you like cologne?
Cologne?
Yeah.
I'm big into scents, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Come closer.
It smells good. My mom's side's Puerto Rican and my dad's side's Dominican.
Word. Do you like video games? I'm close to my mom. My mom's my best friend. How's your mom?
you something.
My dad's not in the picture, but I got this cologne that my friend gave me. You like anime? I like Dragon Ball.
Actually, my mom's part Mexican too.
Oh, really?
But I don't really know that much about that side. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you close to your mom?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like would you say she's like your best friend?
I don't.
I feel like this is what I feel like. The moment he hears anything about a mom, he's like, time to insert my question. Are you close to your mom? I mean, an alien invasion could be happening, and soldiers could be like, quick, we have to get away from the mothership. And he could be like, are you close to your mom?
We're close to the mothership. Oh, is she your best friend? Is your mothership the best friend? My name's Miguel. I'm Mexican. I'm part Mexican. Oh, dope. But I don't really know that part. Is it because it's your dad part and your dad is not in the picture? Because my dad is not in the picture.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she's really nice. I like her because she says that her mom is her best friend. Yeah, my mom is my best friend too.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, we hang out all the time out.
Yeah.
That is not what I told you to do with that line.
But I told him to come closer.
We got a lot of work to do. I see the problem. Do you feel the problem or no?
I think I'm talking about all the things that I like. I don't see any problems.
We're gonna fix you up. I'm this man will be a different man in 3 episodes.
Okay. I like
it. For sure?
I'm in.
Hold on.
But don't forget to get the cologne, Santa Lucia. The cologne that you wear when you like Dragon Ball Z.
I'll send you to your
best friend.
graves.
Come close. Snap. Santa Lucia.
Yeah, I don't think I can do this. People are asking if this is scripted. So what do you think?
I think it is. That's not what I said. I think it is scripted. It's not how perfume works at all. Ah, shit, I just realized I'm a nerd perfume. You know what my favorite perfume is? Perfume called Dragon Ball Z.
Hey man, listen. To me, this looks super scripted, and there's a lot of guys who do stuff like this. They fake approaches, they fake pickup artist stuff, they fake it. There's guys who do it for real, but there's other ones who are fake. And this one screams fake. Screams.
But hey,
but hey,
5 million subscribers, man.
This is my opinion. Maybe you guys disagree, but yeah, it's extremely scripted. So those are my thoughts.
Same.
If you're one of the people who were involved in this and you know it's fake, feel free to contact us. But anyways, that's it for me. I hope you guys don't fall for stuff like this.
Teaching man fashion.
Here. If you're struggling with ladies that much and need some help, go look at some Patrice O'Neal. It'll help you a lot more than this fucking video. Those are my thoughts.
I ain't mad at you.
Shoes on through. Barricades back up. Let's have a ground.
I guess I don't know how, like, people, like, girls can't tell when I'm into them, I guess. Like, that's my problem.
How do they not know? Have you told them you're into them?
Oh, Well, yeah, that's another problem. Like,
no, that's the only.
Oh, that's the only problem. Tell them.
They can't tell I'm into them. Did you tell them? No.
No. That's
no problem.
What are you talking about? They're not gonna designate what you're only una. It's like they have to guess. If I think it hard enough, they're gonna know it. Oh, I think I put my pants. What are you?
Look at my face.
Great son of Zeus, I offer you this gift of
Knowing this life, sometimes it's really hard to be like.
Oh, I don't even hide it.
I don't hide it either.
No.
There was a time I was like, I was scratching. I was like, ugh.
No, she went down.
You know what? You know what? That is just me. That's just me. I'm not into hints. Subtle hints, obvious hints, big hints, small hints. You're right here in front of the person. Say what you want. Say it. Use your words. Be right there.
I don't know, I'm not really good at telling people that I'm into them.
Okay, well, women are gonna want you to tell them that you're into them. So if women can't tell you're into them, it's probably because you don't tell them that you're into them, right? It's like if you came on here, you're like, man, women can't tell that I want to go on a date with them. Did you ask them on a date? No. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't want my friends like that. Want my girlfriends like that. We're chilling. Even girls, not even guys. People in general. Because girls, you're good with that.
Yeah. I flicked my hair.
This is how girls flirt. That was it.
That's not the problem. You know what the problem is? They get mad.
Yeah.
When you don't see their ambiguous as.
Bro, I was in one of my friends, one of my homies. We're in the club, bro. We chilling, and there's like, I order drinks. That's what I do. Yeah, you need to chill.
Nah, bro.
You need to chill.
Nah, go.
I was like, I was like, yo, ordering drinks, whatever we drinking is me, her, my sister. We drinking, We drinking, Party's going on over here.
What about over there?
Party's going over there. Say ho.
I got to go.
Anyway, so my friend's just standing there. She's just standing there, and I'm like, yo, what's up? Like, you weird, you mad weird. She's like distant and I think she's trying to hit angle. I mean, I'm trying to be like, yo, what's up? So like, but she's just distant, right? And she's just trying to give angle. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Oh, there's this guy that I think is really cute. Okay, so what's she doing? Well, my thing. And I was like, huh? Yeah, I'm just doing my thing. Okay, holla at me whenever you're done doing your thing. 15, 20, 30, 45, an hour and a half pass. Nothing happens. Me, I'm like, all right, it's about to be 2 in the morning. So, yo, I tell my sister, you hungry? She's like, yeah. Yo, we finna go eat. Hop in. We get to the place. It's right next. It's close by. We start ordering. She's pissed off. Pouting. I'm like, yo, what the hell wrong with you? Like, well, you didn't let me do my thing. I was like, do what thing? It's like, well, the guy's there, and I was trying to get his attention. I'm like, bitch, how? Well, I was doing my thing. I'm like, you wasn't doing shit. What do you mean doing your thing? You weren't doing shit. It's like, well, you didn't let me because we left. I'm like, boo-boo, honey, chicken, cherry, chow, honey, bunny bunch with a slice of lime and a cherry on top. What thing? It's been an hour and a half you standing there sipping on that drink. I mean, girl, what are you doing? And she got pissed off. And I'm like, you know what? You need to talk to the mother. You're just there being. I hate when you motherfuckers do that and then you complain that nothing is happening. You staying there. Sometimes your way to flirt is to ignore people. It's like, yo, I was like, you know what? Get up. I paid the bill. Like, get up, let's go. We're going in. I'm like, yo, we're back at a spot. The guy's there. Go talk to him. And then you'll know. Even if it rejects you, you'll know. If he says no, you'll know. If he says he has a girl, at least you'll be in the know. But you're gonna be there on the side of the bar, trying to put some lipstick, and then get. No, go talk to a motherfucker. That's also part of equality. You wanna go get some. Go ask. You know what? You know how many girls That's been since I was in elementary school. How many girls be like, oh, you got a girl? Oh, I was interested. And I'm like, for how long? Oh, for the past 2 years. Bitch! What? What?
I'm going to my quiet place.
And then now you gonna tell me I got a whole situation, I got a whole girlfriend, and you tell me now, like now when I'm locked up, oh, you got a girl now. Alright. Oh, well, that's too bad. What the mean it's too bad? Oh, cause I had a crush on you. I got kind of a thing for you for like the past 2 years. Really deep crush, you know. I couldn't stop thinking. Bitch, you telling me now? Yo, girl, this ain't it. This ain't it.
How you expect them to know?
I can't, I guess, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I just, I have to, like, I don't know how to tell them, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely scary to get rejected, you know, but better to get rejected, to ask and to get rejected than to never ask and still get rejected. Because if you never ask, you'll never know and you'll never get a result. But at least if you try, then you know. But you might be missing out on all kinds of opportunities to have great relationships with people just because you're letting your fear hold you back.
Yeah.
You know, you're kind of stuck in purgatory. You're not going to hell or heaven. You're just stuck in no man's land. So just go for it. Girls don't know I'm into. Did you ask them? No. Yo, this job don't want to hire me. Did you apply? No. Well, nigga, what you want me to do for you? Gotta apply. I can't help you.
So come on, stop.
That.
Yes. This job don't want to hire me. Did you apply? No. Then nigga, why are you still here? Go apply for your job.
Well, you know, it's kind of hard to be rejected.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm going to reiterate the same point I made before. Motherfuckers need to put in some effort. You guys, I get it. It hurts. There's no way around it. Take some risks. Don't be a coward.
Everybody's hurt.
See, so I can't put it any other way.
Sometimes.
You know, and as far as like that whole expectations, bro, I dealt with that so many times. Girls come to me multiple years later. Oh, how come we never went on a date?
How am I supposed to?
It's when? When did you make yourself interested? The whole time. How? You never said anything. You didn't suggest anything. I was oblivious. Yeah, but remember that one time where we were at that party? You mean the one where I caught you by surprise there? Yeah. What about it? She goes, well, when I was there, Nah, bro. I was in my Zen spot and then, Okay, she...
Olympus, I accept this message.
Cause that's real. I feel it. That's...
Nah, bro.
I'm hot now. God damn, this real.
Nah, bro. Wow. If she played with her hair, if she glances at you, how do I know she doesn't think I'm a creep? Maybe she's glancing, she's like, damn, that guy might follow me home. I don't know why she's looking at me.
Oh, bro, listen.
In this day and age especially, you think I'm gonna just take a chance when you feel stronger than I do.
And now it's guys too, apparently, because this guy was like, yeah, well, you know, I'm
not even that mad at them for partially, only a little bit, because like of the climate we live in. Going up to the wrong girl and saying something, he's creepy. No, he just tried a shot. Stop complaining, because if this nigga was Christian Bale, you'd have been like, hey man, you could bail me out and get this. You would have said yes. Guys, ladies, please, if you're interested, take a chance. Go for it. Take it.
It's time. Girls, it's time.
It's time. But he's gonna think I'm too masculine. I never heard no man.
No.
As long as you're not like, hey nigga, can I get some? As long as you're like, today I got time, nigga. As long as you're not going on some hood. I promise you, if you go up to the guys like, hey, I actually thought you were cute. I want to strike up a conversation. They might be thrown off because we're not used to it. But I ain't never heard of a guy who was interested in a girl. She came up to him first and then he wasn't interested. I have never heard that.
No.
I have never. You know what? I've never heard of a dude who wanted to bang a girl. They were chit-chatting. They were talking and the girl's like, I want to bang tonight. And the guy was like, nah. I never heard of that.
And the guy was like,
if he wants you and you come forward, he'd be like, yeah.
Let's go.
Yo, get the PlayStation controller. We playing. Nah, bro. PlayStation 6. Let's go, nigga. I never heard of that, so that's a lie, bro.
I never.
Ladies, if you don't believe me, guys, if you're right here, you're watching right now. If you've been attracted to a girl and she asked you out first, would you consider rejecting her? A girl you were really interested in? If you would, put that in the comments. I would love to hear this test.
We're not even blaming you. We just want to know.
I don't believe it. I don't.
Nah, because, I want to step forward first. What?
Dang.
Never heard of it.
One nigga don't want to brag that a girl he thinks is hot came up to him.
And I know the reaction might be like, word.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm flat. That's the most you're gonna get. Or he's not interested and he's gonna say no. Now you just feel how we feel. And quality, right?
Bro, listen, triggered? Okay, let's go. Man, speaking of rejection, right? I was telling this, and some girls like, yeah, but we do know what it feels like to be rejected. I've been rejected before. I was like, oh, really? Tell me about that rejection. She's like, yeah, well, one time I liked this guy, and then me and my friend went up, and he said he wasn't interested. I'm like, so how did you ask him? She's like, oh, I did it. My friend said, I know someone who could be interested in you, and she's kind of cute. Huh? You went up to a dude, and you had somebody else?
That's how you count?
How old were you? She said 10th grade.
The fuck out. Get all of them. All of it.
You finished the video.
The bag, the pillow, everything, the covers, all your get the fuck out. That's the thing. It's really, whenever you talk, because he's gone. He's gone. He went for a walk. He went to get something to eat. Anyways, I've seen that happen so often. No, but we get rejected. We know what rejection is. No, ladies, no, not at the same rate as men do. Period. Oh, you're back.
No, I'm triggered, bro.
Yes,
I'm triggered, bro. Nah, bro. Listen, if you guys are watching, 50% of you are not subscribed. Subscribe right now. Y'all got me this triggered.
What the
subscribe
fuck,
and
bro?
like the video, or else I'll come and slap that shit up. Not the lady. I would never do that. But I wouldn't touch nobody. Listen, just do it, bro. Just stop playing with me.
Talking about
you know anything else you want to say?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Girls, no, you don't know at the same rate as man. You don't, because that's the name of the game. We do the approaching. You will finally say yes or no. It is what it is. Even in the dance world, the guys are gonna go ask the girls. Girls are not as rejected as guys. If a girl don't dance in a dance night, it's because she's not asking. She's just staying there. That's it. That is it. Ladies, you do not at the same rate as men. And that's even on the dating apps. Even there, the dating apps are made so that you choose and you reject. And we have to come forward, right? So, no, you don't know. And you're the one you're in a position that you have to be entertained most of the time. You're the one that do the blocking or the unmatch or you know what I mean? Because he's not interesting or whatnot. So, no, you do not know at the same rate as men what it's like to be rejected. Now, that being said, if you want something, go get it. You know what pisses me off? It's not so much that they don't go ask. Do you? What pisses me off is that when they have no result, they get pissed off. I've heard numerous women trash a man because he was not. Man, he doesn't get no sign or no clue. He needs to get a clue. Because I was there, sitting with my fine ass at the bar, nail done, hair done, everything big, and he did not even catch a hand. No, you want that? Get that, and then we'll talk. But we said that already. Anyways, yeah. Yo quiero mi morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, mi morena, mira como goza, mi morena, mira como toma, morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, mi morena, mira como goza, morena, mira como
Path of Stars.
Today's topic, this guy calls himself Poppy Don.
Two things a woman want to hear. Her Cash App and Zelle, and what's her full name and birthday. Book her a trip. If you really want her, do something different. Stop asking her to the movies or the dinner. She can drive there herself. Do something no one else is asking her for. Take her on fucking vacation, you cheap, broke bastards. Otherwise, leave her alone. Let a rich demon come and get her. Oh, man, she need to be... Nobody want to hear about your spiritual future, motherfucker. She want to be on a plane getting back shots on a balcony.
I walked the path.
The first day you meet her, treat her. She already went on a date with you. Now give her some fucking money. Then you want to wonder why you don't get no pussy at the end of the first or the second date. You didn't let this girl get her hair, her nails done, pick out her outfit, and drive to you, offer some free dinner and a fucking conversation, and you think that you go hit at the end of the night. Listen, if he don't do nothing for you on the first date, I swear to God, when you get back in the car, just text your ex. Just go ahead and text your ex. These niggas don't know what they doing out here.
Bro, what are we watching?
Well, I mean, now that Derek Jackson's left the scene, somebody's got to take his place.
You tell men to take care of women, and they write all these paragraphs, make these videos. These bitches don't deserve it. All they do is beg. These type of niggas is sick. These women is hoes. If I made a video talking about how you can take care of your homeboys, your day one, and all your men around you, then you'd be like, yeah, he's a real one. If you gay, just say that, my G. When did it come a crime to take care of women? But you'll take care of your homeboy that's going to fuck your girl anyway?
Okay, you got another one?
She don't want to hear your get money stories. She doesn't want to hear about what clubs you've been to, where you traveled. She's looking you dead in your fucking eyes, at your neck and your wrist, and she's wondering why she ain't got one Zell from you. But you over here telling her about all this get money shit. You wore your jewelry picked up in your nice car, and she's still trying to figure out why you ain't send no fucking money, but all you keep talking about is money.
Tell me how these ladies sound like my African siblings wondering when I'm going to send them Western Union money. That's crazy. Tell me how we both live in a first. I understand that they live where they live and they got their friend agent. But bitch, you in the same country as me. You live down the street, but I gotta send you some Zelle.
Motherfucker ask you that?
What, for money?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. American women have asked me for money. Straight.
American women have asked you for money?
100%.
Why?
What do you mean why? You've never heard of tricking? You've never heard of ladies who want favors?
Oh no, not come to think of it. Some have asked me for money.
Yeah, they're comfortable. They're very comfortable. But yeah, there's a lot of people who expect money. That's why it's funny, because when I did the other video talking about like these women who want high value dudes, a lot of women came up and said, well, we don't really want that. It's not that common. Oh no, it's very common.
It is common.
It's very common.
And I don't mind giving money. If I don't know you, don't ask it for it. You're not my family, you're not my friends, whatever. I'm not gonna. It's not even money sometimes. It's just I go out and people are gonna be like, yo, why you gonna buy me a drink? Who are you?
For me, it's just the entitlement. It's like, y'all can get out here and say this kind of crazy stuff, and people don't go out of their way to check you on it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can get on TV, y'all can pull a Cardi B, y'all can be out here robbing dudes while they passed out on Quaaludes. You can do whatever you want, and anything a woman is perfect. It's fine. It's empowerment. It's whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, no, you tricking. And it's okay. But let's call it what it is, and let's not promote it. And this guy is simping. He's brown nosing.
It's a different form. I call it aggressive simping, so you don't see it like that, because he looked like he's just the type of way that is not like your normal simp.
He's brown nosing.
At the end of the day, he's brown nosing.
He's brown nosing. He's brown nosing.
I'm not even gonna say he's simping, because I now hate that term, and I believe it's overused. I'm gonna use
says a nigga who uses the word trash. No.
He's a massive enabler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Enabler.
Yeah, that word is trash. That's what I'm gonna say.
Hey, I just wanted you to say it, trash.
It's Thursday. Everybody's gonna DM her. Everybody wants to take her to dinner. Take that girl shopping. Take $800 out your fucking account and take that girl shopping. You gonna do the same shit everybody else do and get left on red, leaving emojis in her DM. Take her shopping. Do something different. Buy her the clothes this weekend she's gonna wear, so when she's drunk, she thinks about you. And guess whose house she's going to? But what do I know? Hey, have a good day.
And look at the top comment. I need more than 800.
But I gotta do one thing. What you gotta do is do something other than what everybody else is doing. Going in the DM and, unless you're really attractive, you're really that, that 9 to 10 or whatever, don't go in the DM sending her like heart eyes and shit like that. Don't do that shit. Do something special, do something different. But you don't have to like spend $800 on that.
Look at these comments. Look at these comments. So creepy. But they don't even have the $800. And then this one goes, so glad I stumbled on this feed. Take him to school. $825. I want something to eat while we shop. These gals are delusional. I can work with $800. Bitch, you got a mop on your head. Fuck is you talking about?
Why you hating?
It's just the entitlement, bro. If I saw an ugly nigga out here talking about he's gonna get some 9s and some 10s, and he gonna bag like, you know, Naomi Osaka, I'm like, bro, you know, take yourself and get some Naomi Walmart, okay? Because that's all you gonna find. Stop playing with me. And it's just the entitlement.
Don't get you a Naomi Osaka when you deserve a Naomi Brampton. A Naomi Farakaway. A Naomi Opaloka.
It's crazy, bro. Sometimes I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Like, who raised y'all? But that's why I say, like, yo, they move different.
Look, ladies. If a man is on Instagram talking about women don't deserve this, say, "Hello, Papa. Show me your baby mamas, show me your ex, and watch him start stuttering." That's where you'll learn his insecurities. It's either he lost a bad bitch, or the type of women you fuck that's letting you fuck for nothing. Nobody wants them, bozo.
I don't see why you hate it from outside the club. You can get it.
Yeah, that's the laugh. You did it. Do it again.
I don't know why you. You need to put that in. I don't know why you hate from outside the club. You can't even get in. That's the laugh. That's the laugh you did.
No, Americans live for money, man. They move different.
Next vessel.
Oh, and you know, with him advocating for the simping, I guarantee you, he's not paying for the ladies who are now sliding into his mouth.
Pungent aroma. Normal. You don't need to.
No,
you don't need to. You don't need to be like that. $800. You're gonna get it and then hit it and then ghost. Ghost.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. There's actually guys out there who enjoy paying, who enjoy that process, and that's the thing. They don't want to do the whole chit chat. They don't want to have organic stuff. That's fine.
And that's fine.
But now ladies, a lot of them are just expecting that stuff. They're just expecting it.
I respect the exchange of services. As service is a service for money. I get that. That's your business. That's your business. You do whatever you got to do. There's people that are willing to pay. You do whatever you got to do. There's some people is like, no. I show up to a club and be like, yo, pay me a drink. For what? I'm not even gonna talk. What? I don't even know you.
When I go on dates and a girl starts giving me that money vibes, I'm like, deuces, you can take a walk. You know?
I know that Miami is a destination for vacation, just for the girls. Just because they can go out there, go to the club, not pay the entry, not pay the coat check, not pay nothing, get in there, not even bring money. I've seen girls, being a bouncer, I've seen girls at clubs with nothing but $5 in their pocket, and they come out of the club wasted.
But you want to know why? Because they know
they don't need to.
They know that dudes came hungry, and they know they got some Olive Garden pasta on them. So somebody gonna eat. You feel me? And you know the thing is, like me, whenever I see this kind of behavior, I already got Jamie Foxx queued in my phone.
Fuck you.
They don't know that one. They don't know that one. No. That Kanye tune. Okay.
Need to get closer.
But I like the other two better.
And also, like, you know, the bad ladies, like, they listen, they're probably not like that in the States. Out here, they're certainly not like that. And when I was in Europe, they weren't like that. I mean, there's always going to be some. There's always going to be some. But it's really, I don't know. I think Instagram has just floated these ladies' ideas, thinking just because they look good, every dude should throw them money. And that's why me personally, if I found out a girl's done that in the past, I wouldn't even consider dating.
That's what
I look at you like your character's compromised.
Batman not flee. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Like it's
yeah.
It's like tainted because you act like But you don't think them girls.
No, yeah. It's not like they got an STD. It's like they got a STCD. You know?
What's that?
Sexually transmitted character deficiency. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no.
Like they took some dick and it took a piece of their soul. You know what I'm saying? It's the fact that it was transactional.
Yeah. I don't care if it's transactional. It's not the transactional part that gets me.
End of the line.
It's the fact, it's the lack thereof. Like I would respect more the transaction. That's what I'm saying. I would respect more the transaction. At least everybody getting something out of it. There's some motherfuckers out there that are willing to pay. Now I understand that's not your thing. I'm not saying that it's my thing. I would say that I would respect you more if it's transactional. you're getting something out of it, they getting something.
Oh, I agree.
But if you're doing this shit to not even, that's a holdup.
Everyone got their thing. You know what I mean? If you trade it, but if you're just out here looking cute on Instagram, talking about, yo, send me money, Poppy, and dudes send you money, you fine with that? I look at you different. That's just me personally. Now, am I gonna go out of my way to call you names? Of course not. I ain't got no time for that. But if you come at me afterwards talking about, yo, you are bugging. You are bugging. That's why, like, honestly, I won't even front you, bro. If I'm talking to a girl and she got a high Instagram account, in my head, I'm already like,
oh, word?
Of course not. Of course not.
Fuck it.
Of course not.
Maybe that's why I don't care. It's not really mine.
It doesn't mean that they're all like that, but yo, generally speaking, you know what I mean? I know when you're getting flown out.
Things are happening, you see? Things are chatting, yeah?
I was born out night. I wasn't born last night. You feel what I'm saying? Remember that? Yeah. I'm not a viewer. I know what goes on. I've seen those DMs. I've seen them. Girls have shown me their inboxes. Oh, yeah.
Down in the DM, it goes down.
One in particular had a couple mil. And she saw me like, yep, I got five digits. He get flown,
of course,
to a sandy place.
You talk about Dubai. Stop playing. We know we talk about Dubai. Dubai is a go-to place. We ain't talk about Las Vegas. We talk about Dubai. Dubai the new Las Vegas where they get flown.
But maybe she went there to model.
Shut the fuck up. I've been working for the people to flyer them out. I've been. Knock them off.
Hey, like I said.
Come on now. You know.
They play the game, and this guy's playing the game. He's playing this character. He's doing all this goofy shit on Instagram. It's all persona. It's all bullshit.
Maybe it's paying for him for whatever he's trying to have a transaction.
Oh yeah. I mean, everyone's playing their part. They're playing their role to get their money. The same way the girls like, yeah, Poppy, whatever you want, right? When they going Poppy, they're doing all that bullshit, right? She's playing her role. She's getting her bag. And the same way he's doing what he's got to do to get his. But I can also look at it. I'm like, I don't respect it. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah,
Yeah. But when you rocking Gucci bags and you get flown out, you probably don't care about it. Respect. If you can sleep with yourself at night, then go do what you want to do. Take her out shopping.
Get wrecked, Eris.
Take $100.
800. What are you talking about? Because these girls got expensive tastes.
Take $800 out of your pockets and go.
Is there any surprise that marriages are failing at the rate that they're failing? For better or for worse? No, but think about it. For better or for worse? Poppy, you got $800? Nah, man, I'm struggling right now. Deuces! Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's exactly what I was saying. It's because of what it's based on. It's what it's based on, and that ain't it.
Yeah.
You know? And they're basing their whole relationship like that. Ooh, he treats me good. Pays for me, treats me like a princess, just like how I like. Treating you like a princess ain't gonna solve anything. I mean, it's not gonna raise kids, but whatever you do.
You know what kills me?
You, mama.
Kills me is like a lot of these girls do this stuff, right? And they do the whole tricking thing where they're paying for lace or whatnot, or even not. Sometimes they get cash apped, and then if you compare them to a sex worker, they get so offended. You comparing me to them, bitch? You're beneath them.
No, because they know the sex workers know exactly what to do. That's what I'm saying.
I've always said it. I got no issue with girls who do that line of work. I got no problem. Means the IG who just be like, cash at me. This is just, ugh.
That's why I said it's a holdup. You're stealing, motherfucker.
But
you're a hero because like sex work is a transaction. There's people that are happy to pay. There's people that are happy to get paid. It's none of my business. But now you're just like, okay.
My big problem is niggas is paying for Olive Garden pasta like it's a 3 Michelin star restaurant, and it's really men's fault.
My problem is that people actually base their actual. If you're doing that for work and having shit for you, I don't care about that. Boo boo. Do you all day, every day? But if you base your actual relationships on that, you base your relationships and you base how you're gonna date on that. Pay me money. That's where I have an issue. If that's transactional for you and you just want people to actually you don't want to do anything and you want people to pay, you know what? I'm going to take what I said back. Do you. It's still a hold up, You do you. But if you're basing yourself on relationship on that and choosing your mate on that and wonder why things are not working, I'm like, you're a goober.
I'm not saying anything else. Tell us what you guys think in the comments below. This is a segment where we brought people on. They could disagree with us. We do this on Instagram every now and then. And she came on with her disagreement, so I was listening. Also, just keep in mind, regardless of what happens in this video, be sure to watch towards the end because there's a really cool turnaround. Just listen.
So I disagree with your guys' video the other day about the Vogue lady that got fired for like past racist comments.
Okay, so just a bit of context for this. She's referring to a video where we talked about a editor for Teen Vogue who got canceled for comments that she made 10 years ago.
And you guys basically said that people shouldn't be held accountable for what they see in the past. And I disagree with that because people should be held accountable, because how do you know that you have changed behavior if you just don't apologize? You know what I mean?
So an apology is an indication of changed behavior?
No, it's not.
So the thing is not about people being held accountable. The issue is like her definition of holding someone accountable is making them apologize in public. And I think that's what I took issue with.
It's too late to apologize. I had to. To me, it's the opposite. A changed behavior is the indication of an apology, not an apology. Okay, you apologized. Good. What next? I almost don't care about the apology. I want you to change your behavior. I believe more in actions than just words, you know. But if you change your behavior, then at least you're not repeating the same actions.
So I don't think the issue is like holding people accountable for past behaviors. I think it's all context. I think there's a difference between you making an off-color joke 10 years ago that may be inappropriate today, and then you doing a criminal act 10 years ago. Right? Like, there are levels to this stuff. So I think it is more nuanced than that. I would never say we shouldn't hold people accountable for things that they've done in the past. No, that's not.
That is criminal.
So the Teen Vogue editor in question, I think, made an off-color joke or used a slur in a tweet like 10 or 8 years ago. I think that's a bit different in my opinion. What do you think about that? That's what I want to know. And that's where I think context comes in.
Who are they apologizing to?
I feel like society.
Apologize to society? What does that even mean?
Okay, so yeah, I feel like they should apologize to society because.
But I'm not offended. I'm not offended, so I don't want them to apologize.
What do you mean you're not offended?
Well, let's say someone makes a comment and I'm not offended by it. Why should they apologize to me?
Okay, maybe not apologize to society as a whole, but to like the people group that they have offended, because I feel like a lot of times with these celebrities and influencers, they only apologize after the fact. Like after somebody exposes them, it's, oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, is it them being exposed, or is it the fact that maybe they were unaware and then they learned afterwards? Because when we're doing these things on a platform and in societal-wide thing, it's kind of interesting. You put up a comment, someone calls you out for it, then you apologize. Or you only apologize because you got caught. Or maybe you didn't know what you did was wrong, and so then you learned.
Or maybe you forgot. Maybe you did something 10 years ago, and you're not going through your history.
Don't know until someone points us out. You're never gonna. I have a hard time remembering what I did 5 minutes ago. So now remembering, go back to what I did and what I said 10 years. And in the span of 10 years, people change.
2 years.
So much that sometimes in 10 years, people wouldn't even believe that they said such things until they, oh shit, I actually wrote that. It's a letter. It's my handwriting and me signing it. And I can't believe I wrote that. You know that we recently
Still no telling what the
and
future
there was
holds.
there was old stuff that I had with me. and old letters that we read, and I was like, wow, corny. Can't believe I wrote that. Just even when you write, you go in your Facebook history and you watch certain messages or statuses that you made 2-3 years ago. You're like, ugh, cringe. You cringe at your own stuff, but when you wrote it, you didn't cringe. You just wrote it, yeah, and then you even, some of you even like your own statuses and stuff like that. You don't even know that. So yeah, you forgot. Definitely the forget thing, the forget part of it. Yeah, definitely you forget what you did.
But we're more interested in making people flagellate and apologize in front of people instead of just learning.
People definitely do have blind spots, but that's why you have a management team to make sure that if you said something bad in the past, you can either delete it so it's not there and people don't call you out, or, and I would respect these people a lot more if they came out and said, hey, I said a lot of shit when I was younger that I didn't mean and I didn't understand. This is my truth. I'm owning my truth, rather than only apologizing once they get caught.
Why do they need to do that on a public platform? Do you have anything you need to apologize for?
We all have things we need to apologize for.
Okay, so what did you do in the past that you need to apologize for? This is your chance for you to come forward and apologize for the bad things that you've done that you haven't apologized to everyone for. We haven't found it yet, but I know it's there, so I'd like for you to apologize right now.
Well, obviously, I'm not thinking about something that...
Well, why haven't you looked for it? Why haven't you gone through your social media feed? Why haven't you gone through your memory and thought about these things? Because if I find out from them and you haven't apologized for it yet, then you're not really sorry. You're sorry you got caught.
No, you could just maybe not remember. And but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I really like the dynamic that's going on here. The way you guys are talking about it. I like it. I love it. You got to commend her for that. Okay. Let's put aside the wonderful point that you made. Okay. And take this time to commend her about the way she's having this conversation. Okay. This conversation, she's open-minded. I'm not even talking about what we're talking about anymore. I'm talking about just having a conversation on things that you disagree and being able to have a conversation. Just the way we have to commend her on just the attitude and the way she's coming through and exposing her points. What she's doing right now is the way you disagree with someone. And there's a lot of other people that have been doing that like that. But the way she's doing, and she's taking the time to speak. She's taking the time to think. She's taking the time to reflect. You got to commend that. Now, wonderful point that you made. Other than that, I'm really loving the dynamic.
Listen, if you feel like an apology is insincere, fine. But also understand, it's like a catch-22. It's like, you should apologize. But if you apologize after I point out your error, then your apology is not sincere.
You
can't win then. And we all have things.
Yeah, we all have things. It's not even a question of winning. It's a question of you can never be genuine, because no matter what you say, you're not going to be genuine. Oh, yeah, you should apologize. You didn't apologize, so you're not genuine. All right, I apologize. Well, you're just sorry you got caught. You can never. There's some people that apologize, and they actually mean it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because I'm not saying that apologies don't have their place. I just find it really creepy, this need to apologize to the public. You know what I mean? Like, who is it? Just some faceless mob on Twitter? And it's also one of those things where it's like, maybe I just need to have some time to learn and not be on this public platform talking about this topic, rather than, we demand an apology. What good is an apology? It seems we're more obsessed with making people pay than we are with helping people learn. You understand? Yeah. I think people demand apologies because they're a good distraction from the very difficult conversations that need to be had. Mm-hmm. It's a lot easier to get someone to say they're sorry, and then you feel like you got a culprit, and it's like sometimes people just want to arrest a criminal and then put him behind bars. They don't want to deal with any of the systemic issues that lead to specific sets of crimes being prevalent in the area, right? Because that's a much more hard issue to deal with. You could deal with an arrest.
He was sorry and he said he was sorry and he paid the crime.
Right? It's like PewDiePie. He apologized for what happened in New Zealand, but it's like, he didn't do anything to contribute to that. But people were lobbying so much blame at him, and people were coming from him. because it was such a tragic thing that happened. We didn't want to deal with what was happening at hand, so we focused our attention at the wrong things. Because it's a lot harder to talk about mental health. It's a lot harder to talk about a lot of the other issues, the moving parts that may lead to that. So it's easier to put a face on it, a big name on it, and make them say sorry. It's a lot easier. I would just say, again, instead of focusing so much on the apology, let's talk about the learning. You know what I mean? Let's talk about what are the root causes of some of these issues. How do we fix them? Where do we go? And I think on a personal level, if you've got some apologies you need to make, then go make them. But I'm just not a fan of public apologies. I don't think it's the way forward, and I think they're a distraction. That's my thoughts on that. And that's why I kind of lose the plot a little bit, because apologies don't do much. I think if you want to make amends, there's some learning that you may have to do. Take that time, but it doesn't always have to happen on a public platform either. People think if you haven't donated $100,000 to BLM or to this organization, then it doesn't matter. I don't like the dynamic. If you go by this dynamic that if you said something in the past, you have to apologize, well, everyone can go through that process. You have said something inappropriate. Maybe it wasn't even online. Maybe you said it to somebody in person. You should still apologize online. Because guess what? If we looked at a celebrity and they made an off-color remark to somebody in person, they would have to apologize online.
Definitely.
So we should hold everyone to that same standard. Do we really want to do that? Make everyone start apologizing online for things that they've done in the past? Are we really going to do that? So,
especially when you know that we all did something.
Yeah. It's fine to have these conversations. It's fine to, if you want to point out some behavior, go ahead, do your thing. But I don't like this idea of like, let's make them pay. I'm not with that. So that was more so my point. And I'm like, well, you said you've done something wrong. Well, apologize now.
If you are a celebrity, you have the resources. You have the resources to be able to rectify certain.
Yes, you have the resources to go and scrub your past, so nobody can find it. Yeah. No, so basically, guys, go hide the bad shit that you may have said 10 years ago.
It's not about hiding it. It's about being honest. That's what I think.
Listen, you know what? We all have the resources. You can call your friends. You can call your high school friends. You can go through your social media feed right now, okay? Because you got enough time to come to talk to me on this live, so you can comb through your posts. In fact, you can go through all your emails, you can call everyone you've ever lived with and ask them, have I ever said anything that offended you? And you can come back on this live and apologize to everyone, because I feel like you've done a terrible thing and you're not ready to apologize for it. And it's time for you to come forward, because if I find out before you do, then I know your apology's fake.
No. I didn't say their apology was fake. I said their apology holds more weight if they're honest about it. I just said that it holds more weight.
Maybe somebody evolved, and what you're witnessing is their evolution. And try to go back in time for old posts, because you're consuming the post in real time. So you're not actually consuming it as if it happened 15 years ago. You want to know why I know? Because if I slapped you 15 years ago on your thigh, you're not going to feel the pain in 2021, all right? You're going to, right? You're not going to feel it. But when it comes to words, because we're reading it in real time, we're getting re-offended by things that have happened way before. It is not good for our brains, and it's not good for social discourse. We have to accept the fact that people can go from point A to point B, and that there can be a bit of a change. That's all I wanted to say on this topic, but I appreciate you coming on. It was a good disagreement.
Let me just end this real quick. I definitely came up and I was just like, ooh, I'm gonna get him. But you guys have actually changed my thinking. So I appreciate this conversation. It was definitely eye-opening. And yeah, thank you for your time.
And here's the thing, right? I'll just say this as a last note to you. Understand, no ill will. I might be a little bit aggressive sometimes when I'm chatting, but like, you want to grab a beer later, we can definitely grab a beer. You know what I mean?
But people are being so mean in the comments.
Yeah. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them, because I'm talking to you, right? And this is between me. This is what I mean when I say followers and all this stuff doesn't matter. I'm talking to you as someone who, you came on here and you showed your face, and I'm being very respectful. There's no hard will. I disagree with the idea because I think it's a bad idea, but it's okay for us to disagree. And I hold no ill will towards you, nor would I say any terrible things, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on. But like I said, the internet's a cruel place, so don't let it get to you.
It is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming on. She didn't apologize before she left for what she's done in the past, but it's all good. That's good.
I was a little bit petty there. I was a little petty.
I was waiting for the petty part. Yeah, of course you had to be petty. Piece of shit. Yeah, internet can be
unforgiving.
It's crazy because sometimes when I'm looking at the lives that I'm like, yeah, what is wrong with you people? But it's always the ones that are the loudest that we hear and the ones that we take attention to. You can't be like, yeah, if their followers is like that, they're all like that. That's just dumb.
No.
That's a dumb way of thinking, but we went over that.
If you want to see the full live, when we do these disagreement sessions, I normally post them on our Patreon, as well as a lot of other bonus content. You can check it out there. It was an interesting discussion. She brought up some good points, and it was a tough one because it's not a yes or no answer.
No.
When should you apologize? Like, I've spoken with creators offline quite a few times. Some of them we'd had that conversation. Some of them I apologize to because it was like, you know what? And if I said something in public about someone, I'll apologize in that scenario as well. For example, Doja Cat.
Doja. Your apology needs to be as loud as your disrespect.
Agreed.
We did a video about Doja. We said some things, and we were wrong. And she came out at us.
Yep.
The reason why we apologize publicly is because those claims we made publicly. And she came at us publicly and said that we were wrong. Therefore, our apology has to be as big as our disrespect.
One other thing is also it was recent. It's a little bit different, right? If I had made a joke 10 years ago and some people found it inappropriate today, sorry, I'm not apologizing for that on a public platform. That's ridiculous to me. Okay. We also have to admit that, like, just because times have evolved doesn't mean that the past footage has evolved as well. It's still stuck in that time period. So when you can do this, that's why people go back and watch Eddie Murphy stuff and they're like, oh, at the time, everyone spoke like that. Does that mean they all have to come out today and apologize? If they want to choose to do so of their own volition, that's fine. But we also have to accept that the world is very coercive nowadays when it comes to apologies. We don't ask for them, we demand them, and then we threaten people, and then we come at them with all this vitriol. So there has to be a better way that we go about these things. And also ask yourself, why do we care so much about apologies?
And the worst part is, even when those people apologize for the things that they did in the past, when the apology is delivered, nothing happened. They're not redeemed. People are not satisfied with the apology.
Mm-hmm.
They want something more. They want blood. Kevin Hart this and that and that and that. And now he's gonna hold the Oscars. And then Kevin Hart was not apologizing. And he even said, if you want to cancel me being at the, do it. And then he apologized. And people even came at his neck. He even had to apologize twice for something he already apologized for.
Yeah.
Now, even with the apologies delivered, people were not happy. So,
I mean, they weren't just not happy. They went looking for other things to discredit the apology because they're like, well, you didn't apologize for this. You didn't apologize for that. And that's just like, if you watch that joke in that era at that time, most people don't even see anything wrong with it. You know, some things just don't evolve very well. And as the times change, you recognize those views change. But it's just like, it's crazy to me. It's like, yeah, when you were 17, you used the N-word. You're now a 30-year-old and you need to apologize. What? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know how this kind of stuff is good. It seems we're more concerned with making people pay than we are with making people learn.
No, I mean, I just don't like the idea that people are like on this platform, they're making country music, and someone pulls up a tweet from 10 years ago, and everyone's like, prove to us that you changed. What good is that? What good is that?
I am grateful.
You know, especially coming from a minority background, I think it's very dangerous to go down this road because a lot of our young brothers and sisters have done terrible things when they were younger, especially from poor neighborhoods. Do we really want to start going through everyone's closet and make them self-flagellate on television and online?
It's different for everybody else who don't have a platform. That's what I'm saying.
But we're people.
What do you think about that point? Do you feel like for people who are on a platform, they need to apologize publicly, but regular folks don't?
No.
And like, why is that different? Well, you got all this.
People see what we're doing and having a platform as a privilege. Yeah, it was given to you. It is given to you. It's not everybody that has that privilege. Yeah, but it's not everybody that chose to do that. It's not everybody. That's the thing. They see what we're doing on the platform that we have. Right now, they're looking at it like with million whatever followers or people that have more brand power. They see that and they're like, well, you have a privilege. You have all these people watching, all these people looking at you. That's a privilege that you have. You have that influence. You have a power that nobody has. Yeah, but it was not just given to me also. I worked for that thing. And I have the privileges, but I also have the downside. There's a lot of sacrifices that I made to to have that. So it's really a choice that I had, as well as, it's a privilege, but it's a choice that I had. Now, that being said, we're people at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we're people, and who is to judge what makes a difference? So because for you, I make a difference because I got 1 million followers, but a regular Joe that doesn't have a lot of followers can make something bad is an own family, but have an influence in his own family. Should he apologize to his own family? Not necessarily. Like, who's gonna be the one that's gonna be judging who's gonna be? Where do we start? Where do we start, and when do we stop? Who needs to apologize for what according to what they have? To me, it doesn't really make sense that we have to do that because we're celebrities or whatever you want to call it. To who decides? Who gets to decide that? Who gets to decide all that we do? Which is, at the end of the day, I'm a regular Joe that does regular things that happen to have that.
I think if it has nothing to do with your job, you don't have to do the apology in public. Me personally, if I take an oath, to do something, and I serve the people, and I violate that oath, that's one thing. If I crack jokes, but it turns out that 7 years ago I stole some artwork or whatever. Okay. Actually, no. Let's say 7 years ago, I was involved in a hit and run. Okay. Hypothetically. All right. And I went to jail, did my time, came out. I don't have to apologize to you guys. That's between me and the offending parties. I did my time. That's none of your business. If I said some off-color remark to somebody 9 years ago, that has nothing to do with my job as a comedian. That's between me and that person. Now, if I'm a defender of free speech and then I advocate for canceling someone in private, now we have a discussion in public, because what I'm saying in private completely contradicts what I'm portraying in public, right? If I say, ladies, you deserve the best, when I start cheating on my wife left, right, and center, even though I've been making fun of guys who cheat, now we have a conversation about what you've been doing in private, because it directly conflates with what you got going on in public. But otherwise, making people, I don't think it's a good thing, I don't think it's a good thing, and I think it sends the wrong message. It says the idea that, based off your follower count, the rules of morality are different.
Yeah.
Right? If you got 100,000 followers, you're a bad person if you don't apologize in public. But for the guy who does the exact same thing or something worse with only 100 followers, he doesn't have to make a public apology. What does that really say about our value system? You know what I'm saying? So that's just my thoughts on that last point.
It really comes down to people putting people on pedestal. It's not even about the apology. It's not even about, that person is known and has a platform, we should apologize. It's because you put him on a pedestal. I want to feel like that person is a good person. Because if you're doing that, you have to be forgetting that we're humans. To be on that pedestal, you have to be a great human being, and you have to apologize to everybody because you're on that pedestal looking down on us peasants. No. Don't put people on pedestals like that. That's pretty much it.
Well, that's it for today's video. Did you guys enjoy it? If you did, please leave a like, comment, all that good stuff. Otherwise, have a wonderful day.
Everybody, and welcome to Flagrant. We're sipping on spritzes. Summer's upon New York City. The mood is high. Izzy is now the middleweight champion.
Let's fucking go.
Fucking time. Slayed the ultimate dragon. Unfortunately, he is not with us right now, man.
We tried, though.
Big letdown.
Okay, today's topic. This one's really interesting to me. So, I've been doing quite a bit of research on this topic, but recently Dr. K was on a podcast talking about this, and I wanted to discuss it with a group.
Anytime you have a human being who is suffering in some way and they cannot find connection with another human being, they cannot find compassion with another human being, that person is going to feel isolated. And if you look at the statistics on it's very interesting. So the number one thing that correlates with male suicide is not depression, and this is super scary. There's one study I saw recently that suggests that 50% of men who kill themselves have no history or evidence of mental illness. And this, I believe the statistic in my clinical practice.
To be clear, it doesn't mean they don't have mental illness. It means that they may have never seen a shrink or psychiatrist to be documented for it.
Because I know what depression looks like. I know what bipolar disorder looks like. And half the men that I've worked with, at least, are not actually mentally ill. See, mental illness means a pathology of the mind, which means that the mind is malfunctioning. Most men that I work with, they're not, their mind isn't malfunctioning. They genuinely have a life that is no longer worth living. They're looking at things and objectively realizing that there's no way out of the situation. So they turn to... So I know it's kind of like a very controversial statement, but I think that's what my clinical practice has shown, and there's some research to even back that up. So if we sort of look at what's going on with men, we're sort of... They have nowhere to turn to, and the number one thing that correlates with it is not mental illness, but is a sense of thwarted belongingness. So this is kind of like multivariate regression analysis.
Didn't always get along.
But basically what happens is what causes people to themselves is they try to connect with others and they get rejected. So it's specifically a very specific research term called thwarted belongingness. So I try to belong to a group, and that group, or multiple groups usually, will thwart my attempts to join the tribe, to join the community. And this is what actually correlates a lot with suicidality. So what's going on with men right now is that we really don't allow them to suffer, because then you're not manly. And we're so externalized with our attention that we're not connecting with ourselves. And so we're looking to other people to tell us what it means to be a man.
Okay. So, I thought that was really interesting. Speaking on the fact that a lot of the people who are not, who are often themselves aren't mentally ill. Which sounds kind of counterintuitive because most people assume if you're going that far to do something that extreme, you must have something broken in your brain. Well, I mean, it's actually even depression. Sometimes people think depression is always like a mental illness thing. It's not. Sometimes depression is just born out of circumstances that should make you depressed.
Keep an eye on them for me, would you?
Like you lose your job, you don't have a mental illness. You're depressed because your circumstances are depressing. And people can't sometimes separate those two things. They think that the symptoms that are arising from real life circumstances are always born from that. But like, no. Losing your girlfriend or your partner after a long time of being together and being severely depressed after that's not a mental illness. Right? You don't have some pathology. You have circumstances that make your life incredibly difficult. The symptoms can seem very similar.
100%.
But the pathology, like why you get there, is completely different.
There's a difference between circumstances and chemical imbalance in your brain.
Sure.
It's two different things. Yeah, definitely.
One thing that he said that I thought was interesting, he mentioned the term thwarted belongingness, and I ended up reading up on this quite a lot because I was interested in it. And I think he said something about multivariate regression, so maybe that's what he was referring to, but it's not actually just thwarted belongingness. Thwarted belongingness is the idea that you try to belong to a group or try to belong to somebody and your feelings are rejected or not reciprocated in a way. You're in a relationship with somebody and you're constantly trying to shower them with love and things like that, but it's not reciprocated. A father who tries to connect with his the mother of his child and the children and can't. They can sometimes feel a tremendous sense of thwarted belongingness because like the one thing that they really want to belong to, which is his family, they have a hard time connecting. But it's not just that. What ends up happening is there's like three things. There's some perceived burdenness. When you're a burden, the idea of being perceived as a burden, okay? That's the term. I can't say it. Burdensomeness. Okay, it's a really hard word.
Burdensomeness?
No, burdensomeness.
Burdensomeness.
Yeah.
God damn.
Burden.
They just adding extra.
Burdensomeness.
Yep, you're burdensome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This is why I don't got a degree. Anyways.
Amen.
Okay?
Amen.
High school dropout. Amen. I can read, but I can't pronounce everything.
Amen to that.
Now.
How about just burden?
This is basically the idea that you are a burden to others. For a lot of people, that can lead them to a severe depressive state where they feel like my parents think I'm a burden because I still live at home and I don't have my degree. My partner thinks I'm a burden because I don't have a job and she makes all the money, or vice versa. Or I can't give my partner any kids because I'm bare. So there's a sense of burdensome that you feel towards the other person that can put you in a severe depressive state. But even these two, in conjunction with each other, actually don't lead to offing yourself. It actually takes a third factor, which is probably the most important one, and this is hopelessness. When you combine those things with hopelessness, there's a huge correlating factor with that and self-deletion. So I thought it was super interesting because in thinking of some of the people that I personally know who've taken their own lives, those three, or have attempted to, those three factors were very much there. They're like, why am I even here? I'm a hindrance to others. they don't want me around, and I don't see this changing. It hasn't changed in so long. I should just off myself because it's logical. Now you watch, he's like, that's never a logical choice, but I want you to understand, you're seeing it from your perspective. I'm trying to see it from theirs. For them, it is a logical decision because they've met those three factors. They don't want me around. I am a burden to them, so I make their lives worse by being around and breathing the same air. And this isn't going to change once they meet those three factors. They decide, no mental illness. Here's what's funny. This isn't a new thing. You know, in African folklore, they often talk about how old people, when they pass a certain age, okay, they are given their final hunting tools and sent off into the jungle to hunt one last time. And the reason why this is in folklore is because they don't want to be a burden on the younger tribe. They don't have the means to be able to provide for them, and they're too old, and so they're going to go hunt as a way to, you know, have some honor or whatever it is. But really, what's just happening is that there's no hope for change. They are a burden to the tribe, and they're being ostracized because they're, you know, taking away from the food storage, whatever it might be. And so that's the process. And you realize this concept isn't new. This has been around for a long time, and it makes sense why in a lot of cultures where people do take their own lives, quote unquote, that these three factors are often met. But anyways, this is me just pulling from my own anecdotes and some of the stuff I've seen through history. But I thought when I read this study, it was really
It is. It really does happen. Being a burden to someone. Those three things that you stated, that's really what it is. And the state that can put you in. And this is not a promotion of self-deletion or anything like that. It's just that you have to understand. To better be able to help those people, you need to be able to comprehend where they're coming from and what they're living. Right? If you just say stuff like, "Nah, but it's okay, it's gonna be all right," without even understanding what they're feeling and where they're coming from, you're not helping. You're not helping because adding on top of the feeling of hopelessness and being a burden, now I'm just not understood. So you're just adding more reasons why. I remember I was talking to a friend that was talking to me about their feelings about
self-deletion.
And like that person went through all their friends and it was the same thing. This, that, and this and that, and you see. Basically what they were saying is have a glass of water, it shall pass. You know what I mean? The equivalent of that. And I think I was the only one that said to that person, and I'm not a specialist, and I wouldn't recommend, but at that time I said, you have the right to feel the way you feel. It doesn't mean that you're right. But I understand where you're coming from and where you're feeling that way. You have the right to feel that way. Now, you should, and then I directed them to a professional, because I ain't no professional. I ain't no people I ain't Ghostbusters. I'm not the one that you should call and stuff like that. This is above my pay grade and my education. Understand? And my capacities. So.
I mean, partially true, but not at the same time.
Yes, but I'm not gonna be like. There's so much I'm gonna be able to do. I can only direct you to a right direction and tell you certain things. I'm not gonna take it on to me to be like I'm gonna be saving you. I can't.
No,
I can't. I don't have the tools. I'm gonna do what I can do. Do the best I can with
what does that look like? That's what I'm asking.
What does it look like?
Yeah, what does it look like? Because
sometimes it's just you shutting the fuck up. It's you shutting the fuck up and listening to the person. Really listening. And then when there's a silence, like, okay, but like, how does that really make you feel and why you feel like that? Try really to comprehend the thing. Not trying to understand whether you're listening to have a rebuttal to make them change their mind. Like, you try to go about it like every time we're arguing. I'm not trying to argue to change your mind. I'm trying to argue to have my point there. Okay? I'm not trying to change your mind, but I can't. I don't have the capacity to change your mind. But let me just talk how you feel, because I don't feel it's right, and I understand where you're coming from. Trust me. And have a real conversation. And the conversation is not just me cutting them off or just like, nah, denying everything that they're saying. It's me listening to what they're saying and be like, okay, well, those feelings are real. You're not crazy. You're feeling something, and then reassuring that and understanding the person is feeling real feeling is that thing is real, but then again,
I'm not gonna take it on to me to be able to change your own pattern and shit and everything. Because now after that, if shit goes south, then the guilt is on me, and then the guilt is gonna be tremendous and stuff like that. That's why I'm gonna be able to direct you to the right path, and I know professionals that are gonna be able to help you, so I'm gonna direct you to that. But I mean, I'll give you the ride there. And I'll be there to listen, and I'll be a lending hand, but I'll be like, yeah, this is who you be able to talk to. So that's what it sounds like and what it looks like.
To come back to the three things that were brought up earlier, I've known people in my life who were incredibly depressed and, you know, had ideations of self-deletion, and for them, like, sometimes just getting a job that they enjoy changed everything. Because they no longer felt like a burden, they could contribute financially, they could change a lot of things.
And they have to wake up in the morning.
You know, very small changes can have huge impacts. Now, it's not to say that these problems are small, they're not. But it's just to say that sometimes people are really living lives that, if they kept living that way, would be not worth living. And so it's not crazy to not understand where they're coming from. You know? And I think that one of the worst things you can do when someone is telling you, like, you know, my child rejects me, my work is unfulfilling, this and that, it's just like, oh, it's gonna pass. Like, what, am I just supposed to endure this? For how long? Do you know? I don't know, but it's gonna pass. It doesn't help. But that makes you feel hopeless because you've already been enduring it for so long. So just be careful in just trying to brush over the problems and think that everything is going to heal with time, because we have enough self-deletions to realize not everything does heal with time. Okay?
That's what you do in that time that heals it.
Some other things that I thought were really interesting in my research for this is social media is heavily correlated with self-deletion. And you start to realize that people's perception of their own lives and their ability to connect with others is heavily impacted by their social media use and affects them greatly. Be it from a content creation standpoint or just from a viewer standpoint. Sometimes viewing everything through the lens of, like, how do other people live their lives? And like, oh, everyone else appears to be happy. Everyone else I see on social media is taking the perfect pictures and their bodies look amazing and all this stuff, and it starts to mess up with your own self-image and your own relationship with your mind and the people around you. So social media was a huge factor, which I don't think is a surprise to anyone, but a lot of studies are now backing that up.
Yep. I can see it, especially at a young age. Being exposed to that when you're young, like, you don't really have all the tools to comprehend what's going on around you. You don't have all the tools to decipher everything. I remember my sister being like a library rat. She's always reading books and stuff like that. And my dad has a bunch of books. He has a bunch of books. And I remember my sister going through his office and trying to rummage through the books and trying to find something. And she was very young, and she fell on the book called Roots. And my dad saw that my sister was reading that, and he was like, ooh, this not for you. This not for you now. You cannot be exposed to that because there's a lot of things that you're not going to be able to decipher and not going to be able to understand the context of certain things. And it might change the way you view life and view others around you. You should not read that book now, but you have other books that you can read. It's the same thing with social media. There's some pages that you should not have access to because you're not going to be able to decipher certain things. Same way for lyrics. Same way for why you have PG-13 on certain movies and stuff. Go ahead.
I don't think there's an age at all where social media is good for you. I see old people on Facebook, and social media is horrible for them. I honestly don't think age, like, I think for young people they may be more vulnerable, maybe. And I think you make that argument. But even for people in their 20s, they're constantly looking at everyone else with their social. Like, why do you think these women are constantly having those issues with their self-body and everything like that? That's social media.
I agree, but it's worse when you're a kid and you cannot decipher. I'm not saying that it's better when you're an adult, but at least when you're an adult, you have more tools than the kids. I'm not saying that it cannot affect you, but it's definitely worse when you're a kid. Now,
Andrew Tate, people talk about his effects on young kids. What's the difference between his effect on adults? I said it before. Feminists and society in general never gave men good messaging on how to live their lives and how to lead their lives. And here comes these guys who say, hey, we know your life is shit, do something about it, and give you actionable steps. That's always going to be more appealing than the other side.
Those groups are answering the first part of the video, right? Where they are answering a problem, which is people not feeling like they belong. And those crew, the Tates, the Met-Gal, the Vet Bill, answer to that first part. Oh, I got a group that accepts me.
Yeah.
So, and because that group accepts me, and they're the only group that accepts me, no matter what garbage they're feeding me on top of whatever truth they're saying, because there's something that are based in truth in what they're saying, they accepted me.
Yeah.
So now I owe them my life.
Yeah.
And I pledge allegiance to the flag of. Yes, but it is what it is, and because they kind of saved me, which in some kind of way they did, all the other toxic stuff that they're spewing on me, well, at least they saved me, so I don't care about what you said, Mike.
Yeah, fair. I actually agree with that. I think it's a great point. To come back to the original point, well, I think what is being discussed right now is really important. Is sometimes we brush off self-delusion and everything under a mental illness. Something's just wrong with your brain. Not recognizing there's real life circumstances that lead people to. And I think it's a good thing in a way, because once someone's mentally ill, most society just puts it aside, like, give the medication, that's it. But now, once we understand it's circumstantial, it's something a lot different, it's cultural, it's our way to connect with other human beings that's really impacting these decisions. We have more control over that. We have more influence we can exert over others. It's not going to be fixed with a pill, but it can be fixed with other circumstantial changes. So, to me, even though this might sound really dark, I actually think it is a red herring, where it's like, there are things that you can do to change that. And in the people I know who had self-deletion ideations or thoughts of that, they were able to change their circumstances and come back from that place. So, that's what I think. Not entirely bad. Thoughts? No. All right. So this topic came up from our Reddit. So if you guys want to be able to post stuff that we want to see, then go to our Reddit, leave stuff there. Also, we're discussing all these topics in the Discord, so go check that out too. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from you.
God damn it.
Today's talk is really about masculinity. But more importantly, it's also like digging into how we form our views of masculinity and where our opinions come from. And a lot of the opinions that we have and feelings we have around gender roles are actually deeply rooted in personal experiences that have shaped the way that we think. And so I want people to understand that, like, if you really want to start to feel more comfortable with gender-related issues, whether they be societal or the ones that you sit with, exploring your own personal story is a wonderful way to kind of get a handle on how you see the world.
Dude, this
yeah,
is
so
yikes.
how you been, man?
I've been pretty good. I've been actually pretty good. For the most part, I've just been focused on work during this pandemic. Obviously, being isolated has its own set of issues, but overall, mental health and physical health have been pretty great, so can't complain.
And remind me, last time we talked a little bit about, was it your dad and grief and stuff?
Yeah. So we talked about loved ones dying, how to process and handle that, and how best to manage the loss of somebody close to you.
And did that help at all? Or, I mean, you don't have, I sort of feel like I'm fishing for a yes there, but I'm just genuinely curious, like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think any opportunity to discuss something that you normally don't discuss is always a good thing. It's always strange to discuss something that's very, like, intimate and difficult on a very public platform, because everyone wants to chime in with their opinions, which is a bit of a strange thing for something you feel so personal. But beyond that, in terms of like how I feel on the inside, much better. Yeah.
When you say everyone wants to chime in with their feelings, who are you talking about?
I honestly, like, I feel this way every time. I generally dislike being in a vulnerable state on the internet.
Sure,
it's not generally my thing. So as a result, I think when people give me their feedback or they stop me, it's kind of weird to have a stranger being like, "Man, that moment about you and your dad really touched me." I'm just like, but I don't know you. You know, it's kind of a weird feeling to have somebody, because it feels like someone saw me naked and I don't know who they are. You know.
But you're the one doing the touching, apparently.
Yes. But it feels very voyeuristic in a way. It's consensual, but it's still strange, because I feel it's that parasocial relationship that people talk about a lot, where people feel like they know you and they come up to you and they say all these like things about themselves. I'm like, I have no idea who you are, but you know this intimate part of my life. So that's a strange part about it.
Yeah, but I'm also kind of hearing that apparently people benefited from your nakedness.
Yes, I would agree with that notion. I think
that's weird, man.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, so that was everyone's experience, and I think it was great to hear that folks had a very positive experience listening to that. So I'm happy about that portion of it for sure.
Yeah, and just it's interesting. And what do you go by again?
I go by ABBA. Normally that's the name I go by.
So ABBA, just hearing you now, I'm sort of remembering how protective you are of other people. It's kind of interesting. Like, you kind of, it's subtle, but like the way that you're kind of saying, I appreciate that other people are getting helped, but I'm also kind of acknowledging that underneath that is sort of I was still naked and it feels really awkward for me.
Yes. Yeah. That feeling I don't think ever really goes away from me because I'm still a fairly private person, even though I do online stuff. Normally like pictures of my family or things like that that's going on in my life, I don't really share with the whole world. Sure. So to share that, I think it was something that was good for folks. But I think for me, it's always trying to find that good line between how much sharing is too much.
Can you hold on just 1 second? I'm getting a call from my producer.
No worries. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Abba. I appreciate it.
No worries. I might be peeking or something like that. I only got filters on my stream, so.
So Abba, let me ask you. This may sound like a kind of a weird question because I get that we're having this conversation now, but how do you feel about coming back and maybe talking about something else and kind of being once again vulnerable in front of
I think I do things that matter to me, and so I think for me it's fine to do them provided there's a purpose to them. I wouldn't do this gratuitously. So I think as long as there's a end goal in mind and there's something, I think the conversation is beneficial and I think it's something that people could gain from, then I'm fine with having it on this kind of platform.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm really hearing that there's sort of a greater good to be served here.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of people who identify with some of the issues that I mentioned in the email. So, and it's something I've discussed on my platform before. So I think having your take on it and a bit of a back and forth would benefit a lot of people.
So you're doing this for other people?
Partially. I think it's also good for me. It's interesting. I feel like with this issue specifically, the one regarding to some of the men's issues, I think I'm okay with things in the sense that I don't need a sense of catharsis. Like I think I've gotten mine per se. But I see, it's weird because a lot of men, hit me up and they're like, "You're my mentor," and I'm like, I didn't sign up for all that. But I think it's because I identify with some of the stuff that we talk about, and it's like some of the first time for a lot of them that they've heard it. So I recognize some folks do need it. Yeah.
You're so precise with your language and your thought. It's interesting.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, just kind of like when you say, yeah. I mean, I appreciate it a lot. And I'm also noticing, Abba, maybe this isn't really what we kind of signed up for today, and so we don't have to talk about it. But I'm hearing also like a theme of like people. Like here you are mentoring people that you've never heard of and opening people's eyes to things and, having them feel like touched and they're growing, and then you're kind of like bewildered. And I'm just a little bit curious about, what kind of expectation or pressure, or like, how do you deal with that? And I know it's kind of separate from maybe what we're going to be talking about today, but it's so interesting because I'm hearing that theme kind of pop up over and over. Like, what are you to people? And how do you sit with what you are for other people?
Yeah, well, I definitely get a sense of imposter syndrome, mostly because I don't think I've really had proper mentors most of my life. And so the idea of being a mentor to somebody else is definitely a little intimidating at times. And it doesn't feel consensual in some ways, in the sense that like, I didn't choose this, I didn't accept anything, but you have these expectations, and I think I'm managing it by reminding myself that I matter and that my well-being matters. So if it ever becomes too much, to take time and to embrace that. And I think I also manage it by accepting that I've in a sense already been doing it with the things that I'm doing, so I just need to keep doing that. you know, and I don't have to pile on myself a large amount of extra work because I think what I've been doing is enough for a lot of folks.
Well said. Really well said. And once again, well thought out, nuanced. You know, that you're okay doing this, and then there are certain boundaries that you're going to maintain and respect, and that, you know, cool. So what did you want to talk about in terms of men's issues today?
I'd sent a video that I kind of summarized. Had you had an opportunity to watch it by any chance?
No, so I actually purposely go into this stuff blind.
Blind, okay, yeah. The only reason is because sometimes I hate the idea of feeling redundant with some of the stuff, but I guess it is good to explain it for folks who haven't seen it.
Well, if it's short, we could also just watch it together if you want.
No, it's about 10 minutes, so probably best for me to just explain it. But my pet peeve with these kinds of discussions is it often feels like when they're had, if you talk about it too often, people start to be like, oh, here he goes again on this topic, and you know, I never want to seem whiny, because in my day-to-day life, I don't think this is something I necessarily talk about that often, but when I'm on the internet, it seems to come up a lot. Yeah, so are you familiar with the Red Pill community?
Yeah.
At least in terms of the dating sense, yeah. And so some people would like send me links and they ask for my critique of it and how toxic some of it may be and whatnot. And essentially, the rebuttal I had was that I think for a long time men haven't had spaces on any kind of platforms or media to see their issues and their problems reflected in any kind of form. And they also oftentimes haven't had too many opportunities for guidance on how to approach women, on how to date effectively, on, you know, especially when you're expected to make the first step and to kind of put yourself out there. And a lot of the times, like, there's not that much guidance for you know. And I know it's an issue that I dealt with for a long time. And so I say that essentially, even though I think the community has its issues and some of the rhetoric isn't always good, I think there is no alternative for a lot of men, or they feel like there isn't one. And therefore, until something is presented, I think the idea of taking down the one space where men see these topics reflected wouldn't be a good idea. That's a gist of it.
Can you just help me understand, or just help the people who don't understand what Red Pill is? Can you just explain it? Yeah. So it's born from the Matrix, and the idea of the red pill versus the blue pill is like Neo, the main character, gets a choice between choosing to see the world for what it is, the truth, with the red pill, or blue pill, which is to stay in this kind of virtual reality fiction type world. And so the term had a political meaning for some time, just for people who want to see the truth in life in general. But over the last, like, I would say 7 or 8 years, in a dating sense, a lot of men go there for pickup artist stuff, you know, seeing the world for what it is, in the sense how women are doing really well and men are failing. So that's some of the ideas that would be common in the red pill dating community. Yeah, so I'm really excited for this conversation, because this is actually one of my favorite things to think about and favorite things to talk about.
Okay, why is that?
You know, it's interesting. I'm not quite sure, but about 2 years ago, I sent an email to like a group of like close friends of mine, just trying to figure out like what's like. I felt like something is happening with men, and it's for me. It started actually in a really bizarre way. I was doing, I was working in a prison, and I was doing therapy with an inmate. And I was talking to him, and he was in prison for dealing drugs. And so as we kind of like started talking, and I started getting to know him, so it turned out that he had 3 older sisters. And his older sisters kind of said to him that, you know, like, it's your job as like the man of the family to like provide. And so here he is at like 16, and he's expected to provide for, you know, 3 older sisters, or they're sort of telling him that. And so he's not really kind of sure like how to go about doing that, feels kind of overwhelmed, but there is like one opportunity within his community. So he's like low socioeconomic status, also like an ethnic minority, and so started, you know, dealing, and then kind of got caught, you know, had a couple of infractions. I was meeting him when he was like 24 or 23. Yeah. And so we kind of talked about it, and then he sort of like felt this big burden. Like his biggest issue, like when he was talking about being depressed, is like, I have to provide, and it's like my responsibility to provide. And then the really bizarre thing is that a few months later, I was working with, like a middle-aged investment banker, and like the same words were coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
And it just struck me as like bizarre that these two people from so different backgrounds, actually, oddly enough, the investment banker's background was actually not very different from this kid's, which is interesting. So also grew up like poor and things like that. And just so interesting that like these two people from such different walks of life, like different ethnicities, you know, somewhat different backgrounds, very different, you know, day-to-day experiences of life, were essentially like suffering from a common problem. And that just struck me as very strange. And it caused me to really like stop and think a little bit about like, you know, how with all the discussions of privilege and stuff like that you could kind of say like, how can you even compare those? But just you can certainly say that these people aren't similar at all. But just as a therapist, you know, part of what I try to do is like see the person behind all of the labels and color of their skin and things like that. And what really shocked me was that, you know, if I closed my eye, or if I made a transcript of each session and I went back and read them, I would not know which person I was talking to just based on the transcript of their words.
Yeah.
And so something about that, I realized like something is going on here. Like, I don't know what, but there's like a bizarre, like it's so, and I realized that the further apart that these people appear to be, the bigger the issue is. Because it's gotta, you know, bridge the gap of these vastly different experiences. And so I started to just kind of talk to people and sort of explore and things like that. And it's been just really fascinating to sort of try to figure out, you know, for essentially a privileged class, like why do men suffer so much? Why is the suicide rate, you know, why do 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 people who kill themselves are men?
Yep.
And so, you know, what, like, I feel like we're missing something here, and that there's something going on that there's actually a lot of like evidence for, but that people don't talk about.
Yeah, well, I think it's an oversimplification of the issue in the sense that we love to look at things as hierarchies that are very clear cut, in the sense like we got a pyramid, we got men at the top, and then we got women right below, and then we got people who are minorities, and then we got people who are disabled, right? But the truth is, I think when people internalize these issues and people will live these issues, they don't necessarily live them on a macro scale. Things happen on a micro scales. And so, you know, even when I try to have these discussions, for example, and you say the problem seems very vast and complex, I think it's a lot more simple in the sense that as a whole, men deal with certain issues, but because they're perceived as the privileged class, a lot of that is underserved, and it's rarely discussed in a sense. So, you know, when I talk about this stuff and people are like, well, women suffer more, I'm like, I don't disagree that women may have more problems in society. That means, but when I'm dealing with problems and they're very real, whether it be depression or my friends killing themselves or things like that, I internalize things on a micro scale. I internalize things on an individual basis. I can't think of like men as a whole. I'm thinking about, man, people around me are dying. My male friends are dying. That's what I see. And so you can understand concepts on a macro level, but I think seeing the folks as individuals is important in this, because it makes you realize that even though a perceived class can have these advantages and they're quite real, on an individual scale, the suffering can be just as heavy, if that makes sense. You know?
Long story.
And I think that's important. And to me, what you said about like the investment banker and the dudes on the drugs, and having, like, it's not surprising. You know, as my income level has changed and as I've spent time from the military to civilian life and stuff, I'm like, it's the same problems. It's really not that drastically different. I see a lot of the same patterns in regards to that idea of male responsibility, and feeling the need to provide. Even though I'm a middle child and I got older sisters, you know, I have that exact same responsibility where I'm supposed to take care of my mom. I'm supposed to take care of my siblings, you know. And they didn't even have to explicitly say it. I just feel like that is my that is my burden to bear. And so I think a lot of this stuff is just understood on a societal level for all men, irrespective of income level.
Yeah, so what do you think is the problem, Abba? Help me understand your understanding of the situation. And
I think men are expected to do these things. We're just often ill-equipped and not given any guidance on how to do them.
Do what things?
From everything from making the first move and being a leader, like, you know, the whole idea of leading, even within a small, like just within a relationship, Like that expectation is definitely imposed on us through dating standards, through media imagery, and then even if you take it from a work standpoint, you know, meeting a certain level of income, the idea of what success for a man looks like is to defeat others in a way, and to be better. And when you consider all these expectations, it's like, okay, I'm 18, I just finished high school. I don't know how to approach women or be good at it. I don't know how to make money. I get anxiety about the idea of like, how am I going to take care of the people around me? I got to take care of a wife and a girlfriend and kids. And so those
wife and girlfriend. Wow.
I know. Imagine both at the same time, depending on culture, right? Yeah. So those expectations are quite the cross to bear when there's no resources on how to do it. That's what I think.
Booty.
Okay, so what are the expectations that you feel?
Hey, Greeley,
so
pal.
I'm also hearing kind of a thread. You talked about Red Pill, and you know, Red Pill is a.
Hey, sweet.
I still remember when I was back in college, like a couple of my friends got into the pickup artist scene.
Yeah,
and so it's been interesting to see the evolution of like pickup artist into Red Pill into I think incel. Like I think that there's a lot of common sort of threads there.
Yeah.
So what are the expectations that you feel like you've been placed upon your shoulders without sufficient guidance?
The two things that come to mind right away are one, to lead, to kind of be the trailblazer, or to be the one who is going to take charge of a situation, you know. That's one. And the second thing would be just in a romantic sense, just the idea of knowing how to court somebody, you know, because I think a lot of us are often starved for affection or do want that kind of like reciprocity in terms of love and things like that. But speaking to most men I know, they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to start that initiative, and they get so much anxiety and nervousness about it. It's like, what do you know? And they know nothing. And I'm like, I'm not surprised, because I knew nothing at 18 or 19 or 20. And yeah, those would be like two prime examples I can think of on top of my head.
And so can you tell us a little bit about, can you tell us just a little bit about your kind of sense of what not knowing how to court someone at 18 sort of felt like, and kind of where you are now and what that journey has been like?
Oh man. So you talk about the pickup artist stuff. I picked up on that. You know, the one thing I had in the sense was like, thankfully for me in my case, like a rejection didn't like murder my self-esteem. But back in the day before like a lot of the Tinder stuff really got really popular, we just had to go up to women and try to be like, hi, I think you're gorgeous, all right, or whatever. And I remember what my first couple rejections felt like. Just
Can you tell us about
like,
that?
Oh man. I just brutal stuff. I remember one time I asked this girl at my gym, and she accepted. She's like, yeah, you know, I get off on Friday at 5, so you can just come meet me there. And I was like, cool. And Friday came along, and I texted her in the morning, but she didn't respond. But I'm like, it's okay. We already agreed on a spot, so I'll just go there. And I came around when her shift ended, which was like 5 p.m., and waited outside. And I texted her, like, hey, I'm outside. She still didn't respond. I just remember her walking out with another dude and getting in the car and leaving. And they were got in the cab. And I remember jumping into the bushes to hide. Just brutal stuff, man. Just the idea of being in a club, you know, and going up to a girl and be like, hey, and just very, very mildly. And, you know, they snap. And to be clear, I just want to say this. I don't get mad at some people who reject very aggressively, because I understand sometimes during a night you might get approached 100 times, and it can be very taxing to have to say no to people who constantly want something from you. But as a dude who tried to approach very kindly, just to hear that and just be like, no, and it's like yelled in a way that everyone else can hear. It's just, you just slunk, and I've seen it happen to so many people around me. So, yeah. Even if I look back on it, sometimes I still cringe.
Yeah. I'm curious, what did it feel like when, you know, you saw her walk out of the gym with another dude?
Shame, embarrassment, inadequacy. Those are like a couple of words that come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you actually hide?
Oh yeah. I hit because the way it works is they got to loop around in the cab to come by, and I was standing right beside the bushes, and so I was far enough to see them. And oh man, yeah, I don't want it. It's brutal. I jumped in those bushes. Yeah, because I felt so embarrassed. You know what I mean? I was like, here I am for a date. She's leaving with some other dude. You know, so I remember being 19 and that happening. I'll never forget that day. It was always one of those stories. I'm like, oof.
Yeah, I have a fair number of cringe stories myself.
Yeah.
And so then what, so how did you, being such a thoughtful guy, how did you like think about, how did you approach that? So like you clearly saw like there's a problem here, right?
Yeah.
Like, and what did you understand was the problem at 19?
I just felt like I had no idea what I was doing. Like I felt like I had no game plan. I didn't feel
Sounds like you had no game.
Yeah, that's really what it was. I had no game. One thing I had going in my favor was like even if I took a huge L like that, I would be fine with going back the next day and trying again with somebody different,
Sure.
So I think but I know dudes who get that once and it was over. And my problem was I just didn't have any skill set to understand. Because I feel like now where I'm at, I can understand way more variables than what I could then. I couldn't read the social cues. I didn't understand what it looked like when someone was interested or what they weren't. Little signs that I could pick up on to better handle the situation. And at 19, I just didn't have that skill set. So I would go in blind and I would leave blind, and just with a bunch of things I saw and I can't make sense of. So that was my issue at the time.
And how did you think about approaching it? Like, what did you think about? What were you going to do about it? Like, you're like, okay, I'm blind. How did you think?
I'm gonna look for guidance. I'm gonna look for instructions. I come from a gamer background. When you can't figure something out, you look for a walkthrough.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was the same idea. I needed some advice, and I'm sure folks Google this on all ends. How do I make someone like me, or how do I do this? Right? We all looking for answers to find acceptance for somebody, and that's what I did.
And did you feel like you kind of alluded to the fact that maybe you didn't have sort of personal guidance or kind of mentorship sort of growing up? So did you feel like there wasn't anyone you could kind of talk to in your personal life that could maybe guide you? Like,
yeah, I think it's twofold. I think I didn't have that, and secondly, I think I would have felt shame to ask someone directly that I'm like, I feel inadequate approaching women. So I think it's those two things. Because it sounds pathetic to go like, man, I don't know how to approach girls to somebody.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound great.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people look for those resources, but don't want to admit that they're looking for them.
So I think that too, if just what I'm hearing there is there's actually like a really subtle expectation there.
Yeah.
That it is oddly enough, everyone's ignorant, and it's completely unacceptable to be ignorant. Even amongst men. That it would be shameful to another dude. It would be like so pathetic if you're like, hey man, how do you pick up chicks? Like, I don't know how to pick up chicks.
Yeah.
And then they'd look at you and they'd be like, you're a loser.
And even worse than that, I've watched guys go up to folks in clubs, right? And just go very kindly, like, hey, can I get you a drink? And girl says no, and I understand that. But sometimes I would hear the girls afterwards like, that guy was such a fucking creep. And the guy would be within earshot to hear it, but I was just like, oh, he just doesn't know what he's doing. And I think oftentimes women don't know how much we don't know what we're doing. And sometimes a lack of skills is seen as predatory or somehow like very gross and disgusting, when it's just like, man, I feel bad for the homie. Like he's 21. This is his first time inside a club. He doesn't know. So yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad.
How's that for you, Revol?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see there's something, you're really resonating with something there.
Because that was me. So I know what he's thinking, I know what he's feeling right now. That when you get rejected, the dejection that you feel afterwards is whew. And I'm not talking about when someone says no to you on Tinder, because even that's manageable. You're in the privacy of your own home. I think that's why a lot of people actually don't go up to folks in person as much anymore, is because they can better preserve themselves by doing things online. But when I used to watch it all the time, it was very difficult to watch at times.
Yeah, I think Tinder has its own set of, toxicity. But what I'm really hearing from you is that there's sort of this expectation of competence from both your male peers and from the women that you approach, that like, you should know how to do this better. Like,
Yeah, even looking at the idea like men have to be the leaders of the household. And that's like a common thing that people still hold on to, despite the fact that women are extremely successful in terms of like, I think they're outpacing men for degrees now and out earning men coming straight out of university and college. So there's still that idea that men still got to do all this stuff, even though they seem to be failing perpetually and gradually getting worse in some regards. And so even just that expectation is daunting for a lot of men.
Yeah, this is kind of, I don't want to charge the discussion, but one thing that I've noticed is really interesting is that sometimes being a psychiatrist, I get the opportunity to ask men and women sort of personal questions about their who they would date and things like that. It's a common concern, and I'm really surprised by the high percentage of women that really feel like if a man is not financially successful, that they're not an acceptable partner. Yeah. And the interesting thing is that when I talk, so I feel like oftentimes I hear, and keep in mind this isn't data or anything, it's just anecdotal. Could have a lot to do with the selection bias and the people who wind up in my office. But that it's kind of completely acceptable to a lot of my male patients that they have a partner that doesn't earn money, and that a homemaker is like a laudable position. But women that I have as patients don't really feel the same way. They're actually very few, but some of them, are okay with that.
Yeah,
It's really
that's been
cool
my
to see.
experience. That's been my experience, and I don't think it's necessarily wrong or evil. This is not a critique of women or anything like that. To me, it just speaks to the expectation that's placed on men to live up to a certain role. And yeah, if you look at the hierarchy of needs, like within data, but if you don't want to go there, we don't have to. It's like, yeah, there is that expectation on much of a societal level. Even in like as progressive as countries as you can imagine, there's still a lot of those same roles being existing.
The interesting thing, just to toss this out, speaking of anecdotal experiences, when I talk to women about who they're willing to date, the interesting thing is that half of their hesitation doesn't come from a personal standard. It actually, now that I think about it, comes from a societal standard.
Yeah.
So it's more about like, what are my parents gonna think, kind of thing.
My chaos level just changed.
And anyway,
yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah.
So, and then what did you do about it? So it sounds like you Googled, how do I get someone to like you? And what else did you do about, learning how to do this thing?
I had nobody I felt like I could talk to about this kind of stuff because of the shame. So I think I went onto online forums and internet because one, it gave me anonymity, and two, it reflected my lived experience. So with those two things, I was like, okay, I'm not alone in this, which is already a great feeling. Other people feel super inadequate like me, and we could talk it out and kind of share ideas. And then the third thing is then afterwards, I was led to some resources. I don't know if you've ever heard of this show. There's a show that used to be called Keys to the VIP. It lasted, I think, 3 seasons. It was a show where, two guys would be sent to a nightclub and they would, be asked to, try to pick up women and try to do so in creative ways. And I would watch every episode. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm learning, and it got canceled, obviously, because some people felt the show was unacceptable in that regards, even though these guys weren't being pigs or anything weird.
What kind of stuff were they doing?
They go up and then sometimes they would pretend that they were deaf, and they'd have to write on a cue card to see if they could talk to the person. They would basically handicap themselves. They would handicap themselves to see how I can do it, how easy it is. So it would be stuff like that, and a lot of times I would just be out there laughing. And so yeah, it was just that would be the kind of stuff that they were doing. And, I think the idea of picking up women is just revolting to me. Like learning skill, it's interesting. We're expected to be competent, but learning skills to do it is seen as gross or trying too hard. That's like the weird dichotomy I see.
You with me, Homer?
Yeah. So I think some of that has to do with what the implication of picking up women is. I think that there's sort of an implication in the pickup artist community and the red pill community that most relationships should be relatively temporary and be, especially in the red pill community, it seems like there's sort of it's a zero-sum game. So the more you get out of the relationship, the more she loses, and vice versa, right? Like in the red pill community, there's a winner and a loser, and either you're the loser in the relationship or you're the winner in the relationship. But I think that, picking up women sort of has a certain connotation to it, which I think evokes I mean, when you say picking up women, I don't hear. I don't assume that means you're looking for a girlfriend.
Again.
What do you think?
Silver.
I think if you use that term, no.
Yeah.
You know, to me, it just strikes me as like bad branding in a sense, because if you think about all those dudes who did most of that pickup artist stuff, they're all married with kids, or they've all had to settle down. And
can't be seen with you.
well, a lot of the ones that I used to follow, oftentimes too, and even people I follow within the Red Pill community advocate for the ideas of relationships and stuff like that. Though I can't understand that connotation, and there's definitely been, you know, bad examples and in bad representation in that regards. I would argue that the idea of being in a relationship and being married is definitely wanted by most men, even within those communities. It's just I don't think it's necessarily put to the forefront or prioritized, or it's not nearly as appealing in terms of the brochure for why you would apply. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the brochure. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. We're actually hopefully coming out with a research paper on some of this stuff in the next couple months. But so I'm just a little bit curious about your personal journey. So like, what happened next?
Yeah. You know, I think as I started being more bold and started just trying different things, I would once again still fail a tremendous amount, but I started to feel like I was the affection or interest I would show towards women would be reciprocated more often. So I was like, oh, this stuff is working. And you know, I think as you get more involved with that stuff, then you start to fall into pit traps. I would say that I got to a point where it's like when you want something for so long and you're starved for it, and then you get it and you don't know how to hold the floodgates. So I think I just started dating way too often. I was doing too much, and I was too engrossed in the idea of wanting to be liked. So I think that became something that I was really involved in. I was dating all the time. I was going out. I was on Tinder. So yeah, I was like, oh, I can do this now. I can do what a lot of dudes can't do. So I'm not going to stop it. Yeah.
So I'm going to kind of ask you. This is sort of a hypothesis-driven question, but so when you say it was working or it worked, what do you think was working? What do you think was responsible for your change in fortune? Like, it sounds like you were able to date a lot. You know, what was it? The pickup artist kind of like, was it watching this TV show, or like, how did you learn to get better?
My, is that some sort of adorable little animal you have with you, Gordon?
Repetition. I'm going to be honest with you. It was repetition. And coming more into myself and being able to share more of myself with folks. That was it. Because I feel like when you have all this anxiety and you're constantly nervous and you're getting in your own way, they don't get to see you. They just see confusion. And I think I just felt much more calm in circumstances. When I had conversations, it wasn't necessarily somebody I was trying to date or sleep with. It was, I'm just talking to a person. And I think as I got to that sense of comfort, then it was fine.
Yeah. So I that was sort of what I was imagining.
Yeah.
That's been sort of, you know, in a sense, my experience, although it's very limited, and really like observing other people's experiences.
Right.
Is that there isn't sort of a magic trick. It really is about kind of being your best self. And, you know, the more that you can just be your best self, like, people will be, you know, that's going to be attractive to hopefully some people. Usually some people.
Yeah, but it's getting there. It's getting there that's the problem. It's getting there that's the problem. And when you feel inadequate, you know, it's like you first, it's like this even with artistic approaches to like singing or dancing. You start off by imitating others. And then as you do so through that process, you start to find your own voice. And I felt like dating is like that too. Like, you know, or like approaching and, you know, breaking that ice, that tension, that awkwardness is very difficult at first if you have nothing to lean on. That's what I found.
Yeah. And so then what happened? It sounded like you were dating quite successfully.
Yeah.
You'd become the Chad of your dreams.
Yeah. We didn't have that terminology back then, but yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose so.
And then what was that like for you?
It was just a lot of excess. It was just too much of something. That's the best way I could describe it.
What do you mean by that? Can you help us understand a little bit?
Yeah, it's just too much time, too much energy. It's like I got lost in the sauce. You know, my day would be spent and the day would pass by, and I'm like, what did I do today? And a lot of it was meaningless. Like, which not everything has to be meaningful. But I think I value my time. And as I discovered other things that I was passionate about, interested in, I started to realize my priorities weren't in the right place.
He's back.
Yeah, I was too busy chasing a high, if you will. I think that's what I felt it was.
The mark of a true Chad is to be like, oh, I'm dating too much.
Yeah. I know. And I have this conversation all the time because like people who haven't been there are like, yeah, you're just saying that. I'm like, it's hard for me to tell them that the grass is not greener on the other side if they haven't been there, because their whole life they've been told this is the ideal thing to go for. So,
yeah. And what I'm hearing is that, you know, you got to the other side, you thought the grass was greener, and you're like, actually, this isn't.
Yeah. Same thing happened to all my friends too. All my friends had the same experience.
And that experience was dating a lot and dating intensively and
you know, like
slowing it down.
Yeah, they were starved for females' attention, and then afterwards, once they got it, and they started being very gratuitous with it, they realized like, oh, this is not that great. And I was like, I know, we had this conversation, but sometimes you got to experience it to understand it. So I try not to be too preachy about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then what happened?
The bones.
Okay, so I think I need to go backwards a little bit. As you start to enter the red pill environment, you know, one idea is like you see the truth of what it is. You're not supposed to go up to a girl and just like, here's some flowers, you know, like there's a way you can come with some confidence and things like that to garner that affection. But then that also trickled into more political discussions about, you know, what are men's struggles and why you're struggling and why society's built this way and what your burden and responsibility are and how women really are. So you'd hear that kind of rhetoric a lot, and that would be engrossed into some of the pickup artist ideas that you would hear about often. So as I would hear that, it began to I would sometimes within my dating experiences have things happen that I was like, what was that? You know, whether it be being groped or women being physically abused. I don't even like using the word abusive, but you know, like getting slapped for a disagreement, you know, within like a dating context. I was like, how do you feel this comfortable hitting me in front of other people? And when I would bring this up to folks, I would be almost often gaslit into thinking like,
They broke my suit.
oh, this is not that big of a deal. And I'm like, and I'm someone who I really dislike it when people put their hands on me in a non-intimate sense. You know, when they do it as a sense of control, or a sense of like aggression, it triggers me to a point I can't explain. Even if it's like little stuff like oh, don't have to, you know, just little things like that can really set me off. And I couldn't imagine me grabbing somebody when they didn't want to be grabbed, and I would see this stuff, and when I would bring it up to people, and I would see it in nightclubs and stuff like that, I'm just like, and the only time I ever saw that issue reflected or people talking about some of the comfort that people feel touching others was when I was in the red pill community. So it started warping my perception of women to some degree, and made me resentful. Even the idea that I had to be the one who makes the first move, and I had to be the one who puts my self-esteem on the line when I go up to somebody and I'm like, hey, I'm really interested in, and I get yelled at, and I'm supposed to just accept that that's my job as a man to do that. I became resentful of like the burden that society placed on me, and I think that community kind of fueled it with some of the ideas, because I found other people who felt the exact same way, and so you have this like kind of echo chamber. And as I grew older, I decided to kind of slink away from that because I started to realize it was clouding my judgment.
How did you make that realization?
It was progressive. You know, I like to believe that I'm introspective enough to acknowledge when I'm holding on to a bad idea. And I was questioned on things. I can't tell you an exact moment, but I remember being questioned on certain things, and I would sit with those ideas. And I'm like, if I look at this logically, it doesn't make sense. And so I just had to re-examine things, you know, try to study a little bit and be like, am I holding on to this because it's reflective of some of my experiences? And you know, am I holding on to this due to like anger, resentment, or am I holding on to this because it's a sound idea? And I think just a bit of that reflection kind of made me realize they weren't great ideas.
Yeah, so it's kind of staggering, but I want to share like one or two experiences that really terrified me. So I one time was talking to a sexual assault victim who was, a tall, well-built man who was sexually assaulted by like a 5'3" woman. And they were at a party, and she basically climbed on top of him. And he felt really scared, and like he felt like he couldn't explain to other people that, like, because they would look at the physical difference and they would say, how on earth could you not defend yourself in that situation?
Yep.
And then so I asked him, I was like, when people said, like, so I just asked him, why didn't you feel like you could defend yourself? And he was like, if I defended myself, my chances of going to jail were so much higher. Because what would it look like if I like pick her up and throw her off, like she was persistent, like he pushed her away, she didn't.
And she falls awkwardly. Yep.
And so like, what is like? Is he supposed to hit her across the face? Like, he can absolutely physically overpower her. He can knock her unconscious.
And they did so by sending
But what
an
happens then?
embodiment of misfortune and unforeseen consequences.
And so he felt incredibly powerless, incredibly. He felt stuck, like he couldn't do anything about it. And so it was just really. I'd never until I heard him say something like that. I had never thought. I'd never thought about that.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a layer even above that. There was this one lady who I knew who was a teacher at a school. And she basically taught like the progressive ideas of gender studies. And me and her had some conversations in the past. And I remember on New Year's Eve, I think it was like 2018, I was at a club and she came up to me and she was like, "Oh, it's good to see you." I'm like, "Good to see you as well." And she's a little bit intoxicated. I was very sober, and she kind of approached me, trying to get close, and I was like, I'm not interested. And I remember, like, just before the countdown hit, I was heading towards the bathroom. She was coming out of it. She's like, "Oh, good to see you." And I'm like, "Yeah, good to see you as well." And she just went right away and groped me, right? And I remember being like, "What are you doing?" And she immediately just lunged at me to make out, right? And as her lips my mind, I pushed her off. And I just remember thinking, like, what just happened, right? And maybe a week later, I just remember seeing her on social media just talking about boundaries and how it's important for men to respect. And I remember being so angry at that moment. I remember being so mad. And I think it kind of reflected an experience that I had in my life where I would look at things that would happen like that. And the really difficult thing for me was accepting that some of the women who would do this stuff weren't necessarily bad people. Like whether it be slapping a guy or things like that when they get really angry. They weren't necessarily bad people. But I also saw how nobody held them accountable when they did some of these things because of the perceived size difference. Because of the idea that a man being hit really doesn't have any implications, or his boundaries being violated doesn't really matter, And when I had a conversation with one person, I was like, "Do you not realize that you are doing something wrong when you put your hands on me that way?" And the person had to sit with it and come to the real understanding, like, "Oh, I did something fucked up." But it dawned on me that this person at 27 had never been told that before, and it felt comfortable doing that in the past. And it was like, we got a bigger problem. This is not just a matter of like individuals. It's also a matter of like messaging and how we have these conversations. Every guy I've ever spoken to could tell me of experiences where they've had people place their hands on them, from the opposite sex. And they just never talk about it. Like, "Oh, here's what it is." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Yeah, that was a tough one. It was a tough one to be like, I can't hate this person because they're not evil, but that what they're doing is terrible.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that, also like in a sense, I think you can't really blame someone if you never give them feedback. And what I'm hearing is that people aren't really getting feedback.
Yeah, it's hard though. It's hard to give someone feedback who violated your boundaries, because then it means that you as a man have to accept the idea that someone did something wrong to you, which is not a conversation you want to have. Like, I don't even like to refer to it as abuse, even though by definition it would technically be categorized. Like, that's not how I perceived it, but it is what it is. And to have that conversation would mean I have to relive that, and then I also have to confront them, which is a daunting
Why don't you
process.
see it as abuse?
maybe it's more so because of my response to it isn't like. To me, just I guess this is how I interpret it, but maybe I'm lying to myself. I just see it as like blatantly disrespectful. That's what I think when I think back to that experience. I'm like, I would never do that to you. I would never like not care about your boundaries so much that I would just do that. I just couldn't imagine. But for you to do that, like, where do you get off feeling that comfortable? And I think that's why I don't necessarily categorize abuse, because I didn't feel necessarily violated per se. So I think that's why I see that. And maybe that's wrong, but that's just.
And so so it sounds like you kind of cooled off on dating. You had a couple of relatively, negative experiences here and there. Like, where are you nowadays?
Oh, things are really peaceful. I think one thing I value in my dating life now is just peacefulness. Not that there's never conflict, but that we can like get through this stuff in a peaceful way, if you will. And it's good. It's good. I don't feel any compulsive needs like I used to. I mean, sometimes the ego flares up and you want to dabble a little bit, but for the most part, things are pretty quiet, and I'm kind of grateful for that because I get to put my energy towards things that matter a little bit more.
Abba, this may sound a little bit weird, but we're talking about how people don't have guidance, and I'm curious: is there something that you want guidance on now, like?
I think for me, in the next chapter of my dating life, my relationship, I think it's just a matter of going through it. I don't think I necessarily need guidance at the moment per se. I just constantly see people suffering, and they're coming to me with their suffering, and I'm just like, man, there's a lot. A lot of people are going through what I went through before, so I think that's more.
Keepsake now.
And what is it that they're going through?
That feeling of inadequacy, that feeling of not knowing. We do these call-in shows, and every day without fail, I'm surprised by this. I get 16 to 21-year-olds hitting me up like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I feel not confident, and I feel like I suck, and I just want to give up on this altogether.
And what do you say to them?
I tell them to have patience with themselves, because this is a process, and I also remind them, like, if you don't put yourself out there, there's no chance for you to really have any sense of success in this regard. You can't shield yourself from love and also get the benefits of it. You have to take some form of a leap. So to give up is not in your best interest. But also understand you have a lot of time ahead of you. Even though the world tells you as an 18-year-old you're an adult and you need to know what you're doing, like most 18-year-olds don't know. And so just to be patient with themselves and to remind themselves that there's time for them to grow.
And so that's a great response. I think it's kind of interesting because there's also sort of like I don't know if this is, maybe this is my own bias where I'm interpreting what you're saying as having a certain like masculine quality, and maybe that's unfair. Maybe it's neither masculine or feminine, but just human is really when I stop and think about it. But I noticed that I had sort of a masculine response to that, which is like, that's what men do, right? Like, you got to put yourself out there. You gotta brave the danger if you want the reward.
Yeah.
And that's something that, sort of a very like masculine ethos that I think we kind of project. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's really masculine at all. It's really just human.
Right.
But oddly enough, I was just surprised a little bit by my mind's reaction, and then seeing how right that felt. Like, that's a manly thing to say. Like when I heard you say, like, you got to put yourself out there. Like, sure, you can't shield yourself and get the benefit. You have to be brave. You have to be courageous.
Yeah.
And like I said, I clearly don't. I mean, I don't think it applies just to men, but it's interesting how that's kind of
Let's do it.
That's where we kind of go. You got to be manly, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, the idea of putting yourself out there is what men are repeatedly told all the time, whether it be like making the first move, whether it's protecting your family and shielding them with your life, whether it's being the one to provide financially. It's like you're the one who has to put yourself on the limb in an outward perspective. I think women do it as well. I think it just doesn't manifest as like outwardly as it would with men traditionally. I think that's the biggest. Yeah.
And so I want to go back to this, like, so someone asked you what you thought about Red Pill, and what was your answer again?
I think it is the only source of resources that that men have, and I think it has its imperfections as a community, but some of their ideas are very valid. And That was my stance on it. It's got its problems, but it's its only spot fermented to hear some of the stuff they need to hear.
And what is it that you think they need to hear?
To take accountability, to understand that they have a responsibility towards self-improvement if they want the results that they feel they should get. That it's not going to be handed to them, that they have to work. Like, you know, I got that from the military and other stuff. Most folks don't get it at that age, you know. They don't get it at that age. They don't get told, like, if you want to meet somebody or find love, you have to put in some work. You know, some people just feel entitled, like, I'm supposed to find a partner and I'm supposed to just be and say no. There's things you got to do. So I think this idea of accountability and responsibility towards self-improvement is two ideas that men desperately want to hear and want to be told, and this community provides that.
What are some of the things in the community that you think are not as helpful?
Okay, this is when it gets to the minute stuff because, you know, you have so many different voices kind of spreading things, so it's hard to pinpoint one or two things. I often agree with some of the rhetoric that individuals say as creators, and I think sometimes I push back on that. Even the idea of, like, necessarily having to embrace traditional gender roles, and the idea that if you don't, you're somehow beta or inferior, or that if you have a wife who's a little bit more masculine, that makes you somehow less of a man. It's just all these ideas that seem a little bit too rigid. I'm not a big fan of.
So it's interesting because when you talk about the positives, once again, I think it's like stuff that I don't think is really masculine. I think it's human, that you have to take accountability for your actions, and if you want something in life, you probably have to work towards it.
I agree. The issue is they don't get told that. There's nobody there to tell them that. And if nobody's saying that to them, then they'll go where they can find it. So I think that's the
I'm not. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
So the reason I kind of bring that up is because I'm also hearing that some of the stuff that is maybe a little bit more rigid that you're not on board with seems, in a definition standpoint, like more masculine, like gender roles, like it's gendered by nature. But that does that make sense?
What do you mean by more? What do you mean by it sounds more masculine?
So like you were kind of talking about how, like, you know, traditionally, like, there's an idea of masculinity. If you don't meet that ideal, you're beta. So the things that you don't really kind of agree with as much are like the things that are inherently more gendered.
Like, I love myself.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
I'm just drawing that kind of observation, right?
Yeah. Gender conformative. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. So it's kind of interesting because I mean, I'm with you in terms of, like, people need a place where they can be supported in sort of a compassionate way and still held accountable. And this is something that, you know, it's interesting because in our coaching program, part of what, like, our values are a little bit weird because being nice is not one of them. Being polite is not one of them. So one of the things that we actually work really, really hard with our coaches to train them in is to be authentic and compassionate. So what that means is, like, being authentic is like if you think someone, like if your client is messing up, then you hold them accountable. Like, you have to be authentic with them. You can't brush it over. But that authenticity should be tempered with compassion. So, like, it's walking the road of, like, not blaming them, but also holding them accountable. Like, be like, hey man, like, you're kind of screwing up here. Like, let's work on that, but, like, not let it slide.
Yeah, you know, I think one thing they do well within the red community, which works for some people, is that they say things authentically in a way that they think you need to hear it and that a lot of people do like. So I've heard coaches be like, what's your problem, young man? And the man will be like, well, you know, I'm not getting girls. The guy's like, well, all right, what's your physical stature? Like, are you doing well physically? And he's like, you know, I could stand to work out. He's like, are you saying that you're fat? And I remember when he said that to the man, a lot of people in the chat went crazy, like, you can't say that. But the young man went, you know what, I felt like that's what I needed to hear because I didn't want to launch it. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's necessarily the right way. What I'm saying is that for some people, they feel like hitting that directly is what they want. And I remember also being in the Army and, like, having people talk to you that way sometimes is the thing that you need in some circumstances. And so what you thought about in terms of authenticity and saying things and holding people accountable, they definitely have that a lot in that community.
Yeah, so in my experience, you can certainly temper it with compassion. And you know, I think there are a lot of things, and maybe I'm wrong here, but there are a lot of things that I say to people in interviews that tend to be clipped out of context and sound really mean. And you know, if you just look at the transcript, it certainly does sound mean, but they're usually said with compassion, which is why people are okay with it.
Yeah.
Right. But you got to you got to call it what it is. You got to, you know, if someone's got cancer, you got to diagnose it and like face that reality before you treat it.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, I feel like I really appreciate kind of everything that you've shared, and I sort of understand what you're saying. I think I agree with you that, you know, men for sure, and not to say that women, that this is an exclusive need of men, which I think is another big problem with these kind of gender conversations, is that people tend to draw comparisons. And so I think that it's completely possible for us, because I see this, you know, I see women having gender norms that are challenging in an uphill struggle that cause them a lot of personal suffering, and I think that men have gender norms that are challenging and suffer and cause them a lot of suffering in an uphill battle. And somewhere along the way, I think some people feel like there's like it's a zero-sum game, and so the more men struggle, you're sort of devaluing women's struggles, or vice versa. And I just don't really see it that way. I just kind of think that, you know, there are some cases of male privilege and some cases of female privilege. There are some cases of minority privilege and some cases of majority privilege. It's kind of interesting being Indian. I kind of felt this in a bizarre way in like medicine. So everyone looks at me and assumes when I'm a medical student that I'm a doctor because I'm Indian, which is fantastic. But, you know, from a standardized test perspective, like in terms of like the standardized test score that I need to get is like 20% higher than like other ethnicities who are underrepresented in medicine. So I have to score above average to be competitive.
Right.
And then still on my first day of training at Harvard Medical School, a third of the room was South Asian. And so, you know, it's like, I don't know whether it's right or wrong. I've certainly felt both sides of it. And in terms of minority privilege and racism and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think the issue with this, more than I agree that everyone has their struggle, I think the problem is I just remember never having many resources to look towards. Whereas when I spoke to women I knew, I think they saw themselves in a lot of like talk shows, for example, or resources that they could look towards for information. And I think, you know, it's just the idea of me having to go on YouTube to learn about this stuff in 2012 is just so weird to me. You know, because you can't really think of like TV talk shows for men or stuff like that. And more than just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just thinking like, what's the male equivalent of The View?
There is none. That's my. And I made the comparison. I said Joe Rogan, which is funny because it just used to be like a shitty podcast in some dude's basement, and now it's like this worldwide thing. But at its inception, it really wasn't.
Yeah.
And more than that, I think oftentimes, it's like the little that we do have almost feels like it's constantly being threatened to be canceled, and so it's just like you get a little bit defensive, you know. And so I think
understand that.
I mean, yeah, in terms of like the Red Pill community, sometimes deservedly so, people just are gone in terms of like their presence online. Take the Rogan podcast, another great example, which is like, you know, it's been in the news a few times for, you know, people trying to have it removed from online platforms. And so there's just this perception, even if it's not reality, I'll grant you I could be wrong, and this is anecdotal, but there's a perception that male spaces are not safe. That's how a lot of folks feel.
And what's your understanding of like Joe Rogan and like why it's been in the news for being canceled? Because it's a male space.
I'm gonna draw a parallel, and there's none of the individual creates content online, and sometimes people feel like when he's coaching people or when he's talking to people, right, that he has a strong dislike for women. And so I went to go watch his content, and I went to go watch his like coaching with men, and a lot of the verbiage was the same. I think sometimes in male spaces we have a way of talking and we have a way with engaging with each other that's often seen as unacceptable or wrong, when it's just for some people it's a perfectly fine temperament. And I think men feel like they're being policed in a sense. Like you know what I mean? Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah. So, but give me an example of what you think is like, you know, just is the language of men that other people take offense to, or that other people are trying to police.
I couldn't give you an example of like words we use. I could just give you in terms of like a bluntness. So I had the same thing in the Army. The way we talk among soldiers, perfectly acceptable. If it ever made it online, there was no way we would keep our jobs. But it is how we speak on a regular basis. It is how we talk to each other, you know, behind closed doors or whatever. And so there's this need to hide some of that constantly, and to temper our way of being online, which would most people are like, that's toxic. And I'm like, is it though? Or are we just fine with how we talk to each other? So, and I've just seen it so much over the years, like shows that I used to love that I think geared towards men's experience. I remember this one on BET, the Man Show, like Gone, you know, and people were like, this kind of talking is unacceptable. I'm like, is it though? So I think that's the perception, even if not accurate, that is the perception that a lot of men have.
Yeah, so I think that's I'd really love to hear some examples, Abba, because I think it's like if you're making the argument that some people behind closed doors say certain things which they're okay with which other people aren't okay with, I think that there's like something to really be explored there, right? So even if we look at the incel community, or like the red pill community, so there's this sense of, so this is part of like what we've kind of uncovered in our research, is that, you know, there's this sense of online drift. So what tends to happen is that, you know, we start out like, I'll look at, let's say, like a Jordan Peterson video on YouTube. And then what'll happen is like my YouTube will start recommending other things to me. And depending on what I click on, like I'm gonna go like down this rabbit hole, right?
I don't know. You just kind of you almost described Jordan Peterson as a gateway. It's kind of funny to do that. But keep going.
I'm not. That wasn't. It was. I used him as a good example because, like.
No, he is a good example. He's a good
right.
example.
So like, what I'm not making a judgment or anything. I'm saying like literally from a YouTube algorithm standpoint, this is literally what we're researching, is how online drift occurs. So this is what content creation platforms do. So they curate content and they say like, oh, for people who watch Jordan Peterson videos, like half of them also like something else. And then half of them like something else. And you also see this in political drift, right? Sure. So if I watch like Fox News, like a Fox News clip that is making Fox News look good on YouTube, then like YouTube will populate with something else. And then so over time, what happens is like we get, and you kind of mentioned this echo chamber, over time, it's kind of weird. I don't think people realize this is happening, but because of the nature of content curation, and platforms are trying to, you know, do this on purpose, we start to be surrounded by voices that are similar to our own.
Sure, I agree with that. 100%.
And over time, as that radicalization happens, I think that like you'll see in some of these, like, you know, so then you'll get like the incel subreddit gets banned and things like that. And so what ends up happening is over time, people will like go to esoteric, like further and further, like removed from the front page of the internet. And then sometimes in those spaces, you know, you'll talk about people routinely discussing things like violence towards women and stuff like that. And I imagine that those people feel very comfortable with their language behind closed doors.
Sure.
And that people from out, you know, on the other side of the door would find it unacceptable.
But, you know, how do they get from that point? Part of it is also your drift, but a part of it is even the more modest examples sometimes of, like, masculine discussions sometimes get removed from platforms. Jordan Peterson's example you used as a starting point. But I remember a time when he would get, you know, booed out of universities and colleges for rhetoric, which I didn't think was crazy extreme. But that's what I'm talking about when I say it almost feels like our language is being policed, is that even the modest example that you started with was often being removed from campuses. I remember seeing one guy who went in for a discussion and they just barred the doors. And so, you know, when I see this stuff, it changes my perception of how I think masculinity is viewed, whether accurate or not. It is how I see it.
Yeah, sure. So how do you think masculinity is viewed?
Toxic. I think it's very, and here's what I'll say. I think, you know, when you look at the, my mom and dabbling in your world, but I think this is the 5 big personality traits.
Big 5, yeah.
Yeah. And you think about, Oh yeah. I just want to make sure you know me because that's what you studied, so I just want to make sure I do it right.
It's just as much as your
What
world.
the fuck is
Fair
hitting
enough.
me?
I think if you see an overrepresentation on any of those axes, I think you're going to see negative behavior. And I think, you know, one example I gave is like when I think mothers, for example, I think their need to protect and to nurture sometimes, if taken to an extreme, can turn to a concept. I think it's called maternal gatekeeping.
I think about a helicopter parent.
Okay, so maternal gatekeeping was an idea, but yeah, like just the
What does
idea,
that
like it's like the idea that you insulate your child from society's problems so much and you protect them that you stunt their growth as a kid. And I actually grew up with a friend who went through that and had to be diagnosed with that, and I was like, whoa. And it just taught me the idea that yes, of course, if you take traditionally masculine traits and you push them to an extreme, I could definitely see how they're negative for society. But I think even the more modest forms are sometimes seen as bad. And like competitive sports is another interesting example, where like they don't like the idea of things being too competitive for young boys. And I'm like, ooh, I feel like sometimes you rob them something that they desperately need. You know, whether it's video games or... I'm not going to say women or anything like that. It just, you know, I remember when these ideas were removed, you know, like, oh, we're no longer giving out trophies or things like that. Everyone can participate. I was like, ew, like I loved it at school when even if I didn't come in first, just the idea of like trying to go for it meant something to me. And I think ideas that like men traditionally value so much, I think men feel like being attacked. That's what I think. I'm not saying they as in like I can point to a group of people or say it's this gender or anything like that. This is just the perception I have of that.
Yeah, so what because I was kind of thinking about this, Abba, like we're trying to figure out like how to support people, right? At Healthy Gamer, it's what we do. We try to offer people guidance. I've been toying around with like making a guide to dating and relationships, which is, you know, because I think there's a lot of basics that I'll teach because we're not taught these things.
Yeah.
So I don't do couples counseling, which I explain to all the couples who wind up in my office because I don't do that. But I definitely teach people how to work on themselves to be like better partners in relationships. And there are a lot of like, you know, quips that I've come up with. One is that, you know, everyone's looking for the right partner, but in my experience, the right partner is not something you find, it's something that you become. And so I think that there's a lot of like, anyway, so there's kind of a random aside, but what I'm kind of hearing from you is that, so as part of this struggle of trying to figure out how to support people in our community, men, women, transgender folks, kind of everyone. Part of what I've been trying to understand is like what is toxic masculinity and what is masculinity, and there's this sort of idea that there's what's your cringe.
I'm such a stickler for words, and so I understand it conceptually, but every time I hear it, I cringe. But I understand what it's about.
No. I think we should explore the cringe. That's where the money is.
I think people don't understand. I think people have this idea conceptually of what the word means, but they don't understand how it's internalized by our brains inherently. Meaning, you know, I remember taking a marketing class and how important it was for a company to get the right slogan and the right words at the same spot. And no matter what a company may mean by their slogan, they understand that people interpret words and it just goes right to their core, irrespective of what spin or what idea you want to put with it. And I think whether it's, you know, toxic masculinity or men are trash, I think the ideas behind them, the sentiment I can understand. I just think people don't understand the implications it has subconsciously and how it makes us feel viscerally when we hear these ideas or these words.
How do you feel viscerally when you hear the phrase toxic masculinity?
I'm going to use men are trash because I think that's like a much more poignant one and I think a more extreme one. But I think when I hear that, for example, I immediately think we're not redeemable. I think of the word trash and I think of throwing it out. You know, I think it's like it's over for that. And it's just such a tough thing to hear, especially when you're young and in development. You see it online, men are trash, and masculinity is toxic or toxic masculinity. You're just like, whoo. It's very polarizing language. That's why.
So you equate toxic masculinity like when you hear the phrase toxic masculinity, your mind goes to men are trash.
Okay, men are trash is a separate phrase, but they're often coupled with each other online platforms. So for me, for me, it's like part of that whole ensemble of polarizing terms that people use. that I think has more of a negative effect than anything else.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah,
Because
so
it reinforces an idea that I think a lot of people already hold in their heads.
And what is that idea?
I can access this old fountain chamber now.
You know, it's like it goes back to that idea of like policing and men have these.
Hidden refuge within Tartarus provides
That men are the problem, you know, and it's just like I said. I understand it conceptually as like as a macro scale, but as a micro scale, someone with dealing with struggles, it just constantly feels like I'm hearing like, yo, men's problems don't matter. That's what I hear when I hear that stuff. Even I know it's not what they're saying. I get it. That's what it feels like, just considering the other societal stuff that I deal with. Yeah.
Have you felt like people have treated you like your problems don't matter?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All the time. All the time.
Still?
I mean, sometimes I get sick of talking about men's issues or men's problems. Like, I don't even want to discuss them at times because it's just like, you're always going to have a row of people like, oh, men are complaining. And I'm like, men are committing suicide too, you know? Like, it's crazy to me that there's all these things and you could verifiably, like, quantify them in some ways. And people are still like, you guys don't really have problems. And I'm just like, what? Or the worst one, I don't think it's worse, but it's somewhat valid. But the thing I hate even more sometimes is, it's like, we get that you suffer, but because women suffer more, like, let's put that on the back burner. I'm just like, bruh. So yeah, it's just things that peeve me, but I don't even want to get heated about it.
How does it feel when people,
In the name of Hades,
invalidate your struggles?
I think I'm fortunate that I'm at the age that I am now and that I've dealt with so much because I'm able to handle it up better. But sometimes it takes me back to how I was when I was much younger and how I was dealing with stuff and I had nothing. And it'd just be like, man, 20-year-old me would have never survived a lot of this. Like, this would have really wrecked me. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad because I think I recognize a lot of people are young and in a vulnerable state. And the language we use doesn't help to make them feel accepted or to feel okay. You know, I think these conversations are important. They're absolutely necessary to have. But I think we don't, it's like what you said, there's a way to do things with compassion. That's what's lacking with the discourse. And also understanding that the person that you're talking to, yes, you know, they exist within a larger group, whether it be gender or sex or whatever. But they're also individuals who are dealing with their own problems that you don't know about. And I just think the way we have these conversations just makes me sad more than anything.
How about, are there particular things kind of that happened to you when you were like 20 or maybe even younger where you felt like you had a particular struggle that was very important to you that people didn't seem to?
You know, I can't pinpoint a moment. I just know what it's like to go through life without a mentor and to go through life having to figure it out as a young adult and to have no resources to help you. Like, I know how lonely that is and how frightening that is and how inadequate and like shitty you feel. It's not a one-time thing. It's like an everyday thing for a lot of young folks, and it just seems like when you're in that.
What do they live with every day?
Just tremendous anxiety about like not knowing where the future is going, and feeling like they're supposed to have their shit together, but they don't, and feeling like they're not good enough while everyone else is. Because you know, you go to Instagram and you're just like, damn, everyone's popping. They living their best life, right? And it's just like, that's not what's happening behind closed doors. That's the perception you have. You feel alone and struggling. That's what it is. You just feel inadequate. Talk to any like 18 to 21-year-old and they'll say, they'll be like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm in school and I don't like my major. I'm in debt. I don't know what I want to do with my future. Women don't like me. It's like, god damn, it's a lot of struggles. And, you know, I understand that women go through on the same side. I'm not discounting that. For me, it's just, as a man, I understand that experience a little bit better, so that's just why.
Well, so I think there is a big difference, and you know, here I may say something that will get me canceled, but what I'm hearing from you is that the response. So, like, I think I agree with you that men and women all share that. I've had, you know, my lion's share of men and women who each struggle with 18 years old and being directionless and being in debt and whatnot.
Yeah.
What I am hearing is that I do think there's a certain amount of acceptableness to invalidate men's struggles. So what I'm hearing from you is that, you know, if you complain, there are going to be people out there who will say men are trash. What are you complaining about? And I think that we all struggle and we all suffer. This is what Buddha said. He said that, you know, there are two guaranteed things in life, and he didn't really break things down by race or class or ethnicity or gender. And the two things that all human beings are entitled to in life are suffering and death. And I think that, you know, I tend to agree with him that suffering is sort of a universal human condition. But what I'm kind of hearing from you is that, because what it seems like what really grates you is the invalidation of your struggle. Like the struggle is shared, but the way that people listen to your struggle, and that's sort of what I'm hearing is that, you know, even if we think about these like sexual assault victims who are men and who kind of are like, you know, you should be happy that your teacher is sleeping with you at the age of 15.
Sure.
What are you complaining about?
You know, even I hold some of these bad ideas.
What do you mean?
I hold some of these bad, like conceptually, I agree with you that it's terrible that a teacher would sleep with a 15-year-old. In my mind, for whatever conditioning, I'm just like, hey man, good job. And it's a terrible sentiment.
Yeah,
terrible. Yeah. And I can acknowledge it's not based on anything, but it's just, I've been programmed. I'm like, oh, I had a teacher I liked. I wish she would have. And it's not a good thing to think, but I also participate that at times, so I have to check myself. But what you said about the suffering is something I agree. I agree that it's part of our experience. I just think I wish we wouldn't go to such lengths to create more suffering for others, or if people are suffering, to make them feel like they're suffering. Doesn't matter. You know, like I think my goal in life is to try to alleviate people's suffering as much as I can, even though people need to have a certain level of it, and to not try and create more for others. I think that's my goal.
Salutations.
So yeah, I have a hard time when people actively don't realize in which ways they may be creating some and don't seem to care at all. That's like the struggle I have.
So just something for you to think about, Abba. I don't think we need to get into this, but I would really invite you to explore kind of on your own if there have been... So the emotional energy, when we talked about the invalidation of people's struggles and when I mentioned toxic masculinity, when I see that emotional energy in people, oftentimes it stems from actually a bizarrely unrelated personal experience. And I think we're hearing the themes of you kind of being alone and maybe there, because I think, oddly enough, we didn't really get into this, but you kind of said that you felt ashamed of reaching out to other people for help. And the interesting thing is that shame is learned, right? So like human beings aren't born with that. In fact, babies reach out for help all the time. So that shame of being inadequate and needing help from someone else is something that we're taught and conditioned to do. And so oddly enough, if we think about why did you feel ashamed asking for help, it's probably because if we kind of track that back, it's probably because there were times in your life where you did reach out for help and then your struggle was essentially invalidated and someone made you feel right? That's how you're going to develop that shameful condition.
Okay. Can I ask you something? In your practice, when you're speaking to men, do you not feel like they have that?
Yo, Batman, stop your shit.
Because okay, so
that's why I'm telling.
Okay, all right.
That's why I'm telling you that I've walked this journey with many men, and the fact that you respond very emotionally to when I mention toxic masculinity, you just get pissed, right? It's like some slumbering giant wakes up within you, and you equate that to men and trash. That goes to an invalidation of the struggle and pain that you feel, which in turn probably relates. I'm making a real stretch here, okay? So each step of these is 10% chance of being right. But because it is a shared experience, which is why I can lay this out for you or other people that are watching, right? So if that pisses you off, then chances are you have personally felt that's personal emotional energy about you've been on the receiving end of that stick, which is why it hurts so much when you see other people doing it, to victimizing 20-year-olds. You imagine 20-year-old you who's seeing on Twitter that men are trash, and he doesn't have the fortitude that you have to not internalize that. Yeah. And oddly enough, that's something that you understand because at one point you didn't have the internal fortitude to internalize it, which is exactly what you did. You wretched child. And that's sort of why we get to 18-year-olds, because it's interesting because it's not like a catastrophic emotional moment that we're going to have an emotional catharsis about. It's going to be these little bits of conditioning that happen. About, when you were 7 years old, there was one day that you didn't know how to do your math homework, and then you tried to talk to someone about it, and they were like, shouldn't you know how to do this?
Okay, I actually got something for you.
Okay,
this is one that's stuck. It's one of the few childhood memories. So I remember, oh man, this is taking me so far back. This is the first time I was 12. Could be wrong. We would do this thing at school where once it would snow real bad, we would make these snow forts. And everyone would make their own, and then obviously a little bit of like water would fall and it would get iced up. And there was this girl who lived across the street from my neighborhood. We'd take the bus, whole group of us would take the bus, but she was part of that group. And man, I remember having a crush on this girl. I'll never forget. I used to have a big crush on this girl, but I never talked about it. And you know, when you're a kid and you have a crush on somebody, sometimes you might be like a little bit mean to them. And so I had a little habit of like going back and forth with her as a kid. And one morning, we came to school, and her fort had been destroyed, as well as like 2 other forts. She went to the principal, and she said, Abba did it. Abba destroyed my fort. And so I got called to the principal's office, and I'm just sitting there. She steps off, like, oh, boy, what's she doing? And the principal asked me why I destroyed the forts, and I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, people want to know why I did it. I was like, I didn't do anything.
Get wrecked.
I came to school early to destroy things. You think I walked here? And they're like, well, everyone's saying it's you. And I was like, I didn't do it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I didn't do it. And remember, they called my parents, and it turned into something. And I'll never forget this. I think it was like 2 days later, I got called back into the office, and the girl was there, and she was crying.
For my father.
The principal's standing there, and her dad's there, and I'm just like, oh, what did I do this time? And he says she has something she would like to say. And she said, I'm sorry. And I was like, what happened? And she's like, turns out the janitor was getting tired of these snow forts when he was cleaning the yard, so he just ran over them just to flatten them out and clear them out of the way. And I remember being so mad. I just remember being so angry because I'm like, everybody looked at me like I was garbage for a couple of days. Just that being accused and like how her word was inherently taken as true. And I just remember being so mad that day. And I accepted her apology and went back. But I don't know why. That memory always stuck with me as the first time I was accused of something I didn't do. And I remember being so mad about that. Yeah, that's probably the experience.
Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, that's a good one. I have never brought that up before.
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? Like how the mind works, how like your mind just like jumps to that experience. Because what I'm hearing, so I'm gonna try to interpret this a little bit for you, okay? Because like it feels a little bit off to me, but I think it's actually it. It's that emotional energy. Like now I'll ask you, Abby, just something for you to think about when you hear the word toxic masculinity. Does the quality, color, and flavor of the emotion you feel similar to what you felt in that second principal's office?
Buddy pal.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just the idea. It's the idea that like you're wrong without any concept of who I am. It's like you're wrong. It's that similar idea. So I would be inclined to agree with you.
Right. So which is why your mind jumped there, because it's. But like there's a lot of subtlety there, right? Because like what I'm hearing is that like when she had a grievance, what happened? When she was hurt, what happened? And then what happened?
She was heard.
She was heard, right? You were called in. There was a trial. People were called in. Everyone said you do it. There was an investigation. And when you were hurt, what happened? People thought you were trash for days. What happened when you were hurt?
Yeah, I think I was given a small apology and then ushered out the door.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And let me ask you another question. Were you pressured or forced into accepting her apology?
Ugh, no way, that is twisted. Your sisters are sick.
Well, they have many mortal lives to untangle, so to speak. The work can grow.
I think I was just expected to accept it.
Right? So like when you're a 12-year-old boy and there's a girl crying and she apologizes, you don't get to say, fuck you.
At liberty to do such
things. Right? Yeah. Even though that's how you feel.
Mm-hmm.
So in that moment, it's sort of like it's incredibly invalidating.
Oh, hell, goddess.
Right? And it's like night and day.
I didn't mean to startle you.
And I think it speaks to a lot of like resentment that you carry with you, which is justified, but I think still is going to color the way that you look at things.
For sure, undoubtedly. undoubtedly. I mean, you know, and similar experience like that I've played out throughout my life, where culpability is just automatically assumed for reasons I can't explain, so I attribute to gender. But it's just like it's a tough thing to accept when you think of yourself as like somebody who has some measure of integrity, and that's immediately thrown out the window because for whatever reason it's a hard thing to stomach. It's like I didn't do anything wrong in this moment, but I'm immediately seen as evil. It's a hard thing to accept and to it's just hard. It's a very difficult thing for me to accept.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm hearing is that you're being blamed for men being trash. Yeah, right? definitely. And it's compounded by the idea that sometimes it's like, you know, because I don't necessarily experience it when men are trash. I'm not there in those intimate moments with women where they're being violent. So I don't know what that feels like. I can hear about it and I can sympathize, but I do know what it feels like to
shouldn't be too long
to be falsely accused by somebody who did something terrible to you. Good work. And because they're a woman, they're like inherently seen as like they couldn't have done it. And it's a tough thing to stomach. So I think that's why I probably feel more strongly about that, because that's what I have visceral experiences with.
Absolutely.
You know, like my negative experiences with men could have probably been ranging from when I was like 14 to 17. And there was always a catharsis. We got into a fight, we exhausted all our energy, one person won, one person lost, and I move away. But there was never this idea that you're evil because you did this. It was like, we're gonna just duke it out as equals and then that's it, you know? And I could live with that. What I couldn't understand was like, no, this person was wrong, but I'm seen as the guilty party. That's a hard thing to stomach. And I'm not even talking about like when I was like 17. I'm like talking about even later on in life. So that's a tough part. I think, for me.
Has there been another time where, you know, you've been right?
Oh yeah.
Anything come to mind?
It was crazy. It was crazy. This girl tried to pressure me to kiss her. I'm like, I don't want to. Like, I told her multiple times, I'm not interested. And you know, because I felt like it was too soon for me, and I just didn't want to in that moment. But I was interested in this person, but I just felt like the way she was going about it, I wasn't feeling. And I remember a week later, right? We were having this conversation, and she was talking. This is like in 2018, so prime time, you know, Harvey Weinstein's out there, and she was having this conversation about like men have to be more conscious about the fact that they're pressuring women. And I was like, you did that to me like a week ago. And I couldn't believe it in that moment, you know, and. It was just such a weird thing to me. It was like that even to this day triggers me.
I see that.
The audacity for you to have this speech for me right now when you are not even taking culpability for the things that you've done, and it is just that's the frustrating part. But like I said,
Nemesis,
I feel this viscerally because of the fact that they're my experiences with women, right? And I feel this viscerally because I only date women. So the things that men are doing that maybe merit the whole men are trash, I don't see them. Because a lot of this stuff often happens behind closed doors or things like that. And, you know, there are too many parties present. So I'm not discounting the idea that these things happen or that women are suffering. I would never do that. But I'm like, I can only speak to what I see. And that's what's going to color my perspective. So,
yeah. So I just want to share, you know, a couple of like maybe academic thoughts.
Sure, for sure, go for it.
So you know, the first is that I want to just invite you to question your earlier assertion, like the assertion you just made, that I don't see that. So I think this is something where, you know, a lot of men, I know certainly since I've started looking for it, that like, if you actually look at it objectively, there may be more of it than you realize. And I think this is true of women too, where you know, like, sometimes it's kind of interesting because when I work with my female clients, sometimes I'll ask a question, like we'll be talking about something in therapy, and I'll ask them like, what would your girlfriends say about this? And like, you know, their response is always like their girlfriends are overwhelmingly supportive, irrespective of like how this person may have screwed up. And, you know, in some cases you'll have like married women that have affairs and stuff, and their girlfriends are like 100% supporting them.
Right.
And so, you know, I'm a big fan of being authentic, and then I'm, you know, so I'll ask for permission to be like a little bit more judgmental. I don't even ask them like, can I be judgmental in this moment? Yeah. And so if you really, so I think like we have a tendency when we're with our group to, you know, gloss over a lot of things and say we haven't seen them because you haven't been on the receiving end. But behind some of these closed door conversations that may get people canceled, there may be more evidence of toxicity, you know, directed from men towards women that we sort of like pass off based on our language. So I'd encourage you to just really be a little bit like careful and objective about that. I'm not saying that, you know, sometimes there's more toxicity that we take for granted because it's so normative, right?
Yeah.
And like certainly we've been talking about the normative toxicity that men put on themselves, and there may be other kinds of toxicity. There's just something to think about.
No, you're right. And biases like that probably have clouded my conversations with people in my time on.
Alright,
on
I'm
Earth.
gonna feed the cats
I would
and
be
check on
inclined
my
to agree.
dumbass
I think
woman.
it's hard to recognize where those blinders are because a lot of this happens in gray areas. You know, like
Yep.
even when I recount the story of the girl to other people, sometimes they don't even.
I should be over all the butterflies. I'm into you. And baby, even on our worst nights. Button, no. Eat your food, not your belly. No, eat your food.
Thank you for waiting. Let's have the latest numbers. You are welcome here and you are safe. You're ready. Come join me, little one. Maybe the spade. This vision I accept. My loadout's changed.
This is a trial of destruction, so please see what you can do.
Hope you don't mind I call you Sunshine, by the way. I mean it when I say it. I know you come from underneath the earth, but there's this brilliance about you. Your mother's side, I guess.
Greater might. Sting away. So serene.
With the ability to reach beyond the boundaries that the fates pick.
You dare. Another time sign. One less pylon. Adequate. use. Got them, Phrenos. There. Where else can we go? Need to recharge. He's here. In the name of Hades. The barrier's weakening. Almost finished. Keep going. Let us together shine this night, O moon.
You face the Titan in the look. The choice is yours.
Gold coins. Where to this time? The Trident Sigil.
Your injuries shall make you stronger, niece. All right away, you're clearly in bad shape right now, but you shall grow from this, I'm sure.
You don't know who you're dealing with. Better. For Olympus.
You're hurt. You're partly mortal blood's to blame. And so am I.
Life or death. Nowhere to go but out. Finally. Focus, Mel. Olympus, accept this message. For my mother. You heard that, didn't you?
No wonder you and nobody are pals. He and his rats are the only ones that ever got away from me other than you. That worthless good-for-nothing put you up to this?
His name is Odysseus. He's a great hero and tactician. Though you needn't worry about slaying him, for he's long dead already.
Not my problem, I'm not so sure. You and the dead seem to go hand in hand. Don't care what he's calling himself now. He's nobody to me. Now how about I send him a message?
Not now.
Can't hide forever. You're gonna pay real soon.
Damn it.
Wake up, sleepyheads. I'll find you.
Pussy.
Out cold.
Even see it even after I explained them to. So it can be difficult to see that, and I would be inclined to agree with you that I could do a better job in that regards.
Yeah, so but that's the nature of blinders, right? Like we don't blame you for having blinders because that's just what the mind does. It has all these kinds of blinders, and that's the nature of bias. and so that's number one. So the second thing that I just want to touch on, which is, I'd love to get your thoughts. So, I tossed out this term toxic masculinity, and we went on a beautiful tangent. My favorite of the day.
Yeah.
It really, Abba, it's lovely to see how like animated and passionate, and like when you get that plus the thoughtfulness, like I don't know why. I mean, the stories really weren't positive in any way, shape, or form, but just hearing the way, something about your storytelling capability or something, I just really enjoyed hearing that, and I felt oddly enough happy that you were able to sort of share that, even though it's kind of an ugly story if you really think about it.
But it's interesting. Even your response to the story indicates the different perception.
My greetings.
Of it, because I feel like.
May I help you?
Again, this is probably my biases again, but it's one of those things where it's like we can have this conversation and it not be too much of an issue. I think maybe I'm wrong. Precisely because of the different genders. Do you know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Meaning, like, as I'm talking about this, right, and we're having this conversation about being pressured, like, even though intellectually we might look at it and be like, yeah, that was terrible and toxic, I think subconsciously we don't infer that same implication. We don't actually see it as it necessarily being as terrible as the action itself would normally dictate. Does that make sense?
But you already got me one of these.
I see it as terrible.
Don't you have anything else?
Right. I think you see it as terrible too.
I'll get you back for this sometime, okay?
I don't even think I do. That's the fucked up part.
I mean,
yeah. So here's the reason I think you think it is terrible on a subconscious or unconscious level. There are parts of you that don't. But like the fact that I mentioned to you that there's going to be, maybe you can look for a time in your life where your struggles were horribly invalidated.
Right.
And your mind goes there, that tells us that like you do feel on some level, like your mind can, like I'm talking about a position where your struggles are invalidated and you're unfairly judged, and your mind is like, here, we've got it, we found the file. Right? Yeah. It jumps right there. So that I think, even though I don't doubt that society has taught you, because that's what happened, right? In that moment, is society taught you that like the entire school has thought you're an asshole for 2 days. And it's not like the apology should be public in front of the school assembly. Because they've been, and like, did anyone know that she apologized? Did anyone know that you were falsely accused? No. So the shaming was public, but the apology was private, and then you were expected to move on. That is society's response to you being wronged. Right? And so no surprise that you were taught or conditioned to feel like you don't get to complain. Like, who are you to complain? Does that make sense? So I get that you were conditioned, but I also think that your mind's ability to connect those two dots means that there's also some amount of like authentic, like you recognize that really was not fair and was screwed up.
I agree. I think my question lies more in the fact, do other people have that connection? And if they don't, how do they perceive it? Because I think it's fine for you to feel like something unjustly happened to you. But if other people around you don't acknowledge it, it can feel you start to question it. I start to gaslight myself and to be like, did anything really happen? And so I think that's more so my issue, more than anything.
Sure. So I think that too, I'm guessing that there's going to be other stories about that. Yeah, right. There are going to be stories where as you grow older and you become more like assured of yourself, I bet you if we dug around, we would find stories where like you felt a particular way. I mean, we've even heard a couple, right? Where like there are these people publicly talking about boundary setting and respecting, people. And then like, here they are like groping you and, trying to get a piece of ABBA. Yeah. Cause that's a fine piece of meat. And then they're like, they're talking one way and.
You know what I question? I question whether or not that kind of stuff has any kind of subconscious negative consequences, in the sense that like it's one thing to say things, but I think people really resonate with how you act. And in terms of the messaging, I wonder if that's not backwards. It's like we can say things intrinsically, like, we can say like, we shouldn't do this to each other. Or like, I know plenty of people like gender roles are terrible. And then like you see their dating life and they subscribe to them 150%, all their choices and how they want to live. And I'm like, aren't we doing something that's super confusing in the sense that, we can say whatever we want, but the way that we act really encourages people to not act in line with what we aspire to be, but more so how we're
Oh,
raised.
well,
Does that
this
make
is
sense?
true.
Yeah, I didn't quite follow you, but I think I know what you're saying. So here's what I would say to that. It is very common for someone to publicly support a righteous cause and their ego to excuse them being an asshole in their personal life because they support a good cause. I don't know if that's speaking to what you're saying, but I think that I see this like a seeming contradiction very often. And there's even a term for it in psychology, which is reaction formation. So it's a defense mechanism.
Okay.
Where like the classic example of reaction formation is the person who's actually gay who becomes a homophobe.
No, okay, I see. Yes.
Right. So like they feel so ashamed of like what they are on the inside that they're taught to hate it, and then they like resent themselves. They're very kind of like ugly on the inside. They have a lot of resentment, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, and then they channel that towards the outside world and like hate gay people.
Societally
and so
influence.
I think it's not necessarily where I'm going. I think where I'm trying to go is like you can have a parent that tells you to not be physically violent with others, but if they beat you, do you go on to say that's an acceptable response, or do you base your reality off of what they did rather than what they said? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. No, yeah, you base your reality off of the fucking confusion of being in that situation.
Okay, cool.
Right? And so I'll give you just another example. Most of the advice that we give to other human beings is based on the resentment for of the mistakes that we've made in the past.
Sure, I would agree with that.
Right? So like there's definitely like some kind of connection and tension between what you say and what you do. And there's a reason why human beings are like hypocritical. Like there's all kinds of psychological reasons why we're hypocritical. Reaction formation is one. One is like it comes from our own resentment. Even the not political, but like the views that we're talking about today, I think if we really look at them, Abba, are deeply rooted in your personal experiences, which is reasonable, right? That's just how we learn to care about particular things.
That's fair.
Kind of the last sort of academic point that I wanted to mention was kind of back to toxic masculinity. And it was sort of like we're trying to figure out what to do about this because the term means so many different things to so many different people.
Sure.
Right? So some people equate toxic masculinity as masculinity is toxic.
Sure.
Right? So that's sort of the men is trash, masculinity is inherently evil, patriarchal, whatever, paternal, whatever. Then there's kind of another perspective on it, which is that there's like healthy masculinity and there's toxic masculinity, that there's some gender roles which are actually like okay to have and can even be healthy, like competitiveness, taking accountability, which don't necessarily have to be gendered, but sort of are gendered. And that somewhere along the way, like, learning to be self-sufficient crosses a certain like gray area into the bridge of like self-isolation, and sort of like being in control of your emotions starts to mean like, I think a good example is sort of this apology that you were kind of forced into because you can't really say, no, I don't accept your apology, right? You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
And so there are certain aspects of masculinity which can become toxic, but that masculinity in and of itself is not inherently bad, which is a separate argument. And so I'm not quite sure, because I do think there's a lot of confusion around these terms and like what it means. You're smiling again. So Penny, for your thoughts.
No, I'm actually just listening intently. By all means, keep going. Yeah.
So I think this is something that we're kind of working through. It's something that we do research on, and I'm just kind of curious. So I understood your reaction, but I just wanted to share sort of how we're thinking about it, which is like trying to figure out, is certain amount okay? And then like, what is the difference between healthy masculinity and toxic masculinity?
Yeah. I think even getting to that point,
That's
having
the
that
question,
discussion is
isn't it?
difficult for people. Because the terms are so loaded and because like, again, so many varying definitions, and oftentimes we're having these discussions on public platforms in 140 characters. It's tough to get a good perception of the term. And I think branding wise, because I think people hate marketing terms in terms of civil discourse, but I think it matters. I think how things are branded inherently creates biases and natural reactions to things that cloud the possibility of like good discourse. And I think most men's reaction when they hear that term is viscerally negative. And so you can't even get past the layer of like explaining what's going on behind it. because
No.
they're so reactionary to.
I'm just
the
listening to
term
what
you've just used,
Abba's saying. I'm finding
Um,
this conversation that they're having
so
pretty
I think that's
pretty
one
interesting.
hurdle that's like very difficult to cross for most people. I think I can intellectually do it and be able to hear it, but I get what you're saying. And you know what? I agree with you. But I also know for most folks, they're not going to get to that point, and that's a tough thing to hear. Yeah. So that's my thoughts on that. That first hurdle seems to be the one that most people have difficulty with.
I kind of at
And
the
there's also a
8-hour
question to be asked,
mark
are we using
end
the right
up
words?
wanting to swap over to
And some
Stellar
people are like, well,
Blade
what does it matter? It's
usually.
a problem. I'm like, it does matter though. The words
It's
you
great.
use have visceral reactions for everyone.
I
you know?
just
whether you use words like moist and people are just instantly
beat a
grossed out, even though
chaos
you're talking
trial
about
after
countertop
getting
that
a
is more like-
successful
just the idea that people are like,
Chronos
"Ugh," they hear the
run.
word. Our words matter. What words we use matter. And I think that's such a seems like such a minor detail, but I think it's like one of the largest impediments to a real discussion on what I think I agree with you, which is that the idea
How'd
is
you
like
sleep?
sometimes masculine traditionally
Oh,
masculine
wait.
traits can be taken too far. They do become bad. Aggression is a perfect example. I think men.
Good
Correct me
morning.
if I'm wrong. Men are overrepresented on one end of the scale in terms of
She
aggression.
started licking herself instead of
I don't
eating,
know
so
what
I
you mean
put
by
the
that
shit
question.
back on.
When we talk about
Yeah.
the big five,
Little
right?
bum.
I'm pretty sure when it comes to like aggressive type behaviors, are men not overrepresented? I could
What do you
be
mean
wrong.
by overrepresented? Do you mean greater than 50% of aggressive
Yes.
behaviors are done by men?
Yeah.
I actually don't know that statistic off the top of my head.
Oh, I was asking
could
you,
be
how'd
wrong.
you
I
sleep?
think I know with like conscientiousness or like ideas like compassion. I think women might be more represented in some
Hollow
regards.
Man
like men
says
when it comes
hi.
to violence, like they're much more represented on the
She
extremes.
says
If I
hi
remember
back.
correctly, that's what I remember. So at times like violent crime traditionally, lots of white men are present there. Whatever.
My crew and I, we were his captives
Where was I
for a
going with this?
while.
Okay, yes, I can agree that if you overrepresent men in certain areas, certain personality traits, that yes, I could definitely understand that. Okay, toxic masculinity, I can see how that's represented. And I think the discussion is valid. I just think it really comes down to the branding more than anything. That'd be my.
Yeah, so I think when it gets to statistics, we get into a really tricky situation. So, like, just to give you an
That
example,
happens every once
there
in
was
a while.
paper that showed
Hasn't happened
that
to me in a
being
while,
on
but like
antidepressants during pregnancy doubled
I
your
woke
risk
up
of
sweating
having an
so bad
autistic
one
child.
time that I like my girlfriend at the
people, like, when
time.
this
I
paper
woke her
came
up and
out,
was like, "Did you pour
People
water on
freaked
me?
out
Why the
because,
fuck
like,
would you
doubling
do
your
that?"
risk. And the other thing that you have to remember is that like media organizations are not about accurate representation of knowledge. They're about clicks, right? So like they're going to make things as inflammatory as possible. Certainly one interpretation of the paper. The thing that people don't really get though is that if you look at it statistically, doubling the risk sounds really, really bad, right? But I still
Right.
think like 98% of autistic children are born to women without antidepressants. And 98 to 99% of women on antidepressants do not have an autistic child. So it's kind of interesting because depending on how you look at the numbers, like the vast majority of autistic children are still born to people. It doubles your risk, but the risk is very, very small. And so just from an epidemiologic perspective, it's still like, 99 out of 100 autistic kids are born to mothers without antidepressants. And if you have if you're taking antidepressants during pregnancy, you have like a less than 1% risk of having an autistic child. And so I think when people ask these questions about, males are overrepresented on the aggression scale, I don't know the data, but I know that you have to be really careful about interpreting that kind of data. Because my general perception about men and aggressiveness is that people overestimate the percentage of men who are aggressive.
That's true.
Yes.
That's been my anecdotal experience. Is
Yes,
that like...
Yeah, I 100% understand what you're saying. I think that's why I was more so talking about the extremes where it's like a very small, minute population size. But I get what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, so you
People
just
do
have to be... I just don't know what that means, and so I'm hesitant to say yes to that because, like, I think, the vast, vast majority of men are not violent in any way.
Yeah. What I meant to say, and maybe I'll just try to clear it up, is that idea like when you see extremely high levels of aggressive or violent behavior, traditionally men are overrepresented in that very small population.
That I would completely believe.
So that's what I was trying to say. I just didn't use my words well.
So what you're saying is that if you take the 1% of the most violent human beings on the planet, most of them, or more than 50%, will be men.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I would completely believe that statistic.
Yeah,
It's
and,
just-
and I think I think we both agree on that. And then, one thing that was really interesting for me to read up on is the idea that like we're more alike than we are different in terms of like how those personality traits are represented. The idea like sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I was going to say, just as a clinician, like that's been my experience, is that I certainly think that there are unique gender issues, but at the end of the day, I'm sort of in Buddha's camp, which is that if you're born, you're SOL.
Yeah.
And
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
And so it's kind of like, everyone sort of deserves support and help. Yeah. So how are you feeling about today's conversation? I mean, did we cover most of what you were kind of looking for, or?
Yeah, no, I think it was a great discussion, and went in depth on certain things that I haven't had an opportunity to discuss before. So that was great.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of feel like we're at a natural stopping point, or pausing point, maybe is a better way to talk about it. Makes me think back to, these emails that I wrote to my friends a couple years ago. And I remember I showed them to one of my colleagues, and I was like, I was thinking about talking about some of this stuff publicly. And I was like, but I'm not ready to yet, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose my job, at Harvard, an academic position. And he was like, oh, no. If you talk about this, you're not going to just lose your academic position. You're going to lose all of your positions. And so I was like, oh, okay, interesting. So
yeah, got to make strategic moves. I know we're probably nearing the end, so I don't want to keep you too long, but there's one last thing I want to touch on that I think
please.
Good. And this is not related to this topic, but I wanted to know, I think oftentimes we talk about depression and issues like that affecting us in the first person, but I wanted to know what you think about having people around you that are depressed. Like I have someone who I consider almost like a little brother, going through, I'm not gonna say it's depression, but clearly he, according to him, huge bouts of anxiety. He has a hard time functioning. And I, as his friend, as somebody who loves him, I have a hard time knowing how to help him in those situations, or what I can do beyond listening, because I feel like he's so deep in it, and
yeah,
idea,
I
like,
noticed that you did that too.
I believe this
I was
wholeheartedly. Like, I'll
was
get a call
chuckling
any
at
day
that.
and just hear that he's gone, and as a friend, it's kind of hard to deal with that kind of powerlessness, because I see him suffering and I just don't know how to manage that. Is that too much to ask at the end?
Nope. I mean, in a sense, yes, but it needs to be asked, and it sounds certainly important, so ask it. Can I just think for a second?
By all means.
What's it like being in the position you're in? What's it like sort of trying to support him and him being kind of in a dark place?
Futile, because I know he has to take those steps, but as someone who's watching the suffering happening in front of him, it's like difficult.
What are the steps he has to take?
I'm not sure. I know how I function, so I know how I can move forward. But I don't want to impose my experience or my way of viewing things on him, considering he might have a different experience or might have different needs, So I don't know what those steps are, but I know that there may be things that he has to accept or do things that I don't know what those are.
You feel powerless?
Yeah. I mean, I think as a friend, you always want to be able to lend a helping hand. And
what are
someone...
I murdered so fucking many.
What are you doing?
Aside from listening and checking,
are we sure those are termites?
I say, hey man, if you need to talk,
what's the value of
90%?
Checking
They're not just some fuck bug.
I think there's huge value in it. I think it definitely helps people feel like they matter in some sense. I hope. I think I'm worried it'll feel futile or not enough if that person is gone. Do you know what I'm saying?
Message. Yep. You text me?
So here's what I'm hearing that you're doing, okay?
All right.
You're helping him understand that he matters.
You said you want to start watching House MD?
Right? What do you think about that?
it
Drake
feels like
being
the
a
most I
culture
can do.
vulture. Okay.
Because I've pondered it, and I don't think I can do anything else.
Yeah, so I think that I'm going to give you just a little bit of maybe additional stuff you can do, but I think the first thing to understand for people in your situation is that you are doing way more than you realize, like way more. And the reason is because so we tend to view our value like what you're doing. It just doesn't appear to be
House
helping.
is a great show. I watched it a couple of times.
Because it seems like he's not getting better.
Yeah,
so the first thing to
I've just
understand
been
is that
sort of
sometimes, if you look at psychiatric
going with my
treatment,
gut
people will
on
be in
what I've
psychiatric
been,
treatment for a year or two, and they're not
which
getting
weapon
better.
I've been choosing.
And so one way to interpret that is that we're not helping
Sorta
him
just
because treatment doesn't seem to be working.
Catch as catch can.
But the other
depending
thing that
on whether I
sometimes
want
you
to put any
discover is that
fear
your
on,
treatment
or
is the only thing that's keeping them afloat. Right?
if
So they're
I've
taking
unlocked
on a
a
bunch of
certain
water
aspect or
and you're
something.
bailing it with a bucket on a daily, weekly basis with treatment.
Yeah.
So this is something that I see very, very commonly when friends ask me, what more can I do? The first thing is that they almost universally grossly underestimate the impact that they're having. So you're saying I feel like I'm not doing anything, whereas my estimation is you're doing actually 80% of it. Because I want you to imagine what it's like to be in that person's shoes and be in such a dark spot, and to have one beacon of someone who, no matter what their mind tells them,
I really
there's one
like it. It
person in their
reminds me
life
of the
that is
aspect of
listening to them and
Beowulf
is signaling to them, you matter.
on the Shield last game.
That's all a human being needs. And when people really kill themselves and stuff like that, what they lose is they lose that last beacon. It becomes completely dark. Right? So I want to really emphasize that one beacon, and I've been, once again, anecdotal experience, but I've heard from people who, because I talk to people who are deeply suicidal for long periods of time about what keeps them going. And I cannot tell you how many times I've heard just the most random things that seem so insignificant, like their cat. Right? What would happen to their cat if they died? And that a lot of times, people will say, this is the one person. You should go back. I forget if it's the porn addiction stream or the burnt out gifted kid stream. We had a stream where some guy was talking
Burnt
about
out
he was so
gifted
close to
kid. No
suicide,
kidding.
except there was one random person on the internet that they would talk to every single day. And I remember we were joking at the end of the stream about how that person is the hero.
So what's the
And the thing is
what's
that
the
person
thesis
is never
here
gonna
that
know.
he's the culture?
Yeah.
Right? Because you're just not going to get that feedback. And this is where, I hate to break it to you, but I'm very good at my job and I can't keep someone alive. Right? So that outcome, there's another subtle thing that your mind is doing, which is that if I do more, I can prevent a particular outcome. No, you can't. Can you do more? Sure. Can you do less? Sure.
Right.
But you can't. Your fear that you're going to wake up one day and discover that he's gone is not something that you can actually control. You can be really good, and believe me, I'm really good, and I've learned that lesson the hard way. Right? That as a human being, I fundamentally cannot control the actions of another human being. No matter how many years I spent studying in India and what institutions I've trained at, I cannot keep someone from ending their
with
life.
headlines,
I can
he
in sort
was
of acute
saying
in specific situations. And I do have a good impact on it.
they
want to
see me
there's a
tuck
certain
my
amount that
napkin
you
in my
can't
shirt
do.
just because we just
think I
mobbing
understand
like
that
that.
intellectually.
He's always been
These are
talking like
things I know.
he's always
I
been
think it's
talking
just
like
coping with
he's
that reality that's difficult.
a gangster.
Yeah, so that's where. So I get that you are. So then I think that this is where the conversation really
And
becomes.
we
a
gonna
longer
be alright
conversation
if we
because
put Drake on every
in the
hook.
same way that some of these views around men's issues are tied to your personal experiences. There may be something here about when you were so alone, and when you were so isolated in a dark place.
I'm going back in.
There may be something there.
Love
that,
you, babe.
I don't know. I mean, I think if you want to understand it intellectually, but you feel a particular way, there's an exploration process around those feelings that can lead us to some kind of understanding, which will then decompress the feelings.
terminally online thing. I honestly think young people's brains are rotted when it comes to all topics of consent. Okay. Essentially, this involves two Twitch streamers. Okay. Some very, very strong allegations. All right. You can be the judge.
Last year, at the beginning of summer.
Okay. So this story has to be one of the dumbest, most terminally online thing. I honestly think young people's brains are rotted when it comes to all topics of consent. Okay. Essentially, this involves two Twitch streamers. Okay. Some very, very strong allegations. All right. You can be the judge.
Last year, at the beginning of summer, by a significantly older and popular content creator. I was freshly 18 and had just graduated high school a few weeks prior.
Freshly 18 is a wild line, is it not?
It's like, I was like, freshly 18. That's what I see. You coming out of a cabbage patch, my dog. It is weird.
But it's weird to describe yourself as freshly 18. Like normal people say, I just turned 18. He said
freshly 18.
But let's keep watching.
Oh, creative writing.
I was freshly 18 and had just graduated high school a few weeks prior. I was drunk in a hotel room with other people around me when it happened. He was someone I had once watched.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was 8 years older than me and far more powerful.
I'm so proud of you and your bravery.
Oh my!
I'm so proud of you and your bravery.
Sorry, someone donated to say that shit with a robot. I'm so proud of you and your bravery.
No, it's
okay. I'm sorry. Let me just keep watching.
No.
The full story is quite short. It was at a convention in a hotel room. It was my first convention I was invited to, so I stuck by one of my best friends the entire time. I was nervous but excited about it all and felt really grown up. One night, we were at a house party when we decided to leave. It was me, my best friend, and her other friend. This other friend was romantically talking to a really big creator at the time. He was also the best friend of my soon-to-be assaulter. She wanted to go back to his hotel room, but didn't want to go alone, so we went with her.
Basically,
I didn't really mind,
solely
as I was up
for the
anything.
purpose of.
When we got to the hotel room, it was the creator,
for the
girl
purpose
was
of,
talking to, and
just
his best
being,
friend. The two of them and the three of us.
like,
Not much
incendiary.
happened that first night, just some drinking and talking at a table. The guy's friend had been passing flirts at me the entire night, but because he was the oldest in the room, we assumed he didn't know my age. Later that night, when I left, I received Instagram DMs from him, and in my Instagram bio, in bold, was my age, 18, confirming he knew how old I was. A few days passed when I found myself in the same situation. Us three were at a party when it got boring, and whether the girl wanted to leave and go to his room, or he asked us who I cannot remember. Once again, I was drunker than the night before and was willing to go anywhere. I was naive, and so we went back. I remember a friend seeing me in the lobby on the way. They were worried by the way I was acting and asked if I was okay. I was really drunk, and it was an eerie feeling, like they could sense something was wrong, and I wonder what would have happened if I had picked up on it.
Alright.
And if I wasn't drunk, and if
I
I
don't
didn't
think I've
wave it
seen the
off.
Evan Preach
But I
version
don't want
of
to
this.
dwell on the what-ifs. That night, I went up to his
Be me,
room,
be
back
me,
at the
be
hotel
me,
room
be
again,
me.
were the two friends and us three girls.
Why are you being like
At
that,
the
buddy?
At the time, all of us girls were
Come
already
on.
really drunk from the party we were coming from, stumbling and everything. There was more alcohol in the room, and we were encouraged to drink some more as they offered the bottles to us. They said they would join us in drinking, and insisted on drinking games, and, already drunk, I obviously complied. We sat on the couch and answered questions about each other, drinking a bunch, and the older guy sat right next to me while playing. I confused my nerves for excitement, as I had never been around such a big creator before.
Yeah.
I
It's
remember
a
getting
meme
drunker
now
and
that
drunker
she
and really
was
tired around this time. It was about 3
complete and
a.m.
utter lying joke
Right
of a
before
person.
the incident, I had answered a question about my age. We were playing a drinking game and talking about sex, and I admitted to everyone in the room that I was 18 and that I was a virgin at the time. I
At the
remember
time.
back
A virgin
now
at the
to him
time,
answering
but she has
questions during
since
the game
become
about back when he was
asexual.
19 and when he was in college,
But she was a
noticing
virgin at
how
the
my
time.
future was his past, and I wondered how he felt sitting so close to me. It was a little after that when I resorted to playing games on my phone when
the
it
fucking
happened.
poetry.
Out of nowhere, I felt him slip his hand under my clothes, sitting next to me on the couch
And
in
begin
front
to
of everyone.
besmirch
He disguised it with a simple
my
"Are you
nubile
ticklish?"
body
I coughed out a no,
with
still
his
staring at my phone.
demon-like claws of
I was
tickling.
overly aware of the fact that we were in front of other people, the fact that everyone else was sitting around us, watching us, including my best friend, and that his hand was inching further to places I hadn't asked for it to be. He made a game out of my embarrassment, where he would touch me in certain areas to make me lose the phone game I was playing. I was scared, and I felt sick, either from the alcohol or from his touch. It didn't matter because my mind was a blur. I didn't speak or move. I remember being afraid to even breathe. I stayed there for a while, hoping my stillness could make me disappear. I eventually had to stand up after many minutes for it to stop. I was scared to leave or make a scene out of the embarrassment. Eventually, later in the night, I found myself alone with him and his friend. Everyone else either passed out or sick. I dread the scenarios that could have played out that night, the what-ifs. I was just so naive, and lucky or not, the night came to an end with just that. The night lasted until 6 a.m. I was still drunk, either from alcohol or tiredness. I went to leave, and the older guy decided to leave with me. We walked to the elevators, where I didn't get on. He then pretended that the elevator was broken, and that he couldn't leave, telling me to get in the elevator to prove it was broken, and then after a few minutes, he ended the night with a "guess I'm going now," leaving with a wounded puppy look. He proceeded to Instagram message me for a bit after that, simple flirting or asking about the next convention I was going to, saying stuff about seeing me there. Simple messages ultimately filtered into nothing. At the time of it all, I convinced myself I was lucky. I was lucky that that had happened to me. I was excited to be around such big creators, to be at that convention in general. I figured that's just how things were, that was the price I had to pay to be there, that anyone would have loved to be in my position, and that I should have appreciated it.
No, it's not. It's like, that's the whole thing about,
It was
silence isn't consent.
That night, it was the first time anyone had ever touched me.
But that's why I'm literally thinking to myself that, like, in order to
I
be
assured
allowed off of
myself
apron
that I was
strings,
just
women
being
need to go through a
sensitive
course
about
at
it all,
age 18
that it wasn't a big deal. But assuring
teach
only
them
can go so far.
how to say no.
I felt dirty in a way that I couldn't wash off.
So she got.
For the safety of everyone.
No.
No, he did.
No, he didn't.
So he touched her boob.
No.
Abba. This is not me being insensitive. Okay? This is me not being the smartest guy. You understand what I'm saying? I'm slow. So where did she get touched?
You need context. So
yes, I need. Yeah, the context is very important. But
okay, so
I
just
thought
a
I
couple
had
points to know. Nobody knew that she was 18 because she had a 21 wristband because this event was 21 plus. That's why she was allowed to drink.
That's fucked up.
So this is his response.
Context to this scenario and to why I didn't know her age. My perspective of things is that I am with people that are
He's
over
so
the age of
cucked.
21
He has
in a
to say
scenario
my perspective, my
where we're
perspective,
doing
my
things that people that are over the age of 21 are doing, like drinking. And also the people that came from an event where they had very heavy security. This was an official VidCon after party, and with previous VidCon after parties, I even had problems getting into these events. I've gone back and reviewed texts from the time, and there was actually a picture where it was shown that they had this 21 plus wristband on one of their wrists. So from my perspective, it's a bunch of 21 plus year olds hanging out. And I have no reason to think otherwise, other than her Instagram bio, but I just didn't see it. Next she says, this is a quote, resorted to playing games on her phone to avoid the awkward situation. Now, I just don't see how this is the case. She's implying that she is using her phone to essentially escape, you know, such an awkward scenario that she's in, but that's just not how it happened, and this is why. She brought up the phone game as kind of a point. The game was honestly the central point of the interaction at this part of the night. It was a very social thing, you know. She was passing the phone around. We were all playing the game and bantering about it, just having fun with the game. So I don't see how like she resorted to it and was like using it in that context. She wasn't being awkward at all. There was no sense of uncomfortability
First
from
time
her.
I've been knocked
She was
off an
laughing and
edge.
playing with everyone, and yeah, I'm not really sure why she phrased it like this. We actually continued to send each other high score updates even weeks after the event. To add further context to this moment, we were all actually sitting on the couch that was in the hotel room playing this game on her phone. They had already been drinking before they arrived. They were drunk, and the way this is phrased, it makes us out to look like we're kind of preying on them and like forcing them to drink when they didn't want to.
Of course you were.
When that's not the case, and as I mentioned earlier, they were even the ones asking to play the drinking games via the texts before they had even arrived. So then, this is when her most important claim happens. I'm just going to read the quote. She says, out of nowhere, I felt him slip his hand under my clothes, sitting next to me on the couch, in front of everyone. He disguised it with a simple, are you ticklish? I coughed out a no, and still staring at my phone, I was overly aware of the fact that we were in front of other people. The fact that everyone else was sitting around us, watching us, including my best friend, and that his hand was inching further to places I hadn't asked it to be.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
As I mentioned before,
Yeah.
we had previously been cuddling on this couch for around an hour. But
I
did
don't mean
place
this
my
to
hand on her
be
waist under her shirt.
insensitive
The way it's
at
phrased
all
makes it
to
sound like it
you.
just
I'm sure
happened
you're
out of nowhere,
very
when in reality,
well
we'd been cuddling for over an hour at
plugged
this point,
into
and it was not out of nowhere.
like current events and such, but that's been a thing for like the last 10,
So they were
10
cuddling,
15
And he
years.
tickled her stomach.
I mean, or even more for
That's what
guys who like do stuff with women.
That's what all
It's
this is
like
about.
you you have to say like, is it cool if we fuck? Are you ready to have sex now? Like they
I couldn't believe
women
it. I
expect
had to go
you to
back and
fucking
reread that shit
like
5 times. Like, wait, he touched her titty, right? Gucci, Gucci, go.
like fucking
You know that
lead them
Pillsbury
by the
go-
hand. But if you, I mean, if you do that shit, like you're just as liable to
And
get
you
a
know what they're
fucking
saying?
like.
Cuddling doesn't mean
Well,
you have the right
now
to
you
touch her
can't
stomach.
because you're a complete dweeb about
Hey,
it.
yo, didn't I tell you this is one of the dumbest? Didn't I tell you this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard?
So what's happening now?
They canceled this dude. He got pulled from a bunch of advertisement, everything. Like, look, if a dude did it, he did it. Make him pay. That's fine. He tickled her stomach. I don't give a fuck. I'm 18. You had an over 21 bracelet. Ma, he didn't know that you just pretending like he knew and you're framing it this way.
But again, maybe that's super
But
weird.
we don't even
But
have to
it
go
doesn't
there
matter if
because
she's
he didn't
18
know
or
her
not,
age,
is the
one.
thing.
And 2, when he found out her age, he's like, no, thank you. That's why they texted for a while. Remember she said that?
Yeah.
And one of the reasons they stopped texting?
I just realized. You know what fucked me up?
Vas-y.
When she was talking, and now I'm pissed now. Now I'm pissed. I just realized why I thought I was slow. Okay? Because when she was talking, she was like, I'm freshly 18. And we spoke, and I was a virgin at the time. That's what fucked me up. Because now you're putting this unnecessary information in the story that you were virgin and at the time, and the way you're framing this, my mind went 2 steps further. And I was like, oh shit. Happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo,
Right,
I'm
she
in
said that
Majora
shit
got
too.
perforated, but no, the way you is the frame up.
Why mention it though? Because he don't know that. How would he know any of these details that you've never been touched?
Bro.
It's so dumb.
Half an
Yeah,
hour.
but it
until I
also
started
doesn't matter
moving
if
my
she was a
hand
virgin
further
because
up.
he
And the
didn't
way it's
take her
phrased just makes it seem
virginity
like
or
It
anything.
happened pretty instantly and pretty quickly. There was nothing quick about it. It was very slow, and I was very cautious about it and making sure that she was comfortable throughout the process. Me and Katie were very touchy, very cuddly, and very slowly got more intimate. I've always been overly cautious with consent, and this is not just because I'm a creator. I've been like this since before I was a creator, and I think that's just the way I am and just the way it should be. Nothing came out of nowhere. Everything progressed very slowly throughout the night. And also, before I continue, I want to make it clear that the furthest anything ever got was under the shirt touching and cuddling. Now, obviously, people don't typically ask if everything is okay, even such as touching someone's waist under their shirt before they do it. But in this case, I was extremely slow. And
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell you this, all right?
Right, no, like she doesn't
Stack
even
your
really
money up,
try and
get
frame
an
it.
ex-worker, okay, and ask for the GE. GE is the girlfriend experience.
Like
I don't think that. I just think these people
I don't
are
know.
just too online. They're
She
too online
even
brain,
the
and
way
so
she
that's why
tells
they
the
talk
story,
like
she
this. And they go
almost
on
seems like
Twitter,
she's
and they
acknowledging that
make
she's
this big thing, and then you
retconning
get all this support.
the
But
whole
in real life,
story.
you tell the story to most people, they'll be like, "So he touched her stomach?"
No, it's because I'm old, bro. It's really, I think it's really because I'm old.
I don't think so. It's not an old thing.
You don't think so?
I think this is just people who are too online.
But it's a lot of people that is too online. Then if there's a lot of people that is too online, it becomes the norm because a lot of people too online get him canceled. It becomes the norm. It means that it's a thing. It matters to that many people. You understand? It means that I'm the one that is out of date. I'm gonna take me out of the equation. All right. And as if I raise a son, I'm gonna be like, hey, you know what?
Your job is biasing you because you're always watching stories that are online. You're convinced this is bigger than it actually is.
No, I'm not basing it on the fact that I'm so looking at stories online. You watch stories online. I live out there. But if this dude gets canceled,
but he's also in the online world.
Sure.
If you start seeing it in everyday life where someone touched somebody, then we can have a conversation.
It's just
most people in real life are gonna look at this and be like,
again, and again, it's a very fucking sketchy line where like I do not want people. It's crazy because then people that are really something really happened, they're gonna have a fear that I'm not gonna talk because people are gonna laugh at me. People are gonna diminish what I'm saying and this and that. It's just that
you're cuddling with someone for an hour and they touch your waist. I don't give a fuck. Actually, don't give a shit. Nothing happened to you. You're not a victim. You're actually somebody who's fucking nefarious for trying to turn this into a bigger story than what it is. Just because you drink doesn't mean you're not accountable for the things that happen. Sorry. If you were to drink and drive, we would say you're accountable. If you want to drink and cuddle with a dude, don't be like, I've been so drunk. Shut up. Stop that shit. Unless you stumbling and falling over, don't. And also, this is what I don't understand about this whole like, oh, I was a bit drunk or whatever. Okay, cool. Fine. He also drinks too. What happens then? Can anybody consent to anything? Can anybody even have a conversation?
No, he has power. Nah,
There was a dude who was telling me that, like, as per the law in
Then
in
immediately
England,
when accountability starts to come in through the window, they'll be like,
it's
shut it down.
considered
I was
rape.
drunk.
Like
No,
straight
no,
up.
I don't buy that.
If
I don't buy that. If you can't drink, don't
uh,
drink. Don't try to do
if
adult
both parties
things,
have
and then
been
when you have to
drinking,
do
it's
adult
considered rape on
responsibilities,
the
then you back
man's
out.
part.
Sorry. No.
It comes down to
It was after she
prosecutorial
already streamed it,
discretion.
but not long after,
But
so people
like,
hadn't yet made
as
the connection
as
that it
the
was
law
related to
is
me.
written,
And when watching it, I was like, I was actually interested.
when a man and
I
a
was
woman have
thinking,
been
okay,
drinking
what's
together,
this gonna be about?
if they
And
have
then when she
sex,
started saying
then
more and more
she
details, I
has been
realized, wait,
raped.
this is about me. I was very confused, very shocked, and didn't quite know what to think, given I had no impression of any wrongdoing throughout this whole relationship that I had with her. None at all. Like, it was, if anything, it was the opposite. I thought we had a pretty good relationship, despite the fact that we actually hadn't talked in a while. I thought if
Right,
I'd seen
exactly.
her in real life again, everything would be fine and we would be friends. It was actually around this point after VidCon had finished and we were messaging that I found out her age. And since then, I never pursued anything going forward. And
like, how am I supposed to know if
her
she's
last
had
message to me was August 1st, 2023.
a smidge of alcohol?
After I watched her stream, I was pretty confused.
Come to think of
The
it,
dude actually got online
what
and
if she
apologized for everything.
what if
The
she
internet
just
was coming down
accidentally
on him so
swallowed
hard. He's like,
like
"I'm
a
sorry,
tiny sip
blah,
of
blah, 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 blah,
mouthwash
blah."
accidentally?
I'm telling you, these kids are so
She's
online.
technically
brained. They're
had
learning
something to
consent from
drink.
Sources that aren't reasonable about consent. They think that if you're cuddling with someone, it's not a reasonable escalation to touch their stomach, and if you do, you're some kind of predator. I saw one dude fucking lose his mind. One of the funniest videos you're ever. Listen, watch this shit, bro. You need to actually see this because this doesn't even look real.
Like, Katie's mind changed. Somebody changed Katie's mind after the fucking to make them look bad. I was there 3 weeks after Katie was assaulted by George Founder, 4 fucking weeks or whatever, and she cried in my fucking arms. This 19-year-old girl, 18-year-old girl, she cried in my fucking arms because of what
He's
you
making
did,
this
George
up too, by the
I'm
way.
serious. I'm fucking serious. No one had changed her mind. No one. This was a fucking horrible thing to have happened to her, and to try and use me, my friends, or anybody else as a scapegoat for your fucking sexual abuse is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Okay?
Oh,
my
yeah, that's
friend
right.
cried in my fucking arms about this, and you're on stream denying it all, denying the fucking harm that you caused to her. You are disgusting fucking people. You and all of your abuse sympathizer friends. You are all fucking horrible. Seriously.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, that's actually fun.
I sympathize with abuse.
That one got me.
I was just looking at Pearls.
So, thoughts?
No, I ain't got no thoughts. He's just mad. He's just mad. Why is it so happy?
It's just like if people are this upset over some girl's stomach being touched. You're cuddling with a dude. You're consenting to the cuddles. You admit so yourself. Everyone's in the room. It's happening in front of 5-6 other people. He touched your stomach and you do all this? Oh, hell no. Do you guys want to do adults? You drinking, partying, hotel rooms, all this stuff, flirting with people.
Is
but
this
you
serious,
can't say
bro?
no to, I don't want you to touch my stomach. I'm sorry. Jesus.
Why you?
I'm sorry. Stay the fuck home.
Why you say sorry to Jesus?
Because he created this, and I'm sure even he's disappointed. That is disgustingly infantile.
Yeah.
Like, these are some of the softest people. She out here crying because her stomach got touched. Yo, I don't care, man. And look how big I felt dirty to. Holy shit. And look, if I'm being as generous and as empathetic as I can be,
dude, that move is
imagine that for someone
ridiculous.
who's never been intimate with anybody in their whole life, being touched that way maybe felt more important and powerful to you than anything else, right? I could imagine that the first time a girl sat on my knee, that was the craziest thing in the world for me, okay? When I was 13. You're an 18-year-old who apparently never been touched on her stomach? Okay, maybe that's the case. You have to understand that's not a reasonable thing for you to project on everyone else. Not everyone else is gonna think, oh, touching a stomach is some sacred fucking thing. Especially when you're cuddling with them. Like, you have to understand how you yourself send very mixed signals when you position yourself literally next to somebody on the couch where you're full body connecting, and then at the same time be shocked when a hand goes on the stomach. You're not being a reasonable person.
We've talked about how, like,
you feel bad?
There was a whole ass group of like other people who stood to gain
but just because you feel
from
bad,
this dude getting accusations
just
against
you feel
him.
Bad doesn't mean someone did something bad to you. And just
Who
because
all
you
ended
felt
up
violated
like
doesn't mean someone violated you.
almost
You just need
certainly
some therapy.
And you recollect all these
like
information and all
influencing
these
her
feelings.
into fucking
How
coming forward.
can you have the recollection of all these feelings that happened and how you felt, but everything was blurry at the same time because of alcohol? How? How can you be blurry and exact at the same time? You can recollect everything that happened and how. No.
I'm blurry and you're clear at the same
Yes.
time.
Yeah. I like what the fuck you did there. But how can you do that? You felt every second, minute, every step you take, but you were so release.
Do you know the biggest privilege these guys got?
Got what?
They choose to stream 9 hours.
100%.
They literally can turn it off after 4. They can turn it off after 5. But because they want to make more money, they keep streaming. And then they want to get up here and then complain about how hard it is. You're literally choosing it. That's like you do it for money and then complaining it hurts. Today's topic, our favorite socialist is getting in trouble. Hamas Piker.
Just said Hamas Piker. That's a good one.
That's the nickname people are giving him online.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Shut that shit off, please. Shut up.
Come on, just keep listening.
Oh my God.
What?
So a nurse that doesn't have a real job?
You know what? According to the sound, people took him out of context. So let's see the full video.
Okay.
No. Social battery wise, unless you're in fucking retail, it's very different. You're out of touch. I'm gonna die, dude. There's motherfuckers who are accountants in here and they're misunderstanding what I'm saying. A real job does not expend your social battery in the same way as someone who did a sales job, a real job. Okay? I'm telling you, as someone who did both, 9 hours of constant performance and people pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do
You're not
physical
a people
labor. It would
pleaser,
not bother
bro.
me, but I can't fucking do more social shit. That's my point. There are obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people pleasing jobs would be very similar. Those are like, I think, customer service type shit. But like if you're an accountant or if you're even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than like constantly having to do this for 9 hours with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours. That's what like sucks your social battery and you just tap out after it. Yeah, think about it this way. Like you give presentations for your job, right? Imagine giving a presentation for 9 hours straight. It's like after a while you'd be like, I don't want to talk ever again.
That's the context. I don't know what jobs you worked at, but it seems like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're saying people that are not doing a people-pleasing job. Sometimes the people that you have to please in your job are your bosses.
He's only ever had one other job besides streaming.
Sometimes you're doing those jobs and they are the one that are draining you. Your coworkers. Your
and it was working for his uncle at his uncle's startup, the Young Turks.
Your work comes into your work, and then you have to serve them. But a client can also be other departments of your job that depend on your position. That's considered a client.
And that's people pleasing. When you have to work with other departments and have to bend over backwards to just make sure no problems exist, you are people pleasing.
If every 6 months you have to have a report, and you're not dealing with people outside of your work, you're just dealing with people inside of your work. And every 6 months, your boss meets you and it's like, yeah, we're gonna see how you're doing at the job. You have to please your people, which are your bosses and whatever standards that there is in the company.
Here's the truth about our favorite champagne socialist, okay? He comes from one of the richest families in Turkey, okay? He's incredibly wealthy. He's always been from a wealthy family. And so this trust fund baby goes on to be a very successful streamer and makes it. You don't really know about this hard work life. That's why a lot of these dudes who before the people never come from backgrounds that are actually of the people. He is top 1% today. And even back then when he was part of his family, he was top 0.1% in Turkey. The truth about Hassan, him talking about work and everybody misunderstanding and they're being really stupid and low IQ when they're listening to his responses, this is just a brat who's always been a bit rich brat. And he's talking about real jobs like he has the experience, but he doesn't. And he's not the only one because Asmongold, okay, reacted to this.
I know you told me that
I think Asmongold is cool.
Previously, we talked about how my mom was going through chemo.
Millionaire streamer. This has been my opinion observing most streamers and content creators. most of them are completely out of touch with reality.
So people getting mad. It's a bad take. What's it a bad take of? He says that he gets exhausted socially because he's talking to people for 9 hours a day. You really think that's not true?
That's not what he said.
Right. No, I feel
you. You really think it's not true?
That's not the only thing that he said. He didn't say that he's drained because he's working 9 hours a day and he's talking to people for 9 hours a day. I can understand that. I can understand the fact that you're going to be drained. He said that his job is more draining than any normal job,
excluding retail. To be fair,
and life doesn't work like that.
Nope.
If he just had said, my work, what I do right now, is extremely draining, you would have just said that. I would have been like, yeah, my man.
But what did he say?
But you said,
no, you're good.
That your job is more draining than any normal real job. No. Fucking no, my guy. It doesn't work like that. The world doesn't work like that. Nothing works like that. But what, you're gonna include nurses? You're gonna talk to me about people in the force?
Yeah, but they're saying socially doesn't drain their batteries.
It could. You're dealing. What are you talking? I know you trolling. You just trolling.
But I think his point is that a lot of these people who work in these kinds of jobs after work, they like to go out. They like to go out, grab beers. You know what I mean? Accountants will do that, but then
that's not everybody. That's a couple of people. And if it was so, the city would be filled with happy hour. Would be every day. Happy hour is on Thursday. It would be filled with people every night. Now, some people, they go home. You know why they go home? Because after they go to work, even if they don't feel like it, they got families to attend to, and they got to do that. That is so out of touch. That is stupid take.
All right.
And him bro. How am I gonna fight these motherfuckers?
That after you spend 9 hours being investigated by thousands of people with every facial movement, everything you say, every word, with people constantly trying to disagree with you and fight with you, that's not socially draining.
These motherfuckers do.
This is totally understandable.
Do you want to know the biggest privilege these guys got?
Got what?
They choose to stream 9 hours.
100%.
They literally can turn it off after 4. They can turn it off after 5. But because they want to make more money, they keep streaming.
Yeah, not only that,
and then they want to get up here.
They not only do they just want to make more money,
choose their fucking hours
so they choose how long they can work.
The fact that you guys
if at a certain point
compare yourselves to regular
they
people,
get tired during the day of doing it,
or rewarded,
they can just be done right then.
Insane. It's like.
No.
The levels of disconnected people, like, why should we feel any sympathy or give a shit about what your struggles is? You're literally choosing it. That's like you do it for money and then complaining it hurts.
Wow, this slap was hard. Slap softer. Don't slap yourself, dumbass.
Nobody cares. You have a job where you're extremely gifted and privileged. Nobody cares. You choose your hours. Shut the fuck about your problems. And certainly, if you're gonna talk about it, don't compare yourself to regular people.
I'm even gonna throw OnlyFans models in there, and all the ex-workers and stuff like that. Because what they have to do to make the money that shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Because I wouldn't do that.
No.
Shout outs to them.
Turn it off.
The shit that they would have to do to make that amount, shut up.
Do you guys realize?
Oh my.
Literally, if they wanted to, this is something that you regular people can't do because you're literally going to lose your homes. You know what they need to do just to solve all their problems?
Not do it! They have to turn that shit up. Do it again, do it again, do it again.
I'm gonna turn it off.
Do it again, do it again. Do it again, do it again. Do it again, do it again.
Someone actually said real job. What does that mean? A real job is a job that you have. Bullshit jobs are the ones that other people have. It's just that simple.
No. Okay, this is what I don't understand if these people have ever worked. What a bullshit job is a job where you are paid to literally just exist. You're a number. Like, if you've ever worked for the government, there's a lot of bullshit jobs there. Why? Because the government just got money to spend. They got to meet certain quotas. So they literally hire people. I've been told this on my job. You're there to look busy. Do you know how fucking crazy that is? That is a bullshit job. I could get my 8 hours of work done in 2 hours,
but I have to not do that so I can look busy throughout, or else if I finish it too fast and I'm too productive, either they give me another bunch of bullshit work, or they'll just literally tell me you're reprimanded for not doing your job. What the fuck is that? That is what it's called, a bullshit job. Those exist. Those exist in huge numbers. And then there's real jobs. They're not the same thing.
He makes thousands of dollars a day. Him making takes, trying to relate to normal working people is fucking stupid. Well, there are normal working people that also make thousands of dollars a day. So, like, I don't really understand.
Not normal working people.
Yeah,
Not normal working people.
I don't know what working people you know, the normal working people that are making thousands of dollars. You guys know what thousands of dollars a day is? Let's say, granted, let's say it's $3,000 a day.
It's $1 million
You know how
a
much
year.
that is over the course of a whole month?
That's a lot.
That's $90,000 a month.
Nobody.
You think there's people out here?
No, that's $90,000 a month.
Making anywhere from 60 to 70, making close to $1 million a year.
Nobody does that.
That's not normal people. No, they're not.
CEOs from companies sometimes don't even do that. Stop.
This is the problem, okay? And this is what streamers and content creators, okay? Your job, okay? Is it difficult? Maybe, yes. Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up about it. You wanna know why? Because you're well compensated. Extremely well compensated for the level of difficulty of your job. And this is how most people internalize this and whether or not they want to hear about your suffering. How difficult is your job? How well do you get compensated for it? If your job is extremely difficult and hard to manage, but you get paid peanuts, complain as you want. I will never get mad at a garbage man for whining about their job. Wanna know why? Because they get peanuts to go pick up your fucking trash. Go ahead. Your guys' difficulty level may be at a 4 or 5, but you get compensated so goddamn well, nobody trying to hear that shit. Whenever people come to me like, man, isn't YouTube shit hard? I'm like, yeah, I guess, but
it is, but
I get paid so well.
No, garbage men get paid pretty well down here too.
Because I'm not going to go back to my old job. Wanna know why? Because I used to get paid shit to do extremely hard work then. That's most people's reality. Most people are not being compensated half as well as the difficulty of their job. So they don't want to hear you bitch and moan about the fact that it's so socially draining. Like they don't got to deal with the same shit for 1/100th of your paycheck. You're asking for sympathy whilst also belittling their experience, talking about how much harder you have it. Bro, you're not gonna get nobody's sympathy. And if you don't understand that, that's because you're fucking out of touch. Nobody's trying to hear that shit. And I know Asmongold knows this, because a while back, he was telling game developers, I don't give a how hard your shit is. Nobody's trying to hear it. Make the fucking games.
Xavier's tweet was well-intentioned, and he went on to add a lot of important...
He made a lot of very good points.
But I think it misses the perspective of the consumer.
But yeah, it does. And this is the thing, is developers need to stop. Like, nobody gives a fuck about, it's so hard. Shut the fuck up, pussy. Stop crying. Either do it or you don't. Holy just like nobody cares about, it's so hard. Well, this is, bro, you're talking to people that work in construction and you're going to say that it's hard? Your job could be more demanding than that. I don't know. But guess what? To them, it's not.
Here, bro.
But now when it's you guys, like, we want, and you expect sympathy for what reason? Guys, you get paid millions of dollars. Half of the time, you guys sit there on the screen shutting the fuck up while something else plays, okay? You're just reacting. Or sometimes you play the fucking video and you leave your screen for 30 minutes. You eat on the job. Like, don't pretend like this shit is crazy.
He's actually pretty reasonable most times.
Don't act like your job is special in comparison to others. It's not. It's not. Being in the military, socially draining. Working sales, socially draining. Even when I didn't even have to work, when I was doing remote work and to just be myself with my coworkers, it was socially draining to have to fucking sit in Zoom calls and listen to people babble about some dumb shit. Or sitting there looking at a fucking spreadsheet and then having to type shit out and my brain just wants to melt. You think after that I want to go talk to a bunch of people?
Is a YouTube game hard? I don't know. What you do for your living? I'm a pastry chef. What time do you get up in the morning? Every morning I wake up at 5 in the morning. I gotta be the pastry, but that's worse than my boss. My boss has to be there at 3 to get the orders in and this and that and that and that and everything and stuff. And how much is that? Oh, that's 12 hours. My job is good. My job is good. What the fuck do you mean? I get to talk to people and I make so much money, more money than I haven't done in my life. But it's so hard because of the comments and everything and stuff. And I get to take breaks whenever the fuck you see all the time.
Like
all the people that are like, son, you're dumb. You're talking
but here's
to
the
people
thing, like
that they're not even understanding.
the whole
and they never
it's
had to
socially
understand
draining
what you're doing, what
like,
you're living.
He literally he sets the agenda for the day. He was feeling like it was socially draining at that point in his like broadcast history because
where I'm at right now,
he was
doing what I do.
He kept on coming up with extremely controversial and contentious opinions about the Israel-Palestine situation. He inserted himself into drama from the other side of the world. And caught a bunch of flack for it.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Okay? Your problems are of your own choice.
But, like, Hassan is known for just, like, cussing chatters out and then banning them. Like, pulling up their chat history in front of everybody and then doing a public execution. Is what he calls it. Like, bro. For something to be socially draining, you'd have to have some level of tact or decency or like self-control.
Anything else?
Like, how is it draining to have absolutely no filter all day?
Alright, that's it for today's video. By the way, we got our second channel, Abba Preaching the Floor, where we like to enjoy ourselves. Do all the funny stuff, Jubilee cut videos, you can get them there. We got Discord, check that out too.
Andrew Tate just got detained again. And the why, the when, the how this allegedly happened is kind of wild. Because Tate is already facing charges in Romania over an alleged human trafficking scheme.
Like, it's draining to be a salesperson because you have to, like, intuit what people are looking for and wheedle and like,
extradited to the UK. But notably, the judge said that will have to wait until after the trial
and like,
and with this, Tate's representative
work your way past their fucking inhibitions and boundaries to get them to do something they don't want to do.
Without substantial new
like,
evidence, and saying they are fully committed to challenging these accusations with unwavering determination.
Like,
and
when
resolve.
you're a
And this is
streamer,
the first
you're
time that
not.
he's been accused of sexual assault in the UK. Though notably, the authorities decided not to prosecute
He's
him
not
previously.
trying to
Right now,
get anybody to do anything they don't want to do,
with McHugh, jury and partners
including himself.
4 British women who accused Andrew of rape as well as physical and sexual assault. Claims that were subject of an investigation in the UK. With him adding that they became aware today that he had been detained over allegations during the same period in which our clients alleged Tate raped and assaulted them. And then continuing, last week we received information that Tate might have been planning to flee Romania. We wrote to the British police to bring this to their attention and to urge them to immediately seek a warrant for Tate's detention in Romania and extradition to the UK. And going on to say, while we cannot and do not comment on any knowledge of ongoing investigations, we are grateful that the British authorities have decided to take action and take heed of our concerns and the concerns of our clients. Tate is accused of serious criminal offenses against a large number of victims and must be held accountable for those actions. And also, here's what's kind of wild with all this. As for how they may have been tipped off that Andrew was considering leaving Romania, well, a lot of people's fingers are pointing at none other than Aiden Ross. He's one of the biggest streamers in the world. He is a friend to Tate. But the reason people are pointing to him is because during one of his live streams, this happened.
Andrew had hit me up. He said, hey, I'm going to be leaving Romania soon and probably never coming back. If you want to come over and do a week of long streams and content before I leave, I think it'll be big. And I'm sorry, he said it's basically now or never.
And in fact, this is no longer just a theory. A legal representative for McHugh Law told Rolling Stone it was Aiden Ross who kicked this off.
You got your homie snitching on you, Tate?
Hey, you know what? That's not even Aiden's fault. If you're dumb enough to befriend this person and then tell him your private business about what you want and will not do, and you text it to him on his cell phone, knowing damn well you being investigated, and they've already been through your cell phones looking for evidence against you, you a new fool.
What? Yeah, I am a new fool. I don't know who Aiden Ross is.
They're literally using those cell phones against him in this trial for the human trafficking stuff, and that's where most of the incriminating evidence has been coming out with those WhatsApp messages.
Fair.
And once again, you're talking about potentially escaping via text messages. I don't know.
But who's Aiden Ross?
He's a big-time streamer. He's really stupid. He's one of the dumbest fucking people you could ever imagine. I used to think he was so dumb it had to be an act. And then this man kept up the act for 5 years, and even off camera keeps it up. And I'm like, bro,
you're like,
either this is the greatest method actor, like Christian Bale type thing,
It's not Christian
Or this
Bale.
man just really
It's the man
stupid.
on the moon there, whatever his name is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I don't know who said this quote. But it's like, don't credit to conspiracies and shrewdness what you can credit to just stupidity.
Yeah, I understand, but why are you saying all this? I'm gonna escape Romania. What? Are you gonna escape from the world?
You know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
A lot of
Please enlighten
people
me.
are arrogant when it comes to the legal process. So, for example, they will hire really expensive lawyers.
Yes.
The lawyers will counsel them on an iron, bulletproof plan, and the client will do things that sabotages their own case, making the lawyer's job harder. Happens all the time.
That's true.
Right? A lawyer will say, don't contact the ex, you have a restraining order.
And you're
The
like, yeah,
motherfucker-
but you're gonna take care of it because I'm paying you the big bucks.
Okay. And then that becomes evidence in the court case that this dude is obsessed with
So notably, with this, a spokesperson for the Tates told the outlet, "We unequivocally deny any accusations that Andrew or Tristan Tate intends to abscond from Romania to evade the judicial proceedings, and Aiden Ross misconstrued Andrew's message to him." To that, whether Aiden misconstrued Andrew's message to him or not, man, with friends like Aiden, I mean, most non-clout chasers in the space know, like, his stupid is, like, weapons grade level. But to see the friendly fire go down like this...
It's friendly fire.
Really, I actually ended up finding the Twitter account of the lawyer who's representing these people who are pressing charges against the Tate. Just read through some of his stuff and why he's saying this is happening. So, Matthew Jury says, I'm the lawyer representing 4 British victims of Andrew Tate's alleged rapes and misconducts in the civil proceedings being brought in England. I'm afraid your information is incorrect, Candace Owens. The UK sought Tate's extradition for alleged misconduct against 3 women whose criminal complaints were investigated by the Bedfordshire Constabulary.
And then she jumped
Our
up
client's
on the
criminal
rock
complaints were investigated
instead
by
of
the
healing.
Hertfordshire. Holy shit. This is it right there. Say that shit.
Hertfordshire.
Huh?
That's Hertfordshire.
Say that shit again. What'd you say?
Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire.
Yeah, it's the Shires. They're really good with the Shires there.
Okay.
Worcestershire. Hertfordshire.
I can't even say Worcester sauce.
Where's the Shire sauce?
It sounds like you just casted magic.
Yes.
Okay, anyways.
The Pulso.
Here we go.
Where's the Shire sauce?
Here we go. All right, Harry Potter. These are different women and new criminal complaints in Tate's detention on the foot of the UK extradition request has nothing to do with the civil case of the Hertfordshire victims. Either raped them or subjected them to serious violence. All right.
Do I, huh?
I don't know why I said it
What?
like
Look
that.
at the
I don't know
car?
why you said it like that, but
It's been interesting
Yeah, okay.
watching this unfold because online you'll have a whole bunch of people saying Tate never did this. I feel like I know him. He would never do this. It's bogus. Blah blah blah. We don't even know these.
Yeah,
women's
dude,
names.
this
They're not
game
real,
is
blah, blah, blah.
extremely
And on
fun,
the other side,
and
like, he's definitely 100%
I'm playing
guilty.
it on hard
There's videos
mode
of
right
it.
now, so don't get it twisted. It's
interesting because it
normally
feels like
way
when it
easier than
first
this.
started,
Hard mode is
I
quite
remember
literally
people
4
saying
times
Tate's
as
a
hard as
horrible
regular
person.
mode.
People are like, where's the evidence? He's never been brought to trial. Then he gets arrested, and then I remember all of his fans saying, why have they held him in prison for so long? This is bogus. That's why they're not pressing charges. They're never going to bring charges. And then the charges get laid, and then it's like, oh, the Matrix is coming for him. These are bogus charges. He's never going to be found guilty. And now this dude's on the verge of running away, trying to basically get out of this whole thing. And now it's just like the Matrix is definitely going to get him. So it just feels like, irrespective of whatever evidence comes out, I think a lot of people have already decided whether or not he's guilty or not. I know
And
some
these
people feel he's
guys,
not guilty
these
because he's
little
Muslim.
mobs of guys
Some people
are
feel
hard
he's not
even on
guilty
fucking...
because they really follow his stuff and they feel like his teachings. Some people feel he's not guilty because he's changed, which I don't know how that
No,
works.
bro.
Some people feel he's not guilty because they just feel like, oh, this is a conspiracy. How come Epstein and all this other stuff? But he gets, at the end of the day, I'm just looking at this on the face of what I've seen in terms of evidence that's come out. Me looking at the WhatsApp messages,
And I have
me looking
no
at a lot of the videos
fucking-
of himself.
I have
a
no
lot of it
beta
is incredibly
energy.
incriminating. A lot of the stuff that the Romanian justice system has put out saying this dude's guilty, which, if you don't remember, I'll play some of the stuff back.
No,
Updates on the two
normal
girls
mode
living
is the
together.
only.
So they
It
became
has
good
normal
friends,
mode and
everything
easy
was
mode
stable. The girl who
only
moved lost her
when you
support
first
network
start
at home.
playing it. It only unlocks hard
Cemented her
mode
move.
once
Talking
you.
about staying forever,
No.
can't wait for me to come back,
Fuck.
etc. Essentially, this girl moved from somewhere else to come live with Andrew. She lost her family network back home as a result. Okay. So Andrew says, so I had to tighten the screw. So I said somebody in her old town told me she worked in a sex club. I literally made this up from the sky. started calling her a liar and threatening to kick her out, but the real goal is for her to agree to never go anywhere without me, not even her hometown. I need her working, not visiting friends back in her hometown. So putting nails in that coffin.
That's a really good question. I'm charged with being the head of an organized criminal group, which is in charge of recruiting girls to make TikTok videos.
They face charges which include human trafficking and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women.
OnlyFans is the best hustle in the world. They're accusing me of using the Loverboy method, coercing them by being nice.
And over time, I just built up this big little empire of webcam girls. At one point, I had 4 locations, 75 girls working for me. I'd take around half of the money, around 50%.
You take 50%.
Around 50%.
They thought they were on 50%. And I said, PhD is a pimp and hose degree that I'm...
Clever.
That teaches basically how I got girls, how I met girls, how I got girls to like me, how I got girls to fall in love with me to work on webcam for me. And you're always working. Why don't you work for me so we spend more time together? Work for you doing what? So I'll have a webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So, okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen, come, let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. But let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear it from a girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl. Because that's what I did. That was my MO, was find girls, make them love me, and make them work for me.
But yeah, he was definitely incriminating himself in terms of running a criminal organization where he had a webcam service going, and he was using women for that. All in all, these new cases, what do I think about them? I mean, listen, we'll see. Do I think it's good news? Absolutely not. Because some of these cases are definitely going to stick. I don't believe he's going to be able to beat all of them, so he's definitely going to be going to prison. The question is just how long. That's my personal perspective on it. But yeah, what do you think?
I'm still waiting. I think you were right on the first time when you said these things take time. It's like a RICO case.
I just think it's so funny to me that people hear a man who's a self-proclaimed pimp.
Yep.
And think there's no way this guy could have engaged in sexual
I'm talking
about motherfuckers are acting like this dude was like a saint or something. And then they're acting like it's out of the realm of possibilities that this could have happened. Like, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's more insane to me than people who think he's guilty. In terms of plausibility, it makes way more sense for a pimp to have done it than have not. But I think both sides who said it did happen or didn't happen are a bit crazy to me, considering the evidence needs to play out in court. But it's just insane. The anti-establishment people, the ones who are all about facts and logic, will be like, he 100% did not do it.
You mean the guy?
That to me is a bit crazy.
You mean the guy?
Yeah.
The guy that was self-proclaimed pimp and that was giving
a course,
and making you pay for that course on how to pimp people, and saying in that course that he did it himself. That guy, think that guy didn't do it?
He's not doing himself every favor. He's be self-snitching on camera. He's been saying dumb shit to people in private. I don't know how in 2024 motherfuckers are still on their phone saying dumb shit. Everything is traced. Everything is saved.
Everything.
They can confiscate your phone. You're already under investigation. They're monitoring everything. And you texting people your criminal plans to escape. I'm sorry.
And it's not even the people that found it on your phone. It's the dude you texted. Boy.
Because you trusted one of the dumbest people with this information.
It's either you're really smart or you trust some very dumb people. Either way, it comes out the very dumb
But
outcomes.
he knows Aiden is dumb. I just can't believe this man would actually say this shit to him. Now it's literally biting him in the ass.
That's crazy.
Like, they're going to be watching him extra hard to make sure he doesn't escape the country. Because honestly, in my opinion, the way the court case is going, if he could get out to Dubai or one of these places where they don't have an extradition treaty, I would do it. I would do it. Not because I think the case is bogus, but because I think he's probably going to lose. So if I wanted to be free, I would 100% be trying to escape. But Romania can't let that happen. They'd be fucking
You're on lockdown now.
Romania would be considered a goddamn joke if they let that shit happen. So I know
if they let that shit slide.
They watching it 24/7. But yeah, he's on Twitter. He's on these lives saying a bunch of stuff, and I just think a lot of this stuff is probably gonna come back to bite him in the ass.
You know what the thing is?
What?
Give a man enough rope and he's gonna hang himself.
Facts. That's what.
And that's why they didn't give an order to restrict anything because of that. Yep. Because if you give him enough rope, he's gonna hang himself. They're gonna seize all that shit up, and they're gonna be like, okay,
yeah, I'm about to go fight a boss.
You can tell he's feeling the pressure of it because he even changed the way he talked about.
I wonder if it changes his moveset, because I just spent like took me probably like 50 tries
we respect the
on hard mode.
What happened in that cell?
It was pretty disgusting how hard it was, and this is just a round 2.
No, that's not what happened.
Not muzzle.
They didn't do that.
Muslim.
They didn't do nothing to him. What happened was this.
Actually,
saying, listen,
it'll probably be easier because I can trap him with the barrels. I gotta pee real bad though.
Isn't admissible in court, but it does color the way the whole justice system sees.
Babe, what you
You're
watching?
gonna make them extra motivated to come after you.
Yeah.
Why would you antagonize them? It's like, don't antagonize the FBI. They already investigating your ass. Don't give him extra reason to get the director to call, make sure this case is 100% solid. Call in favors to make sure they get, like you are playing. That's why you have to change his tone. That's why he's talking about police officers so respectfully and everything. He don't want that smoke.
You don't want the people that are checking on you.
No.
Just say those words.
No.
Oh yeah?
His lawyer told him.
That's how you think?
Yeah.
That's how you really feel.
And
then they're gonna be on your ass.
Yeah.
They're gonna be all up in your butt. Pause.
If it wasn't,
they're gonna be in there.
If it wasn't beneficial to him financially to be online, I'm very confident his lawyer would have told him to stop posting at all. Because it's his business, he has to keep posting shit because he makes a lot of his money from his fucking course thing. But every time he goes up on live and he's saying stuff and he's doing this or that, I'm just like, bruh, you are risking it all again. So I think he's going to keep costing himself the more he spends time online. But hey, listen, everyone got to make their choices.
Yep.
Anything else?
Nah.
All right, let's know what you guys think. Do you guys think what Tate did is a good thing? Do you think he's guilty? Do you think it's smart? We want to hear from you guys in the comments below.
That's a dumb shit.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
And I'm white.
Yes, you are.
You're too happy about being white. That's not acceptable.
Hi, everyone. I'm Leanne. I'm fully Chinese, and I was born and raised in Hong Kong. A little fun fact about me in Cantonese is which is I did Chinese dance for.
Yeah. Ni hao, jam jam yo. The way she said that shit, I'm like, okay.
It sounds like whenever you call tellers and they say, pour le français, pèsez sur le 1. For English, press on 2. Ni sang soi, chung jok mo. Because they got 3 languages, because they're from.
Okay, gotcha.
It sounded like that.
I don't know. Tell us it's Chinese?
It's not that it's Chinese, it's that it was, before it came to the West Coast, it was based out of Vancouver, so there was a lot
of Asians. Gotcha.
Hi, my name is Caleb. I'm Korean. 저는 한국 사람입니다. AKA I'm Korean.
AKA sounds like you just watch a bit of K-pop and you know a few words. That Korean looked a little flimsy, but hey.
His fun fact was that he was Korean.
Kumusta ka? Ako si Cami. My name is Cami. I broke my 4th finger at Chuck E. Cheese, so if I ever get married, it's gonna be crooked. My future husband, get it right.
Hi everybody, my name is Kevin. I am Chinese American, and 关于我自己一个小 fun fact 呢，就是我是一个很不喜欢吃香菜的一个人。
They never gonna get that shit.
My man sounded like
They never gonna get that shit.
My man sounded like an insect in hiding. That shit was so good.
God, shit.
Crouching white man, hidden Asian.
They never checking.
Let me play that back and let me close my eyes and listen.
Hi everybody, my name is Kevin. I am Chinese American, and 关于我自己一个小 fun fact 呢，就是我是一个很不喜欢吃香菜的一个人。
Yeah, okay, Jackie Chan, get it. Yeah. Very legit. I feel like I'm playing Dynasty Warriors right now.
Peep game is that they set them up. They set them up because they put some people that don't even speak their language or don't really speak their language that well. Like they second generation and they've been around it, but they don't speak, and that's gonna fuck them up. More than this dude.
But it shouldn't, because a lot of foreigners sometimes speak your language, right? So the thing is, I get why people might fall for it, but if you're just using, oh, well, how well I know plenty of Asian folks who don't speak their native tongue very well, but are 100% Korean or 100% whatever. So if that's your barometer, you're just using faulty logic.
I started learning Chinese in the summer after high school, and I spent the year in China and had just an amazing, amazing time. And the more that I learned, the more that I wanted to learn. And so I ended up getting really good at it. I really don't like eating cilantro, which is the worst for if you're Chinese. Like, I mean, everything has got cilantro in it.
Kevin seems kind of suspicious, just the way he kind of sounds. Bro sounded white.
True. When he speaks regular, he does sound.
Yeah. When he speaks.
But when he speaks Cantonese.
I forgot I am 100% Filipino.
Speaking of Filipino, mabuhay. I am
Mabuhay.
I am a proud first-generation Filipina. Nandito ako para mag-represent yung Pinas at
Yeah, he's got a
papatunayan
different
na
moveset.
Asian talaga kami Pinoy. I'm here to represent the Philippines along with Cami over there to prove that we're really Asian.
Hi, I'm Anusha. I'm South Asian. I'm from India. A fun fact about me. Nanijot kaltidde chikwaisali vaisaktakta martoitu. I learned swimming when I was a kid, but then as I grew up, I forgot how to swim.
I have a question for everyone. What is the first thing you do?
You're Asian, but you're not Asian. Not because you're not Asian, but because we don't consider you Asian.
Hey, buddy.
You know what I mean? The people that are going to be least considered Asian by Asian people are going to be Indians and Filipinos.
Welcome back to you, apparently.
By them. That's what I've spoken to my people. Yeah, they're Asian, like geographically, but you know, that's what I've heard a lot of people say.
Gotcha.
Enter someone's household.
Take
off
off
their
your
shoes. Period. Green flag.
Some people don't take off their shoes in my household, and I'm like,
I don't know how. It's just disgusting.
That's a little rough.
oh, also, do you guys have home clothes? Like, do you guys?
Oh yeah.
Do you have home
PJs.
clothes?
Home clothes.
Yeah. Do you
Like,
not change into like
You don't
home
like
clothes?
my mom would always
Yeah,
make
like
us
comfy
wash
clothes.
when we
I
get
need you to
out.
shower
before you get in the bed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what is the P word that any Asian kid wants to hear from their parents?
Proud.
Cocky.
I'm proud of you.
Still waiting for that day to come.
Did my man say Pocky?
He said Pocky.
That's funny. Like them shit, like them sticks?
Buddy. Yeah, them Pocky. I'm proud of Pocky. Proud of you.
Yes.
Nah.
Come on, the math. Oh my god, you a real one.
SAT
You a
Chinese
real
school,
one.
though.
prep? Oh, Chinese school.
When you guys go to Chinese school?
I went to Chinese
Yeah, every Saturday.
What's your favorite subject in school?
Math.
Biology.
Okay. Hit me with some like extracurriculars, because I did like Tahitian dance, I did cheer, gymnastics.
I did fencing, Chinese dance, swimming, saxophone, piano.
How do you got time?
Yep.
She's literally
Definitely
Barbie.
not the mom.
As a Filipina, obviously I sing.
Do you do tinikling too?
Huh?
Tinikling. You don't know
Hindi ko
tinikling?
ba alam. Ano?
Someone's getting voted off for not knowing that reference. She went ting-ling-ling, and she went,
What?
don't tickle me. Ting-ling-ling! Nah, don't tickle me. Yo, that's the mole right there.
Would you ask if I clean? That's racist.
I promise you, one of the two Filipinos is about to vote each other out for that.
Ryan. Shout out Alhambra, but that's all I heard.
God damn. There's a six-way tie. That is crazy.
And the tie is between Ryan and Caleb.
Damn.
So going back to it, so I'm Chinese, so my ancestral heritage lies in South China, but my parents actually immigrated to the US from Vietnam. I've never had to prove how Asian I am because I grew up from a very predominantly Asian community in the San Gabriel Valley.
Okay, don't walk, Ryan. We'll get you.
I was upset. I have never had to prove that I was Asian, but I guess I'm not Asian enough.
That's because people can look at you. Go online and be anonymous and see if they really think you're Asian.
Nobody's gonna know.
Nah.
哎，大家好，我是小马，记得要点赞这个视频，还有要订阅 Jubilee。
I know you're just showing off, okay? Now you're just showing off.
He's been showing off.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck
He
you heard.
said, bro, y'all don't know how good I am, though. Y'all don't know how smooth I am with this Cantonese.
He's been showing off.
You know, I keep saying Cantonese. It could be Mandarin. I don't even know.
Whatever it is, it's good. It don't matter.
Yes.
Whatever it is, I heard that.
You know what? I don't eat much Chinese food, though.
I do.
You know why I don't eat much Chinese food?
Why?
Because there's so many bad Chinese restaurants. There's some good ones, but for some reason, there's so many bad ones. Am I crazy?
You're not.
Okay.
You're not. It's because there's a way that you can make money and not care. And people are gonna buy it because people are so not educated.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna take it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So why would I just? Why am I gonna force myself to get all the ingredient right when I can sell whatever to whatever? It's like I feel like it's a bit sometimes a disrespect to other cultures, because like I'm just gonna give them whatever because they stupid and they gonna buy it. So when I go in a restaurant, if the locals don't eat there, no matter the Asian, if it's Indian, if I don't see no Indians there, Sri Lankan,
suspicious.
I'm like, nah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know what really makes me suspicious of Chinese restaurants?
If it's too well put up.
No, is if I look at the menu and I see 1,000 items. And I start seeing Japanese items, and I see sushi, and I see tom yum soup, and I see everything from all of Asia. I'm like, is this Chinese or all you can eat Asia?
Yeah, if it's too much of whatever, because Chinese food got a lot of food, but oftentimes the ingredients are the same. It's just how you put it. Okay. It's like, this is the same thing as this, but this is broiled. This is fucking.
Bro, I be looking at Chinese menu and I be paralyzed for choices. It's just like
I go for the. I go.
And then they got a burger at the end. I'm like, nigga.
I go for the normal thing that they know.
But I'm not saying actually the word nigga. Like over there, nigga means something different.
Nigga kinda po. You seen this shit?
No, but I know in China they go nigga nigga.
Yeah, that means something else.
Okay.
But yeah, so I understand what you're saying.
I don't want none of my Chinese fans running up on nigga. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
But in China,
it means something else. So yeah, I think it's a disrespect, but it's possible.
Gotcha.
I feel like Asian YouTube was a huge thing for the Asian community in different places. Oh yeah, who y'all watch Wong Fu right here?
Guava Juice, my fellow
Guava Juice,
Pinoy.
okay.
And you remember Fung Brothers?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right?
Do you remember Michelle Phan? Makeup.
Community channel.
Community?
I was
Jubilee.
That's the Asian lady from Australia. She used to do these long videos about story times and she quit.
Oh yeah, Jubilee.
Oh, Jubilee.
When they used to make short films.
Subscribe. Okay, guys, I want to know, what is your favorite part of your culture?
Oh, the food. So much.
I want to say food too.
Indian food slaps.
I've been missing it so much.
I think food is a kind of obvious answer, but I think really just like, being proud of what China has been able to build and become on the world stage. Every time I go to China with my family, it's just beautiful, like to see the cities and how everything's developed.
My personal favorite is honestly the people. They have instilled hospitality. I mean, every Filipina is a nurse.
I gotta be honest, I'm not a nurse. I'm sorry, Papa.
I was gonna say I like Hong Kong because of how international it is.
Did you go to international school in Hong Kong?
No, I went to a fully local school.
You sound really American.
I mean, it's something that I can.
She's going in. Whoa! Motherfucker's going in. He went. Rainbow Six going down.
Wait. You sound like me. That's a problem.
Yo! I didn't even see the kill coming.
No.
My white friends tell me that I sound whiter than them, and I'm like,
do you have a least favorite thing about your
Oh, I mean, I grew up in the Korean church. A lot of gossip happens over there, so there's always a little thing about like the Korean church and stuff.
Piggybacking off of what they had mentioned, we call it mga chismis. They're just gossips. Like, they speak behind your back, and a lot of times it will be to family members. So I think while we do have a great heart, sometimes we're not as kind to each other.
I don't want to get cancelled for saying this. A lot of it is still like patriarchal, and it's so normalized. Like, you see someone walking by, it's so okay to like fat shame them or like say, oh, they're so dark, why are they here? Like, that happens a lot.
Ah, damn.
Please raise your hand if you want to continue playing the game.
So at this point, I'm the only guy in a group of girls. So I felt like I was in the hot seat, and then I was thinking maybe the only other person who people could be suspicious of was Leanne.
The one he's been sussing out. Let's see if we're about to make it real horror.
Speak Mandarin?
I do speak Mandarin. 我会讲一点点.
Oh, 你也会讲?
Yeah, 我也会讲.
Wow.
We're gonna have to have a Mandarin off.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are gonna go, yes, in.
Yeah.
Super fragilistic expialidocious. What you got? I got hospital.
Yeah, this is time for all the Asians to finally defeat China once for all. This is the only world where you can defeat them.
好像很地道的样子.
Oh, 地道.
Yeah,
no,
地道.
I'm not 地道 at all because I learned Mandarin at school. It was like a prerequisite. So my mother tongue is Cantonese.
I speak multiple languages. That's a part of growing up in South India.
you can.
Shut up, India. We're not talking to you.
I feel like the Indian girl, everyone heard her English accent, and they went,
Yeah.
You're Indian.
Yeah, you're Indian.
No, you're Indian. Don't even talk.
And you're Indian, and if they had you as a white person, that'd be racist. So you're
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Shut
Like,
up,
You are clearly what you claim.
that would have been awesome if they had the white guy who spoke Chinese speaking in a Chinese accent just for
Chinese
shits.
is a language that a lot of people want to learn or is in demand. So I kind of had an idea that it would be someone that spoke Chinese that would be the mole. Maybe it's Kevin. What do you call your parents? Like, how do you refer to them?
It's a very personal name, but I call my mom Mimi and my dad Bobby, which
That's
is
my Chinese name. Mimi, like kitty.
Sometimes I'll call him Chinese, ba ma. To be honest, like a lot of times in English, my dad actually doesn't speak great Chinese.
Yo, he throwing in little details in there. He said, my dad don't really speak really good Chinese. Why? Because his name is Liam and he's white. Of course he don't. So he not even lying. He don't speak great Chinese.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's great.
And you want to be a good liar, you have to sprinkle in some truth. That's how you tell really good
And then you
lies.
hold on to the truth?
Yes, and you emphasize the truth. That's it. That's the real. The thing about telling lies is adding a bunch of details around it that are true. That's it.
Well, thank you, Master Liar.
No worries. For my days as a fuckboy. Sometimes still ongoing.
I gotta be honest, I don't call my folk that. I go mom, mummy, mom.
At one point, I was actually suspicious of Cammy. I don't think she was that fluent in her own language, which I understand. It's like you don't have to be fluent in your like native language. So who do we think is the hottest Asian, like Asian race?
I would say Chinese, but you know, when I ever see Bollywood movies and like the Indian actors in those, I mean, some very good-looking men and women. Yeah.
Can I give a shout out to Dave Patel?
Dave Patel. Shout out.
But I also started watching K-dramas.
I was gonna say, Korean men are so attractive.
Filipino.
Yeah.
I saw your face. What was that?
This is
What
so
was that?
bizarre.
What was that? What was that?
This
What
is
was
so
that?
bizarre.
What was that?
When they're sitting here like giggling about like which race of Asians is the hottest or which isn't that weird? And I say this as an Ethiopian because amongst Africans they're always like glorifying Ethiopians. So like it was always funny. The Africans are like, my brother. You know the Ethiopian women, huh? Yeah, people are so hot. Not the men, obviously they're ugly, but the women are gorgeous. And I'm like, nigga, I'm right here.
Like I'm
right here.
You're talking to me.
You talk shit about me and try to big up the ladies like, oh, I can't, thanks for telling me my sister's hot, stupid. Where do you think this is going? Where do you think this is going? Oh, no, yo, women are so gorgeous. Not the men, though. Leave them behind.
Get it off your chest.
Nah, isn't it?
It is.
First off, I'm because it's personal, I feel a little bit petty about it, but it's also very bizarre to me.
It is.
When they fetishize something.
That's funny.
They fetishize it.
And your
It's a bit
sister's
gross.
over there like, eh?
Yeah.
You ugly, but...
No. Nobody ever done that in front of my family. That'd be crazy. That's fighting words. That's fighting.
Yeah. Those are fighting words.
Those are fighting words. Those are fighting words.
That's bad.
That's
Yo,
bad.
I'll bang your sister. You ugly as fuck.
Yeah.
But your sister's not... What?
That's
yeah.
right.
Oh, what?
But it's just the idea of just looking at other ethnicities and being like, oh my God, those people. It just... But it's a me thing, so whatever.
No, it is cringe. I think you're right.
But cringe doesn't mean anything in a vacuum. Like, why is it? That's the real thing. And I can't pinpoint why. But maybe you guys in the comments understand it better than me. So this is your chance.
Maybe it's like, asking a bunch of people, so which race is most racist? But that question in itself is racist. That question it's like weird. You're like, oh, which group of people is
the most prejudiced?
Which is the hottest? Which features look good? Okay, so we already have a problem like in this society. You guys talked about colorism, and then you're going and doing the best race.
That is also a good point. They talked about colorism, but they're doing that. That is actually the best. That's very salient.
That's weird.
Yes, sir. That is strange. Now that you brought up that point that they talked about colorism just earlier.
Did what you did, John.
Yep, that's weird. But now it's your chance, guys. We have a Discord, we have a Reddit. Be sure to leave some comments over there. Post about it, discuss it. Our Reddit has been popping lately, and our Discord's similar.
Alright, I got something in my eye. Fuck.
I think this is very gendered.
What do you mean?
They literally just all eliminate the dudes.
You think?
They eliminated each of the dudes one by one.
I can understand that, but also there was valid reasons for why they eliminated the dudes. So I'm not ready to go on that route.
I think it's definitely that. Women generally in a lot of these shows will coalesce around each other to be supportive. I definitely felt that. I'm not saying it's only reason, but yeah, that definitely felt like it was part of it. How are you gonna say, oh, you feel super Chinese and then you voted for him?
I know. I know it's really...
I can feel the whole of China behind you. That's odd to me.
Please raise your hand if you want to continue playing the game.
I knew for a fact that every woman
Wait,
in
what
this little
happened?
box
Did they vote
was
him off?
Asian, and I knew that from my heart. This is the destination, so end it here so we could all win.
All right, this is going to be a power round.
I voted not. I
voted not either.
There's still someone.
Just say who.
Just say
who
who.
do you think?
It's either the other two.
Like me and you, Cammy.
But Cammy is like, she's Filipina. Like, she's my sister.
Can she like feel me or something?
Yeah, it kind of did.
Like you learned a lot of different things
But
in school. As humans, I don't think it's possible to do like 30.
She's
the
Asian playing.
Voted for him. Reason. Each of the happily scored. We have a earlier.
What you do, Joe?
Some comments. Post about it. Discuss it.
Yeah, but
Already
the volume
and
went
our
off.
Discourse similar.
Like, that was bad editing.
I think this is very gendered.
What do you mean?
They literally just all eliminate the dudes.
You think?
They eliminated each of the dudes one by one.
I can understand that, but also there was valid reasons for why they eliminated the dudes. So I'm not ready to go on that route.
I think it's definitely that. Women generally in a lot of these shows will coalesce around each other to be supportive. I definitely felt that. I'm not saying it's only reason.
Yeah, that's
but
weird.
Yeah, that definitely felt like it was part of it. How are you gonna say, oh, you feel super Chinese and then you voted for him?
I know. I know it's really...
I can feel the whole of China behind you. That's odd to me.
Please raise your hand if you want to continue playing the game.
I knew for a fact that every woman in this little box was Asian, and I knew that from my heart. This is the destination, so end it here so we could all win.
All right, this is going to be a power round.
I voted not.
I voted not either.
There's still someone.
Just say who.
Just say
who
who.
do you think?
It's either the other two.
Like me and you, Cammy.
But Cammy is like, she's Filipina. Like, she's my sister.
Can she like feel me or something?
Liana said, like you learned a lot of different things in school. As humans, I don't think it's possible to do like 30,000 things just because like the stereotype
Are
is
you
that we
talking
do
about
everything.
me? I didn't do that at the same time. That's all like the extracurriculars I accumulated over the years. Like in fencing, I did it from grade 4 to 5, and then saxophone I've been doing since I was like grade 3 to like last year.
Also, I feel like Cammy, because you've been talking a lot, expressing your views on Philippines a lot, like you did your research on it.
She feels like my cousin.
Aww.
So like, honestly, I think it's Leanne. I
don't know what I need to do. Like I'm fully Asian.
It was another tiebreaker. The people who have the tiebreaker, Hammy and Leanne.
I'm here to state my case.
wait.
I'm Asian. I'm Chinese.
At parties.
Yes.
What is
Karaoke song. I Have Nothing, Whitney Houston. I don't really need to look.
I feel like Cammy.
Ask me any questions about my like Hong Kong, my culture, my heritage.
I feel like those will be too rehearsed if I ask.
I have never had anybody question how like Asian I am.
I know this is a bit traumatizing. If this becomes another tiebreaker, we eliminate 2 people.
Oh.
Two people eliminated.
Oh.
She said we might only get $10 for winning this game, but I'm gonna get that $10. You know, you're hilarious. Then you go, do you want to keep going? She's like, yeah, fuck that. It's just me and you, and we got the nobody gets money. That would be perfect. Let me see.
I mean, I was a little offended because I never had to prove that I was Asian, but it's all fair game.
If the light...
Well, you know, growing up with Haitian parents, you always have to prove that you're Haitian. So I'm like, yeah, that's my life. There's always going to be someone that's going to be
doing
more
your
Haitian
makeup
than
to
you.
hang out with your brother. What's that about?
Do you have that in your part of the country? They don't.
No, they do. They do that with all the ethnicities. But how well you speak, how well you know the food, or are you too assimilated? It's the same thing everywhere. There's no country that doesn't do that.
If the lights turn green, that
What'd
means
you
you
say?
have voted out the mole and you win. If the lights turn red, that means the mole is still in the box and you lose. You have won the game.
Wait, can I give you a high five?
Yeah.
Wait.
Wait.
For some reason, even if they have their blindfolds off, I feel like they'd still miss.
I wanted that shit to have whack.
What if it had just been a high five? Gag!
I took out my contacts and I still like feel like I have something in my eye.
Oh my god.
Caleb, I knew it. Oh, shit.
I'm 小马。
Oh, shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 我是讲中文那个 YouTuber 对。
Yeah. Yeah. It was kind of crazy because I actually seen his video.
The girl on the right's like, I know him. I watch him on YouTube. How did you not recognize the voice?
Videos before. I think it was a really good surprise.
廣東話點解識講少少啊？冇嘅講語下。
Wait, Dad actually watches you on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him.
Yeah, you might have. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. My real name is Ari. On YouTube, I go by Xiaoma, which is my Chinese name. I lived in Beijing for a year. I learned, Mandarin pretty good. I speak some Cantonese too, actually. I've been living in and around Chinatown, New York City for many years. My wife is also from China, so I'm a full-time language learner. I've studied probably over 50 languages at this point. Spend my days learning languages and then going around speaking to people in different languages, and they get surprised.
Spend my time, learning languages, and then at night I just bang the people.
Uber polyglot.
Facts.
We didn't get to do a high five though. Do you want to do a high five? Freeze first. No, that was
Yo, that looked dangerous, bro. I don't know about you, but that looked hella dangerous.
There's some people I don't want to high five with, and they're one of those people.
Jesus Christ.
Today's topic, the Adam Levine business.
What happened? I don't think it's gonna get better.
If you haven't seen part 1, go watch it. I'll put the link down in the description.
But essentially, right now, both of them
IG model comes out with a story, the fact that she was sleeping with Adam Levine, who was a married man, claims she was manipulated, yada yada yada. And then Adam hits her after they end their feud, and he's like, "Yo, I want to name my child after you."
That's crazy.
As far as naming his child after his mistress, I thought that was bad,
he definitely does.
And I really
but
did.
he gets his ego stroked by YouTube as well.
Dusty Rose. And I said, this nigga is sick. No. This is a sickness
of the highest order.
Therefore, we do not want it. Huh? Dusty Rose Levine.
Dusty?
Nigga, read it.
Wait a minute. Dusty, like what I call you when you don't care about your fit?
Yeah.
Dusty, like what you call yourself when you don't care about your fit?
What are these fucking... Why are you spraying right now? What is this fucking friendly fire that you engaged in?
Thorboy.
Nah. Why are you engaged in friendly fire? We had a common enemy, and for no reason, you just turned into a backstabbing nigga.
Hey,
what's up?
I'm not backstabbing nothing.
What the? Yes, you did. I thought we were talking about Adam Levine.
I'm right next.
Take a shot to this. Yeah.
No, we know damn well what's going on. And basically, you called yourself the child of fucking Adam Levine. That's fucked up on you.
What you talking about?
That's what you saying. You
Dusty Rose?
Not the Rose part, though.
Okay.
That's fucked up, though.
Anyways, moving on, bro. Listen, so back to the topic. That's crazy. This man's already been sick in the head for a hot. She came out with another part.
I just wanted to make a part 2. I feel like it's obviously necessary. Hindsight is 2020. I initially wanted to go in and talk about how remorseful I feel and how embarrassed and disgusted I am with myself, but I didn't want people to look at it and think like, oh, she's playing the victim. But
just the fact that you're saying that you've been manipulated when it's not that. I was young, I was this, I was that. You said that everybody knew, so you knew as well. And now you're gonna pull out the card that I've been manipulated and stuff like that.
That's
but that's you. Exactly. You don't need to be like, oh, I feel remorse. Because just in the first things that you said, that's what it sounds like.
There was an even worse line. She says,
I mean, my morals were unknowingly compromised. I was completely manipulated.
Yes.
Bitch, you didn't know that fucking with a dude who got a ring on and is still married is compromising your values at 22? I knew cheating was wrong when I was 12.
Yeah.
And you didn't know at 22?
Yeah, no, you unknowing.
Yo, revoke her whole ID, take this bitch's OnlyFans away, take her driver's license away, take her property away. If you don't know at that age, that 20, you should not be a legal adult. apparently you're not ready to handle any responsibility. Get the fuck out of here.
But hold on.
outta
Let's
here.
pontificate for 2 seconds. Is it possible that someone that does something like what's that face?
That's me trying to pontificate my body like fuck this bitch. Go ahead, pontificate, nigga.
How was that face, bro?
Try. Cause my body's like, no.
But you're
no charitability for me.
But what does your soul say?
Listen, my
What's
soul
your
left my
mind?
body a long time ago. Dusty people don't have souls.
But
now go ahead, go pontificate.
Okay, bro. Let's say you do some fucked.
I'm trying, bro.
I'm trying to do what I can, bro. Okay. Is there a way? Is there a possibility? Maybe. Okay. Is there a possibility somewhere? You need to put your head back more a bit. Yeah, it's not back enough. I don't see you see how you're standing up like that. Is there a possibility that she does something that's wrong, and then at some point you do feel bad? Maybe she feels bad.
So?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Let's carry on.
In reality, it had the opposite effect. Something I now realize I didn't touch on enough was the fact that one of my friends had attempted to sell it, which I realized yesterday whenever they reached out to me for comment. And so I was completely frantic. That is why that video is, for one, just so all over the place, and two, why I didn't touch on some of the things that I initially would have liked. So in this video, I would like to address some of those things. I only came forward because I wanted to kill whatever story the tabloid had. The most important part that I did definitely gloss over is the fact that I was under the impression that their marriage was over. I believe that they were keeping it quiet to avoid the negative press because, as I had said, I was new to LA, so I just assumed that with celebrities of that caliber, that's just how it was.
No.
And that's why I feel exploited.
No, because you.
Why?
No.
Hey, this is a new form of this is a new form of manipulation.
No.
You were manipulated how? I'm new to LA.
Quiet.
I'm new to LA.
And he kept quiet.
I'm new to LA, and I just assumed.
That's a whole bunch of assumption right there.
All right, pause the DMs.
That's a whole.
Pause the DMs that say he said he was gonna leave his wife. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
No, you
Get the fuck out of here.
That's you. That's all you.
This is what I'm gonna say. And this is what I'm gonna say. Do I believe for 1 second that some bitch who went to LA to start tricking all of a sudden grew a conscience and decided? No, I don't. Sorry, don't buy it. Don't buy it. Okay, if you ever been to LA, it's the hugest congregation of slimy, fucking bring the ladder up once you cross the finish. Like, listen, no.
You lived in LA.
No. Okay. No. And she out there doing OnlyFans, and it's fine. You know what I mean?
What's wrong
it's
with doing
fine.
OnlyFans?
It's not what's wrong. Is what I'm trying to say is like you go out there to make it, and you out here sleeping with celebrities, acting like you didn't know what the fuck that shit meant. Bitch, you in the mecca of fucking weirdness. Hold up. Does anybody believe motherfuckers go to Hollywood, fuck a celebrity, and don't think they gonna do something for them? That they not gonna... No?
I'm trying.
Come on, bruh. Like, stop. Listen, I done seen plenty of dancers fuck all kinds of major artists. Every single one of them was trying to get on. Dudes and women. I ain't even discriminating. I know dudes who suck dick and they were straight.
Oh, yeah.
And they on tour now. Okay? So, stop. This is the shit I don't like. Just say what you want to do and you were trying to get on. It's cool.
It just don't look good.
But just don't be out here front talking about, I'm new to LA, bitch. But you went there knowing what it was.
But it might work.
And now you got to pop at OnlyFans. Like, come on now, stop. You taking a bunch of free trips. Come on now, stop. So let me read his apology.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt the people I wanted to hurt.
Well, let's listen. Give him a chance. A lot is being said about me right now, and I want to clear the air. I used poor judgment in speaking with anyone other than my wife in any kind of flirtatious manner. I did not have an affair. Nevertheless, I crossed a line during a regrettable period in my life,
In certain instances, it became inappropriate, and I have addressed that and taken proactive steps to remedy this with my family. My wife and my family is all I care for about in this world. To be this naive and stupid enough to risk the only thing that truly matters to me was the greatest mistake I could ever make. I will never make it again. I take full responsibility. We will get through it, and we will get through it together. So there's one line here that I think is interesting.
Yeah. The only thing I care about is my family. So if you care about your family only, why you post that to everybody else then? That's what strikes me. But maybe that's not a thing. Because if you say, I only care about my family and my family only, no, you care about the fans, how the fan perceives you. Because if you would just only care about your family and your thing, you would close that shit in your family and your family only. Well, no, you want to display that because you want to look a different kind of way.
Well, the drama is public, so I think he has to respond publicly.
He has to?
Yeah, if someone's talking crazy about your family that you brought into this whole thing publicly, you got to handle it publicly.
Okay.
You know, if you tell something about me to one of your homies and your homie gets messy, you're not just apologizing to me, you're doing that shit publicly too. Because that's your problem that's out there in the public. So you got to, that's you. I did not have an affair. Nevertheless, I crossed the line during a regrettable period in my life. Okay, this is interesting. So what I think this is saying in between the lines, if you guys are ready for this is one of two things. Either A, what?
You said that shit. You said
Either
that shit.
A,
You said that shit yesterday.
These guys took a break or something, and he was out there fucking, and that's why he didn't have an affair. Or B,
she knows.
She knows. And this is what I was trying to tell you guys about the not cheating thing. It's like, I don't think folks know how deep this shit goes.
What shit?
The way rich people organize their sleeping around. Even though they outwardly say they're in monogamous relationships, between each other, they understand things differently. Okay? What we would consider cheating for them is just part of their relationship dynamic. So here's something I was telling somebody on stream one time. But it's like, think about your favorite athletes. Think about your favorite entertainers, okay? No matter what kind of public image they have about loyalty and this and blah, blah, blah. This is the truth. There are people who are paid six-figure salaries to link up with IG models and then get them to go meet these athletes or meet these entertainers. Yes. That is their entire job. They basically scout women for these people to go bang. They do the same thing for some of the women as well, depending on what they need and sex parties.
You know what you call that?
What?
A facilitator, a.k.a. the plug. Yes,
Sure.
You're absolutely right.
So when I see these things about rich people and this and that and why are they staying together, it's like because they already knew what it was. The problem is now it's in the public, it's embarrassing. That's what it is. And that's why think about your favorite athlete, your favorite entertainer with the most squeaky image. I'm telling you right now, they got somebody who helps them find it, or they do it themselves, and that's when they're stupid. This guy, he was an idiot, all right? Not because he's out here fucking left and right and center. He's a fucking idiot because he didn't use the proper services. There's a bunch of wives in these worlds who tell you just hire an escort who's reputable. Don't embarrass the family. That's all they care about. Because they already know what it is. You don't need to like it. You don't need to accept it. You can even watch this right now and say, I would never want that for myself. And I could understand it. That's fine. I'm just telling you guys how that world works. Okay, I'm not going to say who the athlete is, okay? He was, I can't even say what he was doing. Okay. There was, because they're going to figure it out.
They're going to know.
Okay, this is all I'm saying.
They're going to know.
A friend of mine, she dances, okay? So sometimes she'll dance, she gets paid to do gigs, etc., etc. So she was getting paid to do a specific gig. This athlete was at that gig, and with his entourage. He didn't approach her.
You don't have to.
Somebody who works for him didn't approach her either. You want to know how next level this shit is? They make eye contact. He looks away. The friend of the athlete goes up, puts out the phone right there in front of her on the table with new contact, wide open, unlocked, and then walks away. There's not even a single word uttered between them. Because think about it. You guys are like, what? Why? Because think about it. If she came out and said, oh, James, where's your proof? Where's your proof? Well, there was a phone opened and, so wait, you tell me that you just saw a phone unlocked and you assume so? You sound crazy, bitch. You get what I'm trying to say? 1 second. So all this to say, to bring it back to the original point, these people that have these squeaky images, be it the Kevin Harts, be it the favorite entertainers, and all these, they're all engaging in affairs. Politicians, they have these grand orgies in Washington. Everybody knows what it is. So this doesn't surprise me. It's just that he's an amateur, he's an idiot because he's just out here in the DM saying stupid shit. There's a couple things that people kept saying. You know, some people were like, you know, she's just as fault as he. No, he's the most at fault. He's the most at fault. And that's not even a question. And I'll tell you why he's the most at fault. Because this is the motherfucker who took the vows. He's the one. Well, if she didn't, he still would have cheated. You want to know why? Because he can. The disrespect didn't come from the fact that she approached him. Let me tell you something. Okay, this is how you know it's mostly his fault. If you are married with somebody, let's say you have a wife, okay? Hypothetical. You got a wife. She's a beautiful woman, okay? People taking an interest in her is not the issue. Because if you got an attractive spouse, people are going to be interested in them. They're going to flirt with them. The disrespect and the breaking of the vows and the issue really arises when she engages in something. That's where the betrayal happens. That's where the hurt happens. Let me put it to you this way. If your spouse never got hollered at, but instead your spouse was the one hollering at people and getting zero response, wouldn't you feel just as betrayed? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The only time the betrayal exists is when it's your spouse engaging in behavior. If your spouse doesn't do anything, people hollering at him, it doesn't matter. It's when your spouse tries. Imagine if you had a husband. He out here trying to DM every fucking teenager on the planet. No responses. You still gonna be like, I might divorce this motherfucker because he trying.
He messages. He's trying.
That's where the issue lies. So anybody who's trying to come at me talking to me like, no. The reason why I didn't fuck with the lady was because she did some fucking sneaky shit. She did some messy shit and then try to act like she was manipulated into it. Bitch, please. Bitch, please. So it's just like, listen. I've always told everyone, if they married, if they're in a relationship, don't get involved with them. And if you're going to do, I still think most of the blames are the person who's in the relationship, not the one outside of it. But just don't do it. Just don't do it. There's plenty of single people out there for you to fucking marry. Okay? Plenty of them. In fact, we got more single people today now more than ever. And they lonely. And they're sad. And they own cats sometimes. Or they play video games and spend all day on Twitch. Okay? Well, they're desperate.
But maybe that's not what they want. Maybe they want millions.
Oh, if that's what you want, then that's what you got. Enjoy your drama, bitch. Anything else?
That's a pretty good closer.
All right. Cheers.
I am a guy.
I'm a guy.
I'm a guy.
I'm a boy.
I am a guy. I'm a guy.
And I'm a girl.
Say your name, your occupation, and describe your body type.
I am just turned 28. I'm a boxer. And yeah, my body type, I mean, I'm in the gym often.
I'm in the gym.
That don't mean shit.
What's your body type? I'm in the gym.
That don't mean shit.
The gym.
8, 16.
You're 16?
Yeah, I'm 16. I think I'm the youngest here for sure.
Yeah, definitely. My name's Tyler. I'm 27. I'm a fitness influencer, so I look like an action figure, I guess.
I love a humble man. I appreciate you, Russell King. Yes. You said an action figure. I have heard people compliment themselves. I've never been like, man, I'm a chiseled statue.
I'm 32. I'm about 5'8", 5'7", and I am an urban planner.
That sounds like something really humanitarian. I feel like that's something a girl would do.
You a bitch? I sounded like that.
He said, yo, that sounded really caring. That's something women do. Ain't no dude out here planting trees, making sure people live. Yeah, that sounds like bitch behavior.
That's what it sounded like. But
what a weird thing to judge someone on.
My name is Caleb. I'm 21. Body type, I'm not a big guy. I'm 5'7". Always wear platform shoes to kind of compensate for that. Honestly, I just wanted to get...
You wanted to pretend to be a man? And you said you wear platform shoes to compensate? This is a horrible mole.
Even humanitarian is suspicious. It's like, Wow, I'm humanitarian, but you a bitch.
Yeah, look out here wearing platforms. That's weird.
Honestly, I just wanted to get past the first round. I was kind of banking on the fact that I heard other voices out there being a little higher than mine.
Who thinks who's a chick? I think the second person is a chick, 110%. The first one, you strike me as a chick that with the platform shoes thing, but the second one is a chick in my.
Yeah, they already got this dude. Yo, Mr. Action Figure is taking the lead. Listen,
great.
Captain America said, I'm toxic and I don't give a fuck.
Listen.
You and you,
Listen.
chicks.
Number 1 and 2, girls.
Yeah, this is gonna be the shortest episode, I think.
That scared me because I was expecting people to just think that I'm some chill dude.
No, and you don't even talk like a dude.
Some chill dudes, like
you don't even talk like a dude. Even when you said, "Hey," did you see that? Even when you said "chill like a dude," you went like this, like it's some shit that guys do. No,
I'm
it's
so
just,
chill.
I'm just a chill.
This is the face women make whenever they try to imitate a dude who's like a bit dumb but trying to be cool. Yeah. You know. Yeah. I'm here with the boys, and we're here to hang out and chill, drink beers, and watch a football game, and dream about a girl sucking her dick.
That scared me because I was expecting people to just think that I'm some chill dude, super chill vibes. No. And so I had to kind of work off of that because he clocked me right away. What is something that only men would know?
Number 2 then.
Sure.
Number 2.
Yeah.
What does it feel like peeing with a boner?
Difficult.
Come on, yo. Spit it out.
Yo, this guy's a straight bully.
Yeah. Hey, what does it feel like to have a boner and piss at it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Or you just know what it feels like to have a boner in your mouth. Like, that's what
It's difficult.
Difficult. That's a chick, 110%.
I've never had a boner, unfortunately, and I've never had to pee with one. So I was sitting there like, perhaps it feels really awesome and cool to pee with a boner, but then apparently I was wrong.
I was also even sus of Tyler just because he dominated the conversation so much. Maybe he's just saying too much because he wants to like direct attention off of himself.
Number 2, what's your favorite video game?
Kingdom Hearts.
Chick.
I didn't know that wasn't a very manly game, but it's like one of my favorites.
I was like, I know a lot of girls who play that kind of game. Kingdom Hearts and Minecraft.
What's a feminine hobby you have, or a hobby that you like consider more feminine?
I would say meditation and yoga. It helps me stay focused on things like when I get stressed out.
I'd say probably art. I hear people say it could be feminine sometimes, but I don't believe that.
My man on his Leonardo da Vinci shit.
Hey yo, what you do? I like making music. Okay there.
Beethoven. Okay there.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I've been learning how to cook, and it's something I really enjoy.
Okay, Gordon Ramsay. What the fuck? He's on his Gordon Ramsay shit.
I'm studying, some science, just some physics at school.
Alright, look at you, Bill Nye, the science guy.
I thought you were gonna say like fucking Einstein or something.
Nah, Bill Nye the science.
Bill Nye is not even a real scientist.
Probably for me, man, I would just say like I've been in fashion. Like I'm not the best looking guy, so I've always had to like cope with it for like looking nice.
I like dancing. I'm on the Stanford cheer team. Go Card.
Ooh, and at the bottom.
Hey, he was really into that whole cheer stuff. Ooh, you gay too?
Okay, big step over. There you go.
I've been misgendered on the phone, to my face, so many different circumstances. I was like, okay, this is just another situation like that.
I'm so sorry for voting him out, but also I kind of had to use him as a stepping stool to get to the second round.
I want to finish the feminine hobbies.
Sure. Yeah. I personally write poetry. It's something I did ever since I was with my last girlfriend. Just kind of, I don't know, liked it since English class. Makes me feel happy, contextualizes where I am in the world.
I actually dance too. I don't like to perceive it as feminine because I go to a liberal arts school where it's kind of popular to do that, but I just started doing it this last year. It gives me a space to just kind of let loose, I guess, because I'm in a frat, so it's a little awkward for me sometimes.
trying too hard.
Yeah.
What frat are you in?
Delta Tau Delta.
All right, yo, vote that dude off, chick or slash dude, and then end the game after that. Vote
You didn't get into the frat, did you?
Vote
You
him
didn't
or
get a
her
bid?
off.
You didn't get a bid, did you?
Trust me,
You're
I don't need to
mad,
get
you're
into a frat.
mad, You're mad.
Yo, shout out to Tyler. Toxic, but he ain't wrong.
He ain't wrong.
He literally zoned in on her. He said, end the game, too. I rock with that.
And I understand, because I've never seen one frat dude mess up his 3 letters.
Yeah.
Never. Just, ooh, you better say that shit with your chest.
Okay, Tyler. Tyler, please, just calm down. Just calm down. Just this much.
Can people lie about their age?
Why do you want to lie about your age?
I don't know, the 16-year-old. I vote you all the way to the
Stay
right.
mad.
Out.
Why are you overcompensating?
He said,
He's on
he
it.
said, lady, don't talk to me.
I'm just talking to the dudes right now. Don't talk to me, girl.
Yeah, it was fun.
What are some challenges as a guy would you guys say?
People assuming we have the worst intentions.
Ooh,
Yep. I really deeply care.
16?
Like, I'm a romantic.
What do you know?
Yeah,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yo,
Tyler don't give 2 fucks.
Tyler is toxic, but as an old geezer, I kind of understand. Yeah, what do you know? But to be fair to the 16-year-old, it is still true that even at that age, in some areas, you can still be seen as a threat. But yes, and also these kids are on TikTok. They're ingesting all this social justice stuff, so they hear about it.
They see it.
Yeah.
Hey, dude,
No, I'm
you don't know
21.
anything
I'm 21.
yet, Hey, dude, I'm pretty dark. People hey, listen, I'll explain later.
Yeah, okay, but no, it's genuinely because I just like I'm a romantic guy. Like I really deeply care about people. It kind of means a lot to me, and I think it's kind of sad when people assume like, "Hey, I'll walk you home" means like I want to have sex afterwards. I might just kind of want to do the right thing, and so I feel like a lot of men make us all look bad, and I really dislike that.
You seem like you'd be a good friend.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate that.
It's probably the dating scene. I've been on dating apps since I turned 18, and they're very discouraging to say the least. I don't get a lot of action from girls, and I feel like there's endless options for women, whereas
Nobody who gets no action from girls says it so plainly. There's no pain, there's no suffering, there's nothing. That voice is just faking it. But that's just my opinion.
for me, it's just always been a challenge.
I feel like no guy would be saying that. Like,
No! Again, I've just pay attention when people are suffering from zero love in their life. When they talk about it, they don't talk about it like that. No young man does.
we're not talking about why girls have so many options. I feel like that was a little telling on themselves. Like maybe they got options, like, and they trying to like push the suspicion away.
I would probably say the biggest challenge about being a guy right now in the society that we're in is just probably just if you're not rich or have like this $20 million boat or drive this like Ferrari, it's like not hard to get chicks, but like that's literally, it makes it much harder if you're not like this 6'3" like Calvin Klein model. So that's pretty much why I'm a TikTok.
No. This dude's been watching that red pill nonsense.
Yeah.
He said if you don't have a yacht, like, you know how many poor dudes is getting laid every single day? Man, shut up. I don't know who's been spreading this talking point about you need to own a yacht, you need to be 6'3". Like, bro, just say you got no game and just end it there. I'm not saying it's not difficult for some people, but like, brother, even if you never, ever had a social media account, just you and your physique, you'd be able to get women. Maybe not the women that you've been chasing your whole life, because the only women I know who need a dude who has a yacht are super attractive women. Listen, I've been dusty for like 95% of my life, and no money to my name. I didn't have a car. I barely had a place. Your boy was still getting it. Stop. A yacht? 6'3"? Nigga.
Dusty, 95%. It's like you could pull it off. I don't know how to explain it.
You said I look good even though I was dusty?
No, you look dusty when you look dusty, but
yeah,
you could pull it off. You could.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because I embraced it.
Yeah.
They can only use it against you if it bothers you.
It's that Eminem shit.
Yeah.
That 8 Mile shit.
I am what I am, but there's no doubt that once I start to change, you know what I mean? Things change.
It's like, listen, it's not going to get better than this.
Hey, listen. Might have been dusty, but it was always clean. I'll say
It was, but it's just like, bruh, that coat is patched up. I'm like, I don't care.
Oh, yeah, you guys don't know what
Yo, I was the number of time I was like, oh man, just give it up. Just buy another one.
And then calling this a coat is a stretch.
Yes.
This is a big shirt.
This is a relic.
Okay. Now, if y'all don't know what happened to this shirt.
Patches.
I literally paid somebody to patch this bitch up. So you can see here, like it would tear at the seams. Like now it's already out of order, so I can't wear it anymore.
You got the
bleach.
chlorine, the bleach right
yeah,
here.
bleach. But if you look, there's a patch. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna say this. I'm actually so happy I patched. Like even this is all patched. They literally was ripping all around here, and so somebody I know patched the whole black portion. Listen, I actually love doing that. To be honest with you,
I ain't mad at you.
When you patch up your clothes or you fix them up, it feels really good because you build like more of a relationship with the clothes. It's much more edited. Like to be able to do that kind of stuff, I wish I would do it with more of my clothes that I knew would last a long time. I think patching up clothes that have a long shelf life is not a bad thing. And that thing helped me through like 7 or 8 winters. So I love that coat. I'm always gonna love it. And I never got rid of it because from the moment I was poor to when I started making money, that coat was with me. So for me, one day I'm gonna frame it and just leave it as a relic.
I ain't mad at it.
Yeah.
But somebody was like, "You're going on a date with that shit, bruh. What are you doing?"
This shit's fire, bro. Like, but hold up. I'm not even gonna front you. Like, let me put this bitch on for this video because this is a classic. Now again,
It's a classic.
Like,
look, no, but look. It don't even fit.
No.
That's too short.
No. But I'm not even gonna front. Like, this thing, I never wear. I've never worn it in years. But like, yo, I used to love rocking this thing. This thing right here, I'm playing this whole video just because of that.
I ain't mad at it. This Timberland shirt, they're Vietnam. Let's put it that way.
I'd say something tough would be, like, people ask me to open things a lot of the time, like my mom, and I don't really always have that strength on me. I fail a lot, and that's embarrassing. So I think that's tough sometimes, honestly.
Men, we all have our problems, and women have their problems too, but I feel like for men, it's very hard for them to be able to reach out if they need things.
I will literally do anything before I ask for help. Like, it's just how it is.
I think what Alan said was very touching and a very real experience that men have to go through in this life. We teach men to perceive vulnerability as weakness, and that's just not the truth. It's not weak. It makes you a human being.
Do you guys feel like you have someone that you can go to for like emotional like support and vulnerability?
Yeah, I have a brother.
I have a twin sister.
My dad.
Caleb.
I tried to do like ethnographic research on dudes, but at the end of the day, I'm a chick, and there's only so much lying that I can do.
Please raise your hand if you want to continue playing the game.
Yo, this is the shortest episode. Nah, yo, hey, listen, Tyler.
You did that.
Tyler.
You did that. Toxic, but you did that.
Now, plot twist, one of those dudes is actually trans.
Imagine, and it's Tyler.
Jubilee's transphobic, so they're saying that's the woman and the imposter. And this video is not going to end the way that you thought.
Imagine it's Tyler. If Tyler... If Tyler's trans, I'm like, God damn!
Yeah. So the mole got deceived too. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Amazing.
But Jubilee's like, we've never liked trans. That'd
be
insane.
amazing if Tyler's a trans dude.
You won.
Yeah. Good job, boys.
2, 1, go.
Oh my God!
Is there 2 chicks? Oh no, there isn't. There's 1 chick.
He was still on that shit. Was there 2 moles? Was there 2 girls? The 2 girls from the beginning?
Oh.
Was that 2 moles? Because I'm pretty sure there are 2 chicks.
Shit! You're not a chick. You just sound and you're gay.
A unique quality.
I was so sure it was going to be Joseph, so it was actually a surprise. We have a wide range of personalities, backgrounds. There is a lived experience to being a man.
There is like an inherent privilege that comes with that we didn't really address. Like, I feel like we kind of focused on like the negative aspects of being a man, but we never really talked about like male privilege that we just get, that we're born with.
Facts. Not having a period, one of the greatest male privileges of all time. Every time I see girls having to deal with some of the craziest symptoms I'm like, yo, I love being a man. Love it. Every time I see women carrying them babies and they're just transforming like a movie Aliens, I'm like, I love being a man. Those are privileges.
Even when it's over, it doesn't like, it doesn't leave without a fucking bang.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
When I see women orgasm, I'm like, okay, maybe I don't like being a man. That shit looks way better. But then I find out most women never get to orgasm, and I'm like, I still love being a man. We just got it better, bro. Like, we might not get there as often as them, but bitch, we get there.
But we get there.
We get there. We get there. So anyways, T-Man all day. I'm going to go back and retire this jacket once again. I will. This jacket going straight back in there.
God damn.
Yeah. Anything else you want to say?
No.
All right. So what you got?
That was quick.
Ink stains.
Oh no, you
like
have
pants.
everything on that jacket.
Yeah, this jacket.
You got everything.
War, fights, winter,
Vietnam,
summer, travels, repairs, washes,
hold stills.
Oh yeah. Pass them all up. At some point, I'm like, all right, it's time to retire. I started making some money. I'm like, okay, purple jacket time.
Purple jacket.
Purple jacket.
Purple jacket and a brown one, just to,
Yeah, switch it up. We got a yellow one too. We got some.
Yeah, you got a yellow one too.
Yeah, a little bit lighter one. At any rate, that's it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think in the comments. There's also a male version of this, so if y'all want to see more, let us know. Also, now we starting to post to the Album Preach and the Floor channel, which is where all of our funnier, more loose kind of videos are going. So if you don't want to see the more intense things, be sure to go over there. There's going to be 5 videos that we're going to be releasing on the first day, and then we're going to be releasing there regularly.
But when's the first day?
February 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the copyright stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, we also have a Discord, very popular. Check out the description below. We got all kinds of stuff.
I am a girl.
I am a girl.
I am a girl.
I am a girl. I am a girl.
I am a girl. I am a girl.
None of those people didn't sound like girl.
Huh?
Those people didn't sound like.
None of these people sound like a girl?
Didn't sound.
They didn't sound like a girl.
Huh?
They didn't sound like a girl.
None of these people didn't sound.
Is that what you said?
None of these people didn't sound.
Because you can't do 2 negatives. That becomes a positive. None of these people sound like a girl.
None of these girls didn't not sound like a girl. You know what I mean? Whatever. They all sound like women. That's what I was trying to say. It's supposed to be a mole. Like,
all these people.
None of these voices, just by voices.
All these people sounded like girls.
Yeah. Maybe I'll close my eyes for this one.
Just want to replay it just so we can see?
No, I just need some more sleep. Good morning.
I'm Claire. I'm from Huntington Beach, and I'm 24.
I'm Hania. I'm 26, and I'm from Inglewood.
I'm Sang. I'm 23, and I'm from Long Beach, California.
I'm Mia. I'm 19, and I'm from Pasadena, California.
I'm Celeste. I'm 19, and I'm from Culver City, California.
I'm Casey. I'm 18, and I'm from Los Angeles, California.
My name is Natalie, but you can call me Nat.
Oh, shit. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yo.
That's crazy.
Yo.
That is a great.
Yo. Yo.
For the most part, my technique coming in was like a more masculine take on it, because if I was too girly, then it would be too...
He's a voice actor.
Yeah, he must be. He's very good.
He's fucking good.
Speaking of people who are really good at it, you know that? Oh, you probably know this. Miss Regina is the one who did both Huey and Riley Freeman.
Regina King.
Yeah.
Yep.
I said Regina.
It's Regina King.
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
Well, you said Regina, so even if you see Virginia...
Regina is just Regina. It's just said differently.
No.
What's the difference?
No.
How's it written differently?
It's not written differently, but...
Okay, but it's the same name.
Regina King.
Regina. It's the same name. I thought because you said Virginia King.
No, I said Regina King.
No, the first time you said Virginia. That's why I went.
I don't think so. Regina King.
Now play the tape back, or
Yeah,
maybe
play
I
back.
need to wake up.
Regina King.
Good morning. Jesus Christ.
This is gonna be a tough one.
Let's go, like, what's everyone's shoe size?
Ooh, I'm a size 10.
10?
Yeah, 10 in women's.
How tall
and
are you?
men's.
Oh, yeah.
In other words, ooh, you a big bitch.
They might even just look at her and be like, "You're too tall to be a woman."
Yeah.
I'm a short girly. I'm 4'11" without these heels on.
Whoa.
On a good day, I'm 5'4" though.
I am wearing size 7.5. I think it's pretty average for girls, I guess. I'm like 5'3".
I'm a size 5.
I'm 6 foot, and I have a shoe size of 9, so.
I like how we all just started sharing our height.
I think Casey's getting eliminated, and the 2 people on the right, the black girl and the tall one.
Can I ask you guys something?
Yeah.
What's like your biggest insecurity?
Oh, good question. Hard hitting. I was suspicious of Hania at first, just because she seemed to be asking a lot of the questions and having a large role in the discussion.
I got a big old forehead.
She's from Inglewood, so
that's a woman. Bro.
I got a big old forehead.
Yeah,
but it's on mine. It's my big old forehead. I gotta live with it.
I'm coming for everyone with a regular forehead because y'all sound like y'all got regular foreheads. Like I'm getting regular forehead energy here.
Look at this regular forehead ass bitch.
Yeah, that's a woman. That's a. She said, y'all giving me regular forehead energy.
Yeah.
If that was the mold, they deserve to win. That's a woman for sure.
That's a woman for sure.
Laughing was a big thing for me. They were laughing a ton, and I was trying to like.
That white girl came out.
I think the biggest thing for me is acne. I have it on my face and my back, and it's pretty bad, especially when I want to go to the beach. And so it can be pretty annoying.
Why do they all look like they were confused by the acne on the back? Is that not something that women get?
People get it. It's not an abnormal thing.
But do women get it?
Women get acne on the back.
What did you guys want to be when like you were a little girl?
I really wanted to be a veterinarian. Same. I really
actually.
loved animals. I still love animals. I was a horse girl. I can relate to that. I have horses back in Washington, so yeah.
Oh my gosh,
One of
I
them's
love
name is
that.
Scooby-Doo. It's great.
Scooby-Doo!
Yeah,
I love
he's
that.
adorable.
Oh, you're a horse, Scooby-Doo. You're definitely one of the girlies. If they get through because of this bullshit.
And imagine you don't even have horses?
There were certain questions that were just completely off what they were, like, off the page. Like, the horses thing. I just jumped in as soon as I could. I'm like, yeah, I have horses. I don't have horses.
Let's go.
Back in Washington.
Let's go.
Hey, listen. This guy's a great liar. He caught me with that one. I thought he really did have it. He was just hey, good job.
Let's go.
Listen, you can have all my money. You won the fraud case.
For me, I've always wanted to be like a singer, songwriter. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Can you sing? So I'm assuming you can sing.
Yeah, I do. I write my own songs and I like release them.
Okay,
so we're gonna be like your first fan.
Yeah. Show us after.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be awesome.
Casey's voice is kind of high, so it did make me a little suspect. I'm like, she kind of sounds like a princess from a Disney movie, and that doesn't just happen.
It does, unfortunately.
I wanted to be an obstetrician gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And then I got to UCLA and took chemistry. And I was like, oh, we gonna switch that around to something else.
Were you pre-med?
Yeah, I was like biochem. I was like, oh, absolutely not. I'm a stand-up comedian now, though. I don't.
She just changed the majors, and she had to make that shit. So we gotta change that to something else.
Yeah, but she said she's a nice stand-up comedian, so I could see how that fits into an act. You know what I mean?
Women aren't funny, so she's gonna get eliminated.
Wow.
Because there's no way she'd be able to last the same time.
Wow.
No, I'm saying they're gonna eliminate her for that reason. I don't think that.
Wow.
You understand what I was trying to get at?
No. Don't put me in your bullshit.
Completely different than where we started.
It was almost like when you know somebody's lying because they explain too much. That's what it was like. Okay,
Because she explains too much, not because she's not funny.
No, because when she went, so I had to
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just say.
Yeah.
It's time.
Oh.
Actually a three-way tie. We will just move on to round 2 with all of you.
I have the first question.
All right, go ahead.
What was you guys' first period like?
I was just gonna ask that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, we got to get down to the nitty-gritty
So-
now.
The nitty-gritty on first period. That's one way to describe it.
For me, it was over the summer before 9th grade, and I was getting ready to go to track practice, and then it just happened. And I was like, oh well, I guess I'm a woman now. Yeah. I was kind of behind everybody else, so I knew it was gonna come soon.
Batman, you're being a whole ass annoying.
And so I was kind of ready for it.
I was in 7th grade math class, and it was super awkward. I was basically sitting at my desk. I felt a really weird, sensation below my stomach, and I was really confused because they were talking about interesting stuff in health class before that point. But eventually, I just ran to the bathroom because I just didn't feel good.
Okay, there's no way one of you isn't a girl. That's crazy. Okay, there's no way one of you isn't a girl.
I had no idea about anything involving periods or anything.
Yeah, this whole episode is just him being like, this is so easy. I just make it up as I go, and these ladies just believe me, bro. Bro, I could have been born with any gender. This shit is easy.
Hey, I'm Casey, and I gaslight. He just goes.
Contrast between this episode and the men's episode is hilarious. The men's episode's like,
who thinks who's a chick? I think the second person is a chick, 110%. The first one, you strike me as a chick that with the platform shoes thing, but the second one is a chick in my opinion. Number 2, what's your favorite video game?
Kingdom Hearts.
Chick.
Let's all answer.
Chick.
Wow. Wait.
Okay, there's no way one of you isn't a girl.
we're all ladies. Kumbaya.
Name something really specific that only a girl would get. Like specific. Don't just say pad.
I have really insane cramps, so I have Midol on me at all times.
Okay, that's specific. Midol.
At all times.
She's doing too much. God bless her soul. Yay! That's specific. Yo, the back of your head is ridiculous.
Yeah, my G. That's what it is. That's what I'm talking about.
Has anybody had any scary experiences that they associate with being a woman?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
man.
100%. It's really disgusting kind of what happens when you're just existing as a woman. One time at a college party, a guy talked to me for 2 seconds, and then the next day I found out that he was telling everyone that I slept with him.
What?
You say yes as a woman, you're a whore. You say no as a woman, you're a prude.
Yes, I'm glad you're caught up to date with everything. What am I saying?
What are you saying?
If you say yes as a woman, you're a whore. If you say no, you're a whore. Good morning.
I would say the hypervigilance required to go places by yourself.
Yeah.
And the little things we do that I don't know if everyone knows we do. Oh, let me just pretend that I'm playing music in my ears when ain't no music playing.
Let me just go on the weather
Let me just
app.
look down on my phone. Ain't nobody even tell me. Girl, the screen be black. It becomes normal, but it really shouldn't have to be a normal to always have to feel like you have to protect yourself like a force field.
Do you guys know anyone, or if you want to share, that has experienced sexual assault?
I'll volunteer myself. I've came so far to be able to volunteer myself publicly, and I'm proud of myself. I've experienced sexual assault, and I think it does have a very, it halts your growth as far as what you feel you should be mentally as a woman. But there's a lot of emotional and spiritual things that you have to do in order to fully evolve to even volunteer yourself as Tribune to say that, acknowledge that.
If they eliminated her after that, that'd
be crazy. That'd be fucking.
I'm ready to open up as a woman about something traumatic that happens to me. That's a man.
Yeah, that'd be fucked up.
I made it past 1 round. That's what I came in here to do today.
What now?
I'm actually happy
Started from the
that
top?
I was the first one voted out. So yeah.
Okay, to go a little bit deeper, because I need to figure out who the mole is. How do you guys feel about abortion?
Oh.
For me, I'm pro-choice. I believe everyone has the decision to do whatever they want with their body. And within pro-choice also exists pro-life if you believe that you are pro-life for yourself.
Her first said, bitch, me? Bitch, how could I? I told you, the top people will definitely get eliminated.
Yeah.
I
The box turns red, the mole is still in the box, and they win the cash prize for themselves. If the box turns green, you four have correctly voted out the mole and will share the cash prize. 1, 2, 3. Box turns green.
Top me?
That
is
crazy. That's as far as what you to that.
If they eliminated her after that, that'd be
crazy. That'd be fucking.
I'm ready to open up as a woman about something traumatic that happens to me. That's a man.
Yeah, that'd be fucked up.
I made it past 1 round. That's what I came in here to do today. I'm actually happy that I was the first one voted out. So yeah.
Okay, to go a little bit deeper, because I need to figure out who the mole is. How do you guys feel about abortion?
Oh.
For me, I'm pro-choice. I believe everyone has the decision to do whatever they want with their body. And within pro-choice also exists pro-life if you believe that you are pro-life for yourself.
Her friend said, bitch, me? Bitch, how could I? I told you, the top people definitely get eliminated.
Yeah.
My
The box turns red, the mole is still in the box, and they win the cash prize for themselves. If the box turns green, you four have correctly voted out the mole and will share the cash prize. 1, 2, 3. The box turns green.
No, honestly, it's a weird experience, but no, it starts up here. It's cool. It goes 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god.
Nat looks like he was in like High School Musical or something, like Camp Rock. So when I opened my eyes and saw Zac Efron, I was like, okay, you got me. Like, I really feel like
You don't even look like that. She just
winging it.
A random white dude.
She just winging it.
I do a YouTube channel, and so I used to do like Omegle content, and then I went to like some gaming stuff, and so yeah, that's what I do for.
That's hilarious.
Whoa! I am flabbergasted. Wait,
Did you ask a period question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, that's exactly what we're teaching. Oh,
Okay. All right. That's it.
What's wrong?
Any thoughts or comments?
No, you got some.
Nothing.
No, you got nothing.
Nothing.
Your girl isn't there.
Good for her. Any thoughts or comments? All right. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Today's topic. Yes, this is another YouTuber named Kai Cenat. There's a video in particular that someone sent me. They said, "Yo, you should check this out." So we are going to take a look today.
Bruh, Adam Sandler?
No.
Peter Parker?
Sorry?
Tobey Maguire? Justin Timberlake? Can I have some Fritos and something to drink? There you go. Huh? You said what? What do you mean? What happened? I paid with this.
What you mean? You taking it out of this?
Yeah.
Out of my money?
That's your money?
What you mean? Yeah, fool. This my job. This ours, bro. You gotta pay your own money, fool.
I thought it was just.
Nah, this ain't no extra, dog.
Oh.
You serious, bro?
Nah, I just thought it's just free money.
Nah, fam. This ain't nothing free.
Wait, I can't pay for it though? I'm just playing with y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and tip y'all. My fault. I was just playing with y'all.
Bro, we don't do that, bro. I don't even.
Not. I was just playing with y'all. So y'all don't want the tip?
But we don't.
Nah, it was all for play. I was just joking. Huh?
I don't want your money, bro.
You don't want my money? Damn, I'm thinking. I can't tip nobody just to. I ain't mean no harm, bro.
Why are you speaking to me, bro?
You said what?
Why you keep talking to me? I'm done about this. I'm done, bro. I don't know why you talking to me.
It's not that serious, bro. What am I doing wrong? Okay. Niggas take their job way too serious. Bro, ain't no way, bro. There's literally no way the nigga wanna fight me over getting tipped $20. Damn, am I being a menace right now? Nah, keep it a stack.
I don't think so, because it's like, you're not taking
I'm
their
not
money,
taking it.
You're giving them. You feel me?
Nah, am I doing something wrong right now? Because somebody please tell me that. I just feel like people nowadays take their job way too serious, and sometimes I just need some laughter in life. You feel what I'm saying?
Do you want me to go? You go.
Oh, please go.
Maybe it's because you're a YouTuber. Maybe you have never had to have your own place and struggle to make rent and work a bullshit job every day. Maybe. Maybe you haven't had to wake up and hate your fucking day before it even started. Maybe you haven't been spat on by a customer. Yup. Maybe you haven't had customers come on and look down on you and you had to smile on them because it's customer service, all to make $7-8 an hour. You gotta work slave wages just to make rent. And guess what? Sometimes a customer is gracious enough to leave a couple quarters in the tip jar. And at the end of the day, maybe you guys get $20 in that whole tip jar and you split it 4 ways, an extra $5. It ain't much, but maybe you get to treat yourself after work. The tip jar is sometimes the only bonus you get. And some random customer comes in, grabs the one bright spot that you have at your workplace throughout the day and fucks with it and looks you in the eyes like you're the stupid one and fucks with your emotion and gets you heated because like, am I gonna have to fight somebody because they're trying to steal money I earned? You drag the joke on for a while, getting them all riled up. And then when your shitty ass joke doesn't translate, you want to say, it's just a joke. Bitch, I'm already heated. I'm already heated. You already f***ed up my day. And you want to try to buy me off afterwards like my emotions are only worth $20. Again, maybe this man is just so disconnected. And his cameraman's clearly a yes man who also lacks self-awareness or who's never have to work a minimum wage job. Because y'all acting a fool. People struggle. Life is not easy. Not everyone puts up videos and makes money from AdSense. Motherfuckers is really struggling out here. And you want to come and just fuck with their emotions and offer them $20 as consolation? And then record them without their consent. You went into a private business and recorded employees. Let me tell you, that can get your videos taken off YouTube. Yes, you need to sign waiver forms because they're not in public. So here you have these people getting all riled up. You film them without them knowing. You put it online for you to make money. And then afterwards, you have the audacity to act like you're doing them a favor. What if that $20 is not enough for them to want to be online? Huh? Clout is a hell of a drug.
What?
People want to be on YouTube and make money.
No, of course not. You suck.
They don't really care
I would
how
never.
they do it. But I would.
Don't love you. Bye. My bad. My bad, guys. Sometimes after 8 hours, you gotta step away and take care of some of those biological functions.
Ask you to be more considerate of the people that you're pranking.
How you doing? Can I have a caramel McFrappe? It's $5? $5.39. Oh, I thought it was like 2 something. Alright, damn.
Boy, you said running.
I might as well. Huh?
What are you doing?
I'm paying the 5. I gotta put this back. I thought. Oh, okay. I didn't know y'all had another tip jar over here. I thought. So you said 5.
What you trying to get?
The frappe. I can't really hear you because of the mask.
Bro, what you trying to get? Stop playing with me. It's been a long day. What you trying to get?
Yo. Thank you. Like, people ain't got time for this shit. There's hardworking people out there just trying to make a living. Maybe it's just a grown ass man.
I didn't know Kai Cenat did this.
I'm not about that.
Like some of the most ultimate cringe I've ever seen.
Just count up the $5 right here.
Yeah, you put that back though. Yeah, you can put that back.
Why?
She ain't got yes, girl. Yes. That's my girl right there. She stepped in, she's like, listen, put that back. You know, whenever you work in service, everybody that worked in service had that one day. If someone come and with me today, I'ma you up.
I do appreciate it when someone's acting a fool and your boss got your back. And they lay down the law, you like, shit, I like working for this nigga.
Mm-hmm. When your boss got your back like that, it's like, yo, what you want?
Yeah.
You want me to make a double? You want me to do a double today?
Sir, I'm gonna need you to leave the premises right now.
Yo.
Get this! I'm in the back, in my head. Get that bitch out of here! I'll be like, customer service says I gotta be like this. But in my head, like
you need to leave the premises, son.
Bro, what are you doing?
Are you not allowed to play with tips?
Okay, if you think haha, it's funny, but I need you to put it back.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm so serious right now.
It's funny. It's cute. I think I
you dragged this joke out
Way too
longer than you should have. You gave them the punchline already. They've been over it. They know you playing. Now they just want to move on with their day, and you still going.
By this point, I want him to get snuffed. I want someone to go out around the counter and yank. It's not that I want that to happen, but if it happens to me, listen to me, okay? If that happens, if someone comes out of there and just, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, to win or something that happen, cabrón.
all the extra You know, it would have been funny if you could say, like, can somebody help me out or something like that.
Yeah, if you needed us to help you out, we can help you out, but you just can't grab the tip jar and take money out of it. Things like that.
When the audience is helping you with how to organize your joke, you know your joke and your prank is trash. They're like, listen, it might have been funny if you're like, yo, can I have this? If you're in the middle of a show, listen, I'm just telling you this, okay? I've had this happen before at open mics where a nigga delivers a punchline and someone in the crowd's like, yeah, you kind of messed up the punchline. If you'd organized it better, I'm like, damn, nigga, your set's going so bad. Bitch is giving you constructive criticism.
At this point,
we got Simon Cowell in the audience.
They're not even heckling.
No.
They're giving you, because they feel sorry for you.
They feel so sorry.
You know, you really want, put the mic back and go think about your
Try it again, but with more energy. It's like, woo!
All right. I'll take at least $1. The 39 cents at least. The 39 cents at least, please. Please.
If you
I
need
need
it,
it.
I can help you.
I need it. I need it. I'm just playing around with you. I'm just, yeah, I'm recording right there. I'm just joking with y'all. My fault. No, it's just a joke.
That's not cool, though. This has my heart racing.
No, I'm tipping y'all, though.
It's not even cool. You recording us like that? Why would you want to do that?
I apologize if I meant any harm. Alright, you guys too. Some people in life take their job way too serious. I tipped them 20. Nobody go tip them 20. I tipped Starbucks 40. They were still mad. I tipped them 20. They're still mad.
I don't know. Like you said earlier, maybe I'm getting old.
Maybe.
But you know what? I try to wake up every day and try not to piss people off and get in their way. I try. You know what? I think a lot of us can do well in this world by trying not to get in each other's way. And you'd already make the world a much better place. But anyways.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Go for it.
I'm gonna talk to you, dude. You're doing this YouTube shit, you have to know that this is a privilege. We're in a place of privilege right now. Yeah, we're privileged. All these motherfuckers that you're antagonizing have masks in their faces. They lost their jobs at some point, trying to work hard. This is not easy. What you're doing, you're living your privilege. That's a privilege to be there. I got a bunch of my friend comedians, they're not doing what I'm doing. They don't have that privilege. And they've been suffering. What we do here is privilege. Be careful how you use that privilege, bro. Everything that Abbott said, he said. I agree with it. All this shit that we doing is extra. Don't fuck with people's day. Don't fuck with people's family. Don't fuck with people's food. Don't fuck with people's money. Even if you didn't have the intent of taking it or whatever, whatnot. Don't fuck with it. It's not even the joke. I understand the joke. I understand that was a joke. You dragged it. You fucked the whole mood up. Now I believe that everything that you said after is an act. It's an old act. You're acting that. You know exactly, you know damn well what you're doing. You want people to react. And you know what? You're doing a good job. You got our attention. Which actually makes it worse. Because you're not crazy. You don't have a deficiency. You know what you're doing. It makes it worse. Someone that doesn't have the self-awareness or whatever, they don't. You know damn well what you're doing. The afterthought, I don't know, I gave them, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. That's worse than not knowing. You're playing dumb. You're being a bitch right now. Stop. If you get snuffed, you get what you get. What were you saying?
I don't even think he knows. I genuinely believe that this man, you want to know why? Because he said a comment that I thought was interesting. He said, I tried to give that man $20 and he didn't want the tip. But you know damn well if I were to try to give that man $1,000, he would have been fine with it. In his head, he truly believes that money can smooth over anything because generally what he's seen online and what he's seen other YouTubers do is like they give a prize no matter how fucked up. A lot of these young guys, because he's a young man, they watch this content online of these people doing these pranks, and then they see them smooth it over with money or it's just a prank, and they really think it's okay. It's why niggas go up to people and pull out knives and go, it's just a prank, it's just a prank. They don't understand social cues. They just see stuff on YouTube and replicate it and really think everything's kosher, not knowing that there's real people on the other end of those pranks who have suffered in their day-to-day lives, and they don't know what they've been through. It's this. I'm gonna use you to make content, but I don't know who you are. So when I put you in front of the camera, let's see what happens. That's the way they're going at it. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I firmly believe, because me watching that whole video, it didn't strike me that he had any self-awareness. Did it to you? He couldn't tell when his jokes were terrible. He couldn't tell when he was dragging on the joke for too long. And he seemed genuinely surprised by people being really upset at his joke. He expected the initial. When the dude didn't want it and he wanted to fight him, he seemed actually like, yo, what the fuck? I just think this is a young man who don't know better.
Listen.
Go for it.
I had very bad days at jobs that I had in the past. Very bad days. Very, very bad days.
Yeah.
And there were some times that I was in a very bad mental state. Very bad. That was pre-COVID. 10 years ago. You would have tried me there. It's dangerous, bro. Now, on top of that, with COVID, bruh, I was not well. Just trying to make ends meet. Not being happy, bruv. You want to fuck with that? Go ahead. What's gonna happen to you is gonna happen to you. And nobody's gonna feel sorry about it. Nobody. Just try to walk the world not trying to piss people off. Now you're getting out of your way to piss people off. And sometimes you're gonna do some things fucked up that even sorry is not gonna be able to redeem stuff. They don't have to accept your apology.
Yeah.
So that's that.
But it's good content.
It's great content.
It's like those dudes who did that prank up in, I think it's New Jersey or something. They went up to these guys in a parking lot, pulled out a knife, and then somebody shot at them.
Yeah.
And the cop said, yeah, that's not an issue. You can shoot at them. So the prankster died.
But yeah.
Yeah.
You're defending yourself.
Listen.
I don't know it's a prank. I see someone coming at me with a knife. And I got a gun?
I feel like one of the main themes of this video is accountability and don't fuck with people. Don't start some shit and there won't be some shit. Right?
I don't prank motherfuckers. I don't prank.
Hey, listen, man, just be mindful. You know, young blood, listen, I'm not even trying to come down on you to be like, you can't, nothing like that. I just want you to be more mindful of the people that you're using to make content. Making money's great, fantastic, get your bread. But be considerate of the people that you make bread off of. They matter. Their mental state matters. And if you have no compassion for that, if you don't take that into consideration, and if you have the audacity afterwards to shame them and be like, why the fuck do these people take their job so seriously? Because it's how they get to eat at the end of the day. You got probably enough money to keep you going for a long time if you want to. Motherfuckers are living paycheck to paycheck with debt in their name. It's hard out here. They got kids they got to take care of, family members, school they want to go to, and they have no idea how they're going to pay their bills. And you come and fuck with them, you need to be more respectful of that, okay? So do content, keep making bread, keep growing your brain, good for you. But I just ask you to be more mindful of people who are struggling, okay? So anyways, that's what I want to say. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from you.
Y'all, it is wild out here. It is wild being a woman because, listen, I am 1,000,000% for women's rights. I think about it actually all the time. I have 2 daughters. But what I also think about a lot of the times is that, like, I don't want to do it anyway. You know, like, I'm glad that we now can drive cars, but I don't want to drive. I don't want to drive, but I don't want you telling me I can't do it. I also don't want you to do something because I'm a woman thinking that I can't do it myself. But then I think you should do it for me. Like when I'm unloading something from the car that's heavy and a man sees me unloading it, like I don't want him to assume that I can't do it on my own. But if he doesn't help me, that was rude. That was really rude because I don't want to do it by myself. And it was heavy. You know, there's a problem. There's a problem. This is a problem. I'm admitting that. And the first step is admitting that you have a problem. Also, like, do not think for me. I can think on my own. But please don't ask because I don't want to use my brain. I don't want to use it. I don't want to use it. But I want to have the ability to. It is it is wild out here. Being a woman is crazy. Crazy. Or maybe I'm just crazy. But either way.
She's 100% right. It is crazy. 100%. You want all those things, but you also don't want to do none of those things. I get it. Confusing as fuck, and it's wild to be a woman. Imagine dealing with you. You gotta know how to navigate. Hence the reason why men shut the fuck up most of the time. What you thinking? 1, I'm not thinking about nothing. 2, but also, there's no right answers here. None. So, yeah, agreed. It is wild, and I can understand that. You want to be able to know that you can pay the bills, but we're not gonna split that bill. But I can pay it. but I don't wanna. I understand. It's called choices. It's real. It's real shit.
Yeah. Do you ever feel that way about being like a stay-at-home dad? Like you want the ability to be able to do it, but you don't want to do it.
You don't. Do not put me in a box.
What?
I want to go in that box, but don't tell me I should go in that box.
Gotcha.
I go in that box if I want to be in that box.
Facts. You know what?
But you're
I
not
feel that
gonna
way.
tell me.
No, I feel that way. I feel that way about being a provider. I don't mind providing for a lady.
But don't tell me.
Don't tell me that's my job.
But
yeah, don't tell me. It's like you know.
I'll pay, but don't come up with your house. Assuming that you. I think she's.
We might all know it, but bitch, you ain't gotta say it because it's disrespectful.
If you shut the fuck up about it, I'll gladly do it. It's like I don't tell my girl to make me a sandwich in the kitchen because she likes me. She does.
Yeah.
But it's just rude to be like, yo, go in the fucking kitchen, make me a sandwich.
Or even worse, she makes it sound like, yeah, you doing your job.
Yeah, that's whoa.
Fire.
Hey, whoa. But she's gonna be. I'm gonna go to the back. I'm gonna go to the kitchen. I'm gonna make a sandwich. You want a sandwich? Yeah. But I wanted a sandwich.
Rude.
I don't have to say it. I don't have to be rude about it. So there's nothing wrong with what she says. I actually think she's speaking what most people say. And the title of this video is, oh my God, a woman just solved the red pill. That's not what it is. That's
like
not
in my
what
left field.
Yeah, I just, for no reason.
Whether it's social engineering, biological, or a mixture of both, I think a lot of us gravitate towards a lot of norms that have been here pre the explosion of employment opportunities, birth control, and all these other things. So there's a lot of stuff that we still stick with when it comes to traditional values. And like, it's very conflicted because a lot of the messaging is we're breaking down these things, all this stuff. And I think it's great that we have the option to, but the truth is a lot of us still go back to a lot of those norms, even the most progressive places. You know, take my explosion of, or a mixture of both.
Yeah, I just, for no reason.
Whether it's social engineering.
A woman just solved the red pill. Speaking what most people say. And the title of this video is, oh my God, a woman just solved the red pill. That's not what it is. That's
like
not
in my
what-
left field.
Yeah, I just, for no reason.
Whether it's social engineering, biological, or a mixture of both, I think a lot of us gravitate towards a lot of norms that have been here pre the explosion of employment opportunities, birth control, and all these other things. So there's a lot of stuff that we still stick with when it comes to traditional values. And like, it's very conflicted because a lot of the messaging is we're breaking down these things, all this stuff. And I think it's great that we have the option to, but the truth is a lot of us still go back to a lot of those norms, even the most progressive places. You know, take my girl Destiny. She still pays for all the dates, even though, you know, her and her wife or ex-wife, you know what I mean, made a lot of money both. Like, she was still expected to pay because why? Even in the most progressive of areas, a lot of those people still stick to a lot of those same norms. So yeah,
It's the human nature.
Ooh.
If you're stopped by the police,
you go straight to biology.
If you're getting stopped by the police, watch. If you go stop by or a security guard tells, yo, go over there. Ooh. If I push you, you're gonna be like, hey, don't fucking touch me. I was going. You're gonna want to resist doing that. You're gonna be like, hey, don't fucking push me. It's like, yo, can you go over there, please? Yeah, cool, I'm going. If you're being told, you're gonna be more reluctant to go.
Me personally,
go ahead.
I'm not like that because I'm a Sigma male. So me, when you push me, I'm like, thanks for the assistance. You know?
You know what? I don't need to.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna try this boss a couple more times, and then I'm probably gonna go back to Hades too. So let's just leave it where it's at.
You're gonna want to resist doing that. You're gonna be like, hey, don't fucking push me. It's like, yo, can you go over there, please? Yeah, cool, I'm going. If you're being told, you're gonna be more reluctant to go.
Me personally, I'm not like that because I'm a Sigma male. So me, when you push me, I'm like, thanks for the assistance. You know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, are you different behind? Like, ooh, thanks. I go with it. I don't even fight it. But I understand what you're saying. For the regular alpha and betas, go ahead.
I was done. That annoyed me so much. When you went Sigma male, that annoyed me so much, bro. I went over here and I went, you disgusting human being.
Yeah.
I just got, oh, thanks for the assistance. I went kill yourself. Oh my God!
I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm done with my Sigma energy.
You like to trigger a motherfucker or two. You're fine. It's okay. You're good.
You know, the red pill stuff is not actually the first time I heard about the Sigma male stuff. Because I used to be part of a fraternity called Sigma Sigma Sigma, and that fraternity talked about a lot of the alpha, beta, gamma stuff.
Really? That's not. Anyways, never mind.
Yeah. You know the symbol for Sigma, right?
Yeah.
What is it?
The symbol for Sigma is, Sigma. It's the letter Sigma.
Is it not the S like this with 2 lines?
No, that's $.
All right, let's finish this video.
Sigma looks like a pointy E, but whatever.
All right, let's finish this video. Yes, so what would you...
He's right.
Where the fuck is this going? The fuck is wrong with you, bruh?
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
Jesus Christ.
I had some ketamine earlier.
You had some ketamine?
Bro, don't say it so loud.
You said it so loud. We heard you when you said it.
Yeah, but when I say it's okay when you do it, it feels oppressive.
It is.
Okay, so?
You do some K?
Listen, I don't mind doing it. I don't like the way you're saying it when I do it.
See what we did there?
Got you.
I was a drug addict.
True.
Don't say that. They're gonna run off and be like, "Oh shit!"
They already think we get high before every episode.
That's so true.
Like, I don't even smoke ever, and they're like, "Whoa, y'all must have been bunned out.
That is.
Y'all must have been bunned out.
So
y'all haven't so. I have fun sober. Stupid.
That's so facts.
Yeah.
You've been having a cognac bottle on your fucking desk for the past month. It hasn't even been open. It hasn't even been open.
Stop capping,
It hasn't been open.
I'm taking 3 shots. That's open. That's clearly open.
Yeah, that's open.
Okay.
But it's been like that for the past month.
You know, sometimes I don't even drink it. You know what I do? I just, woo!
Why?
What?
Who does that?
Me. I'm not one of these ones. I'm one of these. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Because you know some people be drinking. Like, ooh.
I'm not. What's that? None of those.
Like, I'm drinking the wine.
None of those signs are universal.
I understand. You know, Hannah, you know how people drinking wine like this and they be like, and they're so graceful. I mean, I do, but I spill a little bit on myself.
Yes, you spill most of the things.
So I'm an alcoholic drinker, all right, but I'm not graceful about it. I'm not cool about it.
No,
I just be like,
yeah, you both.
Yeah. I think I understand the wanting the rights to be able to do some things, just not being told you can't. Plenty of things in the world that I don't want to be barred from, not because it's me or anything like that, but because I just don't think it's right for people to be barred on any basis of gender or whatever it might be. So, even though guys were probably hitting me up with this and be like, "Oh, ladies are crazy," I don't think it's that crazy.
It's not that crazy.
It's not that crazy because there are some women who do really want to drive and do want to be able to get the cars, and they should have the right to. And there are some women who do want to be CEOs and work, and they should have the right to, right? All of them should have the ability to. But as far as whether or not they want to exercise it, that's a whole different story. Anything else you want to say? Like, I don't really want to go skydiving. But if I was told I couldn't, I'd be like, that's kind of stupid. You know, if they say like, oh, only white people can go skydiving, like, why? You know what I mean? Not that I want to go, but why can't we go?
I want to sit in the back of the bus most of the time. Don't tell me to go there.
There you go. But anyways, so that's it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think in the comments.
And tonight, a South Mecklenburg science teacher is out of jail after accusations she engaged in a sexual act with an 18-year-old student. Gabriella Newfield made her first court appearance in Mecklenburg County courts today after bonding out of jail this morning. Police say they arrested the educator for an alleged sexual act yesterday. Officers say she met up with a student outside of school at Park Road Park. Yeah, one aspect of this case, though, that is causing a lot of confusion tonight, the age of this student.
Yeah, some viewers are asking over social media how the teacher is facing a felony charge if the student is technically a legal adult at 18 years of age.
We now go to our Verify reporter, Megan Bragg.
Because power dynamics.
Yeah, she's a teacher.
She's a teacher.
So, yeah, so he continues.
And it is what it is.
Well, we posted this story on our Facebook page and had several viewers asking, since the student was 18 years old, which makes him legally an adult, how can the teacher be charged with a crime? So let's get the facts here. We went to North Carolina law, South Carolina law, and Aaron Lee, he's a criminal defense attorney. Okay, so in North Carolina, it is illegal for a teacher or any school personnel to have a sexual relationship with any student if that teacher is 4 years older than the victim. which in this case she was. It makes no difference whether the sexual activity was consensual or not. And according to the law, in cases like this, teachers, administrators, or coaches can be charged with a felony.
The student is in a position of vulnerability to the teacher, a position of trust for them. So you don't want to have a teacher who can manipulate a person's consent, just like a doctor, attorney, therapist. When you have that relationship of trust and vulnerability, it poses a bigger risk to the victim.
Okay, so the only exception is if the student and teacher are married to each other. Now,
oh, get him out of here, bro. Get him the fuck up out of here, bro. Then, see, I was like following this shit, and then they said married. Like, so what? Can a doctor just, I don't know, or like psychologists start marrying their mentally ill patient? Like, yo, fuck. Okay, whatever.
At 18? Fuck out of here.
All right, let me listen.
The sex part is like, ugh, but you get married like a whole.
in South Carolina, it is a little different. If a teacher or school personnel engages in sexual activity with a student who is a minor, they can be charged with a felony. However, if the student is 18 or older, and if the sex is consensual, then the crime is bumped down to a misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor, Missy Elliott. Bing, 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 bing.
And I would get into the whole gray area. It's so funny. Like, you can be North Carolina and you go into jail for a long time. You go to South Carolina, it's like, here's $50. Bang him again if you want to take a chance.
Just move. Move.
You should have taken that man across state lines. He was popping.
Where you want to meet? Over in North Carolina. Why you want to meet in North Carolina?
Then that would be a federal crime.
I don't know.
Here's the thing. This relationship and why they made it illegal makes sense to me. Because I can see plenty of scenarios where somebody who's in a position of trust like this can take advantage of that, right? So for me, it would be context dependent. Do I think this is inherently wrong that an 18-year-old slept with a 26-year-old? Not necessarily. The fact that it was a teacher, does it make it very red flaggy? Absolutely. Absolutely does. Because think about it in this context. Imagine if there was some quid pro quo thing. You want good grades? And trust me, there's teachers in my city who banging their university students for grades. There's a lot of college professors, TAs, who banging for grades, for recommendations, for dissertations, for like their masters. Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff, and so I think that's completely unethical, and it should be met with a firing at the very least, and potential jail time to make it a deterrent in society, because you don't want to crumble like the very institutions that kind of foster the next generation with corruption like that, in my opinion. So with this situation, if there was no quid pro quo, if they have no evidence of that, if this is just two adults and one happens to be the teacher, I'm not too keen on the idea of sending them immediately to jail, me personally. But I'm perfectly fine with firing them. I'm perfectly fine with removing their teacher's license. But jail seems a bit excessive to me, especially if they're both consenting adults. What do you think?
Yeah, the marriage part fucks me up though.
True.
Because I don't see how that's possible without the other. That's really like a thinking that, oh yeah, well they could have a marriage without sex, and I'm like, okay, so sleeping with a student is coercion, for grades, but you don't think that same person could coerce a teenager to marry them, and then
you want to know the logic? What it is? This is that religious Bible.
100%. 100%. 100%.
They'll say the law, then they'll bring the religious aspect to it and then try to justify it. It's not
100%.
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, that standard. In fact, I would argue one is far more harmful. Marrying your student when they're that fresh off is far worse than just sleeping with them, in my opinion.
100%.
I'm also pretty biased on this because when I was like 19, I slept with somebody who's 27, so for me it wasn't a big deal. But like, it wasn't my teacher or anything like that. But you know what I'm saying? It was great. So
that's just a good old lady.
27 is old lady?
When you're 19?
No, when you're 19, 27.
I dated a whole ass 28-year-old when I was 20 for like a year and a half.
Experienced, and it knows what it's doing, and it doesn't use its teeth.
And it didn't make no difference to me.
No, she wasn't a gummy worm.
Oh, okay, she knew that. She knew how to.
Yeah, she just knew how to do her thing. Yeah, good time. Anyways, all this to say, if homegirl looked cute, like if she was my biology teacher, I'd be like, hey, I need a lesson in anatomy in the back seat. What can we get this popping? So I'm not even mad, but hey, listen, I could be also biased because it's a dude and an older woman. Maybe that's playing a part of it. Maybe it's my own personal biases.
Just kind of look like Alicia Keys.
Yeah.
Easy on me.
Keep on falling.
On this
in
dick.
and out. I was gonna get to the day part, but you beat me to it.
Yeah, I just
you went right to it.
I'm sorry.
You just went to it.
Just like her, she went right to it.
Yeah.
Anyways.
No one can find out. You better keep your mouth shut, young man. Get in the back seat. That's the one she did with Usher. That was like the song of the year.
Yeah.
That was the song of the year when it came out. And that's, in my opinion, Alicia Keys' biggest song.
No.
I think No One may be more of a pop song.
Fallen was huge.
Fallen was more cultural. It was not as
It was bigger.
It was it was bigger for black people, not bigger internationally. No One is actually, I hate the song No One, but that's her biggest song, I suspect. Let me see. I think My Boo's probably the biggest song, but we'll find out. No One is the biggest commercial.
I thought you were talking about My Boo. You're right.
My Boo's bigger than Fallen. Okay, let's find out. Alicia Keys Fallen.
But No One is,
No One was everywhere. I hate it. It was in the once it's in a grocery store, you know it's just done.
Yeah.
If I start hearing that shit after
music,
Michael Bublé, No One topped Hot Billboard's 100 for 5 weeks straight, the Hot R&B charts for 10 weeks straight, and was the most played song on American radio stations in 2007. Yeah, that's definitely number one. Where's My Boo? It's not even on this list. Is it an Usher song?
It's not. It's an Usher song.
My Boo, Usher. The song stayed on top of the Billboard's Hot 100 for 6 weeks, even more than No One.
Okay, and what about...
making it the third most successful single after Yeah and Burn, which are huge. It is an Usher song, though, so it doesn't count. So I will concede to you, because it's an Usher song. But I think it's bigger.
So what about the first one? We don't know about Fallen?
2001, it topped the Billboard 100 for the first 6 weeks. So it's up there with My Boo.
Yeah, but My Boo was 5.
No, My Boo was 6.
My Boo was No One. Yeah. 5 was No One.
You know what, though? I'll give it to you. You want to know why I give it to you?
Because it's the Usher song. But, fair.
I prefer Fallen. Fallen was when I put Alicia on the map for myself.
Well, that was the first.
That album was amazing.
That was her first song.
That was her last good album.
That was her first.
Her first and last one. After that, it was a bunch of no. I hate that song personally.
No one.
No, yeah, because she went from that soulful stuff to that pop sound. With like, because what she was before that, when she was on the keys and she was making beautiful ballads, that was very different than the that ugly ass organ sounding. Yo,
and then she doubled down. Don't break everything. Shit.
I scared myself.
I know. I saw that. She doubled down with the New York thing with Kanye. She did one with Kanye.
Yeah.
That was
I think her transition was kind of whack, in my opinion. But anyways, all this to say, Alicia Keys in the back seat at 18, I would have loved. So
wow.
Wouldn't you guys at home watching? If Alicia Keys was your fucking biology professor at university and she was trying to like, yo, dig me down in the back seat, you'd be like, I'm falling for you right now. Let's go. You wouldn't do that?
At the time, my confidence was not there, so I'm like, it's a trap.
It's a trap. You wouldn't believe it?
It's a trap. I wouldn't believe it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fucking trap.
Yeah, you want to bring cameras and reject me in front of everybody.
Yeah,
fuck you, bitch.
Who's in on the joke? Who's in on the joke, whore?
But I have to confess one thing. I am biased on this because it is a woman. But would I feel differently if a dude was trying to get with an 18-year-old? Like, I think he should be fired the same way the woman should be fired. Do I think they should go to jail? No. Respect of sex, I think I feel very similar. Yeah. But I won't lie to you. I'd probably find it weird if it was a dude doing it, for sure. But that's my subconscious bias, so I can admit to that. Anything else?
Nah.
You have that bias too?
Yeah.
It's because you're blue pill and you don't like men.
Sure.
Are you going to deny the claim?
I plead the fifth.
Y'all heard it here first.
What, did I plead the fifth?
No, you blue pill be accepted.
No, you said it.
And it's true. All right, see y'all next week. Also,
we have a Discord, bitch!
And we have a Reddit. Get up there. Comment. People always kind of make up. I'm watching. I'm reading. I go on the subreddit. I be taking topics from there sometimes.
I have unintentionally been racist towards my partner.
Where are you going, Preach? Because this is your domain. You're the expert. So I picked this one for you.
You're stupid.
Yo.
I definitely. So it used to be in my vocabulary where I would say the N-word with the A. I would rap it. I would do just those things. But my slang in general would just tick her off. And then I became conscious of it, and I really liked her. Or I still do, of course. I love you. I started changing the way I speak. I feel like she should be over here too. She would do Asian accents.
I appreciate the fact that he aired out. I fucked up, but bitch, you done fucked up too.
You should be here too.
Let's hold hands. You can't use the word nigga, ching chong, ching chong. That's what happened. That's what happened. You can't like fried chicken like that. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. I don't know what that was.
What?
Yeah.
You can't use that word. But would you like a glass of water? You can't. You know.
You're Mexican. You're
No.
not black. Stop saying the N word. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Ha!
1, 2, 3. Ha! I don't even know what the fuck that was.
I don't know. It's just funny to me.
Let's throw everything out there.
I've definitely been ignorant.
So we were.
I wrote it down.
So we had an argument, and I was upset, and I had previously expressed how the stereotype or the stigma on angry black men or angry black women and how that makes me feel. And so we got into an argument. I was an angry black man, but in that moment of anger, he actually called me an angry black man, which
is like the worst thing
made
to
me
say.
go crazy because.
What?
I'm not a fighter. I don't get into fights.
No.
I don't get into verbal match. I don't do that. I don't scream at you. I don't. For her to have called me that, it would have been a rap.
Really? Angry black man?
That would have been a rap.
What?
It would have been. I don't know. I don't even know. I'd have to ask myself that. I have to ponder on that. But it would have been a rap. I'd be like,
really?
Like even if I go out, like let's say I go out with a black woman, right? I'm with her, and we have an argument, and she calls the cops on me.
Interesting.
You know the relationship we have with cops. You call the cops on me when I know there was no reason, and then you call the cops. Wow. There's no coming back from that. If there was a reason for me to do that, which I really doubt it would happen, but if there was a reason for her to call the cop, a good reason, then I need to get out there. I need to check myself. I need to do something because that.
I think that was a bad cut.
We got a bigger problem because our relationship brought that part of me, which is to what I understand, non-existent. But if you didn't, there was no reason for you to call the cops.
And you called them?
And you called them, I can't go back from that. I can't.
Sex gets steamy since you are interracial.
Whoever wrote that is a goofball. What? Unless you're into race play, I don't know why you would care. If I was into race play, I could understand.
But sometimes,
because playing a slave master scenario doesn't seem as fun if it's two black people.
Or if you fetch it.
But if I got a white girl who's a blonde hair, blue eyes, and she's like, and you're into that stuff? Yeah.
There's not many sexual stereotypes about white men. But like walking down the street, especially dating an Asian woman, like I get looks from men all the time. And like,
white guys are just like,
that's fashion.
White guys are like, Taiwan. How much?
Sucky, $5.
You let her out of the house.
Yeah, definitely. I could see that. I could definitely see that. When he goes back home and he's like for Christmas or whatever, and he has his uncle coming to him and he's like, so, it's just gonna be
sushi.
If it's between two consenting adults, the freak stuff in the bedroom, if race sprinkles is put into that context, what do we think of that? Like, it's just in the bedroom, or is it like possible to just keep it in the bedroom?
How would race be put into the bedroom?
Use your imagination. And I'm
yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna. You don't. Yeah, that's not my alley. If you don't know, I don't know what the hell his dude name is.
It was a setup.
He said, yeah. Swerve.
I meant to use the N-word. I'm gonna need you to.
Hey, how do you? Hey, you figure it out. You gonna do your homework. You got Google. You got a smartphone. You figure it out. Don't put me into this.
Let me just tell you guys.
not gonna-
Let me just tell you guys. It's out there.
Oh, it's out there.
It's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Not hard to find.
Yuck, yuck.
Y'all can Google race play.
I sometimes feel like I betrayed my own race. 3, 2, 1, go.
The black guys went, whoop.
Yep. And the way, yeah. They
Go ahead. As someone who betrayed his own race, what do you think?
You fucking piece of shit. They sure. I don't feel like I betrayed them, but they sure try to make me feel like that. Because of the people sure try to make me feel like that. I understand where it's from. I understand the sentiment. So it used to bother me. It really used to bother me and shit. But I got nothing to prove to nobody. But I understand where the sentiment is. For the same reason that I don't. For the same reason, like I told you that I don't. Whenever like I walk down New York, wherever the fuck I am, whether it's New York or Florida. If I hear comments from black ladies, I don't say shit.
No.
Because I know where the hurt is from. They're wrong. They're making assumptions. Like the same way they don't want us to make assumptions about them. But that's beyond that. Because the hurt is first. You know what I mean? So I understand that. But I don't say shit because I know where it's from. But yeah, I don't feel like I did.
Me personally, I only betray my own race behind closed doors.
Yes.
Yeah. Out in public?
Never.
Nubian Queen.
That's right.
Behind closed doors? Nestle white chocolate. Do you know?
Stupid.
Do you know how many times I've gotten angry white women message me after I said that?
Yeah, I know.
Just jokingly.
I know.
But they get so upset.
I know.
How dare you not want to show me in public?
I read the messages.
Bitch, I don't know you.
I don't even know you.
Why are you so pressed?
You're receiving messages from girls that you're not even with and you've never met as if you guys are dating. Your motherfuckers out there doing the most.
And if you are a white girl that I have dealt with, just... We'll talk later. Okay? Well, right now, me and the Nubian Queens, we're out in public, okay?
I definitely feel like that, man. I feel like, especially where I'm from, I did my people a disservice by playing into that stereotype. And knowing what I stand for now, it's hard for me to feel like I'm gonna be taken serious in the future if I ever want to speak on controversial topics. My people won't respect what I say because like it doesn't add up, my views and stuff, and then I'm dating somebody outside of my race behind the scenes. I feel like I lose respect in a way.
Then you shut the fuck up about it and you keep it moving. That's it. Just keep it moving. It's a fact. You will never be a true pro-black. You can't. That card has been revoked. It's okay. I don't. I just stand there.
You can't be for the black cause and lay with the white devil.
That's what they say.
Yes.
So I'm just like, man, sure, whatever. Do you? Don't. Shut the fuck up about it then. Even if you had the possibility to help, do you feel like you're doing a disservice? Shut the fuck up about it. Stop for you to be there. Sometimes you have to know your place, know your role, and shut the fuck up. One of my favorite sentences, shut the fuck up. It serves in many, many, many ways.
That's right.
Shut up.
If you lay with the Caucasoids, my brother, understand that you are not for your brothers. I have a mighty Zulu king, the third. The role of every great master is to conquer the women of other races as you create more conquests. It was very natural for kings of Nubian descent to take on the women that he pillaged and rumbled through.
Hotep shit.
I may enjoy them for the night, but I will always be loyal to the night. Darkness.
If you don't think your shit out of here, man, get the fuck out of here.
I'm just saying, we know what the ancient Egyptians were. You know what they never did? Slacked off as they reproduce with their own people. We don't mix and match. This ain't Build-A-Bear. They want to talk about mixed babies. I prefer the term abomination.
Nigga, you look like a mixed baby.
Hey, man. My forehead is mixed.
No, it's...
I didn't say it wasn't from that corn, but I'm just saying it's a multiple variants of big foreheads.
Oh yeah,
came together
you got a genetics for real on that.
So like I get comments literally in my DMs being like, "Oh, Alex, you're not with us no more, right?" And I'm like, "Do you want me or do you not want me? You know, it doesn't bother me if you don't want me, and I understand it is what it is."
They do want you, just not her.
Yeah, they want
they want you without her. It's like when you organize a party and you bring a +1 that nobody else wants to see at the party, that's what your girl is to them, you know? But you can join. If you get rid of her, you're allowed into the party.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly. It's like going to a party with Amanda Seals. You're not getting in.
Smoking cannabis doesn't have to hurt. Freeze Pipe is making a unique line of freezable pipes, bubblers, bongs, dab rigs, and more. If you can smoke from it, Freeze Pipe makes it. The secret is freezable glycerin chambers that cools smoke by hundreds of degrees for smoother and bigger hits. When smoke passes through these frozen chambers, lift off. It's instantly cooled for a much nicer hit you'll feel instantly. Your throat and lungs will thank you. Recyclers are commonly used for dabbing, but Freeze Pipe builds this for both. Insanely smooth and cold hits. Go to thefreezepipe.com to get yours today. Use code ABA, that's ABBA, and save 15% off your first order.
I have always wanted mixed babies. 3, 2, 1, go.
At one point in my life, I kind of wanted to have mixed babies with almost every race.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to shout him out, and I'm going to say thank you, okay? I'm going to say thank you because you're being honest. I think a lot more people actually want these things, but they're saying the politically correct modern answer.
True.
But trust me, out there, you're in a relationship like this, all the time people are like, oh, you guys can have such cute babies. And all people always saying that, so.
I don't know if that's weird, but I just wanted, I'm real into genetics. I would like to see how my kids would turn out. And
I've never heard that sentence. I'm really into genetics and I want to see how my kids are going to turn out.
It's a hobby that I have. You know, genetics. I like to see how things are getting mixed up.
Oh, look at this specimen. The mixture of Afro-Brazilian with Afro-Peruvian has come out quite well. Turns out that Japanese and Taiwanese don't mix. Ugh. Russians and Arabs. What disgusting children.
As a mixed race person myself, you don't have a group of people to really be around. I mean, sometimes you connect with one side, sometimes you connect with another side, but for me, it sucked actually a lot.
Why does he look like he's part of Bone Thugs and Harmony? I'm just waiting for him to go, tell me what you gonna do when there's nowhere to hide. What you gonna do? What you gonna I'm gonna miss everybody. I'm gonna miss everybody. No, no, no. I'm gonna miss everybody.
This isn't Build-A-Bear, this is real life. And in my mind, I wanted to have kids that was exactly my skin tone or very close to it and look like me, because I am conceited as well. Where the hell I'm gonna find somebody to do that and it work out and they're just a perfect wife? I don't believe in that anymore.
It's funny because that was actually something we talked about when we first started dating. That became an insecurity of mine. I was like, so why are we dating? Because I cannot provide absolutely any of that for you. And so I understand, like I said, why he feels that way, why a lot of the Black community feels that way. So I'm just glad that I'm accepted now.
I'm just glad that you gave up. Because that was his word. He's like, I've just given up on that, and I'm with this white girl.
He's like, I'm just glad that you chose that I'm accepted now. That's not what he said.
But hey, I'm glad that you took it that way. That's a positive spin.
Being linked to another race has its benefits. 3, 2, 1, go.
Preach, you can speak on this.
No, I can't.
Isn't there a benefit to having a white partner for certain scenarios?
Not that I see it.
What about when you're applying for apartments?
I don't have to. I have my white privilege.
What do you mean?
My parents own apartments. I never had to apply for apartments.
But you could imagine those scenarios, right?
I could imagine, yeah.
Yeah, you know?
So I sent my girlfriend and everything and stuff, and then I show up on moving day. Yeah, bitch. So you the mover? No, bitch. I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see advantages.
Yeah, definitely. I could see that, but to me,
it could also be a disadvantage in a lot of scenarios.
Definitely. Yeah, but
I seen a dude who was riding with his girlfriend, and a cop stopped him. He's like, "Is he kidnapping you?"
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
definitely. When we crossed the border, that once, they treated her like I was taking her
hostage or something.
Yeah, that happened when the cop stopped. When I'm in my car with any white people,
There's issues.
Yeah, there's issues.
Yeah.
Cops pull over and they're like, yeah, you safe, ma'am? Are you okay? They want to speak to the passenger. I'm like, you don't need to speak to her. It's my bitch. And then I end up in cuffs. It's my bitch, okay?
Do you ever feel like being with a white person like could shield you from like discrimination, or like that they could like stand up for you in a certain context? Like if you were in like an altercation with the police or something, like would having a white person there, like right, it would be helpful.
In that sense.
You said no.
Well, not for the cop thing.
Yeah.
My girl it
draws more attention.
It's good because she's there and she witnesses it.
Right.
And then she can talk about it to her family that are not experiencing that because they're not around like the city.
Mm-hmm.
They're in pub.
I mean, even if they're not in the car with a black person, they may not know. They may not see those interactions.
Exactly. So whenever they see the news and stuff like that, they ask questions.
Yeah.
And when I talk to them, they're like, "Oh, word." And then my girl goes in and she's like, "No, it be like that. It's not just him being." It was really nothing to.
You know what's funny is, remember I did that comedy show and that woman was saying all that foul stuff? I did a YouTube video on it, right?
Yeah.
There was a couple of white comedians there, and they're like, yo, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, of course not.
The immigrants, like the Arab guy who was with me, he was just happy. He was like,
yeah,
I saw it too.
Yeah.
We were just like, we all heard it.
We all heard it.
We're not
we all
crazy.
heard it. We know.
We knew what she was about.
Yeah.
But for those guys, they never heard someone say the N-word that openly or just scream a bunch of expletives.
Exactly.
So I was just clapping because I was like, y'all see what I see, right? I'm not crazy. And it's not in my head.
And sometimes you argue with white people, and they're like, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist because they never seen it.
Yeah.
But it do happen. And it's funny that we're really happy that it happens. When it happens, like, yes, it's like, not that we're happy that it happens, it's just like, we could put our finger on it. It's not interpretation. It's not,
it's kind of like
that. It was clear.
It's kind of like when someone believes in UFOs and there's proof. You get excited because you're no longer just seen as a crazy person. All right, so what are your closing thoughts in regards to the video in general?
Not really insightful. It was what it was. It was really unsurfaced. That's true belief for you. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it's a thing. Is it gonna be able to open the discussion about different shit? Sure. It opens your eyes on different things, though. It opens your eye on, it's a thing out there. People have different views and opinion about this shit. It's just funny to watch. But other than that, I mean, interracial relationship, people always try to be righteous with it. But, I feel like I can talk into issues. You don't have to always talk,
I guess we can kind of bring it up because you made some good points before. But I said to you before that I felt like interracial relationships are more difficult today than they were, let's say, 20 years ago.
No, it wasn't.
I'm just going to finish my thought.
I did exactly what I did last time.
I know, but can I finish my thought? Please?
Sure, but I'm already right.
Because you were rude last time, so can I finish my thought?
I'm rude now. That's stupid. Finish your thought.
And the reason why I said that was because early 2000s, for me, my experience with interracial dating was kind of easy and seamless for the year that I was dating somebody of a different race. Whereas I felt like if I were to do the same thing today, it would be a lot more difficult.
No, it's not. It's early 2000s. First year of 2000, Cisco got an album. All the fathers were dancing to the tong 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 song, thanks to a black man. So they learned to appreciate hip hop and stuff.
Okay.
Before that, they didn't know about that. They didn't know about the tong 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 song. All they knew about is big butts and they couldn't lie, and there was lying. You know what I mean? That was fucked up back then. It was never bad. It was worse. It's worse now. No, it's not. It's worse. It was worse back then. You couldn't walk the street holding hands with your girl. You would get beat, thrown some shit at you. You think I would be able to walk the streets of New York, Manhattan, without no comments? Even Manhattan, I'm not even talking about the Bronx. I'm not talking about Cambria Heights, Queens. I ain't talking about, listen, me and my cousins, when we were in Cambria Heights, Queens, I was talking with my cousins in the 80s, and just because I was talking French, people was he's like, yo, shut up, they don't like French people. They would hate. Bruh, they would hate you because you're Haitian. Don't try to date a white girl. Bring it up. Nah, boo. No. Fuck you mean? That's not gonna happen. They would have let it pass. They would have let it pass. And then, they would throw shit at you. Go ahead. It's easier now. You're gonna compare it now? Like, you would show up to the doors of a girl, you don't even know if you have to throw down with the father or the sons. Gunshots and everything. Shit. It's easier now. No, what's so bad about now?
Well, I think people often take their cues from social media. It's how people relay a lot of the information. So a lot of stuff that you'll ordinarily be able to keep private or would are very public nowadays. And people know.
They know because you open your mouth.
Yeah, but here's the truth. People want to open their mouths. They want to be able to share the truth about their relationship.
Sure.
And if they do, they get all that backlash. So I think that's where people are.
But that backlash back then was real, not behind a screen. You could shut that shit off. Yo, listen, I had to fight people because they were like, some of my friends were walking down with their girlfriend or their boyfriend and they got beat by a whole skinhead.
The girl too?
This is not PG.
No, really.
The girl got... Everybody got punishment. Let's put it that way. And then we gotta retaliate because of that. Or cousins that no B. It was bad back then. What you're gonna get now? A couple of comments, and then you're gonna feel bad for there too. Take a glass of water, drink it. Hope it's not Dasani, and keep it moving. Keep it moving. Back then, it was you get into physical fights just for walking with that girl. It was bad back then. Yeah. It's a little bit more violence now, but it's nothing like back then. Especially walking. Sure, you think I would have brought my girl to church in the 90s? The comments and shit? You hear real live comments. Next thing you know, the pastor's making a sermon about you and your girl. Nah, B. It was worse back then.
Okay. You good?
I'm super good.
I defer to you.
Yeah, I understand, but that's the stupidest thing you said today. And you said some pretty stupid shit.
But it's important to play devil's advocate. It's important to come with some hot takes.
Sure.
The hot takes can be done.
No, but it's okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But
that's why I brought the question to you. Why?
I
Because you're a veteran.
Absolutely.
20 years in the game. Interracial warrior. Okay? Interracial veteran. All right? You guys love your veterans. Get a poppy seed. Make it half black, half white. Right for him, okay? Show this man some love. You don't like that? That's a pretty good one.
I know you.
Yeah, I mean, gotta be quick on them feet. All right, because if you're not running away from her white dad, sometimes you gotta be running away from other things. But listen, I think when it comes to interracial datings, they have their own issues, their own set of problems. But hey, like Preach says, he didn't fall in love with a white woman.
She fell in love with a girl that happens to be white.
That's one of the best bars you ever said on. But it's such a good bar.
Cause I'm not with her because you white.
But you also know some niggas who fell in love with a white woman.
Yo, bro, I know.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's one of your best bars. That's a bar that you said that I never forgot.
Why?
Because I use it.
Get the fuck out of here. Give me your phone. Let me throw that shit again.
You know, I throw this one too. It's an iPhone. This bitch will break.
You stupid.
But there's definitely some dudes who.
Because I use it. Nah, man.
No. But there's definitely dudes who do fall in love with Asian women. Not a woman who happens to be Asian, but Asian women.
Yeah, that fetish shit. There's always a motherfucker in my inbox like, why is fetish so bad? Shut the fuck up.
Do whatever you want. But I think there's a giant difference between the two. Just me personally.
There is.
But everyone's entitled to that. You want to do that? Do that. Live your best life. But anyways, that's a whole other discussion. We want to know what you guys think in the comments below. Let us know what you think about interracial dating.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna work.
Preach being a veteran, all that good stuff.
Alright, let's get back to it for real though.
In service to the realm.
Them sinuses.
Charon. Go.
Wow, mama.
With me, Tula. What would Night have me do? I swear it, Nyx. That fear may spread. By my birthright. This goes no farther. by will of night.
I kind of want to fuck with that one. Two unpicked, like, so either choose it then or don't choose it ever. I feel like I'd get more. Like good shit. I'm gonna try that one.
This I vow. For the realm. I swear it, Nyx.
And that, my disciples, is the true meaning of life.
I wish.
I can't move. Once more. Hey, Laurel.
Very well. This one. Show me your past. There's more to this aspect. Zorafet.
Are you a witch or aren't you? Fatal blow.
Should help me gather bones. Grant me the aspect of Moros.
I should have known. We always get back down.
Can't do it.
I must go. You may continue.
Can't do it.
Out of here.
Grant me the aspect of Thanatos.
Oh, that guy, huh? Disciples, watch and learn.
I can't.
I rise again. I shall return.
You are bound to me, and I am your bearer. Show me your true strength. The Testament of Night.